Question: what does it feel like to become the biological daughter of the male protagonist and the prematurely deceased ex-wife of a cannon fodder character? Answer: quite pleasant, as my mother awakens from her romance-induced stupor and scatters the ashes of my scoundrel father. Having transmigrated into the role of the prematurely deceased daughter of a cannon fodder female character, the irritable and survival-oriented Suli finds herself in quite the predicament. Dear mother, the scoundrel and his mistress pose a threat to your daughter and son. Please, do take heed. The cannon fodder mother has awakened, casting aside her romantic delusions to focus on her career. What a pity! The 5-year-old genius venture capitalist brother is about to be kidnapped by the mistress and rendered foolish, even having his tongue cut out. The 5-year-old brother rises to study and train in Thai boxing, downloading an anti-fraud app, determined that no one shall deceive him into speaking with strangers from this day forth. Oh, how unfortunate for the second brother. Clearly destined to be a future scientific prodigy, yet his hand had been ruined by the short-sighted scoundrel grandparents, daily inhaling ash and dying from poisoning. The third brother is a fool, mistaking the mistress for an aunt, while she actually desires to be his stepmother. It is no wonder he would be sold off to Africa. Who else would they sell, if not him? Initially, Suli merely aimed to save her family, but unexpectedly, before she could intervene, her entire family rose to prominence. Her mother coolly divorced the scoundrel, reclaiming a significant portion of his wealth, while her 3 brothers excelled as genius triplets, elevating the family's fortune to new heights. Suli, seated in a stroller, is left utterly bewildered. Huh? She possesses remarkable martial skills, but finds them utterly useless in this new life. Chapter 1. Transmigration. Madame Sue, it is a girl, but due to being born prematurely with a weak constitution, she has already ceased to breathe. The obstetrician, clad in a white coat, cradles the newborn swathed in a small blanket, sighing with pity at the woman on the delivery bed. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman lying on the delivery bed sheds tears. It is my fault. Yin Ting explicitly warned me to take care of myself, yet I disobeyed and insisted on venturing out. When Suli regains consciousness, she hears a cacophony around her, with glaring lights flickering above her. She attempts to speak, only to find her entire face covered, rendering her unable to utter a sound. Suli, as she struggles to free herself, memories of her past lives' failed tribulation surge into her mind, reminding her of her unsuccessful ascension. So, am I in the underworld? While contemplating her predicament, a sorrowful female voice resonates once more. Dr. Lin, please bring the child over. I wish to see her. Madame Sue, the child's complexion is cyanotic. Viewing her may give you nightmares. It is best not to look. Doctor? Madame Sue? Yin Ting, isn't this the very novel that my junior sister recently finished reading during her leisure time? Suli is aware of this novel because the early deceased daughter of the male protagonist, Su Yun Ting's ex-wife, shares her name, and her junior sister insisted she memorize the entire text to prevent transmigration. Thus, this is a failed tribulation, leading her directly into the novel. Her junior sister's ominous predictions hold true. In the story, the prince of the capital, Su Yun Ting's ex-wife, bore him triplet sons and a prematurely deceased daughter before their divorce. Little did she know, it was all a figment of her imagination. Madame Sue's existence cast a shadow over the white moonlight to win the heart of his beloved. Su Yunting targeted Madame Sue's family, leading to their utter ruin and even sending his 3 young sons to Africa to fend for themselves. Unbeknownst to him, he would overhear the true reason for his daughter's early demise was his attempt to treat his first love's ailment by extracting marrow from the newly born girl. Unable to withstand the blow, Madame Sue ascended the Sue Corporation's building and leaped, ending her life at the tender age of 30. The callous Su Yunting not only utilized public opinion to smear Madame Sue and her family, but also emerged unscathed, living a blissful life with his first love. Reflecting on the plight of Madame Sue's family causes Su Li's heart to ache, and the realization that she is the unfortunate newborn forced to donate marrow only deepens her sorrow. As a renowned, life-preserving Buddhist cultivator from the 21st century, the knowledge that her second chance at life is on a countdown triggers an alarm in her mind. Suli attempts to struggle, trying to break free from the nurse's grasp, but as a newborn, she is no match for an adult. Filled with rage, She mentally curses the ancestors of the doctor and nurse. Cyanotic indeed. It is not my fault should I perish. I shall haunt you as a ghost. Heavenly swan, who will save me? I'm still alive. A clear, vibrant voice of a child reaches Madame Sue's ears, causing her to pause in surprise. She seems to have just heard the voice of a child. Instinctively, Madame Sue scans her surroundings. She is in a private hospital owned by the Sue family, in an isolated delivery room, with no other mothers or infants present. Suddenly, her gaze falls upon the newborn cradled by the nurse. Could it be? Oh, dear mother, if you do not save your daughter, she will be taken by your husband to donate marrow to his first love. Sue Lee's mouth and nose are covered, and her breathing has become labored. Her complexion indeed starts to turn cyanotic from the lack of air. If this continues, she will truly enter the underworld. As the nurse prepares to take the child away, Madame Sue, summoning unexpected strength, sits up. Do not leave. I wish to see my child. Unlike her earlier weakness, Madame Sue's words are now resolute, commanding the nurse's full attention. The nurse instinctively glances at Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, understanding, positions himself between the nurse and Madame Sue. As Sue Lee finally manages to breathe, she gasps for air, fearing that Dr. Lin might utter something detrimental to her survival, unleashing a powerful wail. Am I weak, whose newborn cries are as resounding as mine? Madame Sue gazes at the child in her arms with trepidation, tears welling in her eyes, and glares at Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, we shall see each other in court. With that, she clutches Sue Lee and, leaning against the wall, strides towards the exit, whose newborn almost had their marrow extracted by their own father. Woe is me. Her life is indeed more bitter than the most bitter herb. A failed tribulation is one thing, but her precious second chance at life almost slipped away before it even began. What a thrilling and perilous experience. As Sue Lee survives this ordeal, Madame Sue also contemplates the child's words. To have one's marrow donated to their father's first love. Madame Sue gazes down at her daughter, who is no larger than a kitten, her eyelashes fluttering. Regardless of whether it was Yun Ting's doing, the fact that Dr. Lin dared to act against her child indicates he is backing. She must not remain here any longer. She must leave quickly. Having just given birth, her body is weak, yet as Dr. Lin and the others pursue her, a mother's instinct to protect her child ignites an unprecedented strength within Madame Sue. Like a lioness defending her cub, she swiftly carries Sue Lee into the elevator, shutting the door just before Dr. Lin can catch up. As the elevator numbers light up, Madame Sue leans against the wall, tears streaming down her face in relief. Had it not been for this little one possessing such supernatural abilities, she would have been forever separated from her daughter. Ding, the elevator doors open, and Madame Sue carefully maneuvers out with Sue Lee in her arms. As she steps out of the elevator, a deep, displeased male voice resonates. Qing, where do you intend to take the child? Chapter 2. A tiger does not eat its young dressed in a long black coat. A tall and handsome man stands directly in front of you, Qing, his expression dark and evidently irritated by her disobedience. The male protagonist has made his entrance, and Sue Lee curiously opens her eyes. It must be said that as the male protagonist, Su Yunting possesses quite commendable attributes. However, as a practitioner of Buddhism, Su Li is capable of perceiving a different reality. For instance, she observes that Su Yunting's soul is shrouded in gray, indicating that he is not a virtuous individual and his essence is tainted. Reflecting on his past actions, they are indeed quite reprehensible. In that fleeting moment of encountering Su Yunting, Yu Qing'er's previously guarded demeanor relaxed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yunting, I am so sorry. Despite hearing the inner criticisms from Su Li regarding Su Yunting, Yu Qing'er, who has been married to him for 5 years, still harbored substantial trust in him. As she watched Su Yunting stride toward her with purposeful steps, accompanied by his assistant holding a document, Su Li couldn't help but click her tongue. He has arrived, he approaches with the donation agreement. Yu Qing'er hesitated mid-step, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Su Yunting's assistant. To her astonishment, the assistant indeed held a document in hand. With her eyes downcast, Yu Qing'er instinctively tightened her grip around Su Li, her inner doubts bubbling to the surface. The recent events in the delivery room flooded her thoughts, prompting her to take a deep breath. Raising her gaze once more, She clutched Su Li tightly and staggered forward, tears streaming down her face as she called out, "Yunting!" Caught unprepared, Su Yunting halted his stride as Yu Qing collided into him. The assistant, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, bumped into Su Yunting's back, causing the document to slip from his grasp and scatter across the floor. As Yu Qing wept and glanced down, she caught sight of the disarray of documents strewn about. Although she could not discern all the titles, the two words donation stood out clearly. Yet, those two words were sufficient to shatter her expectations. She never anticipated that Su Yunting, who usually catered to her every whim, would be capable of actions that could harm their daughter. She could not help but recall that Yunting was entirely oblivious to the fact that she was giving birth today. Their daughter was a preterm infant, born before the 8th month of gestation. Even if he intended to harm, he could not have calculated it so precisely. Oh, poor mother, you remain unaware that your daughter's premature birth is the work of your partner, right? Not only does he jeopardize you, but he also endangers your entire family and several sons. Just think, those 3 little brothers, not yet 6, were sent off to Africa. It's utterly tragic. Su Li mused, feeling that this narrative was excessively melodramatic. How could such a sordid man be the hero of the story? Just as she attempted to persuade herself otherwise, Yu Qing's sobs faltered, and a wave of horror surged within her. She had never contemplated this possibility. Could it be that her belief in his love was merely an illusion? Had he never truly forgotten that other woman? Anger surged through her, causing her breath to quiver as she dared not imagine the implications if those suspicions were true. Some matters must be clarified. Su Yunting gazed at Su Li in Yu Qing's arms, instinctively wishing to refuse. After Yu Qing, lost in despair, walked away with the child, a thunderous expression darkened Su Yunting's face. The child had been taken from him. What would become of Inger? Ensure that everyone aware of today's events is sent abroad. Despite his tumultuous feelings, Su Yunting remained resolute in tidying up loose ends. Since the illegitimate child had survived, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon plans for a bone marrow donation. Understood, President Su. While the nanny prepared milk for Su Li, Yu Qing retrieved her computer to contact her brother. The video call connected swiftly. Upon seeing her brother's handsome visage on the screen, she felt a lump in her throat. Second brother. Upon noticing his sister's tears, her brother immediately set aside his work, concernedly inquiring if she had been wronged. With a trembling voice, Yu Qing recounted the day's events to her brother. How dare he? Her brother slammed the table in anger, wishing he could confront Su Yunting in person. Once Yu Qing regained her composure, she asked, "Second brother, could you do me a favor? Please investigate Lin Inger's whereabouts over the past 2 years, and also about my premature birth." The latter request was particularly difficult for her to articulate, as she truly did not want to doubt her partner. Her brother's expression hardened, but he refrained from pressing further, simply nodding. "Leave it to me. I will have news for you by tomorrow evening at the latest." Is this the affordable second uncle? He is quite handsome. It would be such a pity if he were to suffer a terrible fate. Su Li, feeling hungry, stared curiously at Yu Qing's laptop screen. The man on the screen paused, his gaze hesitantly falling upon the infant resembling a small kitten. Is this the child my little sister gave birth to today? Or could it possibly be one born yesterday? Su Li silently scoffed. Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the innocent remark. Yes, that I have already informed elder brother. Ensure you rest well tonight, as your second sister will bring people to you tomorrow morning. Okay. Hearing the nanny approach, Yu Qing quickly bid her brother good night and ended the call. She did not wish for the Su family to discover what she had discussed with her family. Content, after finishing her milk, Su Li let out a satisfied burp and drifted off to sleep. The sight of her daughter, sleeping with her lips pursed, softened Yu Qing's heart. She leaned down and gently kissed Su Li's small face, whispering, "Mother will not allow you to suffer any harm again." She could endure Su Yunting's betrayal of her feelings and his disloyalty to their marriage, but she could not tolerate him harming her family and child. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. How much hatred must Su Yunting harbor to treat their child in such a manner? The Yu family was swift in their response, even securing a flight from Hu City to Jing City that very night. When Su Yunting learned of the Yu family's arrival, he was at the hospital. "Why didn't you inform me that your family was coming?" His tone was harsh, and his expression was stormy, as if Yu Qing'er had committed an unforgivable offense. Yunting, you never showed any concern for me after I gave birth. Chapter 3. A skillful hand. So, you went to complain to Yu family? Taking a deep breath, Su Yunting gently spoke to Yu Qing'er. I have indeed been preoccupied these past few days and have neglected you. It is my fault. The Yu family still holds value. He cannot allow Yu Qing'er, this foolish girl, to ruin his plans. But think about it. Who am I so busy for? Su Yunting's words caused a frown to appear on Su Li's brow. What money have you spent on her? With such a lack of intelligence, she is only skilled at causing trouble. Originally shaken by Su Yunting's words, Yu Qing'er was suddenly awakened by Su Li's remarks. Indeed, over the years, she had never asked him for a single penny. It was my oversight. Deep down, Yu Qing'er still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that after all these years of affection, he would not drive her and their daughter to despair. She lowered her gaze and shifted the topic. Yunting, we have yet to name our daughter. Upon mentioning their daughter, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Yunting's eyes as malice filled his heart. Let us name her Su Li, he said, the character for separation in the wordly. Once the project in the northern part of the city is secured, this woman, Yu Qing'er, would no longer be of use. Once the contract is signed, it will be time for their divorce. Li? Yu Qing'er did not miss the malevolence that flashed across Su Yunting's face and understood that he meant separation. She forced a smile and softly replied, it has a pure and beautiful connotation. I like it. She altered Li to Li, the character for pair. Su Yunting wanted to clarify that was not his intention, but could not allow his animosity towards their daughter to be so evident. So he merely nodded. His cold demeanor elicited a wave of disdain from Su Li. Am I so desperate as to have you name me? Do you think I would accept a name from someone who wishes for my demise? Su Li held a profound aversion towards Su Yunting. If she were able to speak, she would have suggested a separation. After all, the Yu family was her maternal family, and when she could live well, she had no desire to endure hardship. Yu Qing'er curved her lips into a smile and tapped Su Li's nose. Little sister, I have come to see you, a robust female voice called out. And before Yu Qing'er could rise, the speaker forcefully pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the visitor, Su Yunting's expression immediately soured. The Yu family truly had no sense of propriety. Knowing full well that he was at odds with Yu Laosi, they still sent her to trouble him. Oh, my elusive brother-in-law has actually shown up today? Upon entering, Yu Wanner began to sarcastically address Su Yunting. Su Li opened her inquisitive eyes. Listening to Yu Wanner taunt Su Yunting. With a scowling face, Su Yunting muttered, I have other matters to attend to, and exited Yu Qing'er's bedroom. Once he left, Yu Wanner's expression also fell. I have told you repeatedly to bring 2 bodyguards, but you refused. While she complained to her sister, there was an underlying concern for her. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Su Li. Wow, is this my beautiful aunt, the head of a security company? She is truly stunning. What a pity. Yu Wanner was momentarily stunned, glancing around. Had she just imagined it? There were no other children in her sister's room. Could it be? Her little niece is the protagonist in a novel who can read minds and avert her family's tragic fate? With this thought, Yu Wanner's gaze towards Su Li grew increasingly fervent. If Yu Wanner were not Yu Qing'er's biological sister, Yu Qing'er would suspect her second sister was planning to abduct her daughter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, my beautiful second aunt, what a tragedy. Clearly a decisive and resolute boss of a security company, yet she was lured by a handsome man, deceived to northern Myanmar, and subjected to unspeakable horrors. Not to mention the loss of various organs. What a dreadful fate. Yu Wanner exclaimed. How cruel to use beauty as a lure. Yu Qing'er, with a pensive gaze, wondered if her second sister had recently found a new handsome companion. Although her second sister was admirable in many ways, she was overly obsessed with looks. This was not even the beginning, and her little niece had already deflated her. From today onward, she would lock her heart and not be deceived by men. The key is that the man who seduced her aunt had a vendetta against her, using love to ensnare her second aunt. How tragic. Yu Wanner retorted. I could endure being seduced, but I cannot tolerate being treated as a backup. The 2 sisters fell into a peculiar silence, exchanging glances for a long while, until Yu Wanner finally relented and changed the subject. Second brother asked me to bring you a message. When the discussion turned serious, Yu Wanner's expression grew solemn as she pulled out a new phone from her pocket and handed it to Yu Qing'er. Keep this phone confidential. It contains our company's top-tier tracking system to ensure your safety. Yu Qing'er was both amused and exasperated. Was it really that serious? The phone screen displayed data collected by Yu family's second brother, detailing Lin Inger's activities over the past 2 years and her overlap with Su Yunting's schedule. Yu Qing'er gripped the phone tightly, taking a deep breath as she continued to read. Su Yunting had handled her premature delivery quite discreetly. While it would take some time to investigate, there were traces to follow. There are indeed traces, dear sister. What do you think I am after? Before marrying him, I was a celebrated young lady in the Hu circle with a bright future ahead. Why did I choose him? You vennen cost you, Kina's hint, offering his tingles. It is not too late. In truth, even since yesterday, she had gradually accepted that Su Yunting was using her and the Yu family's connections. Therefore, when she saw the news Yu Wanner brought, she surprisingly felt a sense of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Suli thought, oh, is she finally going to stand up for herself? Go for it, Lady Niu Hu Lu Qing. I am so anxious. How should I tell my beautiful mommy about this? With no communication channels, Suli could only seek her half-brother's location based on their blood relation and then channel the surrounding energy to create a protective barrier around him. This protective aura, which shielded against ordinary attacks, consumed all of Su Li's spiritual energy. Exhausted, she lay in her swaddling clothes, listening to the conversation between the Yu sisters as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. What remnants of feudalism are we dealing with? Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Yu Qing'er's expression grew grave. She embraced Su Li tightly and said to Yu Wanner, "Sister, please help me pick up Su Shi." Everything her daughter had expressed had come to pass. She could not gamble with her child's future. Moreover, as Su Li had suddenly gone quiet, Yu Qing'er felt a surge of worry. She needed to take Su Li to the hospital. All right. Without missing a beat, Yu Wanner agreed, leaving 2 of her companions with Yu Qing'er. I will go fetch him while I leave Amo with you. The sisters parted ways. Yu Wanner hurriedly went to pick up her nephew, while Yu Qing'er had Amo drive her to the hospital. After the examination, Su Li was found to be perfectly fine, merely indulging in slumber. Upon learning that her daughter was safe, Yu Qing'er finally exhaled in relief. This time, she prepared to use the black card Su Yunting had given her. At the mall, Yu Qing'er dressed appropriately, cradling Su Li as she exited the car. Before she could push the door open, she spotted a familiar figure entwined with a delicate silhouette. Their intimate actions made Yu Qing'er's hand tighten around the door handle. This mall was sullied. Indeed, Mississippi Yu Qing'er had held onto a sliver of hope before encountering Su Yunting entangled with his white moonlight. Now, confronted with the reality, she felt genuine pain. It was the heartache of 10 years of misplaced affection. As for Su Yunting, she no longer harbored any expectations for his love. That night, she likely spent over 8 million. In comparison to Su Yunting's assets, it was not much, but for someone accustomed to being stingy with a predetermined partner, spending even a single dollar felt excessive. What did you buy last night that cost over 8 million? Do you even realize how exhausting it is for me to socialize every day and how hard it is to earn money? Su Yuntian's tone was quite harsh, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing in his words. Yintian, I have some connections with the wife of the chairman of Zhongyu Group and wish to facilitate your collaboration. I thought it would be nice to spend some money to beautify my daughter's room and invite Mrs. Chen over. I apologize for taking the initiative without consulting you. As she spoke, she reached for her phone, intending to inform Mrs. Chen to cancel the invitation. It was all this foolish woman's fault for not giving him a heads up before making decisions, almost ruining everything. He did not suspect Yu Qing'er of harboring ulterior motives. After all, over the years, she had been trained to view him as her sole focus, akin to a parasitic flower. Yu Qing'er did not miss the way he distanced her phone from himself, nor the disdain reflected in his eyes. She lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of hatred that threatened to surface. The thought of her children's fate filled her with an overwhelming animosity that had nowhere to go. It's my fault. I shouldn't have unilaterally spent your money without discussing it with you. I will return everything. Yu Qing'er opted for retreat as a strategy. Given Su Yuntian's prideful nature, he would not allow her to return anything. We are one as husband and wife. What is mine is yours. Our dear baby is so considerate. What should I do? Su Yuntian did not think too much of it. 800,000 would not cause him any real harm. Yet he was displeased that Yu Qing'er had spent his money. In his view, she was unworthy of using his finances, with mutual interests at stake. And having spent the past few days at the hospital accompanying Lin Inger, he had not shown Yu Qing'er any outward care and assumed she was simply sulking. An air of satisfaction crept into him. Even if Yu Qing'er was pouting, it was still centered around his affairs. Oh, how eloquent you are, speaking more beautifully than singing. As husband and wife, the big bad wolf speaks without restraint. Only I, with my infatuated mind, would believe your nonsense. When Su Li awoke, she heard Su Yuntian shamelessly uttering foolish words. Yu Qing'er nearly laughed at her daughter's candid thoughts and quickly lowered her head, feigning tears to mask her amusement. Her daughter was right. She was indeed love-struck. Had it not been for the divine intervention of her little cotton-padded jacket, the fates of her and her family would be unthinkable. Perhaps it was heaven's way of sending her a savior amidst their misfortunes. Reflecting on how her little angel nearly faced demise on the day of her birth, Yu Qing'er felt a pang of heartache. It's my fault. I promise, husband. I will never be harsh with you again, all right? Su Yuntian feigned a desire to embrace Yu Qing'er. Witnessing this, she suppressed her disdain and unease, nervously retreating. I have just given birth, and my body is unclean. Please do not come near, or you'll get dirty. She pretended to be considerate of Su Yuntian. Su Yuntian did not think much of it. He had no desire to touch Yu Qing'er anyway, and thus played along, feigning regret. You are the benefactor of our family. How could I ever disdain you? It's not you who looks down on my beautiful mother, but my beautiful mother who looks down on you. Scoundrel. Perhaps it was the intensity of Su Li's gaze that made Su Yuntian feel something amiss, as he glanced over to see the tiny infant struggling in her swaddling, her dark eyes regarding him with apparent disdain. Just as he looked, the baby seemed to close her eyes in disapproval, as if his presence was offensive. Su Yuntian froneth. Was he mistaken? How could such a young child display such a range of expressions and intellect, especially considering that she was born of Yu Qing, who was not particularly bright? Only the child born of Ing'er could be the one he cherished and anticipated, the most intelligent of them all. Unbeknownst to Su Li of his inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort with a sharp remark about his self-importance. Zhongyu Group was a pivotal node in this round of financing. Crucial for his entry into the southwestern market, he must secure their partnership. Allericht, Yu Qing'er softly nodded. Su Yuntian remained unaware that Yu Qing'er was teasing him. She genuinely had a good rapport with Mrs. Chun. Had it been in the past, she would not have minded taking the lead for him. But now Chapter 5, the power of little Su Li, he should give up on that notion. Her social circle was for nurturing dogs, not for feeding Su Yuntian. I wonder how my elder brother is doing? Such a genius in venture capital. He will help me earn so much in the future. Su Scoundrel is truly not a decent person. Awake, Su Li was preoccupied with her brother Su Shi's safety. Transported to another world, her powers diminished. She could only hope her Golden Bell's defense could protect him. Woo-woo, big brother, hungry money. Listening to her daughter's thoughts, Yu Qing'er felt quite helpless. What kind of infant, just a few days old, had such a poor impression of their biological father? All she heard were words of reproach. Yet, she thought it normal for her child to possess such abilities and a mature mindset. Speaking of which, Su Scoundrel's investment in the southwestern region was made under the name of the Yu family branch in Jing City. Through this, he not only sidelined the Yu branch, but also manipulated the finances to create false accounts, leading to a whistleblower's report. The Yu family suffered significant losses in this affair, with both stock prices and reputation plummeting. Although the Yu family was affluent in Hu's circle, this incident triggered a series of repercussions that threatened the very foundation of the Yu clan. The incident with her uncle was merely the beginning. The more she thought about it, the more Su Li yearned to deliver a series of blows to take down this scoundrel. Yu Qing'er took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure and reach out to her brother-in-law to inquire about the southwestern investment. Before she could dial, her sister Yuan'er's call came through. Concerned for Su Shi's safety, Yu Qing'er quickly answered, "Sister, how is she?" Seeing her eldest son's demeanor was normal and his ears intact, Yu Qing'er finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her calm expression caused Yuan'er to frown. However, she was not overly worried. She understood her younger sister's character. The calmer and more indifferent her sister appeared, the more rage she harbored within, signaling a brewing desire for revenge. Thinking of this, Yuan'er felt a sense of anticipation for how her darkening sister would retaliate against Su Yuntian, the scoundrel. Due to the situation with Su Shi, Yu Qing'er had no time to contact her brother-in-law. She merely sent him a text informing him of the issues with the southwestern investment, advising him to wait until she recovered from her confinement before making further plans. Investments required thorough evaluations. Rushing the process would necessitate at least a month of investigation. Thus, Yu Qing'er was not in a hurry. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Yu Qing'er turned her gaze to hear the nanny's voice at the entrance. Madam, the old lady requests your presence at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to accompany the young miss for her wedding dress fitting. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er's expression darkened, though her voice remained soft. I understand. She did not believe the Su family old residence was unaware that she had just given birth. It was not that they were ignorant. Rather, her past gentle and virtuous demeanor had made her an easy target for them, a signal that they could manipulate her at will. They did not care about her well-being. Curving her lips into a mocking smile, she thought, just wait for me. Upon hearing the door open, she vaguely caught the nanny refusing to let Sushi enter. The nanny's words ignited a fire within Yu Qing'er. Did she truly have no status in the Su family, such that even a nanny dared to stand over her, preventing her son from entering? Furious, Yu Qing'er stormed out of the bedroom. Zhang Sao. She stood at the top of the staircase, looking down at the nanny below. Is this your house to command? The usually gentle Yu Qing'er suddenly exuded an air of authority, leaving the servants present stunned, instinctively holding their breath. The person addressed, Zhang Sao, who had blocked Su Shi's entry, was momentarily taken aback before frowning. Young madam, you should understand that the eldest young master is to inherit the family business. Being raised in the old residence is essential for his exposure to Su family affairs. As she spoke, her tone was laced with disregard for Yu Qing'er's feelings. She believed Yu Qing'er relied on Su Yuntian for support and thus had no right to object. Yu Wan'er, protective as ever, was about to speak. Her younger sister, Yu Qing'er, had a gentle disposition and would likely not contest the nanny's words. When had the Su family come to regard a nanny's opinion as authoritative? With a cold gaze, Yu Qing'er turned towards the butler, Lin, and instructed, settle Zhang's wages. She has been dismissed. Lin instinctively glanced at Zhang, wanting to intercede on her behalf, but the fierce expression on Yu Qing'er's face silenced him. What, is my title as young mistress not effective? You see, young mistress. Zhang has been with the old residence. Her labor contract is there. Your dismissal holds no weight. Yu Qing'er was infuriated to the point of laughter. It dawned on her that no one in the Su family seemed to regard her with any respect. Cradled in Yu Qing'er's arms, Su Li sensed her beautiful mother being wronged and felt an immediate surge of displeasure. She twirled her soft little fingers and began to chant in an incomprehensible Sanskrit. Dare to bully my beautiful mommy. Great compassion mantra, drawing circles to bless you. All your misdeeds will be uncovered. Oomph. Her childish voice was filled with a fierce protectiveness that warmed Yu Qing'er's heart. It was all right. She still had her son and daughter. As long as they were behind her, that was enough. Exhaling slowly, Yu Qing'er was about to take action when the sound of police sirens pierced the air, followed by the doorman ushering in officers. Hello, officers. Upon entering, the police presented their badges with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to such situations. In her mother's embrace, Su Li reveled in the unfolding drama. Oh dear, the old lady's misdeeds are about to be revealed. At that moment, Yu Qing'er remained unaware of the misdeeds Su Li referred to. The police spoke, revealing that they had recently uncovered a major luxury goods trafficking case, with several items traced back to this location. Who is in charge here? A peculiar silence enveloped the room. I am, Yu Qing'er declared as she descended the stairs holding Su Li. What is it you wish to discuss? The officer nodded and produced a transparent evidence bag, revealing its contents. Upon seeing the items, Yu Qing'er's pupils dilated. These were her dowry brought from the Yu family. These items belong to me. Before the officer could inquire further, Yu Qing'er explained, each piece is part of my dowry from my family. You must understand that luxury items are numbered, especially unique pieces. The officer nodded but added, however, some of the item numbers have been tampered with. It is evident that someone, well aware of the value of these luxury goods, deliberately destroyed the identifiers to sell them at a lower price, thereby profiting significantly. After all, these items came at no cost. I have purchase receipts, and the designer of these unique pieces can attest to my ownership. The Su family is not a modest household. The items here are valued in the 5 to 6-figure range. How could there be no surveillance? If someone intended to steal, one individual alone could not manage it. They must have had assistance. As a longtime servant of the Su family, Zhang undoubtedly knew about the luxury item numbers. Yet, She had not anticipated that the items she took were unique pieces. Su Li pouted, indignant that anyone would dare to take advantage of her beautiful mother. If only third brother were here, he would have fixed the surveillance. Though usually foolish, her third brother was indeed a genuine computer genius. Just then, Su Shi, lost in thought, suddenly raised his eyes. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, his voice was childlike, and it was evident he was not a big child. However, apart from him, only his sister was present. There were no other children. Was he imagining things? Su's son, known for his volatile temperament and frequent brawls, had been sent away to a boarding school for troubled students by Su Yunting. Yet, Su Li was impatient to confront the situation and once again invoked her magical words. Those with guilty hearts will face divine retribution. Mommy, sooth. Her innocent voice caused Yu Qing'er to smile. How could her daughter be so adorable? At that moment, she did not grasp the significance of Su Li's actions, merely assuming the little girl was muttering and drawing circles in jest. Coincidentally, Butler Lin stepped forward, suggesting, "If Zhang and I have done anything wrong, the surveillance will reveal the truth." What a bunch of fools. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Good brother, how is that any different from self-exposure? Who accused you and Zhang of wrongdoing? Shock was evident in their expressions. Who would have imagined the usually jovial Lin Butler to be such a person in private? Realizing his blunder, Lin sought to amend his statement. Even if you check, you won't find any evidence because, enough. Zhang's sharp voice interrupted him. You deleted the surveillance. What else do you wish to say? The officer, bemused, remarked, I haven't even asked anything, and you are confessing. Not a confession, but rather self-exposure, Lin retorted. I need to check the surveillance. Where's the monitoring room? The officer remained composed, acknowledging that even with the self-exposure, he needed to review the footage for evidence. As the officer proceeded to examine the surveillance, Zhang and Lin exchanged uncertain glances. What just transpired? They were acutely aware of their own actions and confidently anticipated that the police would find no proof. Resolutely standing their ground and prepared to deny everything. As long as the police lacked evidence, they could refute any claims made against them. However, when the officer returned, he produced 2 silver bracelets from his waist. Come with me. I am guilty. What now? Zhang shrieked. Yu Qing'er, reflecting on her daughter's earlier words, increasingly believed her suspicions were valid. Her daughter truly possessed supernatural abilities, not merely the capacity to hear thoughts. Equally astonished were Yu Wan'er and Su Shi. The latter, being young, could not fathom the implications, but Yu Wan'er, well-read and familiar with contemporary mind-reading novels, recognized that her little niece was indeed the chosen one. The Yu family was destined for stability. Unbeknownst to Su Li, her earlier actions had successfully captured her second aunt's heart, turning her into an ardent admirer. Had it not been for the presence of outsiders, Yu Wan'er would have rushed over to shower Su Li with kisses. All right, everyone disperse, Qing aside, overwhelmed by the commotion caused by Zhang and Lin. Sister, I'll need your help with the recent matters at home. Yu Wan'er did not hesitate. Where is the maternity nurse? Hurry and assist the third miss with the children. In light of the precedents set by Zhang and Lin, the remaining nannies and servants in the villa became markedly compliant. Lacking the connections that Zhang and Lin enjoyed, their contracts were in the hands of the young mistress. They had no desire to lose their jobs, and thus adhered to her directives. Once the servants had exited, Yu Wan'er led Su Shi upstairs. Little Shi, would you like to live here with your mother? Since turning 2, he had been taken to the old residence and had not been close to Yu Qing'er. Hence, as she posed the question, uncertainty loomed in her heart. Standing beside Yu Wan'er, Su gazed intently at Yu Qing'er, recalling, aren't you the one who wanted to send me away? At 5 years old, even the most intelligent child longed for their mother's companionship and their father's affection. It is my fault for placing you in such a precarious situation, Yu Qing'er admitted, unable to deny her past decisions. She had been completely focused on Su Yunting's wishes, agreeing to everything he proposed, and now, reflecting on her actions, she felt truly remorseful. I forgive you, Su Shi replied, a smile spreading across his scarred face. Yu Qing'er felt a wave of emotion, unable to restrain herself as she embraced him. Though she recognized her shortcomings as a mother, her children were her angels. At your age, still crying, Yu Wan'er teased. But her eyes betrayed a deep empathy for her sister. Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is to correct them in a timely manner. The bond between mother and child is indeed profound. When Yu Qing'er wept, Sushi could not contain his emotions either and began to cry as well. Despite not shedding tears during the kidnapping or while receiving treatment at the hospital, he broke down at the sound of his mother's sobs. "Rest assured, my dear, you shall not be sent away again." After a moment of shared tears, Yu Wan'er addressed Yu Qing. "My brother-in-law mentioned there are issues with the investment project in the southwest. This project had been secretly initiated by Su Yunting and the Yu family. Out of consideration for Yu Qing'er, reluctantly agreed to it. In Chapter 7, I Won't Let You Die, Yu Qing'er stepping forward to have her brother-in-law refuse the project indicated its inherent problems. I wish to divorce, she confessed to her sister, revealing her thoughts. However, she preferred to wait until the collaboration between the Yu and Su families had sufficiently unraveled before proceeding with the divorce. The Yu family had become too entwined with the Su family because of her, which had concealed many dangers that could erupt simultaneously. Have you made up your mind? Yu Wan'er refrained from inquiring about the reasons, for she had already gleaned her sister's sentiments from Xiao Su Li's heart. Such calamity must not be allowed to linger. Why wait for the new year? Upon hearing of the impending divorce, Sushi instinctively clutched Yu Qing'er's sleeve. "Mom, do not worry. You will not abandon either of us." Yu Qing'er comforted Su Shi, asserting that while the Su family might be the wealthiest in the capital, the Yu family wielded greater influence in the domestic business sphere. In a custody battle, the Yu family would not shy away from confronting the Su family. At that moment, Su Li, who had been sleeping, stirred and let out 2 small burps, dispelling the room's heavy atmosphere. Gazing at her daughter's frail and innocent face, Yu Qing'er remarked to Su Shi, "Your little sister is our family's fortune." Although Shi did not fully comprehend the reason behind her mother's statement. His affection for his sister led him to believe that her being considered a fortune must indeed be true. "Yes," he affirmed with a serious nod. "Is it truly as simple as a divorce?" Yu Wan'er, known for her impetuous nature, was ready to confront the family about dissolving the partnership. Yu Qing'er understood her sister's intentions, but felt that merely divorcing Su Yunting would be too lenient. "We need to secure the Southwest collaboration, but not with the Su family," Yu Qing'er stated coolly. "Furthermore, I must gather evidence to claim the majority of the assets post-divorce." The incident involving Lin Inger was now known throughout the Yu family, and Yu Wan'er grasped what Yu Qing'er meant. "Second sister supports you," she declared, attempting to punch her sister's shoulder, but abruptly halted, recalling that her sister was still in confinement. Su Shi, with an innocent expression, inquired, "Aunt, is it your unique way of celebrating?" Yu Wan'er felt misunderstood. Yu Qing'er could not suppress her laughter. "Why are you laughing? I did this for whom?" Yu Wan'er retorted through clenched teeth. After a night spent in the comforting company of family, Yu Qing'er enjoyed a deep slumber, only to be roused at 7 by the ringing of her sister-in-law and Su Yunting's phone calls. Disinterested in her sister-in-law, she selectively answered Su Yunting's call. "Yunting, what is it? Did not my sister ask you to accompany her to try on dress?" Upon answering, Su Yunting's accusatory tone came rushing at her, as if she had committed an unforgivable offense by not accompanying his sister. After a moment's silence, Yu Qing'er softly countered, "I am still in confinement. Do you not remember?" Without giving him a chance to respond, she continued, "Regardless of your belief, I am unaware of this matter, and I have an appointment with Mrs. Chen today." In a fit of childish defiance, she hung up, ignoring the subsequent calls from Su Yunting. Awakened, Yu Qing'er decided not to return to sleep. "Where's Mrs. Chen?" Su Yunting's primary concern upon entering was Mrs. Chen's whereabouts. "At the Chen residence," Yu Qing'er replied, flipping through her book. Suppressing his irritation, Su Yunting softened his tone. "Darling, did you not invite Mrs. Chen over? Is she not here because you were out with your sister?" Yu Qing'er raised her eyes to meet his gaze, waiting for his reaction. Enraged, Su Yunting lamented, "I am trying to appease the chairman of Zhongyu Group, and you are hindering me. Did you not ask me to accompany my sister?" Yu Qing'er replied innocently, adding by the time I arrived, she had already left. She expressed her regret. Su Yunting was nearly choked by his frustration. Who could have anticipated her scheduling so early? "By the way, I think I saw Miss Lin today, accompanied by a gentleman," Yu Qing'er said, her gaze fixed on Su Yunting as if scrutinizing him. At that moment, Su Yunting, forgetting about Mrs. Chen and his sister, tried to probe softly. "Where did you see her? Are you so concerned about your first love?" Yu Qing'er shot back. After that, she ceased speaking to Su Yunting, offering no reaction despite his attempts to coax her. Even when he reached for her hand, she deftly evaded him. Fuming, Su Yunting exclaimed, "Yu Qing'er, what are you making a fuss about? His voice resonated throughout the guest room, awakening both Su Shi and Yuaner. Even Su Li, who had been asleep, was disturbed. Stop the noise. You're just loud. Aside from my beautiful mommy. What else can you do? All you do is shout. Su Li, roused from her slumber, was furious. Her angry, childish voice made Su Yunting's throat itch, leading him to cough incessantly until he could no longer speak. He attempted to vocalize, Yu Qing'er, suppressing her laughter, thought, how could she endure the urge to laugh? Had she not quickly pinched her thigh, she would have revealed her amusement. Turning away, she presented her back to Su Yunting, her shoulders shaking. From his vantage point, it appeared as if she were crying. Do not cry. Su Yunting shouted, I was wrong, is that not enough? Oh, you were wrong, and that is not enough? Should you not kneel and apologize? Su Li quipped, her childlike voice dripping with sarcasm, which softened Yu Qing'er's heart. Awakened by the commotion, Yuaner forcefully pushed open the door, her expression dark as she confronted Su Yunting, seizing his collar. What are you shouting about? Do you wish to harm my sister? Do you believe I would not take you down? Who shouted? Su Yunting retorted loudly. Had Yuaner not dodged swiftly, she would have been met with a face full of saliva. In Chapter 8, The Leaky Cotton Pants of Su Jia, thanks to Su Li's foresight, Yu Qing'er's anger was significantly quelled. She found herself curious whether Su Yunting would truly suffer social demise at his company. Yuaner shared this curiosity, nearly losing her composure while avoiding Su Yunting's spittle. During my sister's postpartum days, were you ever home? Yuaner pondered the negative circumstances of her life and contemplated the predictions made by Su Li, nearly stifling a laugh. She was determined to have her informant capture footage of Su Yunting's social downfall and share it online. After all, shared joy is greater than solitary pleasure. Su Yunting regarded Yuaner with trepidation, casting a wary glance at her before turning to Yu Qing'er, striving to restrain his emotions. Qing'er, in the future. Yu Qing'er, uninterested in his lecture, interrupted, inquiring about the venue for Su Li's full-month celebration. Where shall we hold the celebration for my daughter? The mention of Su Li's full-month celebration caused Su Yunting's expression to contort momentarily. Inger endured immense suffering in the hospital, all due to the misdeeds of that wretched creature. Yu Qing'er still harbored the intention of hosting a full-month celebration for her. Recently, Mother S' health has been poor, making it unwise for her to exert herself. You have just given birth, and I do not wish for you to be overly fatigued. Perhaps it would be best to forego the celebration, to spare Inger the heartache of hearing about the festivities for that little illegitimate child. Contemplating Lin Inger's current plight, Suentinge siniste gauze thela apal Suli. This despicable creature will eventually extract your very marrow. Su Li was acutely aware of the malicious intent behind his gaze, particularly that of Su Yunting. They had previously been adversaries, and now, with his nefarious intentions directed toward her, she felt no obligation to be courteous. What do you want from your aunt? Do you expect her to donate marrow to your unwell, pretentious little lover? Dream on. Su Li's curse rendered Yu Qing'er and Yuaner momentarily serious. Yu Qing'er, possessing a gentle disposition, struggled with insults, while Yuaner, with a temperament starkly opposite to her name, glared furiously at Su Yunting. What kind of look is that? Little Su Li is not your daughter. She is your enemy. She had heard from her second brother that this vile creature had schemed to eliminate little Su Li on the very day of her birth. Heartless and ungrateful. The more Yuaner pondered, the angrier she became, casting a look at Yu Qing'er filled with frustration at her sister's restraint. Why not give him a kick? Yu Qing'er raised her gaze to the menacing Su Yunting and quietly inquired, I have heard that Miss Lin's health has been poor, and she has been residing in the same hospital since the birth of her daughter? Su Yunting's fierce expression faltered. He was uncertain of Yu Qing'er's intentions. With a gentle smile and a clear gaze, she seemed to know everything. Under Su Yunting's anxious scrutiny, she pressed on, so, you did not go to see me that day, but rather to visit her, did you? In a panic, Su Yunting raised his voice. If I were fond of her, would you still occupy the position of Mrs. Su? He then uttered something incomprehensible and stormed out. As Su Yunting departed, Yuaner sent a message to her informants, instructing them to keep a close watch on his movements. You are alarming the snake in the grass, Yuaner cautioned Yu Qing'er. If it were me, I would confront him directly, but I understand my sister's nature. I know, but I can no longer endure it. I'm tired of pretending to be affectionate with Su Yunting. How could he manage to raise Lin Inger outside, while still showering me with sweet words? During their years together, when he sought the rights of inheritance, she supported him, marrying him as the eldest daughter of the Yu family to eliminate his illegitimate child. When he aimed to expand into the Shanghai market, she facilitated collaboration between her family and the Su family. It can be said that she would not even pluck the moon for him if he desired the stars. Yet in the end, despite doing everything, she was left with nothing, as the unattainable turned out to be the best. Yu Qing'er found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Did it hurt? Yes, it did. Yet it pained her even more to see herself striving for happiness. Did she harbor resentment? Yes, she resented his heartlessness, which harmed their 4 children. Yet she did not resent him for causing her pain. Yu Qing'er gazed down at her daughter. Reflecting on the gratitude she felt for the 4 lovely children he had brought into her life. After the full-month celebration, she would attend all shareholder meetings of the Su family as a stakeholder. The Su group would henceforth belong solely to her daughter. She would not allow anyone to encroach upon it. As an elder sister, Yuaner was delighted to witness Yu Qing'er grow. Yet she also wished for her to remain sheltered. The girl, living in an ivory tower, had finally been harmed by the young man who had thrown stones to lure her out. Is the beautiful mother ready to seize the lead role and wreak havoc? As the little cotton-padded jacket of the mother, how could Su Zatsa not assist her beautiful mother properly? Yu Qing'er's gaze fell upon her second sister, causing Yuaner to feel a chill run down her spine. She instinctively stepped back, increasing the distance between herself and Yu Qing'er. Why are you looking at me like that? Did you read novels to me while I was pregnant? Faced with Yu Qing'er's steadfast gaze, Yuaner began to doubt herself. Had she done so? No wonder her younger sister questioned her. The title chosen for her niece's book was precisely the kind of novel she often read. Yuaner was engulfed in self-doubt. It seemed she had led her little niece astray. Su Li was oblivious to the conversation between the sisters being about her. She was simply aware of her hunger and began to demand milk. Milk! Milk! I'm so hungry. The premature infant, merely days old, vocally protested her hunger. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qing'er hastily summoned the nurse to feed Su Li. After having her fill, Su Li could not help but exclaim, "Ah, the life of a human infant is truly blissful." However, she soon felt an uncomfortable sensation below. Su Li, this is utterly mortifying. After being well fed and changed, she drifted into slumber. Unlike Su Li, who had nothing to occupy her time, the Yu sisters were preoccupied with waiting for Su Yunting to embarrass himself until Yuaner received a video from her informant. In the video, Su Yunting, clad in a tailored suit, sat in a conference room, his expression stern as he listened to the employees' proposals and ideas. Suddenly, a loud fart erupted, shattering the chair he sat upon and revealing his gaudy green underwear. The employees were momentarily rendered speechless, frozen in place. Yuaner stifled a laugh. I almost burst out laughing. Family. In Chapter 9, she vowed to ensure that Su Yunting faced public humiliation on the spot. Were it not for the fear of waking Su Li, Yu Qing'er and Yuaner would have been slapping their thighs in amusement. Yu Qing'er trembled with laughter as she watched the video of Su Yunting, the filter of youth finally stripped away. The current Su Yunting bore no resemblance to the charming figure of his younger years. Instead, the ugliness she discovered after learning of his betrayal became glaringly evident. She was determined to ensure Su Yunting's public disgrace. In times past, Yu Qing'er would have intervened, advocating for leniency. A decade-long relationship had ultimately reached its conclusion in recent times. Sensing her sister's gaze upon her, Yu Qing'er smirked, thinking, "Do you believe I would stop you?" She was fully prepared to sever ties with Su Yunting. So how could she possibly concern herself with his affairs without the filter of naivete? Yu Qing'er found everything about Su Yunting displeasing. She eagerly awaited his downfall. However, on the eve of Su Li's full-month celebration, Su Yunting's mother, Madame Su, arrived at the villa where Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting resided. "Mother, what brings you here?" Yu Qing'er descended the stairs and greeted Madame Su as usual. Upon entering, Madame Su immediately adopted an accusatory tone. "Yunting told you not to hold a full-month celebration, did he not? You, as a sister-in-law, did not represent the Yu family at my daughter's engagement banquet, and now you dare to lavishly celebrate the full month of a premature child? Mother, it is not that I wish to offend you, but I have already displeased the chairman's wife of Zhongyu Group due to Lin's matter. I intended to mend relations through this celebration. If you deem the business in the southwest region unimportant, I can certainly forego it." As she spoke, Yu Qing'er deliberately arranged the invitation cards she had prepared, conveniently revealing the partner that Su Yunting wished to collaborate with. Of course, my son's career is important. It is worth noting that Su Yunting is not the only son of his father. Madame Su's expression twisted for a moment before she glared at her fiercely. Then why did you not entertain at Lin Lin's engagement banquet? I was in confinement. Innocently spoke, if I had intervened at that time. Wu and Ti, the S family, have been labeled as harsh towards their daughter-in-law, with an expression that suggested she was merely acting in the family's best interest. Left Synting's mother utterly speechless. How was she to counter such a statement? If a decision was to be made, let it be a simple one. Unable to match the current determination of Mrs. S gritted her teeth and yielded. Ultimately, the festivity of her daughter's engagement must not be overshadowed. With a slight lift of her chin, addressed Mrs. S, "Mother, our family is, after all, a respected household. Are we to host a full moon celebration for our granddaughter in such a petty manner?" "What do you mean? Are you implying that I am being petty?" As Synting entered, he witnessed his mother angrily pointing a finger at. The redness around S' eyes indicated she had recently been in tears. Upon hearing the exchange, Synting furrowed his brows and asked, "Mother, what has happened?" Mrs. S recounted the events, embellishing them further, and did not hesitate to criticize for her lack of consideration for the in-laws and her failure to uphold her sister-in-law's dignity. "We know that Eva. This is where you have erred. Lin has just had her engagement celebration. It is indeed inappropriate for us to proceed with another." Synting unconditionally stood behind his mother. Not inquiring about the reasons, he merely sought a conclusion. Was it inappropriate or merely undesirable? Standing her ground, S' voice turned frosty. "The invitations have already been sent. My intention was to facilitate cooperation in the Southwest region and to connect with the executives from the Northeast. It appears I have overstepped." With that, she took out her phone, preparing to call the wives of those individuals to clarify matters. "No." Synting intercepted her. Noticing her defiant expression, he was compelled to soothe her. He was acutely aware of what he desired. Lin Ying had many commendable qualities, yet her humble background could not contribute to his ambitions. Thus, until he firmly established his position, he would not allow it to depart. He aimed to extract every last drop of vitality from the family. Synting held a grudge against two brothers who had pressured him into this union. Synting. As Synting wavered, Mrs. S grew agitated. When the name SX was mentioned, S' expression momentarily froze as she turned to Mrs. S. Her cold gaze momentarily stilled Mrs. S. "Pray tell, what are you doing on the night SX went missing?" SX had been abducted for an entire day and night. Yet this grandmother had not made a single sound. What was her heart set upon? Synting understood that's bottom line revolved around the children, and he directed his piercing gaze towards his mother. However, he was confident that he would once again persuade to send SX away. Mrs. S, ever obedient to her son, upon seeing his glance, could only mutter a curse before turning to leave. "It was my mother who failed to care for the child. Do not take your anger out on her. You have only just given birth. This is not good for your health." Listened apathetically to his attempts at consolation. Observe how he, devoid of love, could feign such tender concern, ensnaring her in the web he had woven for her. Chapter 10. Who dares to touch him? "I demand the entire family to accompany my son in death." "As you wish." The three words that escaped Synting's lips were laced with barely restrained fury. Her casual remark caused his brow to instantly furrow. "Do not make unreasonable demands. I am busy with matters concerning the Southwest region and naturally have no time to accompany you." His words dripped with a tone of lecturing. Feeling unjustly accused, thought he spends every day with Lin Ying neglecting his responsibilities, yet he dares to chide me? Was her mere inquiry considered unreasonable? "Oh, are you worried that my full moon celebration might upset your little mistress? If you enjoy being a busybody, why not work as a waitress at a hot pot restaurant? With your looks, perhaps a wealthy lady might even give you a little extra tip." Her daughter's full moon celebration was also her own return to the public eye. If her daughter wished for her to take on the role of a leading lady in a grand narrative, then tomorrow would serve as the first shot of a resurgence. The S family did not pique her interest. She had her own ambitions. Synting sensed that something was amiss with, yet he could not articulate it. Contemplating the significance of the upcoming banquet, the words of refusal that lingered on his lips dissipated, and he merely advised to rest early before departing once more. No, he wasn't tea at the mistress's place. He received a call from the closed school regarding his third brother, stating that he was being unruly and that SHZH must personally supervise him. This time, the third brother suffered hearing loss, his sharp mind dulled, and an arm fracture occurred due to missing the optimal treatment window, leaving it crooked. This cannot be. I must think of a solution. Without a second thought, grabbed her coat, picked up her phone, and called him to drive her, holding SL as they headed to S&S school. Time was of the essence. Had no opportunity to contact anyone else. Beautiful mommy quickly call second aunt and have her bring the security guards to rescue him. Without the manpower, her third brother could not be brought out, even if he was injured. In a moment of clarity, she exclaimed, "Second sister, bring more people to S&S school and rescue him." WN are calmly reassured, methodically coordinating with her subordinates. Within 5 minutes, a fleet of 10 vehicles departed from the branch office. The distance from S residence to S&S school was 3 hours by car. Even with MS exceptional driving skills, they took nearly 2.5 hours to arrive at the primary school. Kadlin Ised, who looked up at the entrance adorned with gold lettering that read First Primary School of Special Management, Jing City. A question mark slowly emerged in her mind. This is Jing City. Author. It is unjust to ruin the city's reputation for the sake of cruelty. At the school gate stood 4 security personnel dressed in black uniforms and sunglasses. As they approached, they stepped forward to block her entry, demanding, "Who are you? Unauthorized visits are prohibited." The cold and arrogant rejection made SL's blood boil, her fair face reddening with anger. "If you do not let me in, you might as well demolish your gate." SL's indignant and soft voice made wary, and she instinctively pulled him back. Before he could comprehend the situation, a thunderous crash echoed. M quickly pulled away from the school entrance, and before he could move again, the military green gate of the school collapsed, narrowly missing the security guards who fled just in time. With a lingering sense of dread, M turned to, "Third miss, are you all right?" Was fanning away the flying dust. "I'm fine. Let us check if anyone was hurt." Her daughter's sharp tongue was formidable. Her thoughts often manifested into reality, which could be both a blessing and a concern. She feared that her daughter, at such a tender age, might become embroiled in matters that could harm others. Resolved to bear the brunt of any wrongdoing herself, she reflected on her indecisiveness, recognizing the need to avoid allowing her daughter to fight her battles. What awaits them is the enforcement of the law. They should be grateful that we live in a society governed by law. Otherwise, es utilis noted. Relieved that there were no casualties, calmly stated, "I am SYNTing's wife, and I must enter to supervise SSN's discipline. I would appreciate your assistance and register my entry." Spoke politely, with a remarkably beautiful visage and an endearing air of fragility. Her softening demeanor prompted the previously stern guards to lower their tone. Very well. Of course, their change in attitude was also due to her connection to the S family, whom they could not afford to offend. After registration, entered the campus. To her astonishment, behind the closed gates lay a scene of decay and neglect, rife with desolation. Even with prior mental preparation, she was still taken aback by the sight, quickening her pace toward the area where SN was being disciplined. Before pushing the door open, she overheard someone speaking to SYNTing in a sycophantic tone. "Suzong, Sensha used his right hand to strike someone. We must break Sensha's right hand and reattach it. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er felt a sudden catch in her breath. How could they discipline her son by breaking his hand? He is merely 5 years old. Why didn't he do it? Came Su-san's terrified voice, causing Yu Qing'er to feel darkness closing in around her. Just as she was about to speak, a furious roar erupted from the doorway. "I dare anyone to try." Immediately after, the tightly shut door was kicked open by Yuaner, accompanied by several burly men. As the door collapsed, Yu Qing'er beheld her 5-year-old son bound in chains like a prisoner, suspended in midair, flanked by 2 towering men wielding iron rods as thick as Yu Qing'er's arms. They awaited only Su Yunting's command for the iron rods to descend. Yu Qing'er's eyes reddened with fury as she rushed in front of Su Yunting and delivered a resounding slap. "Su Yunting, do you still consider yourself human? He is your son." She resembled a mother lion, fiercely protecting her child, trembling with rage, roaring, "Who dares to harm him? I will ensure your entire family pays for this." Chapter 11. I don't mind having the Yu family cause trouble for the Su family. His gaze turned sinister as he looked at Yu Qing'er, resembling a venomous snake eager to devour her. The two burly men standing beside Su-sun prepared to seize Yu Qing'er, but Yu Wan'er promptly restrained them. Even the school representative who had just spoken to Su Yunting. Yu Wan'er calmly addressed her companions. Is it all recorded? Yes, Yu Zong. It has been recorded. Upon hearing that the incident had been filmed, the school representative began to struggle frantically, shouting, "Let me go. You are trespassing on school grounds. Who do you think you are?" They could not allow the video to leak. Otherwise, the school would be ruined. Yu Wan'er responded with a sharp slap. Who do you think you are, to speak to me like that? Though her name seemed gentle and feminine, Yu Wan'er was a fierce boxer, and that slap knocked out two of the school representative's teeth. The pain caused the representative to wail, his speech becoming slurred. We will not let this go." Without clarification, his little lover would transition from feigning illness to genuine affliction. Among the Yu family, Su Yunting feared not the elder or younger Yu Shao, but rather the renowned Yu Wan'er, also known as Yu Ergo. Her moniker stemmed from a reputation as a rabid dog. Once she held a grudge, the target had no hope of escape unless she was appeased. However, despite his wariness, Su Yunting was not afraid of her. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "Why don't you ask your sister why she slapped me as soon as she entered? Do you not understand why I slapped you? You king e belot. What right do you have to chain my son? How dare anyone abuse her child? The one she carried for 10 months. Tears streamed down Yu Qing'er's face as she cradled Su Li in one arm and Su's son in the other, attempting to soothe her son's trembling fear. "Do not be afraid. Mama is here. No one will dare to hurt you again." Her tone held a lingering dread. Had it not been for her daughter's reminder, her son might have been beaten to death right there. It was merely a scare tactic. Surely they couldn't genuinely harm him. Su Yunting, confronted with her accusation, flickered his gaze, coldly retorting, "Have you even inquired about what he did at school?" Cradled in his mother's embrace, Su's son gazed up at her, bewildered. How long had it been since he had seen his mother? He had been so obedient, diligently completing his homework, just longing to escape this hell and see his mother and the soon-to-arrive sibling. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. Yet the teachers insisted he was at fault, threatening to break his hand and leg. The harsh expressions of the teachers made his body tremble involuntarily. "I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything." Su Sen's emotions began to unravel as he screamed desperately, his pained cries causing Su Li, still in her swaddling, to sniffle in sympathy. "Oh, my poor third brother, you have suffered immensely," Su Li whimpered, rubbing her tiny hands. A gentle golden light emanated from her fingertips, gradually enveloping the terrified Su Sr. As the light cocooned him tightly, Su's son finally found peace, slowly closing his eyes before drifting into slumber. Yu Wan'er directed her companions to release the chains. After uttering this command, Yu Qing'er did not cast another glance at Su Yunting. "Uns Yu Qing'er departed, Yu Wan'er lazily glanced at Su Yunting, crossing her arms as she walked away. That look filled Su Yunting with wariness. It was both a provocation and a spectacle. Before arriving, Yu Wan'er must have done something. Damn it! Who informed Yu Qing'er about the disciplinary action taken against Su's son today? A worthless person who relies on him for sustenance dared to threaten him. Fuming, Su Yunting pulled out his phone. "Find out. Who has Yu Qing'er met recently? Investigate." After speaking, in a fit of rage, Su Yunting hurled his phone against the wall. The loud shatter echoed as the broken screen sent a shard of glass slicing past his eye. Enraged, Su Yunting kicked the ground forcefully. Yu Qing'er and Yu Wan'er had taken away the individuals who intended to discipline Su's son, armed with video evidence and Su Sen's injuries. The Yu family planned to have these individuals imprisoned for life. As for Su Yunting, Yu Qing'er remained oblivious to what Yu Wan'er had arranged. Su Li, nursing her bottle, gazed around with her large, glistening eyes, observing everything. "Annie, you have captured my heart." The sudden compliment softened Yu Wan'er's stern demeanor, and she leaned closer to Su Li, poking at her bottle. "Let Annie see how much our little Su Li has grown prettier." The fierce older sister who had just shouted at Su Yunting now spoke in a high-pitched voice to Su Li. "How dare you? Do not touch my bottle. I want my milk." Su Li bared her gums at Yu Wan'er. However, with no teeth, her toothless grin lacked any menace, making her even more adorable. Yu Wan'er burst into laughter, and even the sorrowful Yu Qing'er felt her spirits lift. In the end, Yu Qing'er and Yu Wan'er split their tasks. Yu Wan'er would take the individuals to the police station and make the video public, while Yu Qing'er would take Su's son to the hospital for treatment. This time, They went to a hospital funded by the Yu family, avoiding the private institution backed by the Su family. She feared that Su Yinting might have ulterior motives regarding her daughter's marrow or her son's well-being. Once everything was settled, it was already deep into the night. Yu Qing'er sat by Su San's hospital bed, next to a crib she had rented, where Su Li lay sleeping soundly. Gazing at her emaciated son, Yu Qing'er felt a deep anguish. She had been so foolish, for a mere piece of candy that someone else discarded. She had nearly sacrificed the lives of her 4 children and her entire family. The Su family, Lin Inger, she would spare none. Chapter 12. She will not preserve her dignity. Mommy, save me. Suddenly, Su Sin's murmurs broke the stillness of the environment, causing Yu Qing'er to lose her composure and rush to the restroom to weep. Hearing the commotion, Su Li opened her eyes. All she saw was white and the faint odor of disinfectant. She realized they were in a hospital. Within the restroom, Yu Qing'er's muffled sobs echoed, evidently trying not to disturb the sleeping children. Unfortunately, Su Li had awakened and, with her keen hearing, caught the sound of her mother's tears. Oh, poor mommy, how can I tell you that the person who saved you back in college was not Su Jia? You believe it to be him because he has been targeting you for quite some time, having meticulously plotted his scheme. Ah, that kidnapping was indeed his design, with the intention of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Who could have anticipated that Su Zatsa began weaving her web of deceit at that moment, ensnaring the beautiful mother? Such a cunning businessman, naturally, would not be a match for the sheltered little princess protected by her family. Alas, it is indeed lamentable that in this world, if it were not a fictional realm, how could the strength of the Yu family fail to uncover the past insignificance of Su Zatsa? What merit does Su Zatsa possess? Does he even qualify to be a male lead? My beautiful mother is wealthy, elegant, and a refined young lady, while he is merely a lowly green tea without any background, whose only aim is to capture the hearts of men. Such a pairing could only exist in a novel. In reality, a young lady of her stature would not need to lift a finger. Others would swiftly act to suppress her, and Su Zatsa would be crushed alongside her. With each word spoken by Su Li, Yu Qing'er felt her heart grow colder. By the end, she was left speechless in astonishment. A world of fiction? Su Yunting is the male lead? Who is this insignificant green tea? Suddenly, a face appeared in her mind, one that was perpetually red-eyed, brimming with tears, as if she were perpetually bullied. Is it her? The esteemed young lady of the Yu family, reduced to a mere pawn in this narrative. Yu Qing'er suddenly recalled the countless tales her sister often read, featuring Minnie, a Cinderella rising to become the wife of a CEO. Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. With a self-deprecating gaze, Yu Qing'er realized that she, her family, and her children were merely stepping stones to refine the love of Su Yunting and Lin Inger. Yu Qing'er harbored no doubts about her daughter. She believed everything her child said to be true. After all, how could such a young child possess knowledge of such intricate backstories? Cannon fodder? Supporting character? Regaining her composure, Yu Qing'er organized the information she had gathered and quickly composed herself, washing her face with cool water before stepping out of the restroom. Newborns are often quite drowsy. Even if Su Li were not a naturally sleepy infant, she could not resist the innate rhythms of her body. Initially intending to entertain herself for a while, she found herself dozing off again upon Yu Qing'er's return, her delicate lips unconsciously forming 2 tiny bubbles as she drifted in and out of slumber. Observing her nearly asleep daughter, Yu Qing'er could not help but smile. If she were indeed the supporting character, then her daughter must have been sent by the heavens, seeing her innocence and pitying her plight to rescue their family. After all, the Yu family had never wronged the Su family or Lin Inger. Yu Qing'er's expression hardened. Soon after, Yu Wan'er entered the hospital room with confidence in tow. As Yu Qing'er met her sister's sharp gaze, her voice turned frosty. Today marks the first day of her declaration of war against the Su family. Observing her sister's stern demeanor, Yu Wan'er silently sighed. Their elder brother had not arrived, but their parents and older sister were present. Given the magnitude of the situation, the Yu family would not let this matter rest. What had become of her dear sister at the hands of the Su family? Speaking of their parents caused Yu Qing'er's voice to grow hoarse. She felt unfilial, nearly 30 years old, and still causing her family concern. Reflecting on this, she recalled her daughter's occasional words during her confinement. Reflect on others more, and exhaust yourself less. If you are bullied, it is the fault of others. Why should you punish yourself for their mistakes? Yu Qing'er felt her mood lighten considerably, and her resolve strengthened. In the past, she had merely desired the assets of the Su family, but now her gaze turned steely. Su Yunting wished to be with Lin Inger, did he? She would not only claim the Su family's fortune, but also ensure that their family fell to the streets, allowing this pair of star-crossed lovers to be together for eternity. Su Li was roused from her slumber. As she gained consciousness, she felt someone tugging at her arms, incessantly fussing over her. The cool air enveloping her body brought clarity to her mind, and she abruptly opened her eyes to find several individuals surrounding her, dressing her. She was currently exposed. Her innocence. Wow, the young lady is truly adorable. She will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. The individuals surrounding Su Li were enamored with her. Su Li's face flushed crimson with indignation. Do you still have the leisure to jest? Hurry up and dress me. As Yu Qing'er pushed the door open, she was met with the anguished wails of her daughter. Though she found the situation amusing, she still smiled and admonished the others. What are you doing? Letting my daughter play bare-bottom like that? What if some boy sees her? Hurry and dress her. With that, Yu Qing'er playfully feigned sternness to intimidate the others. Woe is me, beautiful mother, rescue me from this predicament. The group hurriedly dressed Su Li. Yu Qing'er had prepared a cream-colored princess gown for her daughter, adorned with a small white hat embellished with pearls. Coupled with Su Li's stunning, fluttering eyes, she resembled a celestial angel who had descended from the heavens. Su Li, inherently possessing a serene demeanor, appeared even more endearing in her youth, evoking increasing affection from those who beheld her. If she were aware of their characterization of her as a little angel, she would undoubtedly seethe in indignation, asserting her identity as a practitioner of Buddhism, not an angel. The banquet was scheduled for the evening, and this gathering included not only the business associates of the Su family, but also the connections of the Yu family. The Yu family's influence extended beyond the commercial sphere and into the political realm. Yu Qing'er's second brother's wife was the daughter of a political magnate. Otherwise, given Su Yunting's temperament, Yu Qing'er would have been expelled from the family long ago. At the entrance, elegantly dressed ladies adorned with jewels intertwined their arms with their husbands as they gracefully entered the banquet hall hosted by Yu Qing. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. At that moment, Su Yunting's expression darkened as he hurried into the banquet hall, his footsteps brisk. Passing by the doorman, he coldly demanded, "Where's my wife?" The doorman was taken aback by Su Yunting's outburst, pausing for 3 seconds before responding, "Mr. Su, I am unaware." He was not a doorman for the Su family. How could he possibly know the whereabouts of Mrs. Su? He didn't know where Miss Yu was, but seeing Su Yunting's fierce demeanor, he felt it more akin to a hunt than a search. Moreover, Miss Yu had not requested him to address her as Mrs. Su, so it was likely she was not the subject of his inquiry. Su Yunting shot the doorman a fierce glare before striding away. The doorman thought to himself, "Do not be angry. Wealthy individuals have their quirks, particularly those like Mr. Su." Just as the doorman was reassuring himself, Mrs. Su, accompanied by Su Linlin, stormed into the venue. Upon seeing Mrs. Su, the doorman instinctively remarked, "Mrs. Su, Mr. Su was looking for you," as he entered. Internally, the doorman muttered to himself, "Oh, wealthy individuals with the surname Su are not only eccentric but also lack manners." Su Linlin cast a fleeting glance at the doorman, giving a soft huff. Once the two departed, the doorman donned a smile again, greeting other esteemed guests. "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, good day. I am the doorman for the Yu family's public relations. Miss Yu specifically instructed me to await you here." Unbeknownst to Yu Qing'er, who was cradling Su Li as she mingled among the esteemed ladies, the doorman was unaware of the preceding events. Su Li, being a preterm infant, despite having fared well over the past month, was still smaller than full-term children, lacking in plumpness. Yet, she was undeniably endearing. The ladies were captivated, marveling at her cuteness as they gathered around. "Madam Chun, Mrs. Chun," Yu Qing'er greeted the esteemed Mrs. Chun and the venerable Lady Chun while holding Su Li. Lady Chun donned a dark purple qipao adorned with layers of fine Buddhist beads. Her wrist graced with a thicker strand, exuding a kind and gentle demeanor that compelled Su Li to steal a few extra glances. This elderly lady was indeed a devotee of Buddhism. Su Li harbored a fondness for the followers of Buddhism. Thus, she raised a cheerful smile towards old Madame Su, revealing her bare gums both above and below. This radiant expression appeared quite comical, prompting a chuckle from old Madame Chun. "Oh, this little one is so full of spirit." Old Madam Chun felt an inexplicable fondness for Su Li, akin to witnessing the compassionate visage of a true bodhisattva in a temple. In her heart, she mused, "How curious indeed." Madam Chun approached and gently touched Su Li's face, expressing concern for Yu Qing. "Are you feeling well? I heard the child was born prematurely. She certainly appears less robust than those born at full term. And how is your second sister?" Before Yu Qing could respond, her arm was abruptly yanked. The sudden incident caused her to stumble, and Su Li, who was cradled in her arms, was sent tumbling to the ground. Yu Qing attempted to catch her, but it was too late. Ultimately, it was old Madam Chun who managed to catch Su Li, yet her advanced age led her to stumble and fall herself, leaving her unable to rise momentarily. Before her were two familiar faces. Everyone was startled by the abrupt turn of events, and their astonished gazes fell upon Su Yunting, seemingly unanticipated to cause a disturbance at his daughter's full moon banquet. Su Yunting's expression immediately bore the marks of countless slaps. Yu Qing released his hand and rushed to check on old Madam Chun. "Madam, are you all right? Quickly, call 120. Recently nourished well." Su Li had gained a bit of strength, making it no challenge for her to assist old Madam Chun. She extended her small hand from the swaddling, grasping the Buddhist beads around old Madam Chun's neck, gently channeling a faint golden spiritual energy within which intricate Sanskrit characters were subtly hidden. Su Li had always cherished her life. Thus, her cultivation primarily focused on defensive and healing techniques. Healing superficial injuries posed little difficulty for her. The elderly lady, gasping from pain, was drawn to Su Li's voice. As their eyes met, just as Su Li grasped her beads, she felt a warm flow of energy emanating from them, converging upon her fractured tailbone. Gradually, the pain diminished until it vanished entirely. For reasons unknown, old Madam Chun seemed to perceive the smile of Maitreya Buddha in Su Li's gaze, bringing with it tranquility and joy. "I am fine, no need to call 120, she declared, lifting Su Li and carefully placing the child into Yu Qing's arms, admonishing her, "You must take good care of this child. She will undoubtedly possess great talents in the future." However, old Madam Chun furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Su Yunting. "And who might you be?" Although she recognized him, she found it peculiar that a man in his 30s could be so emotionally unstable. How could her son possibly collaborate with someone like him? "Hello, I am Su Yunting, and this is my wife." He did not refer to Yu Qing as Mrs. Su, but rather as Miss Yu, subtly implying her lack of discernment in choosing associates, akin to a stinging slap across his face. "Mr. Su, with such capriciousness, how can you be entrusted with the contracts of Zhongyu?" Old Madam Chun retorted coldly. Instantly, the bustling chatter subsided as everyone exchanged glances, surprised to witness old Madam Chun's disregard for Su Yunting's dignity. Ultimately, Zhongyu Group's foothold in the southwest was largely attributed to the strength of old Madam Chun's family. And today, Su Yunting had caused her to fall. The onlookers began to speculate that the collaboration between Zhongyu and the Su family might be in jeopardy. "Why don't you come and apologize to the old madam?" Su Yunting hesitated to grasp Yu Qing's arm again, recalling the earlier consequences of his actions, and abruptly halted. Madam Chun, curious, inquired, "Mr. Su, why must Miss Yu apologize?" Everyone witnessed that it was he who had caused Yu Qing to stumble, not the other way around. This man not only displayed emotional volatility, but also lacked accountability, causing Madam Chun's expression to sour, offending two members of the Chun family. Su Yunting struggled to contain his rising anger. "I apologize, madam. I was merely hasty." At his age, he should not be making excuses. Old Madam Chun's words reached Su Fu Run, who was present among the crowd, instantly inciting her displeasure. "What do you mean, old lady?" It was clearly Yu Qing who could not hold the child securely. "What does that have to do with my son?" Following this, Su Fu Run approached to reproach Yu Qing, insisting, "You should promptly apologize to the old madam." Yu Qing bowed her head, addressing old Madam Chun. "Madam, I am truly sorry." Upon hearing this, old Madam Chun's expression darkened, while Su Yunting and Su Fu Run wore expressions of knowing satisfaction. Yet the next moment, they were left utterly astonished as old Madam Chun was presented with such an amusing spectacle. Yu Qing had no intention of apologizing on behalf of Su Yunting and Su Fu Run. Her apology stemmed from her belief that they were the ones who should feel embarrassed. Her words lightened old Madam Chun's countenance. She contemplated that if the Yu family's young lady continued to be obstinate, she would merely assist in looking after the recently born child. Old Madame Chen's gaze fell upon Su Li, compelling her to recall the pain in her tailbone from earlier. This little girl seemed to harbor an unknown secret. Yu Qingya, what are you saying? Su Linlin, seeing Yu Qing'er not defend Su Yunting and Su Furen, rushed forward to rebuke her, even considering physical confrontation. Yu Qing'er directed a cold glance at Su Linlin. Linlin, our esteemed guests are present. Do not cause a ruckus. She prioritized the greater good, which slightly improved Su Yunting's distorted expression, but he had not forgotten his purpose in coming here. Where's your second sister? I'm not sure. Why are you not keeping an eye on her? Madame Chen expressed her dissatisfaction towards Su Yunting, but out of respect for Yu Qing'er, she spoke without warmth. It is rather strange. Is today not the full moon banquet for the little Su family princess? Why is Miss Yu herself attending to the male and female guests in the hall? Yu Qing'er's earlier words signaled to the Chun family that the Yu family's romantic entanglement had slipped from Su Yunting's grasp. When the Su family ascended to the pinnacle of wealth in the capital, they owed a significant debt of gratitude to the Yu family. Now that the Yu family was withdrawing, they had to reconsider their business in the southwest region carefully. Su Yunting felt his face flush with embarrassment at Madame Chen's veiled sarcasm. I am. Su Yunting stood before Yu Qing'er, caught in a dilemma. His beloved was missing, yet he was required to feign merriment at the banquet of a mere child. The more he thought, the darker his expression became. When Chairman Chen arrived, he found Su Yunting's countenance grim. Yu Qing'er had not anticipated that while she was drowsy, Su Yunting would deliver her a pillow. Su Yunting had consistently used the business of the southwest region as an excuse in front of Yu Qing'er, yet today, with Chairman Chen present, what was he busy with? Chairman Chen, it is fortuitous that you have come. My brother-in-law wishes to invite you for tea. When might you be free? Yu Qing'er appeared as though the individual who had just departed was not her husband, but rather a stranger. Upon hearing this, Su Furen's voice sharpened. Yu Chen, are you not aware that Yunting is to collaborate with Zhongyu Group? What do you mean by introducing your brother-in-law? Old Madame Chen's displeasure flickered in her eyes. Su Linlin, grasping Su Furen's hand, glanced at Yu Qing'er and then at the Chun family, apologetically stating, I apologize. My brother's friend has been kidnapped, causing him to leave unexpectedly. I hope you can understand, Chairman Chen. Chairman Chen nodded slightly, merely inquiring of Yu Qing. Where's your brother-in-law now? Chairman Chen, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yu Qing'er's brother-in-law emerged from the crowd, accompanied by the second brother of the Yu family, both of whom greeted Chairman Chen with utmost politeness, entirely ignoring Su Furen and Su Linlin. Observing the handsome second brother of the Yu family, Su Linlin's face flushed, and she greeted him sweetly, second brother. These three simple words nearly caused Su Li to spill her overnight milk. Second brother, if one did not know better, one might think you were calling a romantic partner. My second aunt is far more beautiful, shameless. The gaze of the second brother of the Yu family briefly fell upon Su Li before he approached Yu Qing'er, stating, next time, just call me second brother. If you dare call me second elder brother again, beware that I might give you a beating. Huh? Yu Qing'er, bewildered, responded, second brother. Are you out of your mind? The exchange between the siblings delivered several metaphorical slaps to Su Linlin. All eyes subtly turned towards her, as if they were discussing her restlessness after her engagement, foolishly enticing the brother of her sister-in-law. Some elders even discreetly shook their heads, deciding to inform the family of Su Linlin's fiancé. Second elder brother, it is I, Xiao Su Li, the niece of your second uncle, said Yu family's second brother, seizing the opportunity to speak while cradling Su Li. At that moment, Yu family's eldest sister-in-law was conversing with Chairman Chen, intending to step aside for a discussion, with Yu family's second brother closely following, not sparing a glance for the Su family. The business people from the Hu circle instantly grasped the situation. Consequently, the conversations shifted away from any potential collaboration with the Su family and turned towards dealings with the Yu family, inquiring about their recent developments. Throughout the banquet, Yu Qing'er exhibited commendable behavior, while the mother and daughter of the Su family languished in silence. When the banquet concluded, Yu Qing'er departed with her family, prompting the two to rise and seek accountability from her. However, mother-in-law, is there something amiss? Mrs. Yu signaled to several men of the Yu family, who understood and took the lead to the car. Mrs. Su, irate, exclaimed, Mother-in-law, will you not keep your daughter in check? Throughout the banquet, she flitted about like a butterfly among various men, utterly disregarding her role as a wife. Her remarks were a direct reproach aimed at Yuchinger. My mother-in-law is still present, yet she is the first to curry favor with others. What does this signify? Mrs. You cast a glance at her youngest daughter before smilingly inquiring, what is it with your Sue family? Is it a feudal desire gone awry? Emerese. Sue. Having heard unflattering comments and realizing her daughter had endured considerable grievances, especially since her grandson was nearly beaten to death, would not hold back. Previously, the Yu family refrained from being harsh with the Sue family out of respect for Yuchinger. Caught off guard by her mother-in-law's retort, Mrs. Sue soon regained her composure and threatened Mrs. Yu. What do you mean? Are you intending for your daughter to be unwelcome in our Sue family? Sue Linlin tugged at her mother's clothing. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Sue Linlin was well aware of what Yuchinger represented within the Sue family and wished for her mother to temper her words. Mom, sister-in-law is acting for the good of the Sue family. You must not speak recklessly. The discord between the Sue and Yu families could adversely affect her marriage. She certainly did not wish to wed a pauper. Mrs. Sue glanced at her daughter, huffed, and like a victorious rooster, turned away. Watching Mrs. Sue and Sue Linlin depart, Mrs. Yu finally addressed Yuchinger. At least you, my dear sister-in-law, possess some discernment. Cradled in Yuchinger's embrace, Suli could not help but roll her eyes. Humph. Does she really have discernment? Is she not aware that her husband's family harbors ambitions to bring down the Yu family, colluding with the Sue family to elevate their own businesses? Surely she ought to possess some insight. After all, the Yu family is still of use. The angry baby voice caused Mrs. Yu to momentarily falter in confusion. It seemed she had heard something peculiar. After a couple of repetitions, Mrs. Yu finally discerned the source of the sound. She turned to see Su Li, gnawing on her bottle, her eyes twinkling with delight. No wonder your second uncle remarked that you are a lucky star. Indeed, you are. What little girl possesses such wisdom? You even guide your mother back onto the right path. It is my little Su Li. Grandma is so beautiful. So beautiful. Su Li blinked at the kindly, smiling Mrs. Yu and joined in the laughter. When she smiled, milk spilled from the corner of her mouth, causing her to urgently resume sucking on the bottle. This sight only widened Mrs. Yu's smile. Allow me to hold her for a moment. Mrs. Yu was enamored with her granddaughter. Their visit was intended to address the Su family's mistreatment of Yuchinger. Prior to arriving, they had been unaware of the life their daughter was enduring. In such a family, they could easily support not just one daughter, but 10. What on earth was the Su family thinking? Mr. Yu pondered, glancing at Yuching. Perhaps I should have your brother take you for an eye examination. What kind of people are they? You say that, replied Yuching, regaining a touch of her former petulance, though guilt towards her parents lingered. If not for her daughter's remark, TSK, it seems my grandparents have excellent taste. Why is it that my mother has such poor judgment? Or could it be that Su Yun Tian is particularly adept at acting, even managing to deceive my grandparents? The thought that my grandparents were driven to their demise by Su Yun Tian infuriates me. Su Li angrily tossed aside her bottle, spilling a bit of milk that splattered her face, which she angrily wiped away. Just thinking about Su Yun Tian brings bad luck. The adults were too preoccupied to appreciate Su Li's adorableness and exchanged astonished glances. Yu Qinger knew her family would perish, but was unaware that her parents had been driven to their deaths by Su Yun Tian. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu exchanged knowing looks, opting not to speak further. The Yu family's brother-in-law driving and the second brother could not help but glance at the rearview mirror. Su Li continued, "Isn't that my soon-to-be incarcerated uncle? TSK, how pitiful. He has done nothing wrong, yet has been thoroughly manipulated by Su Yun Tian, leading him to prison. Moreover, after his incarceration, Su Yun Tian still does not relent, sending several burly men of the same orientation in to assault him. Unable to accept the humiliation. My uncle took his own life. How tragic." As these thoughts flitted through Su Li's mind, she felt the car jolt twice. She could not help but think that this uncle's driving skills were lacking. Next time, they should hire a professional driver. The Yu family's eldest brother-in-law, Chen Yishuan, was taken aback. Initially, the sound of the little one had been bizarre enough, but now he was hearing about his impending demise. He found it impossible to accept. He loved his wife dearly, and if such a fate were to befall him, he truly would act as described. At the same time, he was acutely aware that he was a straight man, utterly incapable of enduring such humiliation. If what the little one said were true, Su Yun Tian was utterly detestable. Chen Yishuan cast a sidelong glance, and happened to catch the sympathetic look from his second brother-in-law, causing a sense of dread to rise within him. Yu Zheng must have heard the earlier comments. Chen Yixuan felt the world darken before him. Would this humiliating matter truly be known by all the Yu family members in the car? Yu Zheng patted the shoulder of his younger brother-in-law, saying sympathetically, "Drive safely." The atmosphere in the car turned oddly silent after Chen Yixuan's fate was revealed, especially for Yu Qing'er, who now found it difficult to meet her brother-in-law's gaze. Previously, she thought the fates of her son and family were dire, believing her brother-in-law, being an outsider, would not face any humiliation. Yet, Su Yuntian had gone too far. Not only was it excessive, but it was also revolting. Upon returning to the villa where Yu Qing'er resided, Yu Zheng and Chen Yixuan were the last to exit the vehicle. Yu Zheng gazed at his brother-in-law, who was unbuckling his seatbelt, hesitating to speak. "You must understand. I am steadfast in my affections. My heart belongs solely to Shu Heir. Only to Shu Heir." Before Yu Zheng could finish his declaration, Chen Yixuan erupted, asserting that no one, not even his brother-in-law, could question his love for Shu Heir. Noticing Yu Zheng's nervousness, he continued, "I merely wish to inquire if you have heard the news." Yu Zheng wore an expression that conveyed sensitivity to Chen Yixuan's remark. Having been friends for many years, Chen Yixuan was well aware of Yu Zheng's true intentions. He shot Yu Zheng a fierce glance. "You had better mean what you say. It seems Wan Heir was right. Our family is destined to be mere pawns." Yu Zheng exited the car, letting out a slight sigh. Chen Yixuan, unaware of the conversation between Wan Heir and Yu Zheng, followed him out of the vehicle. Regardless, having some foresight was beneficial. For instance, he could entirely mitigate the risks of collaboration and evade potential legal troubles, thus preventing Su Yunting from seizing any opportunities. "By the way, why didn't Shu Heir accompany you?" Chen Yixuan's demeanor brightened significantly when discussing his wife. She mentioned that Wan Heir left some loose ends, so she went to handle them. Yu Zheng raised an eyebrow, but refrained from probing further. Chapter 16. Everyone, I hope I am not late. Upon returning home, Yu Qing'er discovered the reason behind Su Yunting's hurried visit earlier. It was because his beloved had gone missing. How could it be your second sister? The Yu family refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Even if it were Wan Heir's doing, they would attribute it to someone else taking her out for tea. Su Yunting was oblivious to the fact that Linning Heir had not deemed him worthy of notice, not even informing him about her tea outing. "Did you hear that the matriarch of the Chun family fell before you?" Yu Madam sighed softly. "Even if she claims to be fine, you ought to contact a doctor to ensure the matriarch receives a checkup, lest she harbors any lingering concerns. After all, you will still need to engage with the Chun family in the future." Yu Qing'er was well aware of the situation. "I have already contacted the attending physician, who is waiting at the Chun residence. The matriarch refuses to see a doctor. I can only do so much." The evening banquet continued late into the night, and despite the Yu family's intentions to discuss matters, they would have to wait until the following day. After all, Yu Qing'er had just completed her confinement period and needed time to recuperate. The next day marked the semi-annual shareholders meeting of the Su Group, and as a holder of 8% of the company's shares, Yu Qing'er would attend this meeting herself, no longer allowing Su Yunting to represent her. This 8% comprised 3% as her dowry and 5% as a betrothal gift from the Su family, signifying their respect and sincerity towards Yu Qing'er. This 8% would serve as her starting point. Early in the morning, Yu Qing'er donned her red Chanel suit with black trim and stepped in her black high heels, fully embracing her commanding presence. "Are you truly certain you do not need your second brother to accompany you?" Yu Zheng expressed his concern. His younger sister possessed a gentle disposition, making her susceptible to being targeted and bullied, especially by Su Yunting. Yu Qing'er shook her head, aware of her purpose for the day. She would not waver even slightly. As for Su Yunting, he had become a mere specter in her heart. Could she allow a ghost to intimidate her? "Then let Wang Yuan accompany you." Seeing that Yu Qing'er insisted on taking Su Li alone, Yu Zheng relented, opting instead to assign his assistant to accompany her. This time, Yu Qing'er accepted without protest. Observing this, Yu Qing'er's parents and Chen Yixuan also designated their assistants to accompany her, issuing a firm directive that the son-in-law must not cause any harm to their daughter. Yu Qing'er quipped, if one were unaware, "They might think I was heading to the gallows." Nevertheless, she recognized her family's good intentions and did not refuse their assistance. The Yu family escorted her to the foot of the Su Group building before departing to inspect their branches throughout the city. Yu Qing'er stood at the entrance of the Su Group building, cradling Su Li in her arms, gazing up at the towering edifice, and slowly exhaled. Let us enter. Today, she was no longer the neglected wife of Su Yunting. She was a shareholder attending the shareholders' meeting. Good day. May I inquire if you have an appointment? The receptionist obstructed Yu Qing-er's path, her tone laced with dismissiveness. She recognized Yu Qing-er, but recalled the directive from President Su that his wife was not to be admitted. Yu Qing-er cast a cold glance at her. I am here as a shareholder for the meeting, Yu Qing-er. You may contact the president's office to verify my status. Taken aback, the receptionist hesitated, glancing at the familiar assistants behind Yu Qing-er, and proceeded to call the president's office. A ripple of surprise spread through the room. The president's wife was attending the shareholders' meeting? Wasn't it common knowledge that she held no shares in the company? Despite her internal musings, the receptionist dutifully coordinated with the president's office, aware that she was merely an employee and not involved in executive matters. Following protocol, the receptionist facilitated Yu Qing-er's entry, alleviating many of her potential hassles. Before long, Su Yunting's assistant arrived to escort Yu Qing-er upstairs. Madam, what brings you here? The assistant spoke as if unaware of Yu Qing-er's purpose for attending the shareholders' meeting. Did the receptionist not inform you? Yu Qing-er, uninteressiert in idle Konversation, walked towards the VIP elevator while carrying Su Li. The assistant's expression shifted slightly. Then he asked, "Why did you not notify us beforehand?" Although he maintained a smile. Internally, he wondered why the president's wife, who typically remained in the background, had suddenly decided to attend. Upon reaching the 27th floor for the shareholders' meeting, Yu Qing-er wasted no time and headed directly to the conference room. Madam, Su Yunting's assistant called out cheerfully. The president's office is on the 28th floor. This is not. However, Yu Qing-er was not interested in his words, nor would she pay heed had she heard them. She was fully aware of her purpose for attending. Chen Tizu, our third young lady, is here for the meeting, not for romantic pursuits, interjected Wang Yuan, Yu Zheng's assistant. As Yu Zheng's assistant, Wang Yuan had learned much from his employer and was known for his sharp tongue. Chen Tizu glanced between Yu Qing-er and Wang Yuan, wiping the sweat from his brow. Please, go ahead. He thought to himself that he had done his best, but he was no match for the 4 bodyguards accompanying them. In the shareholders' conference room, Su Yunting sat at the head of the table, listening to his secretary's report while discussing appointments. Throughout the proceedings, Su Yunting consistently remarked, "My wife votes in favor, among other things." When discussing appointments, he maintained, "My wife has never involved herself in company affairs. This shareholders' meeting will be fully represented by me." Oh, a man in his 40s seated at the front suddenly expressed skepticism. I heard that President Su's wife would be attending today. The interruption visibly irritated Su Yunting, especially when the mention of Yu Qing-er's attendance felt like a threat to his control over her. Mr. Wang, do you presume to know my wife's affairs better than I do? Su Yunting questioned coldly. Mr. Wang shrugged. It is hardly a secret. He then surveyed the room. Other shareholders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we were all informed beforehand. Is it not something President Su should be aware of? Wasn't it said that President Su and his wife share a very good relationship? Are they not in agreement? The shareholders began to murmur among themselves, causing Su Yunting a headache. Just as he was about to slam his hand on the table and demand silence, a gentle yet resolute female voice echoed from the doorway. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I'm not late. Chapter 17, What are you barking about? The familiar voice halted Su Yunting's impulse to strike the table. He turned in disbelief to the figure at the entrance, as though he had never known her. What are you doing here? Bewilderment aside, Su Yunting could not overlook her disobedience, and thus began with an impatient inquiry. Sitting beside him, Wang Zong scoffed. Miss Yu-san has 8% of the Su Corporation shares. Why shouldn't she be here? Su Zong, are you attempting to deprive Miss Yu-san of her right to attend the shareholders' meeting? His words garnered agreement from several others, particularly those shareholders who opposed Su Yunting continuing in the role of acting chairman. Su Yunting's cold, piercing gaze swept over them, reminding them that his family background was not for them to question. Your statement is misguided, Su Zong. This is a shareholders' meeting, not a family affair, one chimed in. Indeed. Su Zong, do you refuse to let Director Yu enter? The remarks came in quick succession, each one jabbing at Su Yunting. Yu Qing-er, seemingly unperturbed by Su Yunting's fierce glare, cradled Su Li and moved to an empty seat in the back. I apologize for the disturbance, everyone. My daughter is rather clingy, so I brought her along. I hope, Su Zong, that you will refrain from any outbursts that might frighten her. Yu Qing'er's voice remained soft and gentle, yet her presence radiated an undeniable strength, akin to a resilient pine tree. Behind her stood the Yu family's aides, evidently there to bolster her stance. Su Yunting ground his teeth, barely managing to utter, "I hope you won't regret this." Yu Qing'er chose not to respond, instead taking the documents from Wang Yuan and scrutinizing them closely. In her arms, Su Li gazed curiously at her surroundings. Having never attended such a high-profile shareholders meeting in either her past or present life. Wow, Wang Zong's son-in-law also has a fondness for Lin Ying'er and nearly pushed his pregnant wife down the stairs over her. Yu Qing'er paused in her reading, casting a glance at Wang Zong. "What does Miss Yu San's look imply?" Wang Zong inquired. "Wow, this Fu Zong isn't fertile. Even renowned specialists couldn't cure his low sperm count. But I can." The childish voice carried a hint of pride. Yu Qing'er found herself glancing at Fu Zong again, her expression becoming increasingly perplexed. Throughout the meeting, Yu Qing'er frequently lifted her gaze to the surrounding directors, causing them to feel quite uneasy. Meanwhile, Su Yunting twisted his face in anger, glaring at Yu Qing'er with fiery eyes. How dare this wretched woman look at other older men without acknowledging him? It seemed he had spoiled her too much. After reviewing the documents, Yu Qing'er pointed to a page and inquired, "I have a question. Do not forget, you only hold 8% of the shares." Su Yunting could no longer contain his irritation and retorted, "Do you really think you're a significant shareholder?" Yu Qing'er, unperturbed, calmly replied, "Even if it were just 1%, does that mean you could deny my identity, Su Zong?" Su Yunting was momentarily taken aback by her sharp retort. "Tell me," he challenged, eager to see what pearls of wisdom she would produce. "Regarding the projects in the new energy vehicle sector and the various projects in the Northwest region, how did the Lin representative manage to incur 100% loss, yet still secure vital projects?" Yu Qing'er cast a meaningful glance at Su Yunting. "Surely it couldn't be someone from the royal family?" Su Yunting slammed the table in anger. "Yu Qing'er, what do you mean by that?" Su Li, lost in her thoughts, jolted at the sudden noise. Noticing her daughter's fright, Yu Qing'er's expression turned cold as she slammed her pen on the table. "As a shareholder, I have the right to inquire where my money has gone. Is that a problem?" "Exactly," another chimed in. "Indeed, it is Yu San who dares to ask." Wang Zong, with a mischievous tone, added, "I've heard that the Lin representative is the brother of Su Zong's former lover." This provoked the four aides standing behind Yu Qing. "Miss, do you wish to pursue legal action? Infidelity during marriage can be grounds for divorce. Perhaps we should break the legs of the Lin family members." The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this truly a shareholders' meeting, or had it become a mere game of family drama? Who would have thought that aides would encourage divorce at someone else's shareholders' meeting? It was an unexpected spectacle, and they were eager to indulge in the unfolding drama. Su Yunting, infuriated by the Yu family's aides, found himself at a loss for words as he glared at Wang Zong. "Wang Zong, you must provide evidence for your claims. When have I had a former lover? Isn't it common knowledge, Su Zong, that you were involved with your housekeeper's daughter? Does this pertain to the shareholders' meeting?" "It does," Wang Zong asserted with a nod. "Your nepotism renders you unfit to continue as acting chairman. I propose we take the next 6 months to evaluate a new candidate for that position." "I second that," another added. "With your temperament being so volatile, it is indeed unsuitable for you to remain in such a role." Wang Zong held 25% of the shares, while Su Yunting possessed 20%. Su Foreign and Su Linlin collectively held 15%, and with Yu Qing'er's 8% no longer entirely under his control. The balance of power had shifted. "Qing'er, please do not cause a scene," Su Yunting implored, attempting to suppress his anger as he softened his tone towards her. "The executive office is also investigating these projects. We are not entirely inactive." Yu Qing'er, of course, did not believe his empty promises. Her goal today was to strip Su Yunting of his position as acting chairman. Everything else was irrelevant. The Lin family's audacity stemmed from Su Yunting's protection. Should he lose his position due to their actions, it remained uncertain whether they would continue to thrive as before. At the negotiation table, there are no familial ties. "Su Zong, please do not exert pressure on little Yudong." Yu Qing'er glanced between Wang Zong and Su Yunting, seemingly conceding. "It appears I may have misunderstood you." Su Son, seeing her soften, Su Yunting smirked triumphantly at Wang Zong. How could Yu Qing'er possibly disregard his authority? She had once vowed never to leave him. His confidence was palpable, leaving Su Li feeling nauseated. A hint of pity crept into Yu Qing'er's gaze towards Su Yunting. The warmth she had managed to suppress was now resurfacing, threatening to awaken memories long forgotten. Chapter 18. Electrifying the Scoundrel. A thunderous series of farts echoed throughout the shareholders' meeting, lasting an eternity. The man at the head of the table turned an alarming shade of purple, while the others wore expressions of acute embarrassment, unsure of how to react. Even Wang Zong, who often sought to provoke Su Yunting, awkwardly glanced at Yu Qing'er, hoping she would break the silence and ease the tension. Suddenly, the innocent laughter of a baby filled the silent room, effectively darkening Su Yunting's expression. Others stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. As Su Yunting observed the shaking shoulders around him, he ground his teeth and furiously swept his sleeves aside, declaring, "Meeting adjourned." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Once Su Yunting had departed, they began to criticize his fragile temperament. It was hardly a significant matter. Why run away? Fu Zong, you ought to think twice before casting such judgments. If you were in his position, you would likely flee even faster. Indeed, if it were me, I certainly couldn't bear it. As they continued conversing, their gazes fell upon Yu Qing'er, who cradled her child with an unflinching demeanor in the face of Su Yunting's embarrassment. Sensing their scrutiny, Yu Qing'er offered a resigned smile. It seems today yielded little reward. Gentlemen, do feel free to visit the Yu mansion sometime. After speaking, she departed with Su Li, who turned to survey the room, finally resting her gaze on Wang Zong with a hint of surprise. Oh, there's a new way to assist my beautiful mother in acquiring stocks. I'm so happy to help her. Forget it. I can't articulate my thoughts and will likely fail. That is all right. I can send dreams. In the embrace of Yu Qing'er, Su Li encouraged herself. It is all right, Su Li. What does not defeat you will ultimately make you stronger. Tonight, you shall convey a dream to Wang Zong, seeking to uncover the cause of his wife's demise, and in exchange, he will part with 10% of Su's stocks. With this thought, Su Li's spirit began to uplift. Even during the car ride, she remained wide awake, much to Yu Qing'er's astonishment. Today, little Su Li appeared exceptionally vibrant for a meeting. Yu Qing'er felt a surge of affection for her daughter's unwavering support, playfully pinching Su Li's tiny nose and planting a kiss on her cheek. Sweet and soft, her daughter was filled with maternal love. Who could resist such charm? Especially since her daughter showered her with compliments each day. Su Li possessed a keen sensitivity to emotions, and coupled with her abilities, she discerned Yu Qing'er's deep affection for her. A sense of pride swelled within her. She was remarkable. Only the blindest of parents would fail to appreciate her. Indeed, she was subtly criticizing Su Yunting for his lack of vision. As Yu Qing'er alighted at the Yu residence, her phone buzzed urgently, and she furrowed her brow, extracting the device with one hand. Hello. Having activated the speakerphone, she was soon met with Su Yunting's frantic voice. Yu Qing'er, you tell your second sister to wait for me. His tone was laced with both frustration and anger. He dared not confront Yu Wan'er directly, and instead chose to vent his ire on Yu Qing'er, targeting the softer fruit. Annoyed by the commotion, Su Li scrunched her little face. Amitabha, may the heavens show mercy. Since Su's master is so obstinately stubborn, perhaps a lesson is in order. Before Yu Qing'er could react, a crackling sound emanated from the phone, followed by Su Yunting's agonized cries. Yu Qing'er, hurry and call 120. Yu Qing'er retorted coldly. Not calling me baby now, are we? Suppressing her disgust, she feigned concern. Yunting, what happened? Speak to me. Why aren't you talking? Darling, say something. In the midst of Yu Qing'er's feigned panic, Su Yunting's voice came through in sporadic bursts. What goes around comes around. A scoundrel father will reap what he sows. Little Su Li, we the common folk are truly delighted today as we witness our father silenced by his own folly. It remained uncertain whether he would learn his lesson. Reflecting on it, Su Li mused that perhaps he would not, as the electricity was not potent enough. She clicked her tongue, feeling a tinge of regret. In that moment, Yu Qing'er found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel sympathy for herself or for the man who nearly electrocuted himself. As she pondered, the phone line crackled with the sounds of rescue efforts. Quick! Someone has been electrocuted by their phone. Goodness, could a phone truly cause such harm? The voices faded into a blur, followed by the roar of an engine. Yu Qing'er hung up and gazed down at the little one in her arms before stepping into the Yu residence. She feared that the Su family might harm her son again, were it not for his young age. She would have leapt from her bed in the middle of the night to deliver a couple of slaps to Su Yinting. Upon entering the Yu residence, she found the family members occupied with their duties, save for Aunt Mo and the nanny, Li Saw, who were watching over Su's senator, third miss. Li Saw greeted as she rose from her seat. "Allow me to hold Miss Su." Yu Qing'er shook her head, having come to see her third brother. Her eyes had not closed during the journey. It is not merely that, primarily, it is to punish the scoundrel father. Witnessing my poor third brother regain his spirits is merely a fortunate byproduct. Su Li's large, dark eyes fell upon her third brother, who lay awake, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. She sighed inwardly. He may be pitiable, but he is truly detestable. The reason he was sent to a reform school is entirely due to Lin Ying'er's instigation in Su Yinting's ear. My third brother is naive. Lin Ying'er clearly approached him with ulterior motives. He mistook her for a beautiful aunt, even envisioning her as the embodiment of his loving mother. She has no intention of being your aunt. She clearly wishes to be your stepmother. Is it any wonder she left you deaf and foolish, selling you off to Africa? If you mistake a thief for your mother, who else would you sell? At that moment, Su's son, who had been staring vacantly at the ceiling, shifted his gaze to Su Li, his eyes briefly dull before regaining some clarity. Would he truly be rendered deaf and foolish, mistaking a thief for his mother? Lin Ying'er intended to be his stepmother? The emotion swirled within Su Sen's eyes as he raised a hand, looking at Yu Qing'er. "Mom, I must have misheard, right? In Chapter 19, this family cannot be without her." Surely, his sister's complaints were misguided. He missed his mother dearly. His mother stayed at the villa, her heart occupied solely with his father, never visiting him at school or the old house. The longing overwhelmed him, and tears silently slipped from his eyes. Seeing this, Yu Qing'er felt a pang of sorrow. She entrusted Su Li to Li Saw and sat beside Su's son, embracing him. "My dear, it is my fault. I will never let you experience such pain again." As Su's son was embraced, he peered through Yu Qing'er's hair at Su Li, who had taken up her bottle to drink. Feeling his gaze, Su Li paused and smiled at him. Warmth spread through Su's son's heart. He thought to himself that his sister had only said those things because she cared for him. He bore no anger towards her. She was concerned for him, unaware of Su's son's inner thoughts. Su Li felt that he was growing psychologically troubled and would require a psychologist's guidance. With that in mind, she gazed at Su's son with a mix of helplessness and compassion. Alas, who else would look after my dear little third brother? Her soft, tender voice was still slightly unclear when she spoke quickly, rendering Su Sen's cheeks a shade of crimson. His sister was truly adorable. He vowed to be exceptionally good to her. Yu Qing'er tousled Su Sen's hair, her heart reflecting, if this family were to be without little Su Li, it would surely fall apart. Contemplating this, her gaze darkened. Without little Su Li, would it not be disarray? Would you like to see your sister? Yu Qing'er gently inquired of Su's senator. Your sister is an angel sent from heaven, quite endearing. She understood that her son harbored emotional turmoil and wished for her daughter to bond with her third son, aiding him in his healing. Su's son did not refuse, nor did he speak, but his eyes brightened. Seeing this, Li Saw approached, handing Su Li over to Yu Qing'er. Thus, Su Li found herself positioned between Yu Qing'er and Su's senator. Su's son gazed at the tiny bundle in the swaddling cloth and exclaimed, "Sister is so small. She looks so soft. If I touch her, will she break?" He cautiously extended a finger, lightly tapping Su Li's chubby cheek. "Sister has just been born. She is small and needs you, her big brother, to protect her. Sinner, will you protect your sister?" Facing his mother's hopeful expression, Su's son's eyes flickered momentarily before he nodded earnestly. "I will. Poor little third brother is so thin. You must drink more milk and eat more meat to grow strong. Eldest brother is a bit serious, and I have yet to meet the second brother. Currently, it seems that the third brother has the gentler disposition. It will likely fall to him to assist with the future studies." As the topic turned to academics, Su's son was unable to suppress his thoughts of school, causing his hands to tremble. He was now gripped by a fear of the institution. Just as he felt himself nearing the brink of despair, Su Li's tiny hand unexpectedly clasped his. Though her grip was weak, it unexpectedly bestowed upon Su's son a surge of courage. His heart gradually calmed, and he grasped Su Li's hand, solemnly promising, "I will strive to study hard and teach you your lessons in the future." Giggling. The tone was somewhat unclear, resembling a call for an elder brother. Su-sen's attention was completely diverted. He exclaimed in surprise, "Mummy, she is calling me brother. Did you hear that? My sister is truly a genius. At just 1 month old, she can already call for her brother. In the future, when he meets the eldest and second siblings, he will have something to boast about." With a playful pout, he added, "You little rascal, why don't you call me Mummy? You king a fignant jealousy," tapping Su Li's nose as if competing for her son's affection. The atmosphere relaxed, and both Amo and Aunt Lee felt reassured. Otherwise, they were genuinely concerned that young Master Son might accidentally harm Miss Son during an episode. It now seemed that would not be the case. Not long after they left, Yu Wanner was led by her sister into the Yu family mansion, where Yu Qing'er could hear the bickering of her two sisters from afar. Sununtai sin gosit. Feeling unfamiliar with his maternal uncle and aunt, as the Su family forbade their children from becoming too close to the Yu family. "Your eldest aunt and second aunt have arrived." Yu Qing'er gently tucked in the corners of his blanket, then placed Su Li beside him before stepping out of Su Sen's room. "Eldest sister, I only invited her for tea. I did nothing else. What else did you want to do? I've already said I had no intentions." Upon hearing the door open, both women looked up to see Yu Qing'er on stairs. Yu Wanner quickly interjected, "Eldest sister, the little sister is watching. Please spare me some face." "You should be grateful to your little sister," retorted Yu Shu'er, releasing her grip with annoyance. "When did Qing'er arrive?" "Just now." The three sisters seldom gathered. Yu Shu'er worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, often away on assignments. This time, due to significant family matters, she had to take a few days off. Yu Qing'er had also married far away, so the three sisters only saw each other 2 or 3 times a year. This reunion brought Yu Qing'er great joy. "Eldest sister, how long will you stay this time?" she asked, jogging down the stairs and linking her arm with Yu Shu'er. In front of family, Yu Qing'er remained the beloved and affectionate third young lady of the Yu family. "Oh, why weren't you this affectionate when you saw me?" Yu Vanya teased it, feigning indifference to her little sister's endearments. Not at all. Not even a little." She wished for her little sister's affections too. Yu Qing'er chuckled, using her other hand to link arms with Yu Wanner, who haughtily huffed, "At least you know what's good for you. Speaking of which, I haven't seen little Su Li yet. She's in Sen's room." As soon as Yu Qing'er finished speaking, her two sisters broke away and hurried towards Su Sen's room. "What? Is this how you abandon your sister? Is that polite?" Yu Qing'er thought, yet she followed them into Su Sen's room. After all, Su Li was her daughter, and without that connection, her sisters would not have taken such an interest in her. Upon entering, Yu Shu'er spotted Su Li lying beside Su San, and a smile of maternal warmth spread across her face. Her voice transformed into the high-pitched tone that little Su Li was accustomed to hearing. "Little Su Li, I'm your eldest aunt." Su Li, having grown accustomed to their manner of speaking, attempted to understand the situation. In Chapter 20, how could a 5-year-old genius be so naive? From Su Li's perspective, Yu Shu'er's voice resembled that of the wolfish grandmother from Little Red Riding Hood. Fortunately, she was not truly an infant. However, Su San was indeed a genuine child. Tears welled in his eyes, and as Yu Shu'er approached, he cried out, "Mummy, the wolfish grandmother wants to steal my sister. My aunt is the wolfish grandmother. Woe is me." Yu Shu'er was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered that angle. As her gaze shifted toward the door, she pointed to her own face. "Me? A wolfish grandmother? What family has a wolfish grandmother as beautiful as I am? This little rascal has no taste. He takes after his scoundrel father, lacking any discernment." "Huh? Husband forced out of the closet? Died in prison? Who? No, wait. Who is speaking?" The voice was soft and childlike, reminiscent of a toddler, yet she found it perplexing. How come I can never grasp the main point? "Son, your aunt is not a bad person." Upon entering, Yu Qing'er saw her precious son tearfully clutching his sister, anxiously preventing Yu Shu'er from getting too close. Although terrified, he stubbornly held onto his sister, unwilling to let anyone harm her. In that moment, Yu Qing'er was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Su Sen's actions caused a flicker of confusion in Su Li's eyes. What? Is it typical for a 5-year-old genius to be this naive? In her impression, 5-year-old geniuses in novels were remarkably intelligent. They could cook, hack computers, and accomplish countless tasks. Why was Su San such an atypical 5-year-old genius? What? Is my sister saying I'm foolish? Yu Qing'er pondered. 5 years old? Genius? Is it the same kind of genius I understand? Her heart fluttered. Her sons were geniuses, Yuan exclaimed, "Aha! I told you. My niece must be the little heroine. Otherwise, how could her cousins possess such high intelligence, even if it isn't evident now?" Only Yushuer felt lost amidst the accomplishments. She glanced at her younger sister, then at the second sister, decisively moving beside Yuaner and pulling her out the door. "What? Why do I hear a child's voice? Is that perhaps my little niece?" Speaking of which, Yuaner perked up. The concept of mind reading was indeed real. Moreover, they were reading the hearts of infants. Most importantly, it wasn't exclusive to her. The entire Yu family possessed this ability. She had asked Yuaner if they could hear it, but could the Su family not? No need to inquire. She had tested it. And Su Yinting thought she was mad. Upon learning that the Su family lacked this ability, Yu Shuer felt relieved. After all, nothing was more infuriating than a scoundrel being able to foresee future events. "Son, I am your aunt, not a wolfish grandmother." Yu Shia, aware of Su Sen's circumstances and having often scolded Su Yinting, understood why he was so timid and felt more sympathy than anger. What family sends a good child to a management school at such a young age? She glanced at her younger sister, grateful that her mind was now clear. Otherwise, she would have to take her to the hospital to check how much water was in her brain. Su Sun replied softly, clearly not taking Yu Shuer's words to heart. He knew his aunt was not a bad person. Yet the commanding tone of her entrance made it challenging for him to forget. However, having heard his sister's thoughts, he understood that his aunt was also a pitiable person, which made him less resistant to forgetting. What a well-behaved child, Yu Shuer praised. Due to her career, Yu Shuer exuded a stronger presence than her two sisters. So even when she smiled, sensitive children could perceive her aura. Otherwise, Su Sun would not have initially felt fear. Oh, the unfortunate Yu family. How did they end up with such a societal waste as Su Yinting? Yet, his punishment was severe. I wonder if the Su family will contact my beautiful mother to care for him in the hospital. Upon hearing that Su Yinting had been electrocuted, Yu Shuadong Yu Volnad exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Yu Qing'er remained composed. Coincidentally, as the Su family's call crossed Su Li's thoughts, it came through. Yu Qing'er answered and put the call on speaker. "Yu Qing'er, my brother is lying in the hospital, unable to get up. As his wife, how can you not even show your face?" As soon as the call connected, a woman's piercing scream resonated from the other end. It was Su Linlin. Behind her, the incessant cursing of Madame Su could be heard, filled with vulgarities too crude to bear. How dare she insult my beautiful mother? Does she wish to be electrocuted? Immediately following this thought, Madame Su's agonized cries echoed through the phone. The Yu sisters often remarked, one should not be too ostentatious. See the retribution that has arrived. Yu Qing'er recalled her confinement period when the Su family not only neglected to hire a confinement nanny for her, but also compelled her to go out for Su Linlin's fitting for her engagement banquet. Unable to recuperate properly, she had been left to regain her health at the Yu residence, assured by the presence of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. After expressing her thoughts, Yu Qing'er chose not to hear Su Linlin's subsequent words and promptly ended the call. It is often said that one should repay kindness with kindness. But how does one repay virtue? When faced with shameless individuals, one must outdo their shamelessness. Regrettably, there was no recording, otherwise she would let her fiancé see her true colors. Yu Wanner seethed with indignation. Wasn't it her dream to marry into a prestigious family? I shall deliberately ruin it for her. Ah, how could you jeopardize it? Poor mother, if she knew that Su Linlin harbored resentment for this incident, nearly causing my second brother's demise at the old residence. I wonder if she would still wish for her marriage. Yu Qing'er tightened her grip on the phone. The other party was a scoundrel? Her second son almost faced death due to her goodwill? Yu Qing'er's jaw clenched, her animosity towards the Su family deepening. Truly, they are ungrateful. Only a family like theirs could turn kindness into ingratitude. Yu Wanner and Yu Shuer were equally astonished. Logically, as the elder sister-in-law, upon discovering her sister-in-law's fiancé's infidelity, she should inform her sister and prevent the marriage. However, Su Linlin's actions could not merely be described as ungrateful. Her transgressions surpassed that label. She was utterly devoid of conscience. Nevertheless, the younger sister was already aware of the matter, and it was likely she would no longer concern herself with Su Linlin's wedding. Yet, Yu Qing'er had a different perspective. Of course, she would intervene. It was merely a matter of timing. Su Yunting had been recuperating in the hospital for nearly a month, and Yu Qing'er had not shown her face even once. When Madame Su called to question her absence, she feigned concern for Su Yunting's work in the hospital, claiming her presence would be a distraction. On the day of Su Yunting's discharge, Madame Su and Su Linlin were busy packing his belongings. "Brother, why aren't you addressing Yu Qing? You've been hospitalized for so long, and she hasn't visited you once." Most importantly, Yu Qing used to generously provide her with an additional 50,000 yuan in pocket money each month. Yet now, her calls and texts seemed to go unheard. The mere thought of this infuriated Su Linlin. Madame Su nodded in agreement, asserting that any wife ought to care for her husband in the hospital. "Listen to your mother. After your discharge, let's demand an explanation from the Yu family." Su Yunting was pained by the incessant bickering of the Su women, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "Let us not discuss this matter any further. It's simply vexing." Yu Qing had indeed become increasingly unruly and required proper discipline. She had once been the one who cared for him the most, yet now, he hadn't even laid eyes on her. Reflecting on the shareholder meeting, Su Yunting's gaze darkened. It appeared that the Yu family could no longer be tolerated. He needed to expedite his plans. "And what of Lin Inger? You are about to be discharged, yet she does not come to send you off." Madame Su, already displeased with Yu Qing, found it even more irksome regarding Lin Inger, the mistress. After all, when Su Yunting had expelled his father from the house, he had declared his intention to live with his illegitimate child and mistress, completely disregarding her as the legitimate wife. Naturally, she harbored no fondness for Lin Inger either. However, Lin Inger was far more adept at charming people. Thus, despite Madame Su's disdain, she did not expel her and even supported her son's association with her. After all, it portrayed her son as charming and formidable. He was merely guilty of committing the same transgression that all men tend to commit. "Mother, she is unwell." Su Junting, who had never defended Yu Qing in front of Madame Su, immediately came to Lin Inger's defense. Upon mentioning Lin Inger, a hint of a smile graced Su Yunting's face. "Inger told me she is pregnant. She is nearly 3 months along." The thought of Lin Inger filled Su Yunting with profound emotion. Despite her frail health, she wished to bear him children. Anyone would be deeply touched by such devotion. Were it not for Yu Qing still being of use, he would have considered marrying Inger at once. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Madame Su's face. "Really?" Standing at the door, Yu Qing, along with Su Li in her arms, overheard the entire conversation within the ward. Su Li expressed concern for Yu Qing. "Mother, do not fear. You still have me and 3 older brothers. We all love you and will stand by you to help. I will assist Mother." The tender comfort of her child's voice gradually soothed the tumultuous anger within Yu Qing. She exhaled a deep breath before gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, the voices within the ward fell silent. Su Linlin, reluctantly instructed to open the door, did so with an air of disdain. "Who is it? What a rare visitor." Upon seeing that it was Yu Qing, Su Linlin's demeanor instantly turned sardonic. The attention of Madame Su and Su Yunting was drawn to the door as well. Both their expressions soured upon seeing Yu Qing standing there. Su Yunting lowered his head to fasten his shirt buttons, while Madame Su angrily hurled a pillow from the hospital bed at Yu Qing. "How dare you? Yunting has been hospitalized for so long, and you have not visited him. Now that he is about to be discharged, you come here with eager eyes. Get out. Leave at once." Faced with Madame Su's vitriol, Yu Qing's face exhibited a hint of grievance. She then turned to Su Linlin. "Mother, I truly did not intend to neglect my visits. My health has been quite poor. How come you Haven Tea succumbed to illness then?" Madame Su's words ignited a flicker of malice in Su Li's eyes. If you cannot speak, then remain silent." Ugh! Madame Su could utter no more words, only emitting a series of frustrated sounds. Yu Qing, with reddened eyes, turned to Su Yunting. "Do you think of me in the same way?" Su Yunting remained silent. Seeing that Su Yunting was ignoring her, she hurried forward, grasping Su Linlin's hand. "Linlin, listen to your sister-in-law. Your fiancé is no good. You must not marry him." "Enough!" Before Yu Qing could finish, Su Linlin wrenched her hand away, glaring at Yu Qing with disdain. "You know very well that the Su family has business dealings with his family. Do you wish for me to break off the engagement? Are you intent on seeing the Su family fail? I will not, under any circumstances, break off the engagement. Throughout the entirety of Jing City, there is no family more distinguished than his. I absolutely refuse to break off the engagement. Linlin, I'm doing this for your own good." Yu Qing attempted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Su Yunting. Are you questioning the competence of my subordinates? Does he not investigate the family background and character of the man whom my sister is to marry? Just because you say he is no good, does that make it so? Su Yunting's cold glare fell upon Yu Qing'e, threatening her into silence. You are upset that I did not care for you during your confinement. Have I not already avenged that this month? Why should my sister sacrifice her happiness? Su Yunting's words made Yu Qing'e realize the truth. Su Yunting was the male protagonist, influential and powerful. How could he remain unaware of the man's true character? Allowing his sister to marry him was merely a reflection of his indifference. Indeed, he did not care for his sister's well-being. He only cared about Lin Ying'er and the expansion of his own business empire. Upon recognizing the cold-hearted essence of Su Yunting, an urge to laugh welled up within Yu Qing'e. It turned out that in Su Yunting's heart, it was not that he did not care for her, but rather, he cared for no one at all, including his mother and sister. How could you misunderstand me so profoundly? After coming to a realization, Yu Qing'e felt a great deal of grievance and turned away in anger, declaring, if you wish to think that way, then so be it. I will substantiate your assumptions. Chapter 22. You graduated from New Oriental, didn't you? Before leaving, Yu Qing'e made a fierce remark, appearing to provoke Su Yunting. Su Yunting scoffed. Very well. I am eager to see how you will substantiate it. Have I been too indulgent with you lately, allowing you to act with such impunity? Indeed. Have I been too lenient, allowing you to shift blame so effortlessly? Such talent should not be squandered in a hotel kitchen, Su Li muttered indignantly. Because she was still unable to articulate herself fully, her words emerged as sounds incomprehensible to adults. However, it was evident to those present that Su Li was cursing quite profusely. In particular, she extended her chubby little arm towards Su Yunting, baring her teeth. Look at the child you brought up, 2 months old and already so uncouth. Su Yunting let Su Li bewildered. Does our home lack mirrors? Shouldn't he take a moment to reflect on his own character? Is my lack of decorum not a product of your wretched genes? A toad masquerading as a frog, truly believing itself to be a beneficial insect? You even wish to borrow my bone marrow to save your mistress. How audacious! Should I lend you a mother as well? With such double standards, you must be a dreadful mother. At 2 months old, Su Li's insults had escalated significantly. Just wait. When I learn to speak, the first person I will curse is you. Then, Su Li extended her delicate little hand, gesturing a middle finger at Su Yunting. Of course, such a small child making such a gesture would only be perceived as a coincidence. Thus, Su Linlin rushed up to Yu Qing'e, tugging at her arm and demanding, "What does your daughter mean by giving my brother the finger? How dare she look down on him when she once begged like a sycophant for him to marry you?" Su Li, who? Who is a sycophant? Yu Qing'e felt a pang in her heart as bitterness washed over her. She had once been so humble, willing to abandon her dignity for Su Yunting. Standing behind Su Linlin, Su Yunting showed no intention of defending Yu Qing'e, tacitly allowing Su Linlin and Madame Su to humiliate her. Go on, curse him. Yu Qing'e's eyelashes fluttered as she recalled her daughter's earlier fury directed at Su Yunting. She tightened her embrace around Su Li, mustering the courage to face Su Linlin. As Yu Qing'e lifted her gaze, Su Linlin paused, preparing to continue berating Yu Qing'e for her lack of shame, only to hear Yu Qing'e speak. How hypocritical you are. Aren't you also chasing after someone? You, a toad in a frog's skin, truly think yourself a beneficial insect? It was the first time Yu Qing'e had ever insulted someone. Her body felt weak as the words escaped her lips. Yet at that moment, she suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. It was as if some shackles had been shattered, allowing her to see a vast, new world. Yu Qing'e's retort left the Su family members in stunned silence. Aware of her insufficient prowess, she hastily made her exit. Her purpose for coming today was merely to make an appearance and coincidentally check on Lin Ying'er's pregnancy. After leaving Su Yunting's ward, she headed straight for the obstetrics and gynecology department. She needed to secure substantial evidence of the infidelity. With what she sought now in hand, Yu Qing'e departed with Su Li. Though she had envied her elder sisters in the past, she had felt like a doll molded by a template, trapped within its confines, never daring to step beyond the bounds, until she encountered Su Yunting. The most outrageous act she had ever committed in her life was pursuing Su Yunting during her university years, making it a public spectacle. Reflecting on the novels her daughter mentioned, she smiled. It fit the narrative of a supporting character from a wealthy background who meets a tragic end. How could the male protagonist allow the supporting character to meddle? Once entangled, there would naturally be a steep price to pay. However, the word she had just hurled at Su Linlin felt like a brick that had smashed through a barrier. She was no longer the doll in the template. Now, she was a divorced woman, wronged by her husband's infidelity, and lacking decorum mattered not. At the Yu residence, Yu Wanner sat on the sofa, watching television. Hearing the door open, she turned her head, remote in hand, glancing towards the entrance. Yu Qing entered, cradling Su Li, noticing her sister's constant gaze. Yu Qing asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yu Wanner furrowed her brow, stroking her chin in contemplation. Her younger sister had always been the most obedient in the family, both in appearance and demeanor, embodying the essence of a refined heiress. Yet, she seemed to radiate a newfound vitality, her eyes sparkling as if lit by stars. This was the first time Yu Wanner had witnessed such liveliness in her sister. Had something good happened? Is that really you? My sister cursing? What on earth did she say? You're such a nuisance. You rascal. Surely, these were the worst words in her sister's vocabulary. Yu Qing paused for a moment before recounting the day's events to Yu Wanner, who was left in disbelief. You must be joking, Yu Wanner insisted. No, it must be a case of possession. Second sister, Yu Qing exclaimed, annoyed. Yu Wanner was at a loss for words, finally stammering. You can't possibly be in such a good mood because you curse someone today, can you? The answer was reflected in Yu Qing's starry eyes, yes. I have opened the door to a new world. Mom, my sister has been possessed. Yu Wanner shrieked. Soon after, the entire Yu family descended the stairs. Meeting their worried gazes, Yu Qing felt compelled to repeat the story. Unlike Yu Wanner's reaction, the Yu family members fully supported her actions. Our family is not of humble origins. Why should we act timidly? Exactly. If she displeases you, curse her. If it comes to that, slap her a couple of times. Chapter 23. A grown person stealing her daughter's bottle. Encouraged by her family, Yu Qing's inner apprehension vanished entirely, and she nodded solemnly. Yes, it should be this way. How can the Su family treat us as they do? The Yu family was harmonious, while the Su family was equally unyielding. Yu Qing informed her family about Lin Ying's pregnancy. We must divorce. Before the Yu family could respond, Chun Yishuan, as the eldest brother-in-law, slammed his hand on the table, demanding that his sister-in-law divorce. The Yu family glanced between Chun Yishuan and Yu Qing, particularly Yu Zheng, who regarded Chun Yishuan with a meaningful look. Chun Yishuan felt a twinge of unease under his gaze and then raised his chin, stating emphatically, a kind person like Qing is not suited for Su Yunting. Once the business dealings in the southwest are settled, let them divorce. No, it's not yet time. Yu Qing hate. She had previously shared her thoughts with her family, but sometimes Yu Shuer was too busy to discuss these matters. Yet, he was not foolish. He understood that Yu Qing did not wish to give the Su family any advantage. Your sister-in-law clearly favors the Su family, Yu Shuer remarked with a smile. That is promising. Chun Yishuan praised, giving a thumbs up. It should be this way. Does Su Yunting think that after climbing to the pinnacle of the capital circle these past few years, he can rest easy? He seems to have forgotten how he attained that position. He married Yu Qing for the Yu family's influence in the Hu circle. But now he wishes for both his white moonlight and power. He cannot have it all. It was a beautiful thought. As the Yu family continued their conversation, Su Li fell into a deep slumber. Later that night, in the Wang family's old residence, General Wang sat in his study, meticulously organizing the clues surrounding his wife's tragic demise. As the expression on his face darkened while he sketched a white line towards the Su family, a knock echoed at the door of his study. Mr. Wang set aside his affairs and stepped into the secret room. What is it? He inquired. Dad, tomorrow is Mom's Memorial Day. You need to rest early, spoke his daughter, the offspring of his late wife. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's demeanor softened considerably. He approached the door, opened it, and nodded with gratitude. All right, Father will go to sleep now. You should also rest early. After patting Wang Xiren's head, he proceeded to his bedroom. Meng Meng, Mr. Wang called out, eager to follow. Unfortunately, his wife did not heed his call and fell straight down the stairs, resembling a white butterfly dancing through the air, as if that was the only way she could attain true liberation. No, mister. Wang was about to leap after her when a small voice resonated behind him. What would jumping accomplish? The voice carried an unexpected maturity for one so young. Mister. Wang paused, turning to identify the source. He saw a woman holding a child. He recognized her as the third miss of a Yu family. It dawned on him that this was but a dream. He was once again haunted by the tragic image of his wife's demise. However, this time was different. Previously, he had dreamt of the aftermath of her fall, but now he was witnessing the moments before her leap. "Are you speaking to me?" Mr. Wong was an atheist. Yet, since his wife's passing, he had grown increasingly superstitious, yearning for a chance to see her again or receive a dream to assist him in avenging her. Yet, this bizarre dream, which included Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting's little daughter, hinted that something was amiss. "I wish to propose a transaction." Unbeknownst to Mr. Wong, this dream had been meticulously crafted by Su Li, who had exhausted her efforts to create it. The delay had stemmed from her investigation into the cause of Mr. Wong's wife's death and the whereabouts of her soul, compounded by her insufficient power in her new body, necessitating time to gather strength before presenting herself to him. "Oh, Mr. Veng Scrutanos Tsuli." After 2 months, she had blossomed, her appearance no longer frail but adorned with soft, cherubic features that made her resemble a little Mithriya Buddha when she smiled, delightfully charming. Even while negotiating with Mr. Wong, her countenance radiated kindness, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Does the little daughter of the Su family possess such capability? 10% of Su's shares in exchange for my assistance in investigating your wife's cause of death. Should you wish to proceed with this transaction, come to the Yu residence within 3 days. As Su Li's words fell, the entire scene gradually faded, ultimately disappearing from view. Awakening abruptly, Mr. Wong sat up in bed, startled. He gazed around, realizing he was in his own bedroom, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He chuckled at the absurdity of having entrusted his hopes to a 2-month-old infant. His hand inadvertently brushed against an object on the bed. Turning to inspect, he discovered a pink baby bottle beside his pillow, still containing freshly prepared milk, dripping onto his sheets. Mr. Wong gasped. If his memory served him correctly, this bottle belonged to the little infant he had seen in his dream. Therefore, his gaze inevitably fell upon the 3 photographs resting on the bedside table, his heart swelling with emotion. "Meng Meng, was it you who guided her here?" Choosing today was intended to instill faith in him regarding this matter. Throughout the night, Mr. Wong found no solace in sleep. Had it not been for his wife's Memorial Day, he would have driven to the Yu residence to meet Su Li at dawn. Observing her father lost in thought, Wang Xiren felt a pang of sympathy. "Dad, I have grown up. You should not linger in the past, but look forward." Hearing his daughter's soothing words, Mr. Wong shook his head. "It's nothing. I merely dreamed of your mother last night." He had not dreamed of her in quite some time. Wang Xiren's eyes reddened as she turned to gaze out the window. "Mom, can you see this? If you have any spirit in heaven, please allow Dad to move forward." After visiting the grave, Mr. Wong took Wang Xiren to school, while he himself carried the baby bottle discovered in his bedroom to the Yu residence. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, Yu Qing'er rummaged through a small cabinet containing Su Li's belongings with curiosity. "How strange, I distinctly placed it here." Due to excessive energy expenditure the previous day, Su Li was in a deep slumber. Even as Yu Qing'er rummaged, the noise failed to awaken her. It was only when Mr. Wong arrived that she sensed his presence and began to stir. "Miss Yu," Mr. Wong entered, holding the baby bottle. Upon his arrival, Yu Qing'er's gaze fell upon the object in his hand, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Mr. Wong, why are you here?" She noticed he was holding her daughter's bottle. Such a grown man, stealing my daughter's bottle. Perhaps Yu Qing'er's unreserved gaze was too overt for the moment Mr. Wong entered. He felt her scrutiny was less than favorable, often glancing at the bottle in his hand. "Do you believe the bottle appeared in my home by mere coincidence?" Who would have thought that a man in his 40s would find himself explaining to a woman under 30 that he had not stolen a baby bottle? Did Yu Qing'er believe him? Of course not. However, she was aware that Mr. Wong was not the type to engage in such theft, especially considering the Wong family was a 2-hour drive from the Yu residence. "Is there a particular reason for your visit today?" Yu Qing'er inquired. She seldom visited the company and was aware of the discord between Mr. Wong and Su Yunting. Although one might say that an enemy's enemy could be a friend, this man before her was not necessarily virtuous. "The owner of the bottle sent me." Mr. Wong handed the bottle to the Yu family's nanny for her to take away. Who could the owner of the bottle be? Naturally, it was Su Li. Yu Qing'er was skeptical of his claim, but recalling her daughter's abilities, she pondered the possibility. "Please wait, I will bring the child out." Yu Qing'er did not refute his request, stirring a tempest within Mr. Wong's heart. It appeared the Yu family acknowledged the abilities of the Su family's little daughter, which explained their lack of surprise when he mentioned the bottle's owner. Once Su Li was brought out, Mr. Wang quickly stood up. He thought to himself, perhaps he had lost his sanity, seeking help from a child merely 2 months old because of a dream. Upon seeing the person he longed to meet, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Li's face. Mr. Wang felt an inexplicable charm emanating from the little daughter of the Su family, soothing his previously anxious heart. His lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Misu, greetings. To his astonishment, upon hearing his voice, Su Li extended her chubby left hand to shake his. Mr. Wang was taken aback. Such innate talent at just 2 months old was astonishing. His surprise delighted Yu Qing'er, who held Su Li and spoke. Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? The business dealings between the Yu and Wang families were few, and the most significant matter revolved around Su's interests. Are you interested in the shares of Su? Su Li's ability to speak prompted Mr. Wang to engage in conversation with Yu Qing'er. I knew I would be able to help Mommy. I'm super capable. I anticipated that old Wang would not believe. So I deliberately left the bottle there to convince him. The words, still unrefined, resonated with pride in her ability to assist Yu Qing'er. Please have a seat. Yu Qing'er maintained a serious demeanor, holding Su Li as they sat across from Mr. Wang. Is your visit today a serious matter? Even though the Yu and Su families were at odds, dismantling the Su family would require careful planning, much like how Su Yunting had taken 5 years to undermine the Yu family. However, once Miss Yu acquires more than 30% of my shares, it will trigger a mandatory tender offer. Mr. Wang raised an eyebrow. Once a mandatory tender offer was triggered, Su Yunting would be prepared. When it comes to the issue of shares, Yu Qing'er remained remarkably composed. I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. Each will receive 10%, which adds up to 40%. Upon hearing this, General Wang understood Yu Qing'er's intentions. She had meticulously devised her plan. Suddenly, General Wang realized that the Yu family and the Su family had no room for reconciliation. Yu Qing'er's entry into the company was solely to seize control of the Su family. She must have been aware of Su Yunting's troubles outside. General Wang glanced at Su Li, his tone laced with subtle probing, noting that Miss Su appeared quite astute, recognizing individuals within just 2 days. Yu Qing'er spoke half sheepishly, half jokingly, concerned that such a young child, aware of her unique situation, might attract misfortune. She could not permit her daughter to be ensnared in danger. General Wang, however, could not reveal that it was Su Li who had visited him in a dream the previous night. As fellow parents, they inherently understood each other's thoughts. He could assert his own perspective, yet Yu Qing'er would likely deny it. General Wang? It was said that he rushed directly from the company to the Yu mansion upon hearing of Yu Zheng's arrival. Upon meeting Yu Zheng, General Wang's intentions shifted. He aimed to gauge the Yu family's stance on the expansion into the southwestern region. Yu General, the two ascended the stairs together to discuss business, maintaining silence about the transaction between Su Li and General Wang. It was only in the evening that Su Li, having deduced her conclusions, located the dress worn by General Wang's late wife. Under normal circumstances, that dress should have been burned, but due to the hired murder, the intermediary had clandestinely taken it to prevent being implicated. After all, the dress bore not only the blood of General Wang's wife, but also the blood of her assailant. One must always leave themselves an escape route. Su Li's spiritual energy was sufficient only to transmit evidence to General Wang, leaving no surplus to visit him in a dream. Her daily life revolved around caring for her 3rd brother, who was undergoing rehabilitation and attending classes at home. While it was said she was caring for him, it was actually Su Sun who was looking after her. Su Yang was unlike Su Sun and Su Shi. He was colder and more guarded towards Yu Qing, displaying his disdain for her openly, as if he feared she would remain oblivious. After months of trials, Yu Qing'er had fortified her heart, no longer shedding tears in the face of her son's resentment, though it still stung. Nevertheless, it was her own transgressions. She had no right to blame heaven or others. Standing opposite Yu Qing'er, Su Yang's frail form concealed a deep-seated animosity towards the Yu family. Has Su Xiao, Nai, suddenly remembered that you have sons? Su Yang's words dripped with sarcasm, mirroring the tone of the Su family. Yu Qing'er felt a pang of guilt in her heart. In response to his inquiry, she softly confessed, I have always remembered. It was my ignorance that wronged you. Could a mere apology erase the wounds she had inflicted upon them? Chapter 25. What does it mean that Su Yunting sold Su Yang's life? An apology, of course, cannot compensate for Yu Qing'er's debts to them. It was precisely for this reason that she struggled internally with her feelings of guilt. Both Yu Qing'er and Yu Zheng found themselves ensnared by remorse toward Su Yang, while only Su Li scrutinized the frail figure of Su Yang before her. He appeared even weaker than Su's son, small in stature. His complexion a waxy yellow tinged with dark undertones, indicating severe malnutrition. Had an ordinary person seen him, they would instinctively assume he was deprived of food and warmth, easily remedied with a bit of nourishment. However, Su Li was different. She could perceive far more. Second brother is truly unfortunate, clearly destined to be a brilliant scientist. Yet he is subjected to the ignorance of a shallow grandmother, who not only restricts his potential, but also feeds him ash. How utterly outrageous! Having seen the depth of Su Yang's affliction, Su Li flung her building blocks aside in frustration. The plump little girl suddenly erupted in anger, drawing the attention of those around her. Her furious outburst was loud enough that the other three found it impossible to ignore. Standing at the door, the obstinate Su Yang, unwilling to enter, observed his soft-hearted sister, and his own heart softened. Yet, upon remembering Yu Qing'er, his expression hardened once more as he looked at Su Li. He would not forgive Yu Qing'er. No matter how tender his sister appeared, he would not relent. At most, he would forgive his innocent sister, enduring considerable torment. Su Yang stubbornly refused to yield, exuding an air of righteousness, as if he were blameless and wronged by Yu Qing'er. My second brother was poisoned by Su Yunting's mother, who fed him ash. He suffered. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices. How could that old woman be so cruel? It is no wonder that Su Yunting's father refuses to associate with her. If it were me, I would do the same. The little girl's relentless tirade softened Su Yang's demeanor. Upon hearing her recount his own fate, his lips pursed slightly. He could hear his sister's sentiments, and she was aware that he was subjected to the same treatment involving ash. The term ash caused the Yu siblings to change their expressions. A small amount of ash can ward off evil, but excessive consumption leads to poisoning. These are chemical substances. My second brother, at merely 5 years old, is in such poor health due to being poisoned by ash, worse off than our abused third brother. Fortunately, the poisoning has not seeped into his bones. Treatment should not be overly complicated. Yu Qing'er could no longer remain seated. She had never anticipated that Su Yang's condition was not merely malnutrition, but rather poisoning. She stood up anxiously, wanting to approach Su Yang, to touch his face and urge him to visit a hospital. However, upon meeting her son's averted gaze, she hastily turned to her second brother. Yu Zheng, too, was worried, but if her little niece said it could be treated, she would surely find a way to help Su Yang. Su Li beamed at Su Yang. Her small hands, soft and plump like little buns, elicited an urge to pinch them. Su Yang maintained a stern expression, refusing to embrace her, declaring, "Even if you are my sister, I will not hold you." Despite his words, he stepped forward to offer her a milk bottle from the coffee table. Brother? He thought she was adorable, but that would not soften his heart. Seeing Su Yang relent towards Su Li, both Yu Qing'er and Yu Zheng exhaled in relief. Su Li grinned validly at Xing, her milk spilling over her chin and onto her clothes. So clumsy, though Su Yang grumbled at her. He gently supported her with one hand while reaching for a napkin with the other. Unable to grasp it, Yu Qing'er attentively pushed the napkin towards Su Yang. He pulled it out without glancing away, wiping Su Li's mouth. "You made a mess. Now I have to clean it up." He spoke harshly, yet his actions were exceedingly tender. "Just you wait. I am your little sister, so you must tolerate my mess. Don't think I don't know you find me adorable. Admitting your sister is cute is nothing to be ashamed of. Being aloof is pointless." Su Li mused internally. Su Yang paused in his movements, feeling an urge to ruffle her cheeks, but when his hand hovered over her soft face, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he sternly warned Su Li, "Stay away from me in the future. Do not call me brother." Laughter erupted around them, as it became evident who the future little tyrant of the Su family would be. 3 young masters could not outshine a single little princess. Even the fearsome second young master could not intimidate his little sister. The playful interaction between the siblings brought a sigh of relief to Yu Qing'er. At least he was merely resistant towards her, not towards little Su Li. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Just as Yu Qing'er felt grateful, a loud "pa" echoed in the room. She turned in surprise towards the source of the sound, witnessing Su Li, clad in pale pink overalls, tossing her toys to the ground before raising her hands before her her chubby fingers spread wide and spitting into her right palm. The occupants of the villa were taken aback. How outrageous! She then repeated the act, spitting into her left palm. As the crowd remained speechless, she made a determined leap, her chubby little hands clapping against her second brother's waxen, gaunt face. The stark contrast of the white doughy bun against the yellow of the pot sticker was striking. Su-yang was quite vexed by Su Li's antics. Despite his intent to scold her, she was merely 6 months old, his little sister. He refrained from reprimanding her. Yet at that moment, she was audaciously striking his face. While everyone was momentarily stunned, another glob of saliva met Su-yang's face. Darkness enveloped him as he exclaimed, Young, Li, how could you spit on your brother? Li, let go of your brother. Amidst the commotion of their mother and uncle, Su-yang slipped into unconsciousness, with Su Li sprawled atop him, causing both to tumble like a stack of toys onto the far end of the sofa. I told you, just drinking incense ash wouldn't lead to such a pallid complexion. It truly is effective, Su Li mused. A devotee of Buddhism, she had once been in close proximity to the Buddha's golden figure, and her saliva was as potent as incense ash, if not more so. From the moment Su-yang entered, she sensed something amiss but remained still. Just now, she had seized the opportunity. Yu Qing'er and Yu Zheng witnessed Su Li showering her brother with saliva, unaware that without magical implements, Su Li could only use her spit to ward off evil. That scoundrel Su Yunting is not only cruel, but also venomous. He actually sold my second brother's life. How despicable. If I had another 6 months, I would surely make you pay for secretly siphoning my second brother's fortune. At this moment, Yu Qing'er was entirely focused on Su-yang. Her daughter claimed he was poisoned and weak. Did his fainting signify a toxic reaction? Just as she was about to call for emergency help, she heard something that left her bewildered. What did it mean that Su Yunting sold Su-yang's life? Chapter 26. The malice of a scoundrel. Yu Qing'er anxiously turned to her second brother, her eyes filled with confusion, hoping for an explanation. Stay calm. We shall discuss this later, Yu Zheng reassured Yu Qing'er, his own suspicions growing. He instructed her to care for the 2 children and then took out his phone to call a friend. Observing Yu Zheng's back as he made the call, Yu Qing'er felt that the situation was far more complex than she had initially thought. What did fortune truly mean? Was it the kind of fortune that had crossed her mind? Before she could ponder further, Su Li's irritated voice pierced through again. Tonight, you shall learn what it means to lift a stone only to crush your own foot. The male protagonist's fortune must be quite desirable to others, no? Yu Qing'er could hardly fathom that Su Yunting was so malicious as to not only desire the children as lives, but to sell them to others. If only I knew whose child as fortune had recently improved, I could inform my second uncle, and that would provide direction. Su Li was not a Taoist priest. She did not require a birth date to dismantle the opponent's fortune-stealing formations. All she needed was a formidable mental and spiritual power. Though her spiritual energy had yet to fully recover, obtaining a birth date would be ideal. If that proved impossible, she was still capable of ensuring her adversaries could not access their fortunes. He truly had not anticipated the myriad tribulations faced by his nephews. Now, it was not merely physical maltreatment, but also metaphysical turmoil. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yu Zheng regarded Su Li with heightened curiosity. Who could have imagined that a mere 6-month-old girl could discern the anomalies afflicting her brother? While Yu Zheng and Yu Qing'er were lost in their own reflections, Su Li's chubby hand once again clapped against Su-yang, dispelling the lingering malaise that clung to him. The exertion of her spiritual energy began to tire her. Once the negativity dissipated from Su-yang, she yawned and, leaning back, fell swiftly asleep on the sofa. Yu Qing'er, accustomed to her daughter falling asleep at the slightest shift, confirmed her slumber and entrusted Su Li to a nanny sent by the Yu family, instructing her to take Su Li to a room for rest. Meanwhile, she contemplated whether to take Su-yang to the hospital. The villa they resided in was entirely under the care of the Yu family, alleviating any fears for Su Li's safety. Allericht, Yu Qing'er nodded. On their way to the hospital, a wave of concern washed over her as she asked Yu Zheng, "Brother, will Yang truly be fine?" Ever since learning that Su-yang's life had been sold, her heart had been in a constant state of dread, fearing he might slip away in his sleep. Do not worry. If Su-yang were truly in imminent danger, little Su Li would not be so soundly asleep. Yu Zheng reassured her. Since discovering Su Yunting's nefarious intentions toward the Yu family, Both he and Yu Wan'er had remained in the capital to address matters concerning the branch office. After 6 months of interaction, Yu Zheng had gained some understanding of his niece's character. The little girl was fiercely protective and aware of her limits. In less urgent situations, she would proceed cautiously and deliberately. When push came to shove, she would exert her utmost effort. The fact that little Su Li did not display overwhelming urgency today indicated that the situation had not reached a dead end. Thus, her earlier actions of spraying saliva and slapping were likely a temporary remedy for Su Yang's predicament. After hearing Yu Zheng's explanation, Yu Qing'er felt a sense of relief wash over her. If anything were to happen to Su Yang, she genuinely could not fathom how to face her other sons and family. I never imagined he would harbor such hatred for my child, who shares his blood. Why must he act in this manner? Yu Qing'er pondered in confusion. Yu Zheng scoffed. Humans are not the same as beasts. Do not compare yourself to them. Furthermore, Su Yunting's father is no paragon of virtue, and given that Su Madam is rather shallow, it would be remarkable if she raised good children. While it is not impossible for a poor bamboo to yield fine shoots, the majority are indeed inferior. Sister, did you sign any documents with Su Yunting last year? After a brief silence, Yu Zheng shifted the conversation to business matters. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er's lashes fluttered. She was no longer the same Yu Qing'er as before. Thus, when her brother inquired about this matter, her instincts immediately warned her that the document in question was problematic. She trembled as she held Su Yang, contemplating the potential losses for the Yu family. Not much, 3 billion. 3 billion? Yu Qing'er's eyes widened as she stared incredulously at her brother, who remained unfazed. Was she losing her mind, or was her brother? 3 billion was hardly a trivial sum. Noticing his sister's thoughts, Yu Zheng smiled. What are you considering? Compared to the potential loss of your entire family, 3 billion is a minor inconvenience. Money can be earned again, but once a life is lost, everything is truly gone. Moreover, given the trajectory, the Yu family was on the brink of ruin. Do not feel guilty. You're doing remarkably well. Yu Zheng comforted his sister, who was plagued by remorse. Regardless of whether the events transpired, Yu Qing'er was making every effort to remedy the situation, even beginning to participate in decisions at Su's, which was yielding positive results and stalling Su Yunting's advance. As long as Su Yunting's steps remained tentative, he could be confident in minimizing the 3 billion loss. Yes, Yu Qing'er's voice dropped. Has Su Yunting contacted you recently? He has. When Su Yunting was mentioned, Yu Qing'er's tone turned frosty. It was nothing more than a series of admonishments. In her daughter's words, he was even more paternalistic than their father. Yu Qing'er had never been subjected to such lessons from her own father. Instead, he was assuming the role of a surrogate father, instructing her on how to conduct herself. It was no wonder her daughter often remarked that she was under the influence of Su Yunting's psychological control. Noticing his sister's displeasure, Yu Zheng understood that Su Yunting had likely said something that irked her. He requested that I transfer the branch's shares to him so that he could elevate the Yu family's standing in the capital. Yu Qing'er was taken aback by Su Yunting's statement, almost laughing in anger. Was the Yu family not already high enough? Did they need his assistance? His ambition was laughable. He wanted everything without relinquishing his ties to the Yu family's power, effectively living off their success. Before she could finish speaking, she spotted Su Yunting strolling down the street with a pregnant woman. Instinctively, she pulled out her phone to capture their images. After confirming the faces of 2 individuals, she finally put down her phone. Yu Zheng drove the car up to them and rolled down the window. Chapter 27. Take a good look at what breed of dog you are. Mr. Su, long time no see. Yu Zheng boldly lowered the window, eager to see just how shameless Su Yunting could be. His gaze fell upon the pregnant woman in Su Yunting's embrace, and he noticed a fleeting panic on Lin Er's flushed face. A slow smile crept across his lips. And who might this be? His passenger seat was occupied by Yu Qing'er. While Yu Zheng's attention remained on Lin Er, Yu Qing'er's focus was directed at Su Yunting. She did not miss the momentary embarrassment and impatience on Su Yunting's face, nor the hint of guilt. It's Yunting's first love, Yu Qing'er explained thoughtfully. As soon as those words left her mouth, Su Yunting's expression shifted. He reprimanded Yu Qing'er, stating that Er's health was fragile, and being her brother, he naturally had to look after her. How could you follow me? Can't you refrain from causing such a scene? What happened to your gentle and understanding demeanor? His words were an accusation against Yu Qing'er for her lack of understanding, and he saw nothing wrong with his actions. Yu Zheng's gaze darkened. The Yu family indeed needed an excuse to sever ties with him, and now was a fortuitous moment. When my sister was pregnant, I didn't TC Mr. Su being so considerate, Yu Qing remarked. Her character was gentle, but Yu Zheng's was not. He smiled slyly, realizing that the Su family could stand independently without the Yu family's assistance. With a single statement, Yu Zheng trampled on Su Yunting's pride. He noticed the triumphant glimmer in Lin Er's eyes, and the coldness in his own deepened. If they no longer required the Yu family support, then it was time to part ways. After speaking, Yu Qing rolled up the window, denying Su Yunting any chance to respond. After the outburst, she felt a sense of satisfaction as she raised the window, leaving Su Yunting behind, shouting in anger. Unfortunately, his two legs could not outrun the four wheels of the car, and he could only watch helplessly as Yu Qing drove away. Yu Zheng, who usually worked during the day, had never witnessed Yu Qing scolding someone. Surprised, he remarked, "Have you been taught a lesson by your second sister? Why do you speak so harshly now? You are a completely different person from the little sister I once knew." Yu Qing flicked her hair back and calmly replied, "When it comes to dogs, one cannot treat them like humans. Dogs deserve to be scolded. Scoundrels always need a good reprimand." She was no longer merely Yu Qing. She had transformed into Niu Hu Lu Yu Qing. 6 months was ample time for her sharp-tongued daughter to hone her skills in reprimanding others. Don't ask. The answer is simply that she learned it from her daughter. For some reason, Yu Zheng saw a hint of pride and satisfaction in his sister, as well as a desire to continue. The world was in decline, and a toad wished to be a mother to a dog, while Yu Qing always longed to scold scoundrels and their families. It was his absence that had caused him to fall behind his sister's progress, he reflected. With the appearance of Su Yunting, the heavy atmosphere in the car lightened somewhat, and by the time they reached the hospital, Yu Qing's heart was no longer so tense. On the street, Su Yunting glared angrily at the departing Porsche, shouting incessantly, drawing the attention of numerous passersby. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from him and Lin, fearing that they might inadvertently provoke Su Yunting. Unable to scold Yu Qing, Su Yunting decided to pull out his phone to call her. "Yunting, brother," Lin said with a pitiful demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears. "Did sister you misunderstand? Shouldn't I have kept this child?" Seeing his beloved distressed, Su Yunting disregarded his own grievances and quickly wrapped his arms around her. "Fool, why are you saying such nonsense? Your health is so poor, and you still want to bear a child for me. I should be the one touched, not letting any other scoundrel bully you." To Su Yunting, Yu Qing was utterly detestable. He believed it was she who had shamelessly provoked him. Otherwise, Ing would not have misunderstood the breakup, and he would not have been forced to marry her. Su Yunting shifted all the blame onto Yu Qing. How ungrateful of her, he thought, considering he had once wanted her to remain as the young mistress of the Su family, to accommodate Ing until she recovered and was settled elsewhere. It seemed now that Yu Qing was nothing but a white-eyed wolf, ungrateful and unaware of her blessings. Hearing what she longed to hear, Lin nestled in Su Yunting's embrace, smiled maliciously. "Yu Qing, just wait. Everything you have will soon be mine. Let me take you to see the things the baby will need." Su Yunting wished to divert his attention away from the Yu siblings, and leaned down to peck Lin Er's lips, wrapping his arms around her less slender waist as they walked toward a nearby baby supply store. Lin playfully hit his chest, feigning annoyance. "Stop being so affectionate in public. I won't talk to you anymore." Their flirtatious banter attracted the curious gazes of those nearby. If he wasn't mistaken, that man must be quite wealthy, and the woman wasn't too young either. How peculiar. But never mind, as the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. May they succeed in their endeavors. Inside the hospital, Yu Qing paced nervously in the corridor, anxiously awaiting the test results. Yu Zheng sat nearby, observing Su Yang while dialing his assistant, instructing him to dismantle all collaborations between the Yu family and the Su family. He even planned to intercept several of Su family's orders. At that moment, a nurse emerged holding a test report. Su Yang's guardian. Here. Yu Qing hurried forward, taking the report from the nurse's hands. Upon seeing the nurse's grave expression, her heart sank. Noting her anxious demeanor, the nurse's displeasure softened considerably. "If you care so much for the child, you should take good care of him. How could you let him consume such dangerous things?" Yes, you're right. All right, go pay the fees and prepare for the hospitalization. Okay. Thankfully, it was merely a hospital visit and not a trip to the crematorium. Otherwise, after settling the fees, Yu Qing-er arranged for Su Yang to be placed in a private ward. I will bring Li Bao over later. Chapter 28. Get bitten. Get bitten. Li Bao is so understanding and considerate. Thinking of her daughter, Yu Qing-er's expression brightened a bit. Li Bao would surely not mind coming to the hospital to accompany her second brother, as she had taken care of her third brother during his illness. Yu Qing-er, do you even hear what you are saying? Yu Zheng questioned. You expect a 2-month-old infant to care for a 5-year-old? How could you even say that? The look in Yu Zheng's eyes made Yu Qing-er's gaze soften as she glanced at Su Yang, who lay in a hospital bed. But Sun Er's psychological condition will improve so quickly, and Li Bao is indeed indispensable. Li Bao was the family's lucky star, a unique little son who radiated warmth upon everyone in the household, dispelling their misfortunes and clearing their paths ahead. You are right, Yu Zheng conceded. After all, this hospital had shares belonging to the Yu family. They could bring the family's baby crib and some supplies, making things easier for his sister, even if it meant inconveniencing his niece. Ultimately, Suli was taken to the hospital by Yu Zheng. Upon waking in the unfamiliar environment, she initially thought she had been kidnapped. It was only when she spotted Yu Qing-er that she calmed down, realizing she was not abducted. It must be that Su Yang was hospitalized, and her beautiful mother had come to care for him, while her own mother, not wanting to worry, had brought her along as well. Suli had experience in this matter. She had previously accompanied Su's son in the hospital, and this was merely a change of person. Clumsily, she climbed up, sitting in the crib and peering at Su Yang, who was lying in the hospital bed within 4 drip, attempting to stand. Unfortunately, her development was not advanced enough for that, so she could only cling to the crib railing to gaze at Su Yang's profile. Yu Qing-er stood by the window, noticing her daughter had awakened, and gently inquired, Li Bao, do you want to see your brother? Suli pointed at Su Yang and nodded. Ying gently lifted her from the crib and brought her close to Ying, exclaiming how adorable her daughter was. Despite being aware of her daughter's lively spirit, Ying instinctively raised her voice when speaking to SL. It was impossible to resist her daughter's charm. No one could deny her cuteness. Observing Ying's expression, SL felt her worries subside a little. It seemed that the hospital could indeed address such matters. As for the issue of luck, she could manage her saliva for a week and take another shot afterward. When Ying opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a soft, curious face peering at him. He attempted to reach out and pinch her cheek, only to be reminded that he was in a hospital. Upon noticing that Ying had awakened, SL instantly broke into a wide grin, displaying a harmless smile. A tiny tooth stood out prominently on her bare gums, eliciting a chuckle. However, Ying recalled the drool that had covered his face before he fell unconscious and instinctively turned his head away, fearing another splash of saliva from SL. His reaction surprised both Ying and SL. Soon, SL's chubby face flushed red as she squealed in delight. The playful sound she made caused Ying to laugh heartily, for the pair of siblings were truly a delightful duo. How could you speak so rudely? I'm your older brother, Ying protested, annoyed that his 6-month-old sister seemed to be scolding him. SL waved her tiny hands, declaring, not only am I scolding you, but I will also hit you. What does that mean? Are you rejecting me? Let me tell you, I usually don't share my saliva with just anyone. Such audacity, others would desire her saliva, yet she would refuse. You, brother, with your smug face. The flailing of a chubby infant held no real threat. It merely highlighted her cuteness. Even Ying, known for his temper, could not stay mad at her and sighed, turning his head in silence. In retaliation, SL sprayed him with more drool, exclaiming, if you don't like it, then I'll spray, spray, spray. I'll drown you in my saliva. Esen assisted, stinky, stinky, pointing at Ying, attempting to call him a stinky brother, but only managing to produce the word stinky. Frustrated, she rubbed her face with her tiny hands, exclaiming, this is terrible. My brother won't undergo some genetic mutation and inherit the scumbag traits of our father. Will he? Look, he is already spouting scumbag phrases at 5. Her baby voice was filled with accusations against Ying, labeling him a scumbag. Ying was taken aback. Though he was a clever child, the concept of being a scumbag was beyond his comprehension. He glanced at Ying, extending his hand for a phone. Although uncertain of his intent, Ying handed him his pink smartwatch. To her astonishment, He opened the small screen, accessed the browser, and typed, "What does scumbag mean?" He even added a question mark, displaying a surprising level of seriousness. Stealing a glance at SL, YQ Ingr noticed she was oblivious to SY Ing's action, which relieved her. She was genuinely concerned that SL might see and become overwhelmed. SL now weighed around 24-25 pounds, chubby like a little white meatball, making it hard to believe she was a premature infant. Her roundness made it quite a challenge for YQ Ingr to hold her. SY Ing remained focused on the webpage, explaining the term scumbag. It referred to a type of man who treats romantic relationships carelessly, playing with the feelings of others. Although he recognized each character, he could not grasp the meaning when they were combined. At just 5 years old, what did he know about relationships? Moreover, was his 6-month-old sister too precocious? His attention then shifted to why his 6-month-old sister would encounter a scumbag. SY Ing, ever perceptive, honed in on the phrase scumbag father. The implication that SYNT Ing was a scumbag indicated a lack of seriousness in his romantic pursuits. The only person who could incite such fury in SL was YQ Ingr. A fleeting glance at YQ Ingr revealed that she had indeed been wronged by SYNT Ing. No, it was SYNT Ing who had betrayed YQ Ingr, suggesting infidelity within their marriage. Suddenly, SY Ing felt a surge of restlessness. It has been a while since I last saw you, he awkwardly spoke, clearly unaccustomed to addressing YQ Ingr in this manner. The mention of SYNT Ing rendered YQ Ingr momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her son's sudden interest in her romantic life. She recalled her daughter's earlier words, realizing that her second son had taken them to heart. A stiff smile crept onto her face as she tried to maintain a facade of normalcy in front of the children. Well, your father. YQ Ingr thought to herself, I wonder who this second child takes after, with such a sharp tongue. Not one to differentiate between friend and foe. She continued, Humph, your father is unfaithful. He even has an illegitimate child with a mistress, and soon, the S family will have 5 heirs instead of 4. If only this were not a lawful society, I would have him eliminated and cremated immediately, she mused. Or perhaps I could arrange for him to have an accident, ensuring that the illegitimate child never comes to be. SL's murmurs astonished both YQ Ingr and SY Ing. Was this truly the thought process of a 6-month-old baby? SCOL, your thoughts are perilously dangerous. Pulling out her phone to message YWNR. In the future, you are forbidden from watching television or reading novels in front of my daughter. As YWNR was engaged in a meeting, she was left bewildered by the sudden outburst. What does this even mean? When have I ever watched television in front of LBO? I have merely described plots and discussed them with my little niece. What is wrong with that? Fuming, YWNR slammed her hand on the table. Her subordinates looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend her sudden rage. No, the boss has done nothing wrong. Indeed, how could the boss be at fault? They agreed, laughing nervously. SY Ing, wearing a sulky expression, allowed the nurse to remove the 4 from his hand. He turned his head towards the window, pondering. Do you have no explanations for our situation? Will you not defend yourself? They were not foolish. They were acutely aware of the tensions between their parents. They understood how SYNT Ing treated YQ Ingr. However, YQ Ingr had once been so enamored that they had no capacity to resist at such a young age. His words were merely an attempt to offer YQ Ingr a chance to explain, as well as an opportunity for him to forgive her. What is there to defend? I was foolish and trusted the wrong person, but I did not expect you to provide me with an opportunity for explanation, YQ Ingr thought, unwilling to revisit past events. She accepted her mistakes and would never shift blame onto others. She simply failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. At that moment, SL, being fed, could not help but glance toward SY Ing. How peculiar to see the once proud and sharp-tongued boy with his head down, she thought. As SL gurgled, the sound of her sipping from the bottle grew louder, capturing SY Ing's attention. Keep eating, or you'll become a ball. You coward, SY Ing. You should have the courage to stay with me. A hint of a smile graced YQ Ingr's face, appreciating the rare vitality of her daughter. In daily life, I often find myself immersed in rich inner dialogues, yet I have never spoken so freely as I do today. Su Yang allowed a soft huff, pridefully pulling the blanket closer. This indicates that his interactions with his younger sister are uniquely special, a dynamic that the eldest and the third siblings cannot replicate. Filled with satisfaction, Su Yang closed his eyes. Second brother? I have already dispatched someone to investigate the recent surge of good fortune among certain prominent families. The voice of Yu Zheng resonated from the phone's receiver. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er asked in surprise, has the investigation yielded results so quickly? This matter is quite straightforward, and the family in question is rather ostentatious, making the investigation relatively effortless. Yu Zheng had not anticipated the family's blatant disregard for secrecy. Upon reflection, as long as Su Yunting's family did not disclose matters regarding Su Yang to Yu Qing'er, the Yu family would refrain from probing into Su Yang's affairs. Furthermore, the Yu family had minimal dealings with individuals involved in metaphysics. Thus, it was easy to overlook any anomalies concerning Su Yang. However, the question lingered. From where did they source such an adept individual? It appeared they were engaged in activities that were detrimental to others without any benefit to themselves. Whose family could it be? Yu Qing'er gritted heartit, consumed by resentment. It's a he family. Upon hearing the name, Yu Qing'er's gaze sharpened with intensity. Is it He Junhang? The entire capital was aware that He Junhang, the third young master of the He family, had suffered from poor health in his youth. It was only 3 years ago, after an undisclosed surgery abroad, that he suddenly regained his vitality. Moreover, he was none other than Su Linlin's fiancée. She questioned how Su Linlin, known in the capital as a foolish heiress, could attract the attention of a family as esteemed as the He family, despite their financial status being inferior to the Su family. The depths of this situation were more intricate than she had assumed. She pondered whether the severance of Su Yang's fortune would impact the continued health of He Junhang. If that were not sustainable, how would the He family respond? Clearly, He Junhang's situation was no secret in the capital. Even a sheltered young lady like herself was aware of it, as indicated by the amusement in Yu Zheng's tone. Yu Qing'er fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Yu Zheng, I will keep a watchful eye on the He family. As for Su Yang, it would be unwise for him to attend school for the time being. I will arrange for a tutor he is familiar with to instruct him. Very well, I will heed your advice, Yu Qing'er replied before ending the call. Upon learning the identity of the family in question, Yu Qing'er felt an even heavier weight upon her heart. She had married into the Su family, and was not ignorant of the power dynamics within the capital. Su Yang, my precious grandson. Just after hanging up, Yu Qing'er was startled by a commotion at the elevator entrance. She turned to see Madame Su and Su Linlin arguing at the lift, appearing as though they believed the hospital had kidnapped her grandson. Upon catching sight of Yu Qing'er, Madame Su rushed towards her. Where is Yang Yang? What have you done with him? Madame Su quickly approached Yu Qing'er, grasping her collar, ready to shake her in interrogation. Meanwhile, Su Linlin's keen eyes spotted Su Yang and Su Li in the private ward. Mom, they're over there, she exclaimed, attempting to pull Madame Su inside. Due to the issues surrounding Su Yang, Yu Qing'er's discontent with the Su family had reached its peak. She positioned herself firmly in front of the mother and daughter, coldly regarding them. Step aside. The once mild-tempered Yu Qing'er had transformed into someone increasingly unyielding over the past 6 months, daring to confront them with a frosty demeanor. Yu Qing'er, I warn you, I must take Su Yang with me today, or I shall have Yinting divorce you. Madame Su threatened with a frigid expression. Madame Su's words elicited an unexpected smile from Yu Qing'er. She looked at Madame Su with amusement. Oh, so you intend to have Su Yinting divorce me? Perfect. I shall also file charges against your family for child abuse. You. Very well. You little wretch, dare you threaten me? The noise at the entrance roused the 2 children from their slumber. Upon hearing the familiar clamor, Su Yang's expression shifted, and he instinctively sought to hide. But it was evident that they had noticed his presence. Su Li rubbed her eyes, sitting up and cursing. It was as if Su Yang's appearance had opened the floodgates for her to voice her grievances. With me? Su Li, here, no one shall bully my second brother. Su Yang gazed at Su Li, pondering the shift in fortune. Why did he understand his sister's words, yet fail to grasp their meaning? Poor second brother. Not only subjected to physical torment, but even your spirit has been sold by that scoundrel father and wretched mother. So he is Su Yang utterly stunned. He had never considered that his being left at the old residence could be due to such a reason. Sold spirit? He instinctively tightened his hands. Was this true? He flipped over and retrieved his phone watch, searching the browser for explanations regarding selling souls and exchanging fortunes. The more he read, the colder his heart became. He had suspected that Su Yunting disliked them, but he had never fathomed such cruelty. I tell you, Su Yang is a member of our Su family. What do you mean by keeping him here? Madame Sue's wail drew Su Li's irritation. Beep beep. You claim to be a part of the Su family. Yet why not declare the entire capital as your family's domain? You bully my beautiful mother. Humph. Silence. Suddenly, Su Yang noticed that the once vocal Madame Su had lost her voice, as if her throat had been constricted. In that instant, he recognized the extraordinary ability of his sister. She was not an ordinary 6-month-old baby, but rather a formidable child with the power to silence others with her words. Realizing how exceptional his sister was, Su Yang's gaze towards her brightened considerably. As her brother, could he also cultivate such an extraordinary ability that commanded silence from others? Or perhaps, was he a human embodiment of some Ultraman cherished by the third sibling? After venting her frustrations, Su Li turned to find Su Yang looking at her with sparkling eyes, causing her to instinctively want to distance herself. Did you wake up, little sister? The sycophantic tone made Su Li's instincts flare with apprehension. What was this troublesome second brother plotting? Big fool, what are you trying to do? Don't be so nervous. It's even more frightening. As the siblings conversed, a sudden loud slap echoed through the air, causing both their expressions to change. Su Yang began to rise from the bed, and Su Li's face also turned grim. They both instinctively feared that their usually gentle mother was being bullied. Just as they contemplated rescuing their mother, a thunderous voice erupted from the entrance. You Qinger, how dare you strike me? I will kill you. Su Linlin's wail halted Su Yang's actions. Oh, it's Su Linlin being hit? Then it's no concern. Su Li's expression also eased considerably. Yu Qinger stood at the door, her gaze sharp as she struck Su Linlin again. I hit you, so what? Madame Su attempted to assist her daughter in assaulting Yu Qinger. Yet, Yu Qinger, emboldened by her defiance, would not simply stand by and let them bully her. Before they could rush in, she swiftly opened the ward door, slipped inside, and quickly locked it behind her. The two collided with the door frame. Click! The ward door was locked by Yu Qing. Chapter 30. Her Lifetime Reputation. Why did the Su family members consider her a fool? In a situation where she was outnumbered, did they expect her to remain outside and take the blows? How could she be so foolish? You shameless woman, come out if you dare. Yu Qingya, if you have the courage, don't let me see my brother. I will make him divorce you. The mother and daughter from the Su family placed great importance on Su Yang, remaining adamant despite the commotion. Particularly, Madame Su, unable to voice her grievances, continued to kick the door, creating a scene of destruction within the hospital. After what felt like an eternity, the security personnel summoned by Su Yang finally arrived, escorting the two individuals away. I refuse to leave. My poor nephew is still in the hospital. I cannot entrust him to that wicked relative. In the distance, the anguished cries of Su Linlin could still be heard. Once they departed, Yu Qinger leaned against the door, gasping for breath. If she could help it, she did not wish to create such a scene in front of the child. Yet the Su family had been excessively overbearing. Alas, the beautiful mother is simply too kind-hearted. The individuals from the Su family are inherently malevolent, and there is no hope for redemption. Even an apology would be seen as an act of coercion. However, with me, this devoted little guardian, the beautiful mother's future shall be bright. As long as my 3 brothers diligently pursue their studies, a life of leisure is not far from me. Su Li sat in the crib, suckling on milk, her eyes sparkling with joy. The cherubic little one, overwhelmed with happiness, rocked back and forth in the crib. Exudant exceptionnellement delightful aura. Even Su Yang, who usually maintained a stern demeanor, softened at the sight. Did we frighten you? Yu Qinger composed herself and addressed Su Li and Su Yang. At merely 6 months old, Su Li exhibited no reaction, appearing as though she did not comprehend the words. Su Yang, however, coolly retorted, I am not as fragile as you think. Her words caused Yu Qinger's eyelashes to flutter. For the first time, she revealed her innermost thoughts in front of her son. If I were to divorce your father, would you be willing to come with me? It must be said. Su Yang was taken aback upon hearing Yu Qinger mention divorce. His best-laid plans revolve around living alongside Yu Qinger. He had never contemplated that she, who had always held Su Yunting in such high regard, would entertain thoughts of separation. Are you jesting? Su Yang's skepticism caused Yu Qinger to pause. What kind of image did she project before her children? Perhaps her visible sorrow elicited compassion from Su Yang, who turned his head away and spoke. If you wish to divorce, we will naturally accompany you. Since moving to the ancestral home, he had seldom seen Su Shi and Su Senator yet, during their brief encounters. They would converse about their future plans, their goals aligned. It was evident that the Su family was taking advantage of their mother's naivety, and being young, they could only bide their time. Once an opportunity arose for them to rise up, they would collectively expel Su Yunting from the Su family. They had never considered abandoning their mother. With you saying that, I am at ease, Yu Qing'er smiled. With her children standing behind her, she felt liberated. She intended to finalize the divorce before Lin Ying'er's child was born, securing a significant portion of Su Yunting's assets. As for any wealth he might wish to bequeath to Lin Ying'er post-divorce, that was out of the question. She had 4 children, all of whom shared the right to inheritance. However, she would not grant him the opportunity to reclaim his status. A glint of coldness flickered in Yu Qing'er's eyes. Observing Yu Qing'er's suddenly frosty demeanor, Su Li shook her head vigorously. The first step to success is to eliminate the one I desire. Oh, the beautiful mother's primary task in her career is to sever the financial ties with Su Zatsa. Splendid. The little bundle of joy rocked even more vigorously with delight. However, in her moment of exuberance, she accidentally choked on her milk, causing a fit of coughing. Su Yang and Yu Qing'er exchanged knowing looks, unable to suppress their laughter. Su Li, indignant, waved her tiny fists in the crib, lamenting the tarnishing of her reputation. The atmosphere within the hospital room was one of warmth and levity, in stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere within the He family villa. The head of the He family stood by the window, making a call to a high-ranking individual. You said it was foolproof. How has it come to this? He interrogated, his gaze inadvertently drifting to He Junheng, his countenance marked by concern for his 3rd son. He Junheng had always been frail, but never had he been rendered completely unresponsive as he was now. The other party's response only darkened the head of the He family's expression further. Are you implying that someone has disrupted your plans? Did that fool from the Su family not state that there were no issues? After some back and forth on the phone, the head of the He family hung up, his expression shifting to one of grim determination. He turned to his wife and questioned, Have you inquired with the Su family? Do they wish for the marriage to proceed or not? They dare to act behind our backs. Let us see how I deal with them. It was already reported that Su Yunting's wife had taken the child away. He Junheng's mother sat beside the bed, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at her pallid son, who seemed on the brink of departing this world. What sins had she committed to warrant such punishment from the heavens? Let any punishment befall her instead. Why could they not favor the virtuous? The head of the He family seethed with anger. Such a hindrance as a relative, had it not been for the support of the high-ranking individual. He would never have allowed such foolishness into the He family. They say they are working on it. Give them some time, the eldest He son offered, attempting to comfort their parents. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the He family parents darkened. We give them time. Who will give your brother time? Were it not for the high-ranking individual providing oversight, your brother would no longer be among the living. The head of the He family could not forget the harrowing image of his son suddenly spitting blood, veins bulging, collapsing in a contorted manner. The eldest He son lowered his gaze and quietly asked, Do we require our son to do anything? The head of the He family furrowed his brows, recalling the Yu family's mannerisms, and waved his hand dismissively. Let us wait for news from the Su family first. The ineptitude of the Su family will determine our next course of action. Chapter 31. The Mighty Diamond Finger. Why have you only just arrived? As soon as Su Yunting appeared, Su Linlin anxiously questioned. Su Yunting had always lacked patience with his sister. He glanced at Mrs. Su, who was merely covering her face and weeping in silence, her sobs resonating painfully. Are you so enraptured in your own world that you neglect your mother and his sister? Su Linlin's voice pierced through, accusingly pointing at the hospital. What have we done to deserve this, when all your thoughts are consumed by that wretched Lin Ying'er? Su Linlin held no affection for Yu Qing'er, yet her feelings for Lin Ying'er were equally unkind. Her prior praise for Lin Ying'er in front of Yu Qing had merely been a ploy to irritate her. Now, with her own interests at stake. Haar disdain for Lin Ying'er was laid bare. I told you she was unwell and pregnant, did I not? Is it possible that you too prefer Su Yang? Su Yunting furrowed his brows, contemplating this possibility. Su Linlin cast a furtive glance at Mrs. Su, and with her encouragement, finally relayed the matter of Su Yang and He Junheng to Su Yunting. You two have lost your minds. Upon hearing the reason, Su Yunting's first reaction was disbelief, followed by anger at the fact that they had made such decisions without consulting him. Do you not realize that you have caused me to miss a crucial opportunity for negotiation? Both Su Linlin and Mrs. Su were momentarily taken aback. At the time the He family approached them, their minds were solely occupied with the prospect of marriage, failing to consider potential business collaboration. Now, under Su Yunting's furious gaze, Su Linlin felt a pang of guilt. She harbored feelings for He Junhang and aspired to be with him. Perhaps she had considered the business implications, but they paled in comparison to her desire to become the young mistress of the He family. Su Yunting lamented the inevitability of being driven to madness by his mother and sister. How could they be so detrimental to his interests? After Su Linlin and Madame Su were taken away by Su Yunting, he finally tidied up his appearance and made his way to Su Yang's hospital room. The sudden appearance of Su Yunting at the hospital did not surprise Yu Qing'er. Having married into the Su family for many years, she was well aware of their temperaments. "Qing'er, it's me. Open the door." Su Yunting gently called to Yu Qing'er inside the room. The door was locked, likely a precaution taken during a conflict between her, his mother, and sister. A chill ran through Su Yunting. It seemed he had been too lenient with her. When she opened the door, he would show her how to behave. "Why are you here?" Yu Qing'er glared at Su Yunting outside the door, showing no intention of opening it. "This place does not welcome members of the Su family. Please leave." Su Yunting's expression darkened at her words, but recalling his purpose for coming, he rearranged his smile and regained his patience. "Qing'er, after all, I am Yang Yang's father. You cannot deprive a father of his right to see his child, can you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er's face turned icy, and she opened the door, sneering. "So now you acknowledge he is your son?" She was aware that his mother and sister had come to find him. Su Yunting's face hardened as he raised his hand and slapped Yu Qing'er, exclaiming, "It is my fault for pampering you too much. How dare you lay a hand on my sister?" The resounding slap echoed loudly in the stillness of the room, catching everyone off guard. Su Yang, realizing what had happened, attempted to leap off the bed to confront Su Yunting, but he was no match for him. Therefore, before he could act, Yu Qing'er retaliated first. "Golden finger," she exclaimed, her voice sweet yet firm. In an instant, she felt the force behind her slap propel Su Yunting away. Had there not been a wall behind him, he would have surely flown much farther. Su Yunting, in disbelief, was equally astonished by Yu Qing. Su Yang's doe-like eyes fixed on his sister, as if he had heard her shout something about a golden finger. Su Yunting touched his swollen face, spitting blood onto the ground, along with 2 of his teeth. "You insolent fool. You think you can act like this just because I gave you face? Dare to lay hands on my beautiful mother again, and you will see the consequences." The straightforward retaliation instilled a hint of fear in Su Yunting towards Yu Qing'er. He approached the door, questioning her. "Have I ever wronged you? Why must you treat me and the Su family this way? Have I not treated you well? Have you ever earned money since we married? My mother simply loves Yang Yang. What is wrong with having one child by her side?" With a cold expression, Yu Qing'er raised her hand. "If I could kill you, would you like to test that?" "You are utterly unreasonable," she retorted. Su Yunting, with his face swollen to the size of buns, hurriedly left Su Yang's hospital room, his steps quick as if wolves were pursuing him. Yet, even as he departed, the clear imprint of her slap on Yu Qing'er's face weighed heavily on the atmosphere of the room. Feeling downcast, Su Yang took out his little genius smartwatch and contacted his brothers, instructing them to have their family come to the hospital. "I will send you the location." He appeared remarkably composed for a 5-year-old. "We will protect you," Su Yang assured Yu Qing'er earnestly. Wow, second brother is so domineering. Just like the characters in dramas who tell their assistants that dawn has arrived, and the Su family is about to go bankrupt. If only he weren't just 5 years old. How many girls would he charm? Su Yang tried to maintain a serious expression, almost broke into a smile. What was happening? What strange thoughts filled the mind of a 6-month-old baby? Chapter 32. A rift emerges. Su Yang's face flushed as he shot a reproachful glance at his sister, Su Li. Unfortunately, she was too engrossed in the commotion surrounding Yu Qing'er to pay him any attention. Thus, he continued to glare at her. Perhaps due to the intensity of Su Yang's gaze, Su Li could not ignore him any longer and turned to meet his furious eyes, looking bewildered. Was he abandoned by someone? Why does he look so despondent? Eventually, with no other option, Su Li glanced at her milk bottle, reluctantly surrendering it. With a pout, she offered it to Su Yang, thinking, what a pity. If he's upset, I must share my milk with him. Hopefully, if I give him my milk, he won't look at me with such sorrowful eyes. Su Li was filled with internal conflict, unaware that her thoughts were transparent to both her second brother and mother. Initially intending to refuse, Su Yang seized the milk bottle from Su Li's hands without a second thought upon witnessing her reluctance. Our Li Bao is wonderful. She even knows to share her milk with her brother. However, this was not entirely true. She was merely unable to ignore Su Yang's gaze, combined with an inexplicable sense of guilt that compelled her to relinquish the milk. Su Shi and Su Sun arrived promptly, seemingly in sync as triplets, having urged their family's driver to hurry when Su Yang called for them. Su Shi, being the more composed of the two, immediately inquired about the situation upon entering. Su Junting etak moter, Su Yang explained. Hearing this, both Su Shi and Su Sun's expressions darkened significantly. Su Sun had been isolated in a closed school and had not interacted with anyone, coupled with his existing issues. His first thought was, I will kill him, even if it means going down with Su Yunting. Compared to Yu Qing'er, Su Sun was more inclined to heed Su Shi's words. Su Shi rubbed his temples and approached Su Yang, requesting a detailed account of the events. Su Yang succinctly recounted everything that had transpired that day, omitting the matter of exchanging lives for now, intending to share it with the other two later when his sister was either absent or asleep. Su once contemplative, stroking the watch on his left wrist. However, the expert hired by the He family seems not to have transferred all of second brother's fortune to them. Damn, he used second brother's fortune to profit several families. I told you, with my brother's fortune, He Junhang should not have recovered so easily. Devious. You will eventually pay back tenfold for what you have gained and lost. Suli complained. Su Shi had considered many possibilities, but had not anticipated this one. He pondered for a while, striving to digest the implications of Su Li's outburst. Casually glancing at Su Yang, he noted no change in his expression. Su Yang even nodded slightly in acknowledgement, igniting a tempest of anger within Su Shi. Regardless of the circumstances, they were still children of the Su family. They were intolerable. In contrast, Su Sun was much more volatile, his face contorted in anger. Had it not been for Yu Qing'er holding on to him, he would have charged out to confront Su Yunting by now. Mommy, if you divorce Su Yunting, we can secure the maximum amount of assets for you. Su Shi calmly stated, turning his back to Yu Qing. Surprised, Yu Qing'er was about to respond but was interrupted by Su Shi. Third brother, did you bring your computer? Su Sun patted his little frog backpack. Of course. I have the surveillance video of mommy being attacked. Su Shi, as if born to be a commander, had not been provided with any resources despite living in the old residence as an heir. The people surrounding him were either brainless, illegitimate children or family outcasts. He had grown up amongst such individuals. Su Shi had not gone astray. It only indicated his remarkable intellect. Following Su Shi's instructions, Su Sun acquired and saved the surveillance footage. This marked the first occasion when the Su brothers showcased their distinctiveness before Yu Qing'er, initially harboring mistrust even towards her. Amid her sorrow, Yu Qing'er felt a flicker of relief. As for the public discourse, I shall enlist someone to address that matter. However, I find myself powerless regarding the lawyer. Su Shi's gaze settled upon Yu Qing'er, knowing that the youngest brother would acquire all his infidelity videos, leaving her to ponder the caliber of lawyers she could secure. In truth, the Su brothers deemed divorce to be the optimal solution at this juncture. Yet, should Su Yunting cunningly deny paternity and refuse an amniocentesis, it would not be an inconceivable scenario. How formidable they are, rendering me utterly inept beside them, Su Li exclaimed. Su Shi turned to glance at Su Li, a gentle softness appearing between his brows. Yu Qing'er shared a similar sentiment, feeling diminished in the face of her children's remarkable achievements, leading her to perceive herself as a foolishly naive woman. Was Yu Qing'er out of her mind? Was it not merely a slap he delivered? What harm was there in enduring it? It was his indulgence that led her to believe she could retaliate. Wincing in pain, he messaged his assistant to procure medication for him. Upon sending the message, Su Yunting felt a pang of regret. He should not have acted so impulsively. He was not prepared to sever ties with Yu Qing'er so drastically, and should the Yu family become aware of this incident, they would surely not let it slide. Yu Qing'er was indeed being unreasonable. After all, it was just one child. With 4 children at home, what difference would one more make if it remained with her mother? If she were obedient and sent the child away, would he have laid a hand on her? It was evident that Inger exhibited a greater understanding. Contemplating Lin, Inger brought a gentle expression to Su Yunting's face. She loved him so dearly. and he could not allow her to bear children in such perilous circumstances without due recognition. Thus, he pulled out his phone to message someone, signaling that it was time to enact his plan. He would no longer permit the woman he cherished to remain hidden from the world. As for the Yu family and Yu Qing'e, his gaze darkened, unable to resist touching his bruised face, inhaling sharply in pain. Yu Qing'e, you wretched woman. Su Yunting's expression turned cold and fierce. He would make the Yu family pay 1,000-fold for this slap he received. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, forcefully slamming the steering wheel. Chapter 33. Even tofu possesses a brain, yet he does not. A week had passed since the altercation with Su Yunting, and Yu Qing'e had not crossed paths with him again. Meanwhile, the Yu family found themselves inexplicably under investigation by the tax authorities, leading to a rapid decline in Yu Corporation stock. However, the Yu family remained unperturbed, having long prepared for such an eventuality, patiently awaiting Su Yunting's move. They were also fully aware that Su Yunting was exacting revenge for the slap he received from Yu Qing'e. Su Yunting was confident. After all, his pieces had been strategically placed within the Yu family for many years, and he was assured that this time he could dismantle them. Yet, he had failed to account for the fact that since Su Li's birth, the course of events had ceased to be under his control. Lin Ying'er's belly grew day by day, rendering her inseparable from Su Yunting. Matters concerning the Su family began to escalate. Soon, the investigation results revealed that the Yu family's business was compliant and legal, with no indication of tax evasion, indicating that someone had maliciously reported them. The Yu family situation did not unfold as Su Yunting had anticipated, causing him to become restless. He had no choice but to face Yu Qing'e, despite his still healing face. Qing'e, I do not blame you. I have heard that my mother has been unable to speak since her argument with you, and she remains unwell. I am genuinely anxious. I was in the wrong that day. I should not have lost my temper or laid a hand on you. You must understand, my father is utterly unreliable, and I was raised solely by my mother. You have to consider her position. After all, she is your mother-in-law. My actions were born from an abundance of love, leading to disappointment. Please do not hold a grudge against me, all right, my dear? As the male lead, Su Yunting possessed an undeniably handsome exterior, particularly when he gazed intently at Yu Qing'e with his soulful eyes, as if she were the sole focus of his universe. Each time he uttered such words, Yu Qing'e felt her heart swell with sweetness, believing his affections had finally settled upon her. Yet now, huh? You think a few sweet words will compel my mother to serve you? How shameless you are. No wonder you are the wealthiest in Jing. It turns out you are miserly. What kind of brainless person penned this male lead? Even Tofu has a brain, yet he does not. Initially poised to retort, Yu Qing'e was interrupted by Su Li's loud exclamation. In the Su household, whenever someone fell ill, it was she who tended to their needs. How could they dare to accuse her now? Su Yunting truly had the audacity. Despite her diligent care, the praise she received was solely directed towards Su Yunting. Why should he receive accolades for marrying such a diligent and gentle wife? Was she merely idle, with nothing better to do than listen to his mother berate her at the hospital? How could he be so dutiful towards his mother while she herself sought medical attention? The notion of missing him was utterly impossible. She was now Nyo Hulu Yu Qing'e, and anyone who dared to demean her would meet their demise. Typically gentle and restrained, Yu Qing'e underwent a dramatic transformation, unleashing her fury upon Su Yunting, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Even though it was not the first time he had been scolded, Qing'e, I am exceedingly busy with my business. Despite his claims of busyness, he still found time to question her. At present, for every word Su Yunting uttered, Yu Qing'e had 8 retorts ready. Being confronted by someone who had once obeyed him, without question, left Su Yunting in a foul mood. He scrutinized her with suspicion. Yu Qing'e had indeed changed. However, given that she had harbored feelings for him for many years and had always complied with his wishes, why was she suddenly so temperamental? Was she deliberately attempting to capture his attention? Su Yunting's blind confidence stemmed from his belief that Yu Qing'e would never reject him. Especially considering this was a wish she had harbored throughout their years of marriage. Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, Yu Qing'e slightly raised her hand. No need for that. You may continue with your affairs. Su Yunting's expression darkened. He had extended an olive branch, yet she refused to take it. Such blatant disregard. Third miss. The driver from the Chun family has arrived to escort you. Just as Su Yunting was about to speak, a security guard entered and addressed Yu Qing'e. Hearing this, Su Yunting puffed out his chest, and cleared his throat, waiting for Yu Qing'er to invite him. He intended to argue that her deep feelings for him were evident in her close ties with the Chun family, which surely stemmed from his influence. Yu Qing'er nodded to the security guard. "Give me 2 minutes. I will be right out." With that, she ascended the stairs, placing Su Li in the stroller. As she passed by Su Yunting, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face, but she leaned in and said, "I fear that if I am not home, you may damage my belongings. Please accompany me outside." Su Yunting scoffed. If she wished to invite him, she should simply say so instead of making excuses. Clearly, her anger had run deep. Perhaps he should buy her a bag later to placate her. Following Yu Qing'er outside, as they reached the door, he assumed she would make way for him. Instead, she forcefully pushed past him. Yu Qing'er wheeled the stroller out the door without sparing him a glance. Su Li, seated in the stroller, flashed a beaming smile at Su Yunting. "Serves you right." Su Yunting swung the door open and hurriedly approached Yu Qing, intending to question her about her refusal to let him pass first. Did she not understand the principle of a husband being paramount? He noticed that the driver from the Chun family had not even spared him a glance. However, Yu Qing'er found herself in a delightful mood due to the recent events, feeling quite pleased to see Su Yunting in a less favorable light. Upon arriving at the Chun residence, Mrs. Chun had already arranged for someone to wait at the door and eagerly came out to greet them upon hearing of Yu Qing'er's arrival. "I have long wished to invite you for afternoon tea, but due to the numerous affairs at your home, I have only been able to extend the invitation today, Mrs. Chun said with a smile. "Your words are too kind, Auntie," Yu Qing'er replied as she pushed Su Li through the door, only to see old Madame Chun seated on the sofa. Upon their entrance, old Madame Chun rose with a joyful expression, exclaiming, "We have eagerly awaited your visit. Mother and daughter." Since the last encounter at Su Li's full-month celebration, old Madame Chun had been recuperating at home. Recently, after frequent visits to a temple, the monk revealed that she had narrowly escaped a calamity, leading her to realize that the occurrences at Su Li's banquet were not mere coincidence. Indeed, old Madame Chun had been astonished when the pain she experienced dissipated, had it not been for the monk's words. She would have missed the opportunity to express her gratitude to the little fortune star. Thus, today's invitation was extended. Old Madame Yu Qing'er greeted her with grace. Su Li, unable to speak, merely smiled at old Madame Chun, revealing her tiny teeth. "Babies grow so quickly. It has only been a short while since I last saw your little girl, and she has become so much more beautiful," Mrs. Chun remarked, charmed by Su Li, who had struck her as adorable during their previous encounter. Old Madame Chun took Yu Qing'er's hand and guided her to a seat. "How are your parents?" "They are well. Last time, when discussing business with Uncle Chun, they mentioned that they had only seen you at Su Li's full-month celebration and had hoped to visit, but found no time," Yu Qing'er replied. Old Madame Chun nodded with a smile, then glanced at her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Chun understood and signaled for Yu Qing'er to sit in the living room while she went upstairs for a moment. Yu Qing'er did not miss the silent exchange between the two. She wondered what urgent matter old Madame Chun might wish to discuss today. Su Li, curious, gazed around the surroundings, feeling a strange discomfort as though there was something amiss about the Chun villa. However, it was not yet severe. How uncomfortable! If only old Madame Chun could speak, she would surely be warned about the troubles within the Chun villa. Yet, without having explored the entirety of the Chun residence, it was challenging to ascertain the cause. Su Li pondered internally. Yu Qing'er lowered her gaze, contemplating how to subtly address the issues surrounding the Chun villa. Remembering Su Li's earlier thoughts, she resolved to entrust this dilemma to her second brother. In this world, there is no challenge too great if one is willing to let go. When faced with a problem, seek out the second brother. Not long after their conversation downstairs, Mrs. Chun descended from the upper floor, holding a contract. "To be honest, when I was pushed by her father during Su Li's full-month celebration, I sustained a fracture," Mrs. Chun's words caused Yu Qing'er's expression to shift. She had sensed something was amiss when old Madame Chun had struggled to stand, and later, upon rising, she realized it was Su Li who had caused it, mistakenly believing Su Li had merely alleviated the old lady's discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Qing'er instinctively glanced at Su Li in the stroller, realizing her daughter was far more formidable than she had thought. "If it weren't for your little girl touching my Buddhist beads, I would have likely been in a worse state," old Madame Chun added before Mrs. Chun arranged for her to be examined at the hospital, where it was confirmed that her fracture was healing and she should avoid unnecessary movement. The more she reflected, the more convinced old Madam Chun became that Su Li was an extraordinary little fortune star. What other child at a full-moon celebration could expedite the recovery of an elderly person from a bone fracture? It is truly remarkable. You are being overly gracious. It may just be coincidence. Others may perceive Su Li as exceptional, but as her mother, Yu Qing'er wished to keep her daughter's extraordinary abilities under wraps. Attracting unwanted attention might lead to numerous complications. Old Madam Chun, understanding Yu Qing'er's thoughts, smiled gently. Rest assured, this matter remains between you, me, and Sui Qin. Even my son is unaware. The future of the Su family, with Su Li, remains uncertain. However, observing the dynamics between Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting, it appeared likely that Su Li would follow in her mother's footsteps, thus paving the way for the Chun family. Concealing this matter also served as a favor to Yu Qing'er. I have heard that the Su family has recently shown great interest in the business in the southwestern region. Consider this my token of goodwill. Old Madam Chen's family was renowned in the southwest, and her gesture held far greater weight than mere business collaboration with the Chun family. Yu Qing'er was taken aback by the unexpected favor. Old Madam, you need not go to such lengths. Had it not been for your kindness, Su Yunting would not have had the opportunity to harm you. I'm already grateful that you bear no ill will towards me. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not tempted. However, some matters needed to be addressed. Old Madam Chun discerned the tension between Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting, which was why she had deliberately handed the contract to her. She harbored reservations about Su Yunting, whose emotional instability and questionable character made her reluctant to offer him any favors. Yu family's reputation for integrity in business was well known, and a partnership with them would undoubtedly benefit the Chun family. As a shrewd businesswoman, old Madam Chun was focused on profit. You think I'm placing my bets early? Having been immersed in the business world for years, she was astute enough to see through the situation. At present, it was evident that Yu Qing'er was destined to take charge of the company, and whether or not it would be the Su families, they would take it one step at a time. Thus, I shall not hold back, she decided. Convincing the shareholders would require a substantial stepping stone, and the contract from the Chun family arrived at the perfect moment. No one is a fool. Had there not been potential gains, old Madam Chun would not have presented such a generous gift. Initially, she had considered adopting Su Li as her god-granddaughter, but the monk had cautioned her against it, stating that the little fortune star possessed a precious fate, and should she accept, she would be unable to bear such a destiny, leading to misfortune. Thus, she chose to forego the idea of a godparent relationship in favor of a business opportunity that could bring mutual benefits in the future. Oh, Su Yunting must be seething with envy over the contract that my mother received just by visiting the Chun family. Su Li reveled in the thought. If Su Yunting was in distress, her mood brightened. She couldn't help but hum a tune of good fortune in her heart. Yu Qing'er, unable to suppress her amusement, exchanged a few more pleasantries with old Madam Chun before taking her leave. With the timely support received from the Chun family, she felt compelled to present them with a satisfactory plan. Thus, in the following days, Su Li's daily care was entrusted to her brothers. In contrast to the steadfast Su Shi, the reclusive Su Sun, and the proud Su Yang, Su Li had become the target of their teasing. Su Li intended to call for her second brother, but her tongue faltered, resulting in a playful utterance instead. Fortunately, Su Yang, familiar with Su Li, was adept at deciphering her intentions. What mischief are you up to now, little rascal? In response to Su Yang's teasing, Su Li, with some difficulty, made a simple gesture. She stretched out her chubby little hand, pinched her nose, and scrunched up her face, signaling to Su Yang, who was eating, that she needed to relieve herself. Chapter 35. Even the children of the wealthy use. I must have owed you in my past life. Su Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. Why did she have to choose this moment to speak, insisting she and team meant to? He found it hard to believe. A grin broke across Su Li's face. The moment she smiled, no matter how angry Su Yang felt, he could not maintain his ire. After all, how could he stay mad at such an adorable sister? I'll go fetch someone for you. Do not pilfer my food, Su Yang warned, cautiously pushing his bowl away as he set aside his spoon. His little sister had recently shown keen interest in their meals, although she was now able to consume some simple solid foods. She was still too young for the meat they enjoyed. As Su Li smiled radiantly, Su Yang became increasingly convinced that she was deliberately making a fuss at this moment, intending to lure him out to summon help, so she could seize the opportunity to snatch his chicken leg. With a darkened expression, Su Yong lifted his bowl, pushing aside his food to deny Su Li any chance of interference. Pouting, Su Li prepared to unleash her tears. Inaasti surrender, Su Yang relented, promising to give her just a tiny morsel, urging her not to cry. He truly could not resist her tears the moment she wept. He was inclined to offer her everything. He pondered, what if one day she desired the moon? He would be utterly helpless in acquiring it. Pulling out his little genius watch, he browsed online for answers. What if his sister wished to have a moon? Suli, Sao King, Vaj Suying depart. It was just a chicken leg. Why was he so stingy? Would it be a crime to let her have one? Soon, the specially hired nanny arrived to tend to Suli. After being cleaned up in a state of despondence, she turned on her side, wondering when such days would come to an end. Meanwhile, Su Yong quickly devoured his meal, anxious that any delay might grant Su Li the opportunity she sought. By the time Su Li remembered the chicken leg, Su Yong had already wiped his mouth and handed the empty bowl to the nanny. Su Li was left exclaiming in disbelief at her scheming elder brother's stinginess. Could it be that he was hoarding for a favored sister? Su Yong found some merit in her reasoning and gave her a thumbs up. Was the original poster still in elementary school? How could they pose such a foolish question? Would anyone truly attempt to fetch the moon for a sister? Su Li shot a reproachful glance at Su Yong, but then noticed something unusual. Her elder brother was engrossed in fiddling with his little genius watch, seemingly lost in his own world. Ah, Su Li called out, attempting to capture his attention. Yet, Su Yong, preoccupied with an argument in the forum, remained oblivious to her. After a heated debate, he eventually triumphed with a challenging high school math competition problem, gaining notoriety in the process. It was rumored that the original poster who claimed to fetch the moon for his sister was a prodigy from kindergarten. This topic surged in popularity, drawing many to observe Su Yong and discover what a 5-year-old genius was like. However, they were soon deterred by the competition questions, begging for mercy. Ultimately, it was Su Li's baby bottle that vanquished the little genius. As Su Yong raised his gaze, he encountered Su Li glaring at him with a fierce expression, realizing he had been neglecting her. Do you want some milk? Su Yong inquired with surprising gentleness. Drink? You think I want a drink? Does your little genius watch contain flowers or chicken legs? Su Li's mind was solely on the chicken leg she had missed out on. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yong resolved to purchase chicken-flavored baby food for his sister, hoping to alleviate her incessant yearning for the chicken legs on their plates. He could resist giving in, but his elder brother and younger brother might not. Thus, he sought to address the issue at its roots. How about I buy you some ham that you love? Su Yong opened a shopping app. Upon seeing the familiar shopping app on her brother's little genius watch, Su Li fell silent, realizing that even the child of a tycoon used such an ordinary service. How down to earth. You like this app too, don't you? Noticing Su Li's unwavering gaze fixed on the red app, Su Yong felt a surge of joy. I told you, this app is quite marvelous. Su Li turned her gaze, looking at Su Yong with sympathy. Is it because your irresponsible father isn't giving you money? Otherwise, how could a child from a wealthy family be using such affordable software? It must be that the Su family is mistreating you, right? Su Yong was perplexed, unsure of what his sister was implying. However, it was true that the Su family had indeed mistreated him. He had seen the hospital reports and knew that his life with the Su family had been far from pleasant. Rather, it had been particularly harsh. The mere thought of Su Yun Ting cherishing his other children while neglecting Su Li filled Su Yong with discontent. They could manage. But how could he bear that his adorable sister was unloved? Thankfully, it was they who were born first, not her. While your second brother is distracted, hurry and buy. Su Li assumed that the child of the billionaire could surely use password-free payments. So, while Su Yong was absorbed in contemplating how to comfort Su Li for never experiencing paternal love, she clung to the crib's railing and tapped away on his little genius watch to make a purchase. The screen boldly proclaimed that her order had been successfully placed. What are you doing? Su Yong exclaimed, bewildered by what his sister had bought with his watch. Fearing she had ordered something utterly useless, he hurried to the order page, only to find that she had purchased vermilion powder and talisman paper, quantities far exceeding what he expected, marked at a staggering 10,000 units. Su Yong Beloet, do you even know what you are buying? Of course I do. I did it on purpose, hee. Su Li grinned, revealing a small tooth, infuriating Su Yong to the point of hopping in place. Yet he couldn't bear to see his sister cry. Thus, he reluctantly decided to forfeit his pocket money and seek reimbursement from their mother. The meager savings he had scraped together from Su Yunting's household had been half squandered by his sister. Chapter 36. Trouble as Yu Qing emerged from her study. She found her second son standing at the door with a woeful expression. Upon seeing her, he burst into tears, lamenting that his little sister had spent all his pocket money. No, it was the money he had brought from the old Su residence. All spent. That was his hard-earned spoils. Such a miser. Does the son of a billionaire truly lack a few tens of thousands? Shouldn't he be throwing around six-figure sums? Su Li scoffed, thinking that this billionaire's son was far too down-to-earth. Was Su Yang truly mourning over that small sum? No. He was saddened by the fact that his little sister hadn't received a single penny from Su Yunting. You tell Su Yunting to give me 100,000, or else it hurt my heart, Su Yang bargained. This money had to come from Su Yunting. He had not nurtured him. How could that be acceptable? Yu Qing initially thought he was expressing some grievance, only to realize he was lamenting that Su Yunting had not given Li Bao any money. You are right. He does indeed owe money. Recently, Yu Qing had been preoccupied with work and had not spent much time with her children. Once the collaboration was secured, at the next Su family shareholder meeting, she would emerge as the largest shareholder and oust Su Yunting from his chairmanship. Yu Qing had grand ambitions. Come, let us go shopping at the mall. In a cheerful mood, Yu Qing took her son and daughter to the largest mall in the capital. As a black card holder of the mall, she received personalized service. However, today, she had not checked the calendar and unexpectedly encountered Lin Ying there. Qing Lin Ying is pale. Delicate face brightened upon seeing Yu Qing. As she greeted her, she flaunted a black card in hand, exuding an air of ostentation that even Su Li, lying in her crib, could sense. Ha ha ha. I see your greeting is a facade. It's your mother you're trying to impress. I assent it. Su Li in her crib, mimicking Lin Ying's boastful demiano. Seeing that Yu Qing remained unaffected, Lin Ying felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She approached, her pregnancy evident, and exclaimed, "It's been so long since we last met. Are these your daughter and son? Such adorable little ones." She reached out to touch Su Li's face. Yu Qing Su Yang, and if you don't wish to touch my sister, just say so. No one is compelling you to feign affection. But what on earth are you doing? In contrast to Yu Qing's lack of eloquence, Su Yang's verbal prowess was considerably more formidable. It was a close call. She had nearly fallen victim to a deceitful scheme. Only then did Su Yang realize that the provocative stance of Lin Ying had been orchestrated by her sister. However, it was evident that Lin Ying was not of good character, and thus, Su Yang felt no remorse in her judgment. Cautiously, she tugged at Yu Qing and stepped back a few paces with her baby carriage, advising, "Let us tread carefully, lest she feigns a stomach ache and attempts to deceive us." Such scenarios are commonplace in dramas. For a fleeting moment, Lin Ying's countenance darkened with fury, but she swiftly regained her composure, feigning disappointment as she remarked, "I had hoped that after such a long time apart, you might have warmed to me. Miss Lin, you are merely the daughter of the Su family steward, while I am a scion of the Yu family in whose city. It seems we share no camaraderie." Su Yang replied with indifference. Yu Qing thought it unjust not to reprimand Lin Ying, especially since she was the mistress in this tangled affair. Onlookers, initially swayed by Su Yang's demeanor, held a less favorable view of Yu Qing, particularly given Lin Ying's overtly cordial approach. The audacity of a stewardess daughter from the Jing City Su family attempting to forge connections with the heiress of the wealthiest family in whose city was indeed absurd. Whispers soon circulated about Lin Ying's connection to Su Yunting, a relationship not entirely distant, as Lin Ying was indeed Su Yunting's first love. What? Are they rivals in love? One could hear the murmurs. Imagining the audacity of a mistress flaunting herself in front of the legitimate wife was utterly outrageous. The noise from the crowd was sufficient for Lin Ying to overhear, leading to an awkward glance at Yu Qing. "I'm sorry, Qing, but my relationship with Yunting is entirely innocent. I'm not here to witness your theatrics. I came for shopping." Yu Qing interrupted, instructing the personal shopper to escort her to her exclusive black gold lounge. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find the lounge occupied. Furrowing her brow, she quickly scanned the door to confirm it was indeed her designated space before turning to the personal shopper, who appeared equally astonished. "Why is Miss Yu's lounge in use?" came the inquiry through the intercom. "It's a young lady brought by Mr. Su," who claimed Miss Yu had permitted her use of the lounge. She has been using it whenever she visits. The voice on the other end expressed shock. Does Miss Yu not know? Her Black Gold membership is not affiliated with the Su family. When she was in Hu City, she was a Black Gold member of our mall, entitled to exclusive lounges in every city. I was unaware, Yu Qing'er replied coldly, shocked by Su Yunting's audacity to brazenly bring his mistress into her sanctuary. The personal shopper apologized profusely, assuring, "We will arrange a new lounge for you, Miss Yu, and this one will undergo renovations." Yu Qing'er showed no resentment towards the shopper. Just then, Lin Inger, aided by the personal shopper, approached the lounge. Yu Qing'er regarded her with crossed arms, waiting for her next utterance. At that moment, Su Yunting emerged from the elevator, carrying items in hand. "Inger, how are you? Did the child give you any trouble today?" But upon noticing Yu Qing'er, his words faltered. "What are you doing here? Are you following me?" He reproached Yu Qing'er. She retorted with a cold laugh. "Do I need to report my outings to you? Am I following you? Have you done something to feel guilty about?" Caught off guard, Su Yunting was momentarily speechless. "What are you doing here? This is my lounge. Why should I not be here? It seems quite coincidental that you are also in my lounge." His expression shifted from green to white with anger. Yu Qing'er ignored him and addressed the personal shopper beside Lin Inger. "Are you new here? Do you know what level of membership grants access to this lounge? Are you aware of how much I spend in your mall annually?" The shopper gazed blankly at Su Yunting. "Mr. Su, is she not your wife?" Her words shifted the atmosphere in the room dramatically. Those in the know understood that it was customary for wealthy individuals to have mistresses, but such matters rarely reached the legitimate wife. After all, the legitimate wife not only represented a marriage, but also the alliance of two families. No one would jest with family business. The personal shopper hesitated, exchanging glances with her colleague, and then with Su Yunting, whose face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Yu Qing. "I simply brought a friend to borrow your lounge. What is the fuss about?" "Friend?" Yu Qing'er raised an eyebrow, turning to the shopper. "I have lost a 30 million diamond necklace from this lounge. I demand to see your surveillance footage." Her declaration was not merely a ploy to catch infidelity, but rather to discover who had stolen the necklace. "Have you had enough of this charade?" Su Yunting seethed, appearing ready to lash out. Yu Qing'er disregarded his words, focusing solely on the shopper. Under pressure, the shopper reluctantly led Yu Qing'er to the surveillance room. As for Su Yunting, that was a matter between the couple, and the shopper felt she had no place to intervene. "Ah Ting, have I caused you trouble?" Lin Inger clung to Su Yunting's arm with feigned concern. As he prepared to deny it, she suddenly swayed and fainted. "Yingya!" Su Yunting's panicked reaction drew the attention of those nearby. "Little green tea, do you think pretending to faint at this moment will cause trouble for my mother?" Su Li, nestled in the baby carriage, scoffed, her little hands waving in the air before settling down contentedly. I wonder how long you can maintain this act without a remedy." Su Li chuckled triumphantly, initially worried that Su Li might cause her trouble. Yu Qing'er was instead amused to see her child playfully administering a laxative to Lin Inger from afar. A smile graced Yu Qing'er's face as Su Yang mirrored her expression, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. They watched as Lin Inger, who was meant to be unconscious, grew increasingly agitated in Su Yunting's embrace, ultimately shoving him away and exclaiming, "Where's the restroom? I need to go." Su Yunting, bewildered, hastily followed her. "Inger, your health is fragile. Do not run so fast." With two of the main players departing, the remaining onlookers lost interest. Yu Qing'er accompanied the shopper to the surveillance room. Su Yang, standing beside her, activated his little genius watch to message, "Su Senator, we are retrieving footage. Please compile the clips and accompany them with a narrative to post on the short video platform. I will send you the text shortly." Upon receiving confirmation, Su Yang set aside his watch, coolly observing the video of the two entwined in an embrace and kiss. The 30 million necklace mentioned by Yu Qing'er was nowhere to be seen in the footage. Calmly, Yu Qing'er captured video of the entangled couple, intending to consult with the Yu family lawyer later. "Thank you for your cooperation," she said, putting away her phone. After expressing gratitude to the shopper, she pushed the baby carriage and took Su Yang's hand, departing the mall. Originally intending to bring joy to the children, they instead encountered two distasteful figures. None of them felt any joy. In her displeasure, Yu Qing'er brought the two unhappy children to the Yu family company, seeking the legal department. Feeling discontented, she resolved to find something for Su Yunting to occupy himself with. I possess evidence of Su Yun-Ting's infidelity. How confident are you in securing 80% of the assets? It is rather improbable for her to leave with nothing. The legal team of the Su family is not to be underestimated. Therefore, she shall strive to secure the utmost benefits. The legal counsel of the Yu family did not anticipate that the love-stricken third miss would awaken to reality. The attorney handling Yu Qing'er's divorce case glanced at the evidence in hand, raised his gaze to Yu Qing'er, and inquired, "Is there a hammer? We will endeavor to obtain the maximum financial compensation." Su Li lay in the stroller, drowsily listening. She mused that the best outcome would be a dog-eat-dog scenario. However, as of now, her beautiful mother had yet to finalize the divorce, making it difficult for her to extricate herself if the conflict escalated. For the time being, let them indulge in their affections. Once her beautiful mother is divorced, she could instigate a significant upheaval between Su Yunting and Lin Ying'er. As she contemplated, a mischievous glint flickered in Su Li's eyes. Initially, Yu Qing'er had no intention of contacting Su Yunting, yet certain individuals, like him, were shamelessly persistent. He was currently calling her to demand an explanation regarding Lin Ying'er. "You used my lounge first, and now you come asking for an explanation? Su Yunting, have you lost your mind?" Without the filter of love, Yu Qing'er found herself cursing Su Yunting with ease. After experiencing Yu Qing'er's gentle demeanor for over a decade, Su Yunting was unaccustomed to her sharp tongue. "Qing'er, how have you become so brazen?" The once gentle and devoted Yu Qing'er seemed to have vanished. Faced with Su Yunting's bewildered inquiry, Yu Qing'er merely chuckled. "Is there none?" Her words rendered Su Yunting speechless. After a moment of silence, he altered his tone. "Your actions today are no different from those of Shrew. What is wrong with using your lounge? Why are you so petty? Am I generous? Yu King accountant. I certainly cannot be more miserly than you," Su Yunting proudly retorted. Hearing this, Yu Qing'er smiled slightly, her eyes glinting as she remarked, "All right then. When will you relinquish your identity as the son-in-law of the Yu family?" Su Yunting instinctively replied, "Sure," but only afterward did he realize the implications of her words. "Have you lost your senses? This isn't something that can be given away just like that." At this moment, Su Yunting recognized that the Yu Qing'er who had always obeyed him had developed her own will and was no longer compliant. The thought caused his brow to furrow deeply. "Yunting, what is wrong?" A soft voice emanated from the phone, prompting Yu Qing'er to raise an eyebrow. She was aware that it was Lin Ying'er provoking her. Chapter 38. He only loves himself. While the other party spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed Su Yunting's eyes. He feared that Yu Qing'er might create unnecessary trouble, and he was equally apprehensive about her not causing a scene. Given her current attitude, he found himself in a state of confusion, unable to articulate the source of his turmoil. "Tomorrow, at Su's," Yu Qing'er stated, weary of further conversation, before abruptly ending the call. After hanging up, a sensation akin to an important loss began to swell within Su Yunting. Yet before he could grasp it, Lin Ying'er beside him interrupted his thoughts by grasping his hand. "Yunting, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Without waiting for Su Yunting to respond, Lin Ying'er apologized, stirring feelings of guilt within him. He mused that had he not broken up with Lin Ying'er and conducted a medical examination during their marriage, her health issues would have been revealed, thus averting this predicament. Consequently, he transferred his resentment onto Yu Qing'er, believing that her presence had compelled him into an unwanted marriage with the Su family and led to his estrangement from Lin Ying'er. He never considered that the fault might lie within himself. Even now, upon Lin Ying'er's apology, he believed it was Yu Qing'er's fault for not apologizing to Lin Ying'er. The following day, he resolved to take Lin Ying'er to Su's, demanding that Yu Qing'er apologize to his beloved in person. On the morrow, Yu Qing'er did not bring her sons, but instead arrived at the Su building with Pan and Su Li. The Yu legal team awaited her arrival downstairs. After Yu Qing'er's previous impressive entrance, the front desk, due to her status as a shareholder, no longer dared to obstruct her ascent. However, there were still those lacking discernment, such as Su Yunting's assistant. "Young madam, you cannot go upstairs without the president's permission." Yu Qing'er raised her brows, her demeanor calm as she replied, "That is acceptable, if he does not mind having his disgrace made public here. I am more than willing to discuss the divorce matters with him." Extending her hand toward the legal counsel behind her, they promptly handed her the documents. Yu Qing'er then presented the documents to Su Yunting's assistant, stating, "Here, take this to your president for a thorough review." With that, She carelessly tossed the documents onto the floor and proceeded to sit on a nearby sofa. Su Yunting's countenance shifted through shades of anger and disbelief at Yu Qing'er's audacity. He bent to retrieve the documents, and upon seeing the words divorce agreement emblazoned on it, his expression darkened immediately. "Young madam, please wait a moment. I will contact the president right away." Typically, the president could act out as he pleased, but when it came to matters intertwining the Su and Yu families, there could be no negligence. It was well known that after the old master was ousted from the Su family, he had been seeking an opportunity. Should their president fall, other illegitimate offspring of the Su family would be poised to take his place. With so many eyes on him, he could easily stray off course. Just as the assistant was about to head upstairs to contact Su Yunting, the latter entered, hand in hand with Lin Inger. "President." The front desk's voice halted the assistant in his tracks. The assistant felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Were it not for his lucrative salary, he would refuse to engage in such a detrimental job. He hastily approached Su Yunting, holding out the divorce agreement. "President, may I have a word?" He shot Su Yunting a meaningful glance, urging him to step aside for a private discussion. "Speak right here," Su Yunting replied curtly. After working together for so long, he was well aware that the assistant had something to convey privately. However, Lin Inger's pleading gaze hindered him from moving aside, forcing him to endure and allow the assistant to speak in front of her. The assistant took a deep breath, striving to maintain a steady tone here. "Take a look at this. Dog boss, do as you please. If Su S goes bankrupt, I'll simply switch to another company. I refuse to believe that with my credentials, I cannot find work. I'm still young. The non-compete clause lasts only 2 years, and I can wait it out." As the assistant's thoughts raced, Su Yunting took the document, and upon seeing the divorce agreement, his brow furrowed sharply. Lin Inger, beside him, displayed a flicker of joy. Yu Qing'er, seated on the sofa, observed the expressions of the three individuals. Su Li, nursing her bottle, internally mused, "Look at this. This is the petty mistress. Short-sighted and unaware of how to maximize her interests." Unable to resist glancing at her daughter, Yu Qing'er caught Su Li frowning at Su Yunting, contemplating how to create some trouble for him. "Those who wrong my mother shall suffer 1,000 needles. You scoundrel, once the divorce is finalized, your pitiful fate shall commence." Some individuals always believe that their success stemmed solely from their own efforts, failing to recognize the immense support an equally matched wife provides to their career. The innocent, high-pitched voice sounded fierce, perhaps due to her lively imagination. Su Li's little mouth kept babbling as she ultimately disdainfully uttered 2 words, "stinky bad." Her bright little voice drew the attention of everyone present, including Su Yunting and Lin Inger. Upon seeing Yu Qing'er and Su Li, Su Yunting's pupils constricted as he approached Yu Qing'er, demanding, "What exactly are you up to?" Indeed, he did not believe that Yu Qing'er genuinely wished a divorce. Rather, he perceived it as a threat. Enraged, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yu Qing'er wished to divorce him, casting aside his beloved Lin Inger from his thoughts. "Are you sure you want to discuss this here?" Yu Qing'er retorted languidly. Caught off guard by her counter, Su Yunting turned and headed towards the elevator. "Let us discuss this upstairs. This is hardly the place for such matters." Yu Qing'er's indifferent gaze flicked towards Lin Inger nearby, as if to imply, "Look, the man you hold dear has now forsaken you as well." Everyone believed that Su Yunting's heart belonged to Lin Inger, yet Yu Qing'er had long since discerned his true nature. Su Yunting loved no one but himself. His keeping Lin Inger by his side was merely an attempt to rectify the regrets of his youth. If one were to assess the depth of his affections, his current demeanor would suggest otherwise. Once inside the elevator, Su Yunting unconsciously fixed his gaze upon Yu Qing'er, sensing that she appeared more vibrant than before, almost as if she had become considerably more beautiful. "No." Su Li, cradled in Yu Qing'er's embrace, managed to utter those 2 words with difficulty, her displeasure evident as she refused to allow Su Yunting to see her attractive mother. Upon hearing Su Li's voice, Su Yunting begrudgingly diverted some of his attention towards her, his brow furrowing slightly. "What sort of education are you providing your child?" Chapter 39, Disagreement on Divorce. He was her father, and yet she gazed at him with such displeasure. Yu Qing'er cast him a sidelong glance. "My daughter is quite protective. It is only natural for her to dislike a stranger like you. I am her father." Su Yunting shouted in anger. "How many months old is our daughter now?" I have already informed you that I've been busy with work. What do you mean by that question? Are you blaming me for working hard to provide for our family? Yu Qing'er's inquiry was met with Su Yunting's evasion of responsibility. He always had a plethora of excuses ready for her. However, Yu Qing'er had long since ceased to care. She merely smiled faintly. Have you ever spent a single cent on me? Su Yunting felt a twinge of uncertainty under Yu Qing'er's icy gaze. He opened his mouth to retort, but after some contemplation, the only instance that came to mind was when Su Li used his card for her full-month celebration. When she turned 1 month old. Who was she? She was, of course, Su Li. After a moment of thought, he finally recalled Su Li's name, albeit misremembering its characters. With a look of disdain, Yu Qing'er regarded Su Yunting. She shares your blood. It is only right for you to spend on her. Furthermore, my actions were intended to facilitate your relationship with Madame Chun. It is a pity that your mother and sister proved to be of little help, thus wasting a splendid opportunity. Therefore, that expenditure cannot be categorized as money spent on me and our daughter. It is classified as an investment, understand? Was he the only one capable of sophistry? Su Li was thoroughly pleased with Yu Qing'er's display, determined to humiliate the scoundrel. As Su Yunting seemed ready to erupt, the legal counsel from the Yu family stepped forward. Mr. Su, I'm the legal counsel for the Yu family. Are you certain you wish to act here? He raised his recording pen, threatening to press the button should Su Yunting approach further. Ding! Before Su Yunting could utter a word, the elevator doors opened, and he walked out with a stern expression, leading several individuals to his office. He forcefully tossed the documents onto his desk. Do you think a divorce agreement can intimidate me? The sound of the documents hitting the surface drew the attention of those in the executive office, who leaned in to witness the commotion. Yu Qing'er maintained her composure, lifting her chin slightly towards the legal counsel. The counsel understood and approached Su Yunting, presenting his business card. I believe it would be prudent for you to summon your company's legal counsel for a discussion. Otherwise, when it comes to litigation, you may find yourself in a predicament. The mention of litigation caused Su Yunting's expression to stiffen. He gazed incredulously at Yu Qing'er. Only a fool would use divorce as leverage against a man, wouldn't they? Yu Qing'er reclined on the leather sofa, placing Su Li beside her, exuding an aura of confidence that starkly contrasted the soft and gentle Yu Qing'er from 6 months prior. She could be gentle, but as a mother of 4, she would not yield an inch. Yu Qing'er now possessed an assertiveness that, should Su Yunting fail to meet her conditions, would compel her to wield the law as her weapon, directing him to where he rightly belonged. Yu Qing'er, you will surely regret this. Then you best hurry and find someone to review the agreement. Yu Qing'er remained remarkably composed throughout, ultimately prompting Su Yunting's assistant to call upon the company's legal counsel to review the terms. The stipulations clearly outlined the division of their assets, and with Su Yunting's consent, the agreement could take effect immediately. Madam, 80% of the assets. The legal counsel from the Su family glanced at Yu Qing'er, his expression suggesting that her demands were rather excessive. The response came from Yu Qing'er's legal counsel. You are the party at fault. It is only right to receive a lesser share of the assets. The Yu family's legal counsel opened the document in hand, retrieving a stack of papers and presenting them to the Su family's counsel. His demeanor was amiable, even taking the time to explain Su Yunting's actions in detail. The Su family's counsel, upon reading further, felt a growing chill within him. He unconsciously glanced at his president, pondering why a prominent president of a publicly listed group would make such a grievous error. Infidelity aside, he brazenly displayed such behavior, as if believing domestic laws permitted his transgressions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yunting's complexion shifted. You're serious? You only just realized? Yu Qing'er scoffed. Su Yunting had indeed not anticipated that Yu Qing'er would possess the audacity to broach the subject of divorce. I do not agree, he bellowed. Your words hold no weight. Unless you leave with nothing, all 4 children will remain with me, Su Yunting unabashedly declared. Yu Qing'er burst into laughter, her mirth growing until tears streamed down her face. Surely, you do not think I am afraid of you? I distinctly remember the near sale of my bone marrow at the time of Li Bao's birth. Moreover, she had already gathered evidence to present in court, eager to witness the outcome of his fate. Su Yunting, you would do well to sign the divorce agreement. Otherwise, what you stand to lose extends beyond the Su group, encompassing your bright future as well. Yu Qing'er's warning prompted Su Yunting to seize an ashtray, intending to hurl it at her. His fury startled even Su Li. This book's male protagonist was not only a legal expert, but also a domestic abuser. President. Before Yu Ching-er could speak, the Su family's legal counsel hurriedly intervened. Your actions at this moment will only exacerbate the situation. They could very well report you to the police. At this moment, Lin Inger, who had been guided to the adjacent reception room by the assistant, pushed open the door and gazed at Su Yunting with a look of sorrow. It was as though she was accusing him of not divorcing Yu Qing. Unable to meet Lin Inger's mournful eyes, Su Yunting averted his gaze, exhaling slowly. Inger, why don't you go rest next door? I will come to see you shortly. Right now, we are in a crucial period for negotiations in the southwest region. He could not afford to divorce Yu Qing-er. Su Yunting understood very well the ramifications that such a divorce would have on the Su family. Even with his strong demeanor, he did not genuinely wish to part ways with her. To be precise, he would not allow Yu Qing-er to achieve her desired divorce at this moment. I want to stay here with you, Lin Inger insisted, moving closer to Su Yunting and linking her arm with his. In a moment of distraction, she provocatively glared at Yu Qing-er. A court case would have even greater repercussions for the Su family, a scenario Su Yunting was keen to avoid. King, yeah? After more than a decade of our relationship, do you think you can simply let it go? Su Yunting attempted to bind her to him through the love she once held for him. As he mentioned their years together, Yu Qing-er's visage darkened. Was she the one who had to let go? Having arrived at this juncture, isn't it all a consequence of his own making? Mr. Su, I have heard that your little lover is in poor health, Yu Qing-er threatened. Chapter 40, spraying milk on his face. Su Yunting, even now, finds it hard to believe that Yu Qing-er, who has always centered her attention on him, could reveal such a look of disdain. My little lover? Su Yunting mulled over these words repeatedly, then raised his gaze, retorting angrily. How many times have I told you that my relationship with Inger is merely platonic? Can you refrain from your unreasonable paranoia? Yu Qing-er waved her hand, signaling the legal team to intervene. Continuing this argument would only waste time and space. If he disagrees, let us meet directly in court. The lawyer understood, handing over the attached documents to the legal representative of the Su family. I hope after reviewing them, you will arrive at a judgment most favorable to you. Everyone's time is precious. Feudal disputes only serve to prolong matters without resolving any issues. Only Lin Inger consistently observed Su Yunting throughout. Considering the implications for his wealth, Su Yunting shut his eyes briefly, casting a glance at Lin Inger, hoping she might comprehend his good intentions. Lin Inger, of course, understood his motivations, which only fueled her resentment. Why should she be relegated to the role of a secret mistress, while Yu Qing-er is exalted as Mrs. Su? Everything should have rightfully belonged to her. The position of Mrs. Su, the heart of Su Yunting, ought to be hers. Lin Inger's venomous gaze did not escape Yu Qing-er, who instinctively attempted to shield her daughter's eyes, yet found her staring enviously at the trinkets adorning Su Yunting's desk. Is it pure gold? It must be quite valuable, right? That jade pot behind seems to be an antique. Could we perhaps take it home later, Mommy? Immersed in the allure of the desk's ornaments, Su Li longed for Yu Qing-er to claim the jade pot from Su Yunting's office. She sensed an abundance of spiritual energy emanating from it, likely a relic of some practitioner. Such an exquisite object should not fall into the hands of Su Yunting. He does not deserve it. As a doting mother, Yu Qing-er contemplated the possibility of swiftly seizing the jade pot from Su Yunting. Who on earth is indulging in sweet treats in the office? Do they not realize that a 6-month-old baby should not be allowed sweets without her mother's permission? How infuriating! Who is tempting her? Yu Qing-er glanced at her daughter, then at the individuals before her, her expression tinged with annoyance. Who is coveting their 6-month-old baby? Su Yunting's confident smirk only served to aggravate Yu Qing-er further. However, his association with Lin Inger was not intended to incite her jealousy. As long as you apologize to Inger, I shall forgive you and refrain from seeking a divorce. Su Yunting's naive demeanor elicited incredulous expressions from the lawyers of the Yu family. Is the president of the Su family truly untroubled? With such a president at the helm, can the Su family truly be secure? The Yu family lawyers exchanged pitying glances with their Su family counterparts, realizing that their volatility stemmed from a foolish president. The Su family's lawyer maintained a stoic expression. He was accustomed to the pitying gazes directed at them. Yu Qing-er regarded the Su family lawyer, then her own, offering a slight smile. After this lawsuit, would their lawyer be interested in switching firms? Such a composed lawyer working under Su Yunting truly seemed a waste of talent. Su Yunting, He could comprehend her desire to capture his attention, but surely she could not naively believe that his company's lawyers would follow her? Was she overestimating her own charm? Very well. Yu Qing'er rose, cradling Su Li, nodding farewell to the Su family lawyer, Mr. Guan, until next time. Throughout, she did not spare a glance at Su Yunting or Lin Ying'er. As Su Li was lifted, she took a hearty sip of milk, and as Yu Qing'er passed by Lin Ying'er and Su Yunting, she forcefully sprayed milk onto their faces. Then, with tear-filled eyes, she clutched at Yu Qing'er's clothing, her nose reddening from crying. "Mama, help!" The indistinct words of the child caused Yu Qing'er's brow to furrow. She glared at Su Yunting, questioning why her daughter had wronged him. "Are you pleased to see her bullied into spitting up?" Su Yunting, as an adult, how can you stoop so low as to torment a 6-month-old infant? Upon finishing, she approached Su Yunting's desk, seized the cup of water, and swiftly splashed it all over his face. With that, she departed. The Yu family lawyer mused that as long as he didn't witness it, their young lady was always dignified. Yu Qing'er hurriedly carried Su Li away, and just as she pressed the elevator button, Su Yunting burst forth from his office. "Yu Qing, yeah." Yu Qing'er met Su Yunting's gaze with a challenging expression. Her daughter's saliva was a potent talisman. How could she allow these two scoundrels to benefit? It was a pity about her daughter's milk, though. Su Li blinked and then grinned wide, revealing her tiny incisors, eliciting smiles from the surrounding adults. At last, the beautiful mother has begun to retaliate. Oh, how delightful! Su Li's joyful laughter lit up her eyes, amplifying the joy on Yu Qing'er's face. After splashing the water, she had felt a moment of fear, for Su Yunting was known for his fury. He could very well chase after her. Hence, she fled without pausing for a second. However, once the elevator doors closed, her heart raced with exhilaration, her trembling hands betraying her delight. "Yu Qing'er, you just splashed water on Su Yunting. How utterly satisfying." It was truly exhilarating. Since the last time she had lashed out, Yu Qing'er felt as though she had unlocked her potential, and today, as water splashing boosted her sense of empowerment. Indeed, as long as Su Yunting was unhappy, she found herself elated. The third young lady had just splashed water on Su Yunting. The news spread quickly, drawing inquiries from the employees within the Yu Corporation. Unfortunately, the elevator soon reached the ground floor, and he could only clutch his phone, recounting the events to his colleagues in the car. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Handprint. Many expressed their admiration for Yu Qing'er's audacity. Bravo! Due to Yu Qing'er's remarkable feat at the Su Corporation, upon her entry to the office, the employees regarded her with appreciative gazes. This left Yu Qing'er perplexed. How strange! Why do they look at me with such admiration? Yu Qing'er murmured. The lawyer trailing Yu Qing'er felt a chill, discreetly signaling to his colleagues to resume their tasks. Perhaps they had simply not seen the third young lady in a while. The lawyer chuckled. Yu Qing'er shot him a puzzled glance before nodding. Su Li nestled on Yu Qing'er's shoulder, observing the employees who greeted her mother with kind smiles, beaming in return. "Wow, they are so kind to my beautiful mommy. I should bless them too." Su Li clasped her chubby little hands together and babbled a string of unintelligible words that Yu Qing'er could neither comprehend nor catch. Suddenly, Yu Qing'er felt enveloped in a warm current. She glanced at her daughter, realizing she had just wished blessings upon the Yu Corporation employees. Since her birth, Su Li had always been extraordinary. Yu Qing'er was well aware of this. Yet, as the months progressed, was her daughter's ability becoming too exceptional? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Yu Qing'er ruffled Su Li's hair, asking, "What are you doing, darling?" "Looking." Su Li pointed around, explaining that she was observing the commotion and the people around them. Yu Qing'er suggested, "Shall we go visit your second uncle?" "All right." Su Li's enthusiastic agreement rang clear, causing Yu Qing'er to raise her eyebrows slightly, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Is her joy merely a reflection of her second uncle's presence? Upon reaching the 34th floor of the Yu building, Yu Qing'er cradled Su Li in her arms as she entered Yu Zheng's office, only to find it vacant. She inquired of the secretary outside the office, "Where is my second brother?" "President Yu is currently in a meeting. Please wait here for a moment." "All right." Yu Qing'er replied with a nod, refraining from further questions. Once in the office, Su Li was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of sandalwood, which lulled her into a drowsy state. While Yu Qing'er conversed with the secretary, Su Li yawned 3 times in succession. "Why am I suddenly so sleepy?" Yu Qing'er placed her daughter in the lounge of Yu Zheng's office, covering her with a blanket. Mama will stay here with you. Go ahead and sleep. To her surprise, as soon as she laid her daughter down, Suli closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Not long after, while Yu Qing'er was keeping watch over Suli, she heard the sound of a door opening from Yu Zhang's office and slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at her daughter, who was sleeping soundly, ensuring the blanket was snug before yawning and stepping out of the lounge. What brings you to the company? Yu Zhang seemed unsurprised by her arrival. Rubbing her tired head, Yu Qing'er replied, I came to discuss the business in the southwest region. The Yu family, aiming to expand their territory, naturally needed to collaborate with local powerhouses. The Chen family may not be prominent in Jing City, but they're among the top families in the southwest. Has the Chen family relented? Yu Zhang raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Despite the cordial relationship between the Chen and Yu families, business dealings necessitate clear-cut accounts, and he hadn't expected the breakthrough to come through Yu Qing'er. Let me see, she responded, handing him the contract from her bag. Sitting opposite him, she quietly awaited his review. The more he read, the graver Yu Zhang's expression became. Finally, he placed the contract on the desk and looked at Yu Qing'er. Have you become Chen Yuanshan's mistress? Don't push me to extremes, she retorted. I'm merely curious as to why Chen Yuanshan would concede 5 points. One must understand, for such a substantial project, 5 points represent a considerable sum. Yu Qing'er gestured towards the lounge. If you wish to thank someone, thank my daughter. Yu Zhang was unaware of what had transpired at Su Li's full moon banquet with the Chen family matriarch, but he discerned the peculiar changes in his little niece. Oh, I knew you lacked the capability, he remarked, his demeanor relaxing. Yu Qing'er scoffed. I went out of my way to bring you the contract. Who would have guessed? After discussing business, he shifted the topic. What about you and Su Yunting? Have you truly decided to file for divorce? Immediately after his meeting, he had inquired about the lawyer accompanying Yu Qing'er to the Su residence and confirmed that the other party was not inclined to divorce. In truth, he had anticipated that Su Yunting would not relent. It was a critical moment for negotiations with the Chen family. How could Su Yunting possibly concede? No worries. He will sign, Yu Qing'er asserted with an inexplicable confidence. It wasn't that Lin Ying'er could persuade him. Rather, her daughter would not allow Su Yunting to drag her down. In this moment, she felt a mysterious confidence in her daughter. Let us hope so, Yu Zhang mused, not dwelling too much on the matter. In the lounge, Su Li, with her eyes closed, suddenly felt something constricting her neck, sapping her energy. She jolted awake and swung a small fist into the air. The intruder, taken by surprise, fled in haste. Yet no escape was possible from the fate of being bound and torn apart by golden Sanskrit. Breathing heavily, Su Li sat up on the bed. She had intended to use her slumber to observe the Yu building, but her plans were abruptly disrupted. It seemed she was not the only one intent on seeing the downfall of the Yu family. Mama, a soft voice echoed from the lounge, prompting Yu Qing'er to spring to her feet and rush inside. Upon entering, she noticed a bruise encircling her daughter's neck. Li Bao, she exclaimed in panic. Suli. What happened? Did a villain enter the lounge? Had she known, she would not have left. She ought to have summoned her brother into the lounge. Suli patted her hand, silently reassuring her. What is it? Hearing his sister's alarmed voice, Yu Zhang hurried into the room. The sight that met his eyes was the bruise on Su Li's neck. His pupils contracted as he instinctively reached for the surveillance footage. How do I explain to my second uncle and mother that it was not a person? Sigh. The Yu family is merely the richest in Hu City, not the entire nation. Why are there so many who covet the Yu family? Chapter 42. Troubles of the Yu family at these words. Yu Zhang and Yu Qing'er exchanged instinctive glances. The thought of the other's capabilities sent a shiver down Yu Qing'er's spine. She felt slightly dazed, while Yu Zhang regained his composure. The fact that the assailant did not inflict any substantial harm on Su Li indicated that their means were not particularly strong. Thus, little Su Li managed to escape their grasp. Of course, there was also the possibility that the 6-month-old Li Bao possessed greater abilities than the assailant. But could that truly be the case? Yu Zhang's gaze unconsciously settled on Su Li, his expression filled with inquiry and confusion. When Su Li looked up, she met his bewildered gaze. How infuriating! If I had known, I should not have scattered it, but rather bound it and tormented it 108 times. The innocent voice was laced with annoyance. At that moment, Su Li became acutely aware of the pain in her neck. She pressed her hand against it, grimacing. Mama. Su Li frowned, making a cute face to elicit sympathy from Yu Qing'er. The pain was real. When a child suffers, a mother's heartaches. Seeing Su Li's tear-filled eyes made Yu Qing'er's heartache, prompting her to resolve to get to the bottom of this matter. It doesn't hurt. Mama will soothe you. She murmured. It doesn't hurt. The way Su Li babbled provided a moment of levity. Yu Zheng exited the lounge and dialed a number, inquiring whether the investigation into the He family was complete. Also, do you know if any prominent families are acquainted with individuals in the Taoist community? I appreciate your assistance with this matter. After hanging up, Yu Zheng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, his handsome brow furrowed deeply. What troubled him was not the potential issues facing the Yu company, but the realization that once the Yu family was targeted, every member would be at risk. Each individual within the Yu family would face danger. Yet, such peril was beyond human capability to counter. Yu Zheng ground his molars in frustration. After a while, Yu Qing'er finally released Su Li from her embrace. Li Bao, did you dream of anything unpleasant? Yu Qing'er tentatively probed, hoping to uncover something advantageous for them. Confused by her question, Su Li looked at her mother, not quite grasping the reason behind it. She simply shook her adorable little head. No, her earnest, sweet voice dispelled some of Yu Qing'er's inner trepidation, allowing her to exhale softly. It's good if there's nothing. If there were, it would complicate matters. Feeling hungry, Su Li patted her round little belly and cooed at Yu Qing. Milk. Yu Qing'er, cradling Su Li, exited the lounge and handed her over to Yu Zheng as she searched for formula in the stroller to prepare a bottle for her. It's been a few days since we last met. My Li Bao has grown chubby. As Yu Zheng held Su Li, he unconsciously raised his voice. Su Li tilted her head, observing her uncle, who lacked any semblance of a domineering demeanor, and broke into a grin. As Yu Zheng too began to smile, Su Li reached out her tiny hands to grab his face. Quiche, kiss. Su Li felt that she had grown, as she could now utter 2 to 3 words. Today, her outing was not entirely fruitless. Yu Zheng allowed Su Li's small hands to playfully manipulate his face, showing no signs of irritation. When Yu Qing'er entered, she was greeted by the sight of her elder brother's face being squished and distorted by his daughter, yet he merely smiled. This made her think of her 2 sons. If they dared to do something similar, they would have been kicked out of the house long ago. Little Li Bao, would you like to sleep at your uncle's house today? Listen. The notoriously sharp-tongued Yu Er, in front of his niece, sounded unrecognizable to his parents. Su Li glanced at Yu Qing'er at the door, then at her second uncle, who let her squish his face and grinned widely. Oh my, what a little treasure. At just 6 months, she can understand adult conversations. Yu Zheng planted a hearty kiss old Su Li. When Su Li visited Yu Zheng's home, she intended to inspect if there were any issues with his villa. She never anticipated that Yu Zheng would kiss her with such fervor. With Su Li in his embrace, Yu Zheng waved goodbye to Yu Qing'er without a hint of reluctance. It was a classic case of an uncle becoming enamored with his niece, neglecting his sister. Yu Qing'er chuckled in exasperation. My daughter is hungry. I must go. Will she eat? Upon hearing the mention of food, Su Li perked up. Heaven above, earth below. Eating is of utmost importance. No one could take her meal away. Yu Zheng, still holding Su Li, approached Yu Qing'er and elegantly snatched the bottle from her hands, declaring, You may leave now. You are simply abandoning me now that you have a niece, Yu Qing'er retorted, stepping on her brother's shoe. Yu Zheng, while holding Su Li, refrained from any sudden movements and was caught off guard. He inhaled sharply. If you speak like that, I may keep little Li Bao here for a few more days. Just wait. In front of their family, Yu Qing'er became lively. Even nearing 30, she still resembled a young girl, pulling out her phone to complain to her sister-in-law. Just wait. I will make you face the consequences of chasing after your wife. You can give up on that hope. My sister-in-law and I have built our fortune on sweet narratives. There will never be a day of chasing after wives. Due to your honor, the siblings in the Yu family were well-versed in the themes and contents of novels. Even Yu Zheng, the domineering CEO typical of such tales, was knowledgeable about both romantic and tragic stories. Yu Qing'er rolled her eyes at him and put her phone away. Fine. Since you are so shameless and wish for my daughter to stay at your house, I will lower myself to accompany you to the Yu residence. Go on, go. Yu Zheng tugged at Yu Qing'er's collar and sent her to his assistant's office, suggesting she could find something to do. You just want to cultivate my work abilities, don't you? I see right through you. Su Li interjected. You two should hold a greasy conference, each one more oily than the last. This reminded Su Li of a trending joke online. Do not fear, your strength is coming. Unable to hold back, Su Li burst into laughter. After work, Yu Qing'er couldn't bear to part with her daughter and accompanied Yu Zheng to his villa. Upon entering, Su Li was immediately hit with a suffocating aura, making her cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough. From the moment she stepped inside, her coughing worsened, alarming the Yu siblings. Chapter 43. Are some born with a frown? Strangely, as soon as they carried Su Li out of the villa, her coughing ceased. Then, with 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside the door, Yu Zheng alternated between placing Su Li inside and outside. Su Li coughed, paused. Are you two playing a game of in and out with me? How should I inform my jolly uncle that this house feels as if it has disturbed the peace of a grave? Yu Qing'er nodded gravely. Despite their playful banter, matters of life and death were not to be trifled with. She planned to return once her strength was restored to investigate further. Back at the Yu residence, her sons were playing in the living room on the first floor. Su Shi, wearing glasses, was analyzing the latest stock market trends, while Su Yang lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a book on human anatomy. Su Sun was busy editing a video on a mini laptop. Upon hearing the door open, the three simultaneously looked up and were greeted by the sight of Yu Qing'er and Su Li entering, their faces lighting up with joy. Little sister, Su Sun, who had tendencies towards introversion, unabashedly called out to Su Li. Su Li's patience was particularly generous towards him, given his touching circumstances. Giggle. Su Li released her grip on Yu Zheng's neck and reached out to her brothers. Yu Zheng playfully tapped her forehead. You ungrateful little one. Do you forget your uncle when you see your brothers? Despite his teasing, he carried Su Li to the sofa and gently placed her down. With Su Sen's attention diverted, Yu Qing'er approached his computer to see what he was working on. The screen displayed footage of Su Yunting and Lin Ying'er during Su Li's birth at the hospital. Yu Qing'er mused to herself, in my past life, I must have been a great philanthropist. Otherwise, how could my children be so exceptional? Her youngest daughter aside, all 3 sons possessed their own strengths. With 4 children, she had already mapped out her career. Yu Qing'er patted Su Sen's face, stroked Su Shi's head, and attempted to reach for Su Yang, only to freeze when he looked up. All right, I still feel a bit intimidated by this second son. Su Yang Triplet, placing the book in front of Su Li and raising his chin slightly. Would you like to read with your second brother? I refuse. The books your second brother reads are incomprehensible to me. Su Li cast a glance at the anatomical illustrations, refusing to look again. Even though she had seen many corpses before, she would not subject her eyes to such a book. Listen. What he says is inhuman. In a fit of indignation, Su Li pounced on his Su Yang, and as he braced for her saliva attack, her mischievous hands landed on his book. With a loud rip, the sound of tearing paper drew everyone's attention to Su Li. Yu Qing'er, hiding behind Su Yang, couldn't help but give her daughter a thumbs up. Truly brave. No wonder she is my daughter. Regardless, she dared not provoke Su Yang. She feared he might come to her door at night, scolding her. Although she knew he wouldn't, she couldn't help but think so. Li Bao, what are you doing? Su Yang's face twitched, clearly distressed over his book. Su Li replied, Tear. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly mimicked the tearing motion with her chubby little hands, wet. Su Yang's face grew darker as he suppressed his anger. Putting away his book, taking a deep breath, he glared at Su Li. Just wait until you are 6. I will show you how to deal with you. Wet. Vet. Su Yang stormed upstairs, clutching his book, accompanied by Su Li's playful sounds. Once he entered his room, Su Shi and Su Sun exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Only little sister could outsmart the second brother. Li Bao is so adorable. It's clear the second brother can't bear to scold her. Yu Qing'er settled beside Su Li, holding her laughter until she finally spoke. Li Bao, how do you manage to make your second brother angry without him scolding you? Most notably, he didn't even resort to sarcasm. Remarkable. No wonder you are my daughter. Su Li joyfully mimicked the tearing motion again. As she did, her little bottom bounced on the sofa, causing her chubby flesh to jiggle, evoking laughter from those around. You all should keep your voices down. Be careful not to let Su Yang hear. He may not dare to be sarcastic with his little sister, but he has no qualms about you. As soon as the cold water splashed by Y Zheng had settled, the door to S.Y. Eng's room on the second floor swung open. With a dark expression, he stood on the second floor, gazing down. The laughter of the few individuals below, who had been joyously chatting moments ago, abruptly ceased. Their chuckles swallowed as they pretended to be busy, averting their eyes. S.Y. Eng let out a cold laugh. Why the sudden silence? Are you inherently averse to laughter? S.Q. Eng R shot a glare at her second brother, angrily chastising him for his ill-fated tongue. The damp and infuriating SL reappeared. It seems all three brothers are geniuses. The grand life of a rice worm is beckoning me. In her moment of delight, SL lost her balance and toppled over. Indeed, joy can lead to misfortune. This time, the surrounding onlookers could no longer contain their laughter. Es les fasdachtkind. Had she known better, she would not have provoked her second brother to retreat upstairs, but rather let SL endure the piercing gaze of SL's disdain. After the laughter subsided, Wise-Ing finally settled beside SSN. He picked up his phone, opened a certain short video, and placed it before his uncle, asking, "Isn't this your doing?" The video depicted Synt-ing embracing Lnying-R, her pregnant belly suggesting they were a loving couple. Most netizens believed it and sent their blessings. I thought you would engage in counter-marketing. Yet Yzhing was genuinely taken aback. His audacity compelled us to support him. Chapter 44. Words of Power? Yzhing was not surprised by his nephew's intelligence, but rather astonished that they understood marketing strategies at the tender age of 5. Unaware of Yzhing's thoughts, SX would certainly remark, with enough funding, any marketing scheme could be conceived and any public relations expert would be at your disposal. Sitting nearby, SL craned her neck to glimpse Yzhing's phone screen. She had long known of Synt's foolishness, yet never imagined he could be this foolish. Now, aware that he had to defend his relationship with Lnying-R to Sqing-R, she realized how much evidence was stacked against him, not something easily dismissed. While others feared their wives discovering evidence, he feared Sqing-R would not. Foolish man. SL's small antics did not escape the keen eyes of Sqing-R. The little dumpling, with her cherubic face, wore a vividly expressive demeanor that delighted Sqing-R. Why is RLB oh so adorable? Shing paused, turning his head inch by inch to fix his gaze on Sqing-R, his eyes seemingly questioning. What is this about a fated protagonist? Is he the type of protagonist one would expect? Note that she had read those CEO novels, but they were still merely fictional worlds. Weren't they too outrageous? Moreover, why hadn't she warned him in advance to prepare his mind? Yzhing harbored countless questions, but could not voice them in front of SL. He resorted to fetching a bottle, allowing SL to feed. Thus, once satiated, SL fell asleep. The nanny from the Y family took SL upstairs to lull her into slumber, and with a heart full of questions, Yzhing finally grasped Sqing-R's arm, leading her to his study. Sqing-R, only partially enlightened, could piece together the situation from SL's everyday musings. It appeared to resemble a narrative of a wife-chasing ordeal, with Lnying-R as the heroine and Synt as the protagonist. Yzhing, well-versed in literature, fell into silence. He had encountered such CEO stories before and had heard his beloved second sister discuss this genre, understanding its basic formula. Eventually, he mustered the courage to say, "So, throughout this tale, you are the malicious female counterpart, and the entire Y family is merely a victim?" He was perplexed. Previously, he had found such tales somewhat ludicrous, but now, reflecting on the absurdity of having a character as foolish as Synt in reality, he could comprehend the absurdity of the fiction. After all, art is derived from life. Yes, we are indeed the villainous cannon fodder family, Sqing-R conceded after a moment of silence, affirming Yzhing's words. Wasn't it true? So many affluent families? Yet Synt had fixated on the Y family. Sqing-R felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed this predicament was instigated by her. Yzhing, knowing his sister well, could sense her intentions. He could read her like a book. Noticing the flicker in Sqing-R's eyes, he understood she was feeling remorseful. This was not her fault. He was inherently arrogant and selfish. It wouldn't be her, it would be someone else. So she need not bear the blame. She should learn from her daughter. By 6 months, babies begin to learn to point fingers and refuse internal strife. As Sqing-R's emotions began to brew, her second brother's words left her speechless, caught between a rock and a hard place. "Oh, so why didn't you bind me and prevent my marriage in the first place? You're deflecting your own issues, aren't you?" The sibling banter escalated into a playful argument. Unbeknownst to them, 2 small figures were eavesdropping at the door of the study. After confirming they had absorbed all the information, SX silently gestured to SSN to hurry downstairs. However, they were not so fortunate. "Young masters, The nanny's voice echoed from SL's room, causing SX and SSN to freeze. Who would have thought they would be caught before they could escape? SX quickly pulled SSN toward SYang's room, exclaiming, "It's fine. We'll find a second brother." The nanny mused. What peculiar children these days are. Yet, given that the children of the third young lady were all prodigies, such oddities were to be expected. After all, a mere mortal could hardly fathom the thoughts of geniuses. SQ Ingar opened the study door to find the backs of her two sons entering SYang's room. Surely, they hadn't overheard everything? Privately, SQ Ingar wished to shield her children from such matters. Ever since SYng's mother sold SYng's birth information to the H family, the ties between the Y and S families had reached their conclusion. The H family had been unusually quiet lately. Were they plotting something significant? In the interlude of conversation with SQ Ingar, YZH was also reaching out to his second sister, sending her a voice message. Perhaps he believed that the master they consulted was remarkably skilled and nearly infallible, especially since SLNLN had been mediating recently. However, he had heard that SYng's mother had fallen ill and could no longer speak. When mentioning this, a hint of glee crept into YWNR's voice. Serves her right. Upon hearing this, YZH turned to SQ Ingar. Coincidentally, his sister was at the hospital with LBO, likely causing more trouble for SYng's family. At the South family estate, SYng's mother anxiously gazed at her daughter. SLNLN sat beside her, using her eyes to reassure her that she would clarify matters. Are you suggesting my mother has fallen victim to the curse of words, rendering her mute? As SLNLN comforted her mother, a cold voice from the other end of the phone explained the reason behind SFRN's silence. SLNLN was taken aback. There were no such formidable individuals in her vicinity. Her mother had been with her all day. How could she have crossed paths with a word spirit? This was impossible. There were no such extraordinary figures in her circle. Instinctively, SLNLN was resolute. The other party mentioned something, and her expression darkened. Is there a way to break the curse? The response came swiftly, stating a price. 5 million. Is he mad? SLNLN's voice shot up, clearly unwilling to part with that sum. If possible, she wished the matter could be resolved for 5,000. However, she recognized that the other party was a renowned master within the noble circles. My apologies, esteemed master. We shall prepare the funds. When would it be convenient for you? Chapter 45. The Innocence of the S Family. The other party provided a timeline, allowing SLNLN to finally breathe a sigh of relief before hanging up. Madame Sue gazed at her mother with earnest eyes, seeking to soothe her emotions. Mother, do not worry. The master has said that although you have fallen victim to the enchantment of the words, he can resolve it. He merely requires 5 million in incense money. Upon hearing the sum of 5 million, Madame Sue's expression became quite conflicted. However, considering that if she did not resolve this, she would be unable to speak in the future, she had no choice but to muster her courage and comply. Mother, my brother's business empire has grown significantly. We no longer live in the days of hardship. Su Linlin, of course, felt pained by the thought of 5 million. Yet with the Su family's market value soaring to 100 billion, 5 million seemed relatively insignificant. Upon hearing this, Madame Sue's countenance brightened considerably. She typed on her phone, "You are right. Mother will listen to you. By the way, how is the He family doing?" When the matter of He Junhang was mentioned, an unmistakable resentment flickered across Su Linlin's face. Junhang's health has been deteriorating. I intended to marry him directly to bring him good fortune, but the He family opposed it. The Batsi of Su Yang is extraordinary. How could a child born in the wealthiest family in Jing City have a poor Batsi? With such an auspicious Batsi, why has He Junhang only managed to recover his health? Moreover, with such a formidable master in their family, why must Su Yang be placed in the Su family's ancestral home? Shouldn't the master be able to work wonders from afar? The implication being that the Batsi has already been given to the He family, and Su Yang has been exposed to the incense at the Su family's ancestral home for many years. Why is her health still poor? Is it that the master is inadequate, or has he done something behind the He family's back? She even fabricated a story, claiming that she had previously gone to the temple with her mother to pray for a few nephews. And the master had said that their Batsi were all of the utmost excellence, destined to soar to great heights in the future. Su Linlin relied on this narrative to navigate her dealings with the He family. However, As Juanhong's condition worsened, the He family's attitude became increasingly hostile, even threatening Su Linlin with a marriage. Yu Qing'er's offspring is merely a stepping stone for the Su family. Madame Su wore a troubled expression and sighed silently, then typed on her phone, "Do whatever you wish. Mother will always support you." "Thank you, Mother." Upon hearing this, a bright smile immediately blossomed on Su Linlin's face. She knew her mother would agree. Su Yunting cast a glance at her. "What is it? Why are you so happy?" A contemplative look flashed in Su Yunting's eyes as they fell upon Su Linlin, and the gloom in his heart dissipated somewhat, replaced by a sense of relief. He reached out to gently ruffle Su Linlin's hair. "Do what you wish. Your brother will always support you." Su Yunting refrained from calling Su Linlin foolish, which stirred her heart with excitement. The fact that her brother did not refuse meant there was feasibility in this matter. What Su Linlin did not know was that Su Yunting's agreement to let her act recklessly was due to Yu Qing'er mentioning divorce to him today, which irked him. He intended to teach Yu Qing'er a lesson, reminding her who truly held sway in this family. "How is Sister Ingera's health?" The adage goes that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this was the case with Su Linlin and Lin Inger in the past. Before Yu Qing'er's arrival, Su Linlin and Lin Inger had a rather poor relationship, often bullying Lin Inger behind Su Yunting's back. Now, with Yu Qing'er's interference, Su Linlin had developed a different kind of friendship with Lin Inger. It was more of mutual exploitation than genuine camaraderie. Hence her inquiry today was merely a fleeting whim. "Her health is fine." Su Yunting's gaze darkened, and for some reason, he was now reluctant to face Lin Inger's disappointed and fragile expression. Remembering what Lin Inger had said when he left, Su Yunting felt a wave of irritation. He had already explained to her that the Yu family could not extricate themselves at this moment. As he pondered, he rubbed his temples, realizing that he had not yet divorced, which was unfair to Inger. Her feelings of insecurity were justified. With that thought, Su Yunting quelled the turmoil within himself. It would be best to disturb her less. Her health was already fragile, and as she approached the late stages of pregnancy, she ought to rest more in the hospital. With that, Su Yunting ascended to the second floor and entered his study. Watching her brother's departing figure, Su Linlin's smile brightened further. With her brother's protection, her marriage to the He family was practically assured. The Su family sought a master to treat Madame Su, while Yu Qing'er's lawyer visited daily to discuss the divorce settlement with Su Yunting. One day, Yu Qing'er arrived at the largest private golf course in Jing City. "Getting Suli, your brother-in-law said that today's collaboration can basically be verbally agreed upon." Accompanying her was Yu Zheng. Given that it was a collaboration between the Yu and Chun families, Yu Zheng naturally had to attend to emphasize the Yu family's seriousness regarding this partnership. However, upon entering, they encountered an uninvited guest, Su Yunting. It seemed that Su Yunting had somehow learned that Chen Yuanshang would be golfing here, and he had come specifically to see him. Upon seeing Yu Qing'er and Yu Zheng, Su Yunting greeted them as if nothing had happened. "Second brother, Qing'er, why have you only just arrived?" Even as he spoke, Yu Qing'er did not miss the flash of malice and triumph in his eyes. Su Yunting was indeed quite pleased. For whom did Yu Qing'er work so hard to secure this project? It was undoubtedly for him, since Yu Qing'er was so sincerely offering him an opportunity. He saw no harm in taking it. From what Su Zhong says, one would think we had agreed upon it together. Yu Zheng did not indulge Su Yunting, directly exposing his attempt to ingratiate himself. Dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and matching cap, Chen Yuanshan looked at Yu Zheng, then at Su Yunting. "I was under the impression that Su Zhong and Yu Zhong had made arrangements." Upon entering, Su Yunting had suggested as much. "Yu King s meet it faintly. Su Son, you have time to play golf, yet no time to meet my lawyer to discuss the divorce?" Chapter 46 Blind Confidence. Su Yunting's secret was thus inadvertently revealed by Yu Qing'er. The executives present exchanged glances and then laughed together to shift the topic, avoiding any further awkwardness. The news of the Yu and Su families parting ways had circulated previously. Now it was merely being confirmed. "What do you mean, Yu Qing'er?" Yet, there was always someone obstinate, refusing to let the topic pass. The speaker was a young master from the Zhou family, who had a close relationship with Su Yunting. Yu Qing'er cast him a fleeting glance before turning to Chen Yuanshan. "I apologize for making you witness this." "Not at all," Chen Yuanshan replied, showing a much warmer demeanor towards Yu Qing'er than towards Su Yunting. After all, he had witnessed Su Yunting's behavior towards Chen's matriarch during his daughter's full moon banquet. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. This also explained why Chen Yuanshan had consistently stalled collaboration with Su Yunting. "Chen Dong, would you care to join us over there?" Yu Qing'er cordially invited. "It would be an honor." The three laughed as they made their way to a nearby area. The Zhou family's young master displayed clear discontent, eager to confront Yu Qing'er, but before he could approach, he was stopped by Su Yunting. "She does this for me. There's no need to interfere." Su Yunting proudly raised his chin. The young master from the Zhou family was taken aback. "Did Yu Qing'er not just say she wanted to divorce you?" He was filled with questions, unable to comprehend the basis of Su Yunting's assertion. Were they playing good cop and bad cop? She proposed divorce. If she seeks a way out, she must offer something in return. Su Yunting was exceedingly confident. The young master from the Zhou family paused, recognizing that Su Yunting's confidence was warranted, for they all knew how much Yu Qing'er adored him. The surrounding executives exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had previously thought highly of this young man from the Su family, yet now it seemed that having a virtuous wife was indeed of paramount importance. With such a prominent figure at home, neglecting to honor her while seeking distractions elsewhere would inevitably lead to the collapse of both family and business. As a result, the executives who were keen to collaborate with the Su family hesitated, choosing instead to observe the situation further. Would you truly play this poorly? The young master of the Zhou family felt that today, Yu Qing'er was different from her usual self. It seemed too simplistic, as Su Yunting had suggested. Impossible. When Su Yunting uttered those words, his gaze inadvertently followed Yu Qing'er, who was calmly handing a document to Chen Yuanshan, an expression of composure on her face that he had never noticed before. A surge of unfamiliar emotions welled up within Su Yunting, causing him to furrow his brow and silently curse Yu Qing'er for her cunning. To make him yield voluntarily, she dared to mimic the resilience of Inger, who thrived under hardship without yielding. Did she deserve that? If it weren't for the impending collaboration with the Chen family, he would have certainly confronted Yu Qing'er, exposing her true nature. In reality, Chen Yuanshan had been instructed by his mother to collaborate with the Yu family at all costs. However, he had not anticipated that the Yu siblings, upon receiving the contract, would still impress him with their sincerity and planning. This elevated his perception of Yu siblings significantly. "You must understand, even without a solid plan, I would agree to collaborate with you. But your sincerity has further convinced me that the partnership between the Chen and Yu families will flourish in the future." With that, Chen Yuanshan extended his hand, shaking hands with Yu Qing'er and Yu Zheng, expressing his delight in their collaboration. The affirmation of their plan filled Yu Qing'er with elation. A pleasant collaboration. As Yu Qing'er celebrated her success, Su Li's lips curled into a smile as well. One must recognize that a good beginning can instill boundless confidence. Mommy is truly amazing. Mommy is the best. Let's go. Yu Qing'er's eyes softened as she pinched Su Li's chubby face. "Once Mommy earns money, we will buy delicious meat for our Li Bao." At the mention of meat, Su Li's eyes instantly brightened, akin to a full moon suddenly illuminating a dark night sky. Such a little foodie, how she adores meat. Yu Qing'er found Su Li's obsession with meat utterly charming, but it simply wouldn't do. She needed to grow a bit more first. Consequently, Su Li's eyes dimmed, as if a light bulb had been switched off. "I'm already 6 months old. Why can't I eat meat?" Su Li internally screamed in frustration, her emotions escalating into a roaring dragon, which caused Yu Qing'er to laugh heartily. Yu Qing'er and Yu Zheng accompanied Chen Yuanshan for a round of golf, during which Chen Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Yu Qing'er. She truly was the daughter of the Yu family, possessing commendable golfing skills. Chen Yuanshan was an aficionado of golf, relishing the thrill of competition. "If Uncle Chen's praise stemmed from my planning, I would be even happier," Yu Qing'er jested. The group enjoyed their conversation. While not far away, Su Yunting found Yu Qing'er's smile glaringly irritating. When Yu Qing'er noticed Su Li yawning from fatigue, she suggested bidding farewell to Chen Yuanshan, who readily agreed. Just then, Su Yunting approached, demanding, "Where are the documents?" His authoritative demeanor drew the attention of Yu Zheng, and Chen Yuanshan, leaving them puzzled. Observing Yu Qing'er's reluctance to produce the documents, Su Yunting reached for her bag. The collaboration had been established. Surely the contract should be handed over now? Yu Qing'er frowned and evaded his hand, responding, "Are you out of your mind?" After that, she intended to leave with Su Li, but Su Yunting seized her arm, threatening with a dark expression, "If you don't want a divorce, hand over the contract." Chen Yuanshan was bewildered, glancing at Yu Zheng. What did Su Yunting mean? Yu Zheng reassured Chen Yuanshan, Uncle Chun, please don't worry. The contract belongs to both the Chun and Yu families. As for the Su family, they must prove their capability to negotiate further with you. Yu Zhang's words caused Su Yunting's expression to darken. Yu Qing'er, what do you mean by that? She clearly knew this was a project he had been negotiating with the Chun family for half a year. Why? Ex-husband, let me clarify. It was our Yu family that initially took the lead on this project. If the Su family wants to stake a claim, they should negotiate on their own. Su Yunting wished to retort, but the project had indeed been spearheaded by Yu Qing'er as brother-in-law. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "As long as you hand the project over to me, I want to divorce you." His demeanor resembled that of a devoted housewife fighting for her project. Chapter 47, The Betrayal of a Brother. You cannot possibly think you can compare to profits in the billions, Yu Qing'er scoffed. With that, she turned away, clutching Su Li, not sparing Su Yunting a glance. You should consider how to secure a greater share of marital assets. At this moment, the young master of the Zhou family approached. What did she mean by that? Su Yunting's face darkened as he felt the scrutinizing gazes around him, gritting his teeth. Very well, Yu Qing, you will regret this. Yu Zheng walked up beside him, placing a hand on Su Yunting's shoulder. Is Mr. Su declaring war against the Yu family? The young master of the Zhou family gaped in astonishment, realizing that Yu Qing'er's intent to divorce was genuine, not a ruse. Don't joke around. Let us leave quickly. Before Su Yunting could continue his threats towards Yu Zheng, the young master of the Zhou family pushed him away. This was not the time to allow Su Yunting to issue threats. Haven't you realized yet? In the past, the young master of the Zhou family felt that as long as Yu Qing'er was willing, it was of no concern how Su Yunting behaved outside. However, once divorce was mentioned, it became a significant matter. Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting's divorce would not merely involve two individuals, but rather the severance of two families. What? Yu Qing'er really intends to divorce you? Impossible. The young master of the Zhou family was filled with regret. Did you not know that the Yu family was severing ties with the Su family? The Yu family was the wealthiest in the city, and their partnership with the Su family was a win-win situation, which could also benefit the Zhou family. Now that the marriage alliance between the Su and Yu families was dissolving, the Zhou family would be left with nothing. Most importantly, he felt utterly humiliated in front of the elder. The Su family no longer needed the Yu family's support, Su Yunting declared arrogantly. The young master of the Zhou family frowned. He disagreed with Su Yunting's perspective. You must understand, the collaboration between the Su and Yu families is not merely a case of 1 + 1 = 2. It is rather 1 + 1 equating to countless twos. The influence of the Yu family is far greater than you perceive. At this moment, the young master of the Zhou family exhaled deeply, regarding Su Yunting with seriousness. Are you certain you wish to pursue this course of action? Yu Qing'er cannot leave me. But what if she could? No one would want her but me. Very well, do not say I betrayed you, since you strayed first. I too can take advantage of this opportunity. The young master of the Zhou family nodded in agreement, giving Su Yunting a thumbs up. With his friend's endorsement, Su Yunting felt emboldened, declaring, just watch, that contract will undoubtedly belong to the Su family. The young master of the Zhou family lowered his gaze. A woman of such capability entering the Su family would guarantee that the heir of the Zhou family would undoubtedly be him. She would elevate Su Yunting, just as she would elevate him. Reflecting on this, the young master of the Zhou family felt foolish for having previously missed such an opportunity. How could he have once taken advantage of a situation, yet now remain under the elder's thumb? The more he contemplated, the more excited he became. Rest assured, I will ensure that the Zhou family is included in the development. Su Yunting, noticing the young master of the Zhou family's animated expression, assumed he was eager to participate in the project and casually agreed. The young master of the Zhou family did not reveal his intentions, simply nodding in affirmation. Very well. With that, Su Yunting departed like a proud peacock, while the young master of the Zhou family hurried to the villa where Yu Qing'er resided. As Yu Qing'er arrived home, the young master of the Zhou family followed closely behind. Upon opening the door, Yu Qing'er was greeted by the radiant smile of the young master of the Zhou family. Yu Qing'er furrowed her brows in detachment and took a step back, widening the distance between herself and Zhou Lai. What do you want? She inquired. Could it be that Su Yuntian has not given up and wishes to reclaim her contract? However, she had no connection with Zhou Lai. Was Su Yuntian out of his mind to send Zhou Lai here? I came to see if you need any assistance. Zhou Lai endeavored to make his expression appear more sincere, constantly hypnotizing himself into believing he was a good person. He loved Yu Qing'er and was willing to sacrifice everything for her. Gradually, his frivolous demeanor transformed into one of earnestness. Yu Qing'er responded with a slight smile, but as hope flickered in Zhou Lai's eyes, her expression suddenly turned cold. "No, I don't need anything," she declared, slamming the door shut. Zhou Lai stood outside, touching his nose, unconvinced that Yu Qing'er harbored any negative feelings towards him. If there were any, they were likely instigated by Su Yuntian. He thought that, with perseverance, she would eventually see his genuine intentions. Once Zhou Lai departed, Yu Qing'er knitted her brows in deep concern and called her second sister. "Please assign me 2 more bodyguards. I feel someone is plotting against me." Upon hearing of the potential threat to Yu Qing'er, Yu Wan'er immediately erupted with anger. Who? Who dares to harm you? I'll take care of them." Seeing her sister's agitation, Yu Qing'er quickly clarified, "It's not that kind of harm. It's the pursuit kind." She was still married, and yet someone was pursuing her. Wasn't that a form of harm? After confirming the details, Yu Wan'er inquired who it was. Upon learning it was Zhou Lai, she sensed something amiss. Yu Qing'er herself was perplexed. Zhou Lai's actions today were difficult to articulate. He seemed rather foolish. Knowing it was a sensitive time, he still chose to show himself. Was he trying to harm her, or merely himself? Could it be possible that Zhou Lai truly has feelings for you? Is he insane, or is Su Yuntian? Yu Qing'er taught it. Zhou Lai had grown up alongside Su Yuntian. How could he possibly betray him? Yet a thought struck her. Su Yuntian was inherently a selfish person, and those around him often reflected that nature, suggesting there was indeed a possibility. Yu Qing'er's expression darkened. Zhou Lai's sudden interest must either stem from her identity and wealth or from a long-standing affection for her. She was inclined to believe it was the former, especially given her past as an infamous admirer of Su Yuntian. Zhou Lai and his companions were well aware of her feelings, frequently belittling her for it. The more she pondered, the more she felt like a fool for having harbored such deep affections for someone like him. Perhaps Su Yuntian had aided her in the past, but given his character, it was unlikely to have been out of kindness. His motivations were undoubtedly self-serving. It was pitiful that she had devoted a decade of her youth for such trivial gratitude. "Why are you so quiet?" When Yu Wan'er noticed her sister's silence, she continued speaking, though Yu Qing'er was lost in thought and did not hear her. Undeterred, Yu Wan'er offered her comfort. "Don't overthink it. Regardless of the reason, Zhou Lai pursuing you is beneficial. We can use him to get back at Su Yuntian." In contrast to Yu Qing'er's typically innocent nature, Yu Wan'er had a more cunning demeanor. As Yu Shu'er would say, if Yu Wan'er were a man, she would undoubtedly be labeled a mad dog. After all, even as a girl, she was already labeled as such. "Do you have a plan?" Initially expecting rejection, Yu Wan'er's spirits lifted upon hearing Yu Qing'er's openness. After sharing her ideas, she awaited her sister's response. After a considerable pause, Yu Qing'er finally spoke. "Sister, I find your ideas quite appealing, but they may not be suitable for Su Yuntian." Having been close to him for so long, she understood his character well. Yu Wan'er's plan would not work on him, and she had devised her own strategy against Su Yuntian that did not require Zhou Lai's involvement to avoid entanglements. "I have my own thoughts on this matter. Just wait for my news," she reassured her sister. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Yu Qing'er's gaze fell upon the visual door lock, noticing Zhou Lai had not left. Her expression grew colder. They truly were cut from the same cloth. Both selfish and scheming. "I wonder what Su Yuntian will think upon discovering he has been betrayed by his own brother," mused Su Li from her stroller, lost in thoughts of the impending conflict between Su Yuntian and Zhou Lai. Yu Qing'er lifted Su Li from the stroller. "Did you have fun playing with your third brother today?" Each time she posed this question, Su Li knew it meant her mother had matters to attend to. She tilted her head in agreement. Yu Qing'er placed Su Li in Su Sen's room before retreating to her study to manage company affairs. "Is little sister under my care today?" Upon her departure, Su Sun eagerly approached Su Li, poking and prodding her. Su Li, understanding his mental health issues, patiently allowed him to treat her like a toy. "I wonder how third brother is faring in his studies. Has his hacking skills improved? I'm curious if a 5-year-old could hack into Su's company for trade secrets without facing criminal charges," Su Li rambled. Su Sun paused mid-motion, looking at Su Li before retrieving his mini notebook to seek answers to her earlier musings. Though he found none, he stumbled upon an opportunity. Just as he was about to act, Su Li's thoughts echoed again. "Third brother, could you refrain from breathing so heavily while speaking? Just a little bit, and the Su family's internal network would be in disarray." Fortunately, he halted just in time, avoiding any financial losses. The two siblings exchanged perplexed glances, neither moving. After a prolonged silence, Su tentatively spoke, "Auntie, I'm hungry." Upon hearing her request for milk, Su-san dashed to the door to summon help for his sister. If only his room had water and formula, he could make it himself. Hearing her brother call for assistance, the nanny promptly responded. After about 5 minutes, the milk Su requested was delivered. The groundwork had been laid online. It was time to conclude matters. Sushi glanced at the sleeping Su Li and spoke softly. Su Yang sat in the corner chair, his hands clasped behind his head, quietly observing Su Li on the bed. A hint of coldness lingered in his rebellious brow, striking with precision, leaving him unable to turn the tide. Su-san gestured to the two of them. Among the three brothers, the eldest was the master strategist, the second the executor, while the youngest was merely a compliant little KLM. First, they would bring him down a notch. As for Emma, the little sister would likely offer some comfort. After speaking, Sushi took out his tablet from his backpack and began to reach out to the internet trolls he knew. Consequently, the topic surrounding the Su group and Su Yuntian's infidelity surged rapidly to the top of various websites' trending lists. Videos of him with Lin Inger inundated the internet. Simultaneously, comparison videos of the grand wedding from years past began to emerge, and discussions about Su Yuntian's blindness to his third sister's beauty followed suit. By the time Su Yuntian became aware of the situation, it had already escalated to a very serious level. Attempting to regain control proved to be a daunting task. As the public relations representative of the Su group, I did not summon you here merely to consume resources. When negative news surfaced, Su Yuntian's first instinct was to assign blame rather than capitalize on the traffic. The public relations team had a strategy in place, but it required Su Yuntian's approval. Now, without even inquiring, he directly sought accountability, leaving the public relations department quite dissatisfied. The head of the public relations department stood before Su Yuntian, unyielding in his rebuttal. When the news broke, we immediately formulated a public relations strategy. However, Mr. Su, the protocols dictate that your approval is essential. Chapter 49. The male lead with a criminal record. Are you suggesting that this is my fault? Recently beset by a series of misfortunes, Su Yuntian raised his eyebrows, his expression menacing, as if any additional words from the other party would lead to dismissal. The public relations director remained undeterred, asserting that accountability should not fall upon the public relations department. Following this, he approached Su Yuntian's desk and pointed to a stack of documents filled with proposed public relations strategies, which he had not even glanced at. It was not his fault. Who could he blame? The staff following the public relations director could not help but give him a thumbs up. How bold he was to confront Mr. Su. Did he truly not fear termination? Do you wish for me to inform you how much compensation you would owe me upon my dismissal? The public relations director lifted his chin defiantly, gazing intently at Su Yuntian. He had witnessed countless scenarios during his years in this position. Su Yuntian was currently embroiled in a divorce with the daughter of the Yu family, and now negative public sentiment had arisen, making it hard not to suspect the involvement of the other party. Once negative repercussions emerged, the mere allegations of infidelity could lead to a drastic fall in the stock prices of the Su family. If the daughter of the Yu family took further action, the Su family would undoubtedly be gravely weakened. Furthermore, he had heard that the collaboration in the southwestern region was negotiated by the Yu family, leaving the Su family with no stake in the matter. It seemed that Su Yuntian, the president, was on the verge of being held accountable and dismissed. He was unperturbed. In the realm of business, everyone prioritized their own interests. Without Su Yuntian, there was still Yu Qing-er. Su Yuntian's face twisted in anger before he sneered repeatedly. Fine. If you insist, then the Su family certainly cannot retain you. Very well, let's discuss compensation. The public relations director showed no signs of yielding. Su Yuntian, increasingly furious, raised his hand and pointed toward the door, shouting, "Get out! Get out!" Surely such a large enterprise as the Su Group would not be so petty as to deprive employees of their due compensation. Get back to your public relations department. Not dismissing me? Get out. The public relations director scoffed coldly, calling to his subordinates, "Children, follow me," resembling little demons triumphantly descending the mountain to capture Tang Sung. Once the public relations team departed, Su Yuntian furiously swept the documents off his desk. The staff from the president's office stood at the doorway, hesitating to enter, waiting until Su Yuntian's rage had subsided considerably before cautiously knocking and stepping inside. Meanwhile, Yu Qing'er remained oblivious to the unfolding events concerning Su Yuntian, only aware that the sudden surge of negative sentiment surrounding the Su group was highly advantageous to her. Seizing the opportunity, she took a jab at the Su family, revealing her intent to sue Su Yuntian for infidelity. Upon her announcement, the Yu group promptly retweeted the information. It was too late for the Su group to dispel the rumors. The Yu family and Yu Qing'er were resolute in their decision to sever ties with the Su family. Consequently, the Su group descended into utter chaos. They merely communicated a message to the public relations department before going offline. Yu Qing'er's next move doubled the fervor of public sentiment. Thus, the entire internet became aware of Su Yuntian's infidelity. Shortly after Yu Qing'er released the news, she received an anticipated phone call. Upon answering, she was met with Su Yuntian's furious tirade. Did Mr. Su call me merely to curse? Fortunately, she was clever enough to discreetly record the conversation. Yu Qing'er, after all these years of marriage, must you create such a spectacle? Su Yuntian could not comprehend why the woman who once prioritized him in all matters had suddenly transformed into someone unrecognizable. Qing'er, I am indeed entangled with Ing'er at present. But have I not considered divorce with you? If only you would alter your narrative and tell the netizens you are merely sulking, the position of Mrs. Su would still be yours. Su Yuntian believed he had extended a considerable olive branch to Yu Qing'er. If she were sensible enough, she should descend the stairs accordingly. Su Yuntian, the Qing dynasty has fallen. What remnants of feudalism do you represent? What man could I not find as the distinguished daughter of the Yu family? Yu Qing'er retorted with a cold laugh. Did he truly think that the position of Mrs. Su was a gift to her? How naive. Yu Qing'er, do not overstep your bounds. You have 4 children with me. Who would want you if we divorce? A divorced woman holds little value. I am doing this for your own good. Su Yuntian's temper flared at her words, and his tone grew increasingly harsh. Su Yuntian, I possess shares in the Su family as well as the Yu family. What man could I not find? I can elevate you to prominence, and I can do the same for others, can I not? Upon hearing that Yu Qing'er intended to pursue another man, Su Yuntian's anger intensified. This is what you have forced me into. After hanging up, Yu Qing'er raised an eyebrow, leisurely saving the call record. She was eager to see what he could do to her. The news of Yu Qing'er divorcing Su Yuntian had already gained considerable traction. At the peak of this fervor, Su Yuntian released some information suggesting that Yu Qing'er had cheated on him and was now retaliating. In contrast to Su Yuntian's baseless claims, Yu Qing'er's post was evidently more persuasive. With substantiated evidence, specific times and locations, coupled with circulating videos, it appeared as though Su Yuntian was merely a rabid dog, barking wildly in defense. When Su Li awoke, she realized that the public relations battle between the Yu family and the Su family had commenced. Blinking in astonishment, she was shocked to discover that they had engaged Su Yuntian without notifying her. How infuriating! She had missed such excitement, having missed out on such a significant scandal. Su Li was eager to learn the details and implored Su Sun to push her little cart toward Yu Qing'er. She wanted to hear how Su Yuntian was responding. Was everything truly all right? Yu Qing'er was currently on the phone with Yu Zheng, who was quite worried, fearing that Su Yuntian might resort to dangerous actions. Yu Qing'er dismissed his concerns, assuring him that he would not dare to engage in any form of kidnapping against her. Not necessarily. Su Yuntian is known for being a law-abiding protagonist, burdened by half the criminal code. Had it not been for my fortunate fate, having my bone marrow extracted and nearly losing my life due to him, he would not have escaped unscathed. She truly had not anticipated Su Yuntian's audacity. Yu Zheng remained silent, clearly unconvinced by Yu Qing'er's words. Brother, you are correct, but we cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. If Su Yuntian is not a good person, then we must restrain him, preventing any tricks from emerging. Yu Zheng fell silent, contemplating how to deal with Su Yuntian. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. As the voice of Yu Qing'er faded, the assistant's voice from Yu Zheng's side came through. President Yu, there's trouble. There are scandalous photos of the third Miss circulating online. What is this? Chapter 50. He truly dares. The word from Yu Zheng rendered Yu Qing'er's expression grim. Hearing the anxious tone of her second brother's assistant, she could only surmise that it was indeed a grave matter. Otherwise, such a composed person would not exhibit such a loss of control. What? Yu Zheng's voice emanated from the receiver. Based on the distance of his voice, it seemed he was conversing with his assistant, scrutinizing the material presented. After a prolonged silence from Yu Zheng, he finally spoke to her. Why don't you check online? Initially, Yu Zheng had been quite concerned, especially since the headline was quite alarming. However, after perusing the content, he found himself at a loss as to whom to feel sympathy for. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to empathize with his younger sister. How could he possibly feel pity for a scoundrel? Hearing Yu Zheng's words, Yu Qing'er opened her tablet and entered the website, where she was immediately confronted with the headline, "The Chaotic Private Life of the Yu Family's Heiress Revealed," featuring explicit images. Logically, such images should not remain online for long. They would soon be removed. Yet, the image accompanying this headline stubbornly lingered atop the trending searches, impervious to removal. Upon seeing the headline, Yu Qing'er immediately knew that it was certainly the work of Su Yunting. Infuriated, her hands trembled. How could he be so shameless? Indeed, quite shameless. Yu Zheng remarked in a calm tone, in full agreement. Yu Qing'er sensed something amiss in her brother's tone. If the images were truly hers, he would have erupted in anger rather than suggest she look online. Was it possible that it was a case of misrepresentation? Pondering this, Yu Qing'er clicked on the headline, entering the discourse where she found accusations about her alleged dissolute private life, including claims of maintaining relationships with young university students. Yu Qing'er's mood was peculiar. Were the male university students truly young? As she scrolled down, her gaze fell upon a scandalous photograph. Oh, it was not hers. It was of Su Yunting and Lin Inger. Who would have thought that these two would indulge in such shameless behavior? Even taking pictures for memento. Netizen 1 commented, "It's apparent that President Su is genuinely intent on winning the public relations battle." Netizen 2 remarked, "Unfortunately, his allies are utterly incompetent, inadvertently exposing their intimate photos." Netizen 3 lamented, "These two are much more shameless than I had anticipated." The internet user speculated that Su Yunting's original intention was to leak intimate photos of the Yu family's heiress, but instead he inadvertently revealed his own, with his allies proving too foolish to manage the situation. Curiosity circulated among netizens regarding Su Yunting's reaction upon discovering this news. However, to their dismay, it seems Su Yunting was currently reveling in self-satisfaction, blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Inside Yu Qing'er's villa, Su's son, clutching a notebook and tablet, addressed his two accomplices. He grinning from ear to ear, completely oblivious to the specific nature of the photos, convinced he is destined for greatness. Su Shi and Su Yang responded, "Indeed, I have never encountered such a dim-witted individual. How could such foolishness produce children of such remarkable intellect? Are they truly his offspring? It's difficult to ascertain. Excellent. The Su family stocks have plummeted by 5 points. I wonder how much further they will fall." Su Shi's tablet displayed the stock trend graph of the Su family. Not yet at the limit down? Su Yang inquired, surprised. He had assumed that a 5-point drop would lead to a halt, but it appeared the Su family's reserves were still substantial. Su Shi nodded, affirming that, after all, they were the wealthiest in the capital. It was unlikely for them to hit the limit down with just 5 points. However, they were perilously close. Today, a 10-point drop seems probable. "Brother, it may be time to ease off and not leave them with incriminating evidence," Su Shi instructed. Su Yang fell silent for a moment, refraining from chastising his younger brother. After all, the subsequent events would require the involvement of their third brother. Provoking the opposition might jeopardize their plans. Su Sen's chubby fingers tapped a few times on the tablet. Within a minute, the sensational news regarding the Yu family's heiress was removed from the trending searches. Unfortunately, having lingered for too long, numerous entertainment accounts had taken screenshots, reformulating and reposting the content. Thus, the sensational headline, "The Chaotic Private Life of the Yu Family's Heiress Revealed," featuring explicit images, morphed into a debate over who played better, President Su or the Yu family's heiress. Infuriated, he sought out those responsible. The individual retorted, "These photos were provided by you. I was merely following your lead. The trending topic was purchased with your funds. Are you looking to blame me?" Enraged, Su Yunting commanded his subordinates to locate this person and blacklist them. With no recourse, the Su family patriarch resorted to yelling at his assistant to negotiate with the platform, purchasing the trending topic to prevent any further appearances. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. For every purchase he made, another would inevitably surface ad infinitum. Eventually, Su Yunting ceased his struggle. Given that the public perception was irreversibly damaged, he was disinclined to spend further resources on this matter. As Su Yunting surrendered, the Su family stocks plummeted to the limit down, summoning his reclusive father, who hadn't been seen in years. Su Yunting, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Upon answering the call, Su Yunting was met with his father's furious roar. Su Yunting replied with a cold sneer, "Oh, you're still alive? I thought you had long since departed this world." He spoke to his father without a shred of politeness. The echoes of his father's anger reverberated through the phone's speaker. Su Yunting had no interest in hearing his father's ramblings. The Su family's current standing was his own achievement, not a gift from his father. "Have you forgotten how you were expelled in the first place?" "I was not expelled by you. I was expelled by Yu Qing." Before his father could finish, Su Yunting emotionlessly hung up the phone. He was unwilling to hear such word from his father. After terminating the call, he tossed his phone onto the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose as he slumped down. Leaning back, his father's words echoed incessantly in his mind. Expelled by Yu Qinger. The events unfolding within the Su family remained unknown to Yu Qinger. All she comprehended was that fate did not favor Su Yunting, the supposed protagonist. As she transitioned the conversation with Yu Zheng to video format, Yu Qinger couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. She never anticipated that his threats of not letting her off the hook would culminate in such a manner. Truly astonishing. Chapter 51. The Fatal Blow. Most surprisingly, his attempts to scheme had backfired. The Su family stocks were now soaring, an impressive sight to behold. In contrast, the Yu family stocks were steadily on the rise, the green line continuously climbing. Though the increase was modest in the stock market, green is indeed more aesthetically pleasing than red. Does this count as shooting oneself in the foot? Yu Zheng relished in the misfortune. Yu Qinger pondered this, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it seemed so. However, why had that blog post not been removed sooner? Was someone working behind the scenes? Yu Qinger inquired of Yu Zheng, seeking to confirm if he was involved. Yu Zheng frowned slightly. "You make a valid point, but it wasn't me. Someone else assisted you." When he uttered this, there was a significant implication behind his words. Clearly, he had a suspect in mind, but was not inclined to reveal it to Yu Qinger. "Are you playing riddles with me again? This is quite enough." Yu Qinger expressed her dissatisfaction towards her brother. Why were both of them conspiring behind her back while she remained oblivious, like a fool? "You simply need to be a quiet little princess." "But I am nearly 30. "Oh, even at 50, you would still be my little princess." Yu Qinger, disgusted by her brother's words, abruptly ended the call. Her second brother was becoming increasingly unbearable. After hanging up, Yu Qinger leaned back on the sofa, contemplating who might have helped her. Suddenly, her mind recalled her daughter's assessments of her 3 sons, particularly that of her third son. It seems that her third son, Future, is destined to be a top-tier hacker. The image of Su Sen's petite face surfaced in Yu Qinger's mind, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Could he truly be her son? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that it was indeed Su's senator after all. Which hacker would assist her without any reason? When the Su family's triplets emerged, they found their mother seated on the sofa, grinning like a love-struck schoolgirl, reminiscent of a young girl who was infatuated with a celebrity. Yes, even her 5-year-old classmates were already star-chasing. The Su triplets exchanged glances, realizing that regardless of a woman's age, she could not escape the fate of infatuation. "Why are you all out?" Upon hearing Yu Qinger's voice, the 3 instinctively retreated. A starry-eyed girl could be perilous, and it was prudent to keep their distance, especially after their mother's earlier display of fervor, which felt increasingly eerie, as if they were being invaded by aliens. How infuriating! They resolved to summon Ultraman to combat the extraterrestrial threat. Yu Qinger wondered, was she truly that frightening? Such exaggeration. Meanwhile, the exhausted Su Li was lost in a dream, once again finding herself in the towering building of the Yu Corporation. This time, unencumbered by physical limitations, Su Li navigated the Yu building with remarkable ease. Those who were hiding from her fled in haste, showing no inclination to provoke her. Without any foul entities obstructing her, Su Li leisurely explored the Yu building, determining the precise locations of several hidden formations. Yu Qinger sat at her bedside, her expression weary as she awaited her daughter's awakening. "Mom." Su Li slowly opened her eyes and flashed a bright smile at Yu Qinger, who exhaled in relief. "Little sleepyhead, why are you sleeping so much today?" Ordinarily, after an hour's nap in the afternoon, Su Li would awaken, but today she had slumbered until evening, leading Yu Qinger to worry that her daughter might be unwell. Now, seeing Su Li awake, Yu Qing'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. Can I mention that I visited the U building? Of course not. Yu Qing'er's eyes sparkled as she discreetly adjusted Su Li's blanket, then softly inquired whether her little sleepyhead would sleep again that night. Her tone carried a hint of subtle testing. Speaking of which, that individual is truly malevolent. 7 lethal formations were laid beneath the U building, intricately linked. One misstep could spell disaster not only for the U family, but for all employees within the U Corporation. Such cruelty was unimaginable. Yu Qing'er's hands trembled slightly. Although she lacked knowledge in this area, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the 7 lethal formations. The mere thought of so many deadly traps within the U building filled her with dread. She quickly rose to prepare milk for Su Li. However, as she did so, her heavy heart caused her to nearly spill water several times. After what felt like an eternity, Su Li finally received the milk she had been waiting for. As Su Li eagerly drank from the bottle, Yu Qing'er picked up her phone and messaged her second brother, urging him to keep an eye on the employees' morale. If necessary, they could consider renovating the building and relocating the staff until someone capable could dismantle those lethal formations. Deep down, Yu Qing'er harbored a desire to shield her daughter from danger, even if her daughter was exceptionally skilled. What did you hear? After some thought, Yu Qing'er decided to share her concerns with Yu Zheng. Did her second brother know any experts in this field? If not, perhaps a trip to Xiangjiang was in order. They could not remain passive, always at the mercy of others. It was imperative to seize the initiative and take control of their fate. After a lengthy wait, Yu Qing'er received a response. I have contacted someone. They will address this promptly. Upon receiving the message, Yu Qing'er felt her heart finally settle. As she put her phone away, she noticed her daughter preparing to sleep again and hurriedly nudged her awake. Su Li, who had been lying flat, was abruptly turned on her side by the unexpected push. She blinked in confusion, wondering what her mother was doing. Was she trying to pick a fight? Little pair, you've been sleeping for so long. How about sitting up to play for a while? Realizing she had pushed a bit too hard, Yu Qing'er quickly changed the subject to prevent her daughter from sensing her unease. Su Li leaped at Yu Qing'er, flipping over and pulling her blanket over her head. Today, even the king of heaven couldn't stop me from sleeping. Then, Su Li found herself pushed back down onto the bed by her mother. Ah, no. Est-ce l'igler dot Yu Qing'er in protest? I'm not causing trouble. Why can't I sleep? Chapter 52. Could it be that she was reborn? Yet, Yu Qing'er was resolute in her determination to prevent her from sleeping. Thus, regardless of Su Li's protests, the outcome remained the same. She was roused from her slumber. Eventually, Su Li resigned herself to the situation, allowing Yu Qing'er to gaze at her. After confirming her daughter's wakefulness, Yu Qing'er finally relaxed. She could not allow her daughter to venture into the U building. What if something went wrong? She had only one precious daughter, and she could not let her face danger under any circumstances. Little pair, are you sleepy? As Su Li stared at the ceiling, her mother's teasing voice broke through. Turning her head, Su Li narrowed her grape-sized eyes, glaring at the culprit who was preventing her from sleeping. As if to say, do you even hear the nonsense you're uttering? She wished to sleep, and Yu Qing'er had to let her. Su Li could not fathom what transgression she had committed to deserve this day. Their eyes locked, and a triumphant smile spread across Yu Qing'er's face. She extended her finger to poke Su Li's cheek and cheerfully said, don't be upset, little pair. How about I take you out for some meat tomorrow? Su Li grinned, adopting a mocking expression, as if to say, you may have a point, but I am not so easily deceived. Going out for meat? It was undoubtedly Yu Qing'er who would indulge herself. She was watching. Mom was wrong, all right? Yu Qing'er, recognizing her daughter's irritation, took Su Li's chubby little hand and apologized. No matter how much she apologized, she did not feel remorseful for waking her daughter. After venting her frustration, Su Li calmed down. After all, if Yu Qing'er was unwilling to let her sleep now, she would certainly let her doze off later when she was utterly exhausted. With this thought, Su Li's mood lightened considerably. Yu Qing'er assumed her daughter had forgotten the unpleasantness due to her tender age, and she let out a silent sigh of relief. She truly feared her daughter might hold a grudge until the next day. What are you thinking about, little pair? Thinking about when you'll stop pushing me and let me sleep. The spirited little voice echoed, dispelling Yu Qing'er's lingering guilt. In a mischievous spirit, she poked Su Li's little belly, redirecting her attention back to her. Su Li turned her head with a fierce expression. However, her adorable appearance, reminiscent of a cute character with hair, made her look irresistibly charming. How about we play together today, little pair? All right, but you have to hold me and lie on the bed so we can play together. Suli's fierce tone took on a sinister edge, and she even added a dramatic musical accompaniment to her voice. Yu Qing'er had always known her daughter was lively, but she was surprised by how playful she could be. With a resigned smile, she pinched Su Li's chubby little face, reminding her, Mom only wants what's best for you. Anyone capable of launching an attack on the Yu family would undoubtedly be a formidable character, and it was best for her daughter to remain uninvolved. Moreover, her second brother had already sought help to dismantle the 7 lethal formations. Su Li, unaware of the significance of Yu Qing'er's words, chose not to respond. Due to the interference of Yu Qing'er, Su Li was unable to sleep the entire night. By 8 or 9 in the morning, Yu Qing'er, overwhelmed by fatigue, dozed off beside her. Su Li thought to herself, well, you prevent me from sleeping and yet sleep so soundly. Consequently, she closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber alongside Yu Qing'er. Upon waking, Su Li made her way directly to the Yu family's building. Even though it was daytime, the building lacked the ominous chill it had exuded the previous night. Employees on the first floor occasionally rubbed their arms, commenting on the excessively low air conditioning. Is the temperature set too low? I feel so alert that I don't even need the Americano in my hand. Another chimed in, I wish I had known. I would have bought it. Su Li followed the employees, her brow furrowed with concern. She was aware that dealing with matters during the day would be more challenging. Nevertheless, despite her worries, she did not retreat, but rather strolled leisurely through the Yu building. Instead of immediately resolving the 7-kill formation, she cast seals at various locations to enhance the yang energy of the Yu building and expel its yin energy. In the unseen corners, Su Li's ethereal figure floated as she continuously formed seals, golden Sanskrit flowing from her hands, settling firmly in designated spots, transforming into fierce vajras. Once she placed the transparent vajras in their positions, the employees instinctively glanced around. Why does it feel a bit warmer? One remarked, I thought it was just my imagination. Has the temperature finally been adjusted? Is it possible that the air conditioning settings haven't changed? Hey, don't spread such alarming talk. As Su Li passed by, she couldn't help but smile at their remarks. In a corner unbeknownst to Su Li, someone suddenly trembled and then spat out blood, fainting thereafter. Su Li was awakened by Yu Qing'er's gentle nudging. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Yu Qing'er's anxious expression. Annoyed, she turned away, intending to ignore her. You're such a nuisance, Su Li fumed, lamenting Yu Qing'er's inconsiderate behavior. Yu Qing'er, observing Su Li, cautiously inquired, Did you dream of Mama while you were asleep? Dream of you? I was sleeping so soundly. Yu Qing'er continued, Didn't we say we would resolve the issues of the Yu family while sleeping? However, since Su Li had not acted, Yu Qing'er felt a wave of relief. Are you hungry? She shifted the topic. With her worries alleviated, Yu Qing'er ceased to disturb Su Li's rest, allowing her to enjoy 2 days of peaceful slumber. To avoid being awakened again, Su Li remained still for 2 days. When she finally prepared to act, she overheard Yu Qing'er discussing with Yu Zheng how the master failed to notice the problems within the Yu building. Su Li pondered, how did they know something was amiss with the Yu family? Could it be that my crossing overcaused the butterfly effect, leading the canon fodder character Yu Qing'er to be reborn as well? Chapter 53. The Mysterious Master and Apprentice. I thought to myself, how is it that both the expected and unexpected events are occurring? I initially believed my intervention was the cause, but it seems it is due to my beautiful mother's rebirth. While Yu Qing'er was on the phone with Yu Zheng, she said, Dear daughter, have you considered that this might be a beautiful misunderstanding? The reason we can avoid danger is entirely because your mother possesses mind-reading abilities. The most crucial part is, this ability isn't limited to your mother. The entire family shares it. Su Li did not contemplate external factors, instead delving deeper into the misunderstanding. Her gaze toward Yu Qing'er filled with curiosity. In the past, Yu Qing'er's face was pallid, but gradually the ashen hue had faded, and now it was unrecognizable as that of someone on the brink of death. Is it possible that the person you found is inadequate? Yu Qing'er quickly questioned, glancing at Su Li in the crib. It must be that my second brother lacks connections, leading him to find a fraudulent master. My daughter can see it. Why can't the master? Who said that? Yu Zheng attempted to defend his connections, but as he spoke, he faltered. Feng Shui and breaking formations are probably not the same thing. Confusion flickered in Yu Zhang's eyes. Both he and Yu Qing'er were not well versed in this matter, and they had no idea how to find a capable master. If it weren't for the mind-reading ability revealing something amiss within the Yu building, they might have been led to believe the Master-S claims that there was nothing wrong at all. Then why didn't he notice anything? Yu Qing'er gritted her teeth and softly asked, "You need to find another one quickly. Don't let my daughter take action, or I will make you pay." "What do you mean by making me pay? Hanging me at your doorstep?" Yu Qing'er threatened. Yu Zhang, speechless, replied, "Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? How can I find someone? I've already tried my best and leveraged significant connections. You need to give me time." He was equally anxious. At this moment, he was the one most pressed for time, having become the king of the GG kingdom. Reflecting on this, Yu Qing'er realized she shouldn't have spoken to her second brother that way. She softly apologized. "Second brother, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit worried about Li Bao." "I understand. Don't worry. I want to take it to heart. We are all parents, and besides, Li Bao is still so young. As her uncle, I too am concerned." After a brief exchange of idle talk, Yu Qing'er ended the call. Seeing Su Li's peaceful sleeping face, Yu Qing'er sighed in relief, hoping her daughter hadn't overheard her conversation with her second brother. Surely not. However, she was unaware that Su Li's spiritual energy was already at the center of the Yu building. Now, it was a moment when the Yu staff were not at work, providing her the perfect opportunity to act. All she needed was to break through a crucial point, and the other formations would naturally resolve themselves. Su Li's expression became solemn as her chubby little legs tucked beneath her, sitting cross-legged in the air. Surrounded by swirling Sanskrit, the resonant chants gradually expanded like sound waves, enveloping the Yu building. As the sound waves brushed against the structure, piercing screams and the sizzling sound of heated iron suddenly erupted. "Annihilate!" a childish voice commanded, abruptly halting the screams, leaving the surroundings in profound silence. Subsequently, a sound reminiscent of a deflating tire echoed as unseen grayish-black gas dispersed from within the Yu building. Yet, before it could reach the crowd, it was enveloped by a translucent golden shield, ultimately converging within it. Once the black gas had dissipated, the translucent golden shield slowly retracted, transforming into a small orb that floated towards Su Li. Su Li gazed at the orb and then opened her mouth to swallow it. In that instant, as she ingested the black gas, her eyes turned black, gradually fading to a light golden hue before coalescing at her forehead. The golden color receded, leaving behind a small light brown mole on Su Li's forehead. Before departing, she cast a sharp glance at the top of the Yu building. That gaze was exceptionally piercing. On the roof of the Yu building, two men clad in Taoist robes stood. The leading man, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in appearance, wielded a whisk, his demeanor serene and smiling, seemingly unaffected by Su Li's presence. "Indeed, so she noticed us?" replied the young man with black hair, the disciple of the elder, who appeared vigorous yet possessed a clear gaze devoid of malice. This is why the master said he couldn't discern any issues with the Yu building. Upon arrival, he noticed the fierce Vajras in position and wished to know which powerful being had emerged. I didn't expect it to be a mere child. However, we lost track of the black gas we were tracing due to her consuming it. Not only can we not trace the source of the black gas, but is she truly unharmed after consuming it? Why is his master so composed? The elderly man flicked his whisk and turned to descend the stairs, unable to trace his opponent's whereabouts, resigned to wait for the next opportunity. As for that young girl, rest assured, if you are in trouble, she will be fine. She is indeed formidable. The young man scratched his head and chuckled, relieved that all was well. Reflecting on the conversation between the young girl and Yu Zhang alongside Yu Qing'er, he speculated that the master might have noticed something and was simply waiting for her appearance. Or for the person who arranged the 7-kill formation to realize that the formation was being suppressed. It could also be that both scenarios were true. It seems that the master and disciple have been investigating the individuals behind the 7-kill formation for quite some time. Therefore, could the person who acquired the 8 characters of her elder brother possibly be connected to the individuals or forces behind the 7-kill formation? "Oh, what is that mark on my sister's forehead?" The boy's voice interrupted Su Li's contemplation, compelling her to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she found Su Yang perched atop her head, scrutinizing the small mole on her forehead. Mischievous, Su Li raised her hand and playfully punched Su Yang. Su Yang covered his left eye, hurriedly dodging away. Hearing Su Yang's exclamation, Yu Qing'er, who was speaking with someone outside the door, rushed into the bedroom, only to find Su Yang glaring at Su Li while covering his eye. Disturbing my sweet dreams. Yu Qing'er glanced at Su Yang and asked, Did your little sister hit you? Su Yang, feeling guilty, did not make a fuss, merely sticking out his tongue at Su Li before scampering off, fearing that if he lingered, his little sister would launch a verbal barrage at him. Speaking of which, it seems it's time for my elder brother to start his tirade again. Oh, why is he running even faster now? Just as Su Li's thoughts floated away, Su Yang bolted like a wild horse. Chapter 54. Reserve fruit period having slipped away, Su Yang was still shaken. The memory of his little sister showering him with saliva was too vivid. He truly wished to avoid experiencing that again. Yu Qing'er, unaware, bore an expression and demeanor that, in Su Yang's eyes, was no different from that of the wicked queen presenting Snow White with a poisoned apple. Su Yang, filled with indignation, thought, she must be a stepmother. However, before he could finish his thoughts, his little sister had already transformed into a llama, exorcising the evil. Having been doused in saliva by Su Li, Su Yang, despite his frustration, felt a warmth spreading from his face throughout his body, dispelling the chill that had enveloped him. Su Yang sighed in relief. He was uncertain when the days of being sold for his 8 characters would end. Unbeknownst to him, Su Li also wished to refrain from spraying saliva at Su Yang, as each time required considerable preparation, luck, and effort. Is it over? Su Yang wearily wiped his face, asking in a tone devoid of hope. Yes. Though her voice sounded somewhat hoarse, evidently from excessive spraying, it was clear she was unwell. The perceptive Su Sun quickly offered Su Li a bottle. Little sister, have some milk. Su Yang glanced at Su Sen's back, silently accusing. Why does the third brother know to pass the milk bottle to the little sister, yet you do not offer your second brother a towel? Distracted by the stock market, Su Shi felt a piercing gaze upon him and reluctantly looked up, only to be met with Su Yang's drenched face. Why haven't you washed up yet? What are you waiting for? Su Yang ground his teeth, inwardly thinking this must be the straight man his little sister spoke of. Hee. Su Li, having finished her milk, sprawled on the bed, entirely disinterested in moving. Fortunately, today's efforts bore fruit. Soon, the He family would exert pressure on Su Lin and her mother. At that point, she would seize the opportunity to have her beautiful mother take her to the Su family's ancestral home. Little sister, why did you spray saliva on the second brother? Su Sun, knowing his little sister wouldn't respond, still curiously pressed on. Of course, it's because Su Lin and Su Yunting's mother conspired to sell the second brother's 8 characters to a sickly person for a life exchange. I wonder if you two are also being sold off. Su Sun blinked, not quite grasping Su Li's underlying meaning. Meanwhile, Su Shi, engrossed in the stock market, set down his tablet, pulled Su Sun closer, and said, Little sister is very tired right now. You must not disturb her sleep. Oh, compared to his own curiosity, Su Sun deemed Su Li's rest more important. Thinking about the miserable state of my brothers, I can't help but wish to twist Su Yunting's head off and use it as a ball to kick. The 3 brothers froze momentarily, exchanging glances, each perceiving the unspoken sentiment in the other's eyes. Their little sister's thoughts had become increasingly morbid. After the 3 brothers departed, Su Li rolled over to entertain herself. Seeing that Su Li was safe, Yu Qing'er went to her study to attend to her affairs, all the while remembering to activate the bedroom surveillance camera. From her perspective, Su Li's activities in the room appeared unchanged. However, in reality, Su Li had set up a small barrier, clumsily meditating, seizing the rare opportunity to practice alone in daylight. She was determined to enhance her strength. Given the formidable array established in the capital, the opposing force or individual must possess significant power. Her current abilities might suffice against one, but against multiple adversaries, she was uncertain of her chances. Fortunately, even in this fictional world, the spiritual energy was abundant. In a place invisible to mortals, flecks of pale golden starlight drifted towards the villa where Yu Qing'er resided, converging in the bedroom occupied by Su Li. Subsequently, multiple strands amalgamated into one, gradually merging into the small, light brown mole on Su Li's forehead. As the spiritual energy entered, Su Li's plump form became indistinct, and a serene, beautiful woman adorned with a small red mole appeared behind her, seated in meditation. If someone knowledgeable were to witness this, they would surely exclaim, Dharmakaya? Approximately an hour later, The Dharmakaya behind Su Li gradually faded. Filled with newfound power, Su Li suddenly opened her eyes, a golden light flashing across her gaze. She tilted her head, joy illuminating her features. After the recent tempering, she had successfully drawn energy into her body and ascended to the first level of the reserved fruit period. Just as she reveled in her success, Su Li sensed an overwhelming odor surrounding her. Mama, engrossed in her paperwork, Yu Qing'er instinctively raised her eyes upon hearing Su Li's call. Little did she know that upon looking up, she would be startled to find her daughter, who was playing on the bed, covered in dirt, resembling a muddy doll freshly emerged from a pit. Yu Qing'er exclaimed, "What on earth happened? How would you turn out like this while playing on the bed?" Yu Qing'er promptly abandoned her work, rushing to the bedroom and summoning the nanny to change the bedding. "What have you done, little ancestor?" Yu Qing'er scooped Su Li into the bathroom to wash her off. Su Li giggled, splashing water as if she were merely 6 months old, offering no explanations. Lost in her enjoyment. It was only after washing that Yu Qing'er, exasperated, lifted Su Li and gave her a good shake, saying, "You only know how to torment your mother." Afterward, Yu Qing'er noticed something unusual. The light brown mole on her daughter's forehead had turned slightly red, and her complexion had become even fairer than before. When she smiled, she resembled the little Mithriya Buddha, exuding an aura of tranquility. Yu Qing'er furrowed her brows in contemplation. Was it her imagination? She felt that being near her daughter alleviated her restlessness, bringing her inner peace. Has our little miss grown even fairer? She truly is a sight to behold, smiling at everyone, with those chubby double chins resembling the Mithriya Buddha descending to earth. The nanny's remarks caused Yu Qing'er to glance over. The nanny also sensed the change, confirming it was not merely Yu Qing'er's illusion. In her gaze towards Su Li, curiosity deepened. "Meat." Under Yu Qing'er's watchful eyes, the words that emerged from Su Li's mouth were particularly clear, indicating that the desire for meat had become an obsession for her. Yu Qing'er playfully pinched her round little nose, saying, "All you think about is eating meat. Eating meat. Do you not remember who just made such a stink?" "Not stinky. Not stinky," Su Li retorted, her soft voice filled with defiance. Chapter 55. The anxious king, as long as she does not acknowledge it, she shall not be foul. Moreover, having not consumed the grains of the earth, how could she possibly be so odorous? Su Li resolutely denied any unpleasantness arising from her expulsion of impurities. "Indeed, our pair treasure is not foul. It is merely our brothers who are." Yes, the 3 brothers of the Su family, engaged in discussions about the compatibility of their fates, simultaneously sneezed. The trio, rendered speechless, could easily surmise that their mother was attempting to pacify their sister by disparaging them. Yet, as is often the case, some families rejoice while others are engulfed in sorrow. When the atmosphere in the Yu family is harmonious, the mood in the He family grows increasingly heavy. Within the ancestral home of the He family, He Junhang lay upon his bed, his complexion pale, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. "Junhang, wake up, look at your mother." Madam He fell to her son's bedside, wailing in despair. He father, somewhat taken aback, pulled Madam He aside and signaled to his sons, "Take your younger brother to the hospital, and remember, spare no effort to save his life." In response, the 2 elder brothers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The sudden recovery of He Junhang and his subsequent collapse left them perplexed. They were acutely aware that some grave matter had transpired, though the specifics eluded them. If it served the interests of the He family, they would not hesitate to assist their brother. The 2 elder siblings hastily arranged for He Junhang to be admitted to the finest hospital in the capital, seeking the most esteemed specialist to sustain their brother's life. "Father, even at this juncture, do you still intend to keep us in the dark?" After ensuring their brother was settled, the eldest son addressed their dejected father. The second son stood behind him, nodding in agreement. They were unaware of the full extent of the situation, uncertain how to retaliate should further issues arise. He father understood that concealing the truth about the life exchange from his eldest son was futile. He entered the hospital room and spoke softly. "You should be aware that your brother's recovery was facilitated by a master." The He brothers exchanged glances and nodded. "In truth, your brother has not recovered. He has exchanged his life with another." At this revelation, their expressions shifted subtly. Both brothers simultaneously recalling the Su family and their previous concerns regarding Su Linlin's suitability for marriage into the He family. They had deemed her a restless spirit, offering little support to the He family. Had it not been for the alliance with the Yu family, they would have outright opposed Su Linlin's entry into their household. Was what mother said about their fates aligning and benefiting my brother merely a lie? The second son of the He family asked incredulously. He was taken aback by the realization that life exchanges were indeed possible. He father fell silent, and the brothers felt their spirits plummet. Which child of the Su family was it? The eldest asked, his voice trembling. Su Yang. He father's words struck like a thunderbolt. He had anticipated that if it were any other child from the Su family, they could manage the situation with additional betrothal gifts. However, Su Yang father, do you understand what you are doing? Given my brother's current condition, it is evident that the Yu family has discovered the truth regarding the life exchange. If they obtain my brother's fate, can he endure the backlash from such a celestial alteration? The second son of the He family was not concerned about his brother's health. Rather, he feared the ramifications of the backlash. Father, if my brother's fate is insufficient to counter the backlash, have you considered what the He family will use to repay it? He father's hand trembled involuntarily. The master had indeed mentioned the issue of backlash, yet he had dismissed it, believing the matter would remain undiscovered. Even if uncovered, he believed that Su Linlin and her mother would assist him in keeping the child firmly in hand. Little did he realize how ineffectual that mother-daughter duo was. The prospect of Yi Juanhong's demise was not terrifying. What truly instilled fear was the issue of backlash. The second son glanced at his elder brother, opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely murmuring, "I will help you manage the aftermath." Observing the unity of the He brothers eased the tension on their faces slightly. Your brother will not enter the company. I will allow him to lead a leisurely life. This was He father's concession to his two sons. Even his brothers, without the constraints of the He family business, they might not risk their safety for their brother, especially since the Yu family was far more formidable than the Su family. Father, our actions are driven by our bond with Junheng. The eldest son of the He family wore a smile, uttering polite words. The second son nodded in agreement. The individuals present were astute. None were oblivious to the underlying tensions. The He family could not remain idle, nor could Su Linlin. However, upon reaching the door, they were obstructed by the bodyguard stationed there by Yuan Er. This is my sister-in-law's home. Why should I be denied entry? You better watch yourselves. I will have my sister-in-law dismiss you. Su Linlin's sharp voice pierced through the doorway. Miss, the third young lady of the Su family has come see you. Let her in, came the response. Su Linlin had laid low for a few days, and now her reappearance suggested something significant had transpired. She was eager to discover the purpose of Su Linlin's visit. As Su Linlin entered, she immediately addressed Yu Qing, dismissed those two guards at the entrance. Her imperious demeanor prompted Yu Qing, to raise an eyebrow. Tossing the remote onto the sofa, she scrutinized Su Linlin and inquired, "Do you know whose name this place bears?" Of course it is Su. Su Linlin, gazing at the villa's opulent decor, felt a flicker of greed at the thought of its market value. Her brother had mentioned that anything belonging to Yu Qing, was rightfully his. She intended to claim this villa as her dowry, confident her brother would acquiesce. Miss Su, you and your brother are equally shameless. Before Yu Qing, could respond, the housekeeper interjected, this villa is our young lady's private property and has no affiliation with your Su family. Su Linlin saw nothing wrong with her intentions. You are so wealthy. What harm is there in gifting me a villa? Yu Qing had encountered many ambitious young individuals striving for success, yet she had never met a destitute person so brazenly audacious. If you perish, I shall have a villa of identical design burned for you, Yu Qing replied coldly. At this moment, her engagement remained paramount. The villa would surely be secured once she and her brother executed their plans. Chapter 56. You have stumbled upon Cotton. Su Linlin's aspirations were idyllic. Completely oblivious to the fact that Yu Qing might instigate a divorce with her brother and would show no mercy to the Su family. Yang Yang will not go. Yu Qing, aware of the reason behind Su Linlin's visit to retrieve Su Yang, was fully cognizant of the circumstances her son had endured at the Su family's ancestral home. She would not allow her children to be put at risk. Without a moment's hesitation, she refused. Su Linlin's exquisitely beautiful face contorted momentarily before she struggled to suppress her inner fury, managing to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears, saying, Sister-in-law, my mother has been yearning for Yang Yang. She has been unable to sleep, consumed by thoughts of him. Yu Qing scoffed. It was clear to her that Su Linlin's sleeplessness stemmed not from longing for Yang Yang, but rather from fear of the He family. With her expression turning cold, Yu Qing stated firmly, "No matter what happens, Yang Yang will not accompany you." "Oh, but I was hoping to visit the Su family ancestral home to see where my second brother is being held. It would be more convenient with someone to guide me. Otherwise, I would have to expend considerable effort to find it myself." Su Li, cradled in the arms of the housekeeper, stood at the corner of his second floor. Yu Qing turned to gaze at Su Li, her furrowed brow deepening rather than easing. "Sister-in-law, have you forgotten that you once cherished me the most?" With her marriage seemingly on the verge of collapse, Su Linlin felt a surge of desperation. As Yu Qing showed no inclination to relent, she had no choice but to adopt a different approach, attempting to evoke the memory of her sister-in-law's past kindness. The mere mention of this subject reignited Yu Qing's fury. "You are aware that I once cared for you," she declared, her eyes reddening with anger. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Su family, striving to satisfy her mother-in-law and sister-in-law in every possible way, fearing that they might feel wronged. Yet, how did they treat her and her children? Her sister-in-law, Su Linlin, felt uneasy under Yu Qing's gaze. At that moment, Su Yang, who had been in the bedroom, also emerged, looking down at Yu Qing and Su Linlin from above. He wanted to speak up in support of his sister's feelings, having heard her sentiments. Willing to take risks, he hoped to help her uncover the root of the problem and eliminate future troubles. Without waiting for Su Yang's agreement, Yu Qing responded aloud. Su Linlin had never considered what Yu Qing intended to do at the old Su residence. She was simply overjoyed. If Su Yang went to the old house, her fiancé would be saved. "Great, my mother and I will wait for you." With that, Su Linlin happily turned and left. After sending Su Linlin off, Yu Qing exhaled deeply and addressed Su Yang. "Prepare yourself. We shall stay at your grandmother's for a few days." As she spoke, her voice lowered in intensity. Such a commotion. How could she resist joining in? "All right." Su Li's cheerful voice reached Su Yang and Yu Qing's ears. "We can finally see the old Su residence." The two exchanged a fleeting glance at Su Li before preparing their belongings. Like Su Linlin, they did not believe that Yu Qing could stir up any significant trouble. In their eyes, they were queens here, easily overpowering Yu Qing. Thus, when Yu Qing entered with Su Li in her arms and held Su Yang's hand, the two merely lifted their eyelids lazily from the sofa, showing no inclination to move. Yu Qing spoke to Su father but ignored Su mother, much to the latter's dissatisfaction. "You only have eyes for your father-in-law, don't you?" Su mother's words prompted Su father, who had been reading a financial magazine, to glance up. He nodded slightly at Yu Qing before frowning at Su mother. "What nonsense are you causing now? This family is in perfect order until you start your ruckus." However, Su father was not inclined to discuss Yu Qing and Su Yuntian's divorce with Su mother at present. He harbored disdain for Su Yuntian, who had leveraged the Yu family's influence to ascend, causing Su father significant embarrassment. His visit was solely due to the recent events in the Su family. Yet upon arriving, he found the atmosphere to be more chaotic than he had anticipated, diminishing his previous desire to cause a scene. Now, he was merely interested in observing the unfolding drama, particularly how the divorce between Su Yuntian and Yu Qing would conclude. Su father's silence was preferable. Once he spoke, Su mother exploded like a furious dog, pointing an accusatory finger at him, as if he were her adversary rather than her husband. Clearly, Su father's previous infidelity had deeply wounded Su mother, and her resentment towards him had now festered into hatred. "Don't forget, this is the old Su residence, and what is your surname?" Su father retorted coolly, raising an eyebrow as he appraised Su mother. He may have been the defeated party, but he was also Su Yuntian's biological father. This place was his inheritance from his father, and he intended to remain here as long as he wished. "Get out!" Su mother screamed, attempting to confront Su father. Su Linlin swiftly intervened, signaling to her mother that their priority was Su Yang, not her father. "Dad, you know how much Mama's been hurt by you. Please refrain from provoking her further," Su Linlin urged, frowning at Su father to protect her mother from further distress. Su father snorted in response, falling silent. His purpose was to uncover the truth behind the transactions. "Mom, I'm so glad you can finally speak." Yu Qing intentionally rubbed salt in Su mother's wounds, feigning sincerity. Su Linlin interjected sarcastically, "Using this method to irritate my mom, you might as well be aiming at cotton." The There was no need to resort to internet memes in every aspect. Yu Qing'er momentarily fell silent before speaking softly. Afterward, she signaled to her bodyguards to carry Su Li and Su Yang's luggage upstairs, following them shortly thereafter. Just before entering the bedroom, she glanced back at Su's mother, saying, "Mom, for the next few days, both Yang Yang and Li Bao will be sleeping with me. If you miss him too much, you might as well come sleep with me." Chapter 57. Father and son. As if enemies, I refuse to sleep with you. You wish. Su's mother reacted vehemently to Yu Qing'er's suggestion, her voice loud enough to be heard from a distance. Su's father, irritated, rubbed his ears and shot her a cold glance before carrying his belongings to the guest room on the first floor, evidently unwilling to share space with her. What does he mean by that? Su's mother questioned Su Linlin, pointing at Su's father's retreating figure. Su Linlin hurriedly soothed her mother. "Mom, you two haven't lived together for so many years. It's best not to provoke him." Su's mother lowered her gaze, suppressing the flicker of light in her eyes. "Indeed, I shan't provoke him. The He family requires a birth date, does it not? The Su family may lack in many things, but they have an abundance of birth dates." Hidden from Su Linlin's view, a glint of malice flashed in Su's mother's eyes. On the second floor, Su Li sensed a strong undercurrent of hostility from below, instinctively opening her eyes. After successfully entering the anticipated stage, her perception of goodwill and malice around her had sharpened. Previously, it was merely her strong spirit. Now, with her physical strength growing, the power she released upon awakening was significantly greater. Thus, Su Li felt confident in extinguishing the life-exchanging curse burdening Su Yang. "Li Bao, who woke you up?" Yu Qing'er noted Su Li, who had just opened her eyes, appearing more serious and sharp than usual, and instinctively thought there might be something amiss in the Su residence. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Li slowly closed her eyes again. "So, this was merely a dream?" Yu Qing'er placed Su Li back in the crib, tucking her in securely before turning to Su Yang, advising him, "This place is different from home. You must be cautious with what they offer you." She feared that Su's mother and her daughter would attempt to harm her son again. He Jianheng was inherently frail, and manipulating her son to exchange lives would incur dire consequences. In the past, Yu Qing'er may have hesitated, concerned about harming others. Now, however, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her children's lives to save others. Such an action is not kindness. It is folly, and Yu Qing'er had indeed acted foolishly. "Rest assured, I will only eat or drink in front of my sister from now on." Su Yang did not finish his sentence, yet Yu Qing'er understood his meaning. She did not refuse. After advising Su Yang, she headed downstairs to arrange accommodations for her bodyguards. "Yu Qing'er, what do you mean by this?" By placing her bodyguard on the first floor, Yu Qing'er thoroughly infuriated Su's mother, who approached her with a cold expression, ready to strike. Yu Qing'er lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an intimidating aura, as if daring her to make a move. "If your son does not marry me, you three will be expelled from this place." Yu Qing'er retorted coldly. Su's mother was momentarily speechless by Yu Qing'er's words. "You are talking nonsense. My son occupies the position of chairman of the Su family because of his capabilities. It has nothing to do with you." Yu Qing'er casually cast a glance at her, then mockingly nodded. Yes, you're absolutely right." The more indifferent Yu Qing'er appeared, the more furious Su's mother became. Su Linlin, maintaining her composure, grasped her mother's hand, signaling her to remain silent. It was clear that Yu Qing'er had come prepared, wary of them. However, Su Linlin believed that Yu Qing'er was merely suspicious of their continued involvement with Su Yang. It seemed she had come to investigate this matter. Hence, both she and her mother needed to exercise greater discretion in their actions. "You foolish girl, why are you blocking my way?" Madame Su glared angrily at Su Linlin. If it weren't for her daughter's obstruction, she would have berated Yu Qing'er endlessly. Should Yu Qing'er dare to retort, she would have her son kick her out. After all, Lin Inger is already pregnant, and the child of the Su family is not one that Yu Qing'er can bear. "We should be more cautious," Su Linlin whispered. Both women had secrets weighing on their hearts, and thus dared not create too much of a scene, fearing that their actions might drive Yu Qing'er away, which forced them to endure and allow Yu Qing'er to remain in the ancestral home, much to their displeasure. As Su Yunting entered, he immediately spotted Yu Qing'er lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, cradling Su Li, while Su Yang sat beside them. The three of them were engrossed in watching Ultraman, creating a harmonious scene that was in stark contrast to Su Linlin and Madame Su, who sat nearby with sour expressions. silent as statues. "You King, can't you see that my mother is sitting right there?" Su Yunting exclaimed, disregarding the situation and confronting Yu Qing'er directly. Yu Qing'er seemed oblivious, instead turning to Su Yang and asking what the monster's name was. His eyes were glued to the television, unwilling to miss a moment. Deep down, Su Li found the situation rather amusing. However, she understood. The male protagonists in romance novels often had their peculiarities. Either they were silent or excessively aggressive. Su Yunting was among the most extreme, embodying the worst traits of such characters. "Is this Li Bao?" Su Father, noticing the conflict between Su Yunting and Yu Qin, hurried out of his room to observe the spectacle. Not wanting to feel excluded, he awkwardly brought up the topic of Su Li. Su Li turned to look at her father, then quickly diverted her gaze back to the screen, continuing to watch Ultraman. In the original text, Su Yunting's father was hardly a virtuous man, having numerous affairs and illegitimate children, creating a chaotic environment at home. It is little wonder that Su Yunting turned out the way he did. With parents like that, it would be remarkable for him to have a semblance of normalcy. Holding on to a spirit of understanding and respect, though not forgiveness, Su Li decided to fan the flames for her mother. She tilted her head, pointing at Su Yunting with a mischievous grin. "Is Li Bao scaring you?" Su Li had assumed her animated gestures would go unnoticed, but to her surprise, Su Yunting's father quickly caught on. She nodded emphatically yes. Upon hearing this, Su Yunting's father cast a disapproving glare at Su Yunting. "You have been a father for many years. How can you show such impatience towards your daughter? What right do you have to criticize me?" Su Yunting took a step forward, dragging his father by the collar and pulling him towards the exit. "You are not welcome here. Leave at once." It seemed as if he were dragging a foe rather than his own father. Chapter 58, The Golden Bell. "Release me." Su var thorstali shuk o Su Yunting's grip, glaring at him in anger. "I am your father." At these words, a cold smile crept onto Su Yunting's lips. "Father? Aren't you Su Yunting's father? When did you become mine?" He recalled the day his father had left the Su family home and the words he had spoken then. Su Li observed the struggle between the two, utterly speechless. How could he have the audacity to refer to his father in that manner? He was about to sell his newborn daughter and still had the gall to speak? Indeed, shameless individuals often exhibit double standards. They are tolerant of matters that benefit them, yet intolerant of those that do not. Thus, the ever-curious Su Li stepped in to defend her grandfather. Su Li glared at Su Yunting, gesturing animatedly. "Bad. Mama, bad." As she called him bad, her chubby little finger pointed accusingly at Su Yunting, chastising him as a villain. Su Yunting, already irritated with Su Father, felt his temper rise further at Su Li's antics. "I am your father. You scoundrel." Su Yunting avanced, ready to strike at Su Li. Yu Qing'er's expression shifted dramatically. "Su Yunting, you dare say that your father is not a father? Look at how you are behaving. Do you have the demeanor of a father? She is only 6 months old. Do you wish her harm? No matter how poorly your father treats you, he raised you and supported your education. Yet you seem intent on harming your daughter." Yu Qing'er's words grew increasingly harsh. Su Yunting felt his anger surge at her accusations, yet his raised hand could not move an inch closer. Su Li continued her playful antics, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It seemed that as long as he could raise his voice high enough, he could bury his past actions and avoid feeling guilty. However, Su Father, who was not fond of him, interjected, "Indeed, Li Bao is barely over 6 months old. You are about to strike her? Look at how you behaved just now, as if she were your arch nemesis." Su Yunting's gaze darkened as he fixated on Yu Qing. "Qing'er, come here. You are terrifying me. I want to go near you." She flatly refused. Yu Qing'er's rejection incited Su Yunting's wrath, and he reached out to pull her closer. He felt that his wife's position behind his antagonistic father was glaringly offensive. Su Yunting entertained grotesque thoughts, yet he knew Yu Qing'er would not respond in kind, nor would his detestable father. Still, his vile thoughts continued to fester, leading him to speak recklessly. "What? Are the harlots outside no longer satisfying your vile desires? And now you have set your sights on your daughter-in-law?" In that moment, Yu Qing'er felt an overwhelming sense of disgust directed at Su Yunting. As he uttered those words, she could no longer contain her fury. Clutching Su Li tightly, she advanced and delivered a resounding slap to Su Yunting's face. With her eyes ablaze and teeth clenched, she managed to spit out, "Su Yunting, you truly repulse me." "I repulse you?" Stung by the slap, Su Yunting was ready to retaliate. "Did I force you to stand behind him? Just as his hand was about to strike Yu Qinger, Su Li quickly formed a protective gesture. Namo Amitba, Golden Bell. Thus, as Su Yunting's hand came within 3 centimeters of Yu Qinger's face, it struck an unseen barrier, echoing a loud sound, followed by Su Yunting's agonized scream and the sound of his fractured hand. Oh, dear daughter-in-law, the battle here is fierce. You should stay back to avoid getting splattered with blood. Observing Su Yunting's injury, the experienced Su father blinked rapidly and hurriedly pushed Yu Qinger towards the second floor. A daughter-in-law as formidable as her must not be offended. As for his son, he could fend for himself. Su father, in his wisdom, shielded Yu Qing, ensuring she would not have to endure Su Yunting's torment. My son, Madame Su rushed towards Su Yunting upon hearing his scream, eager to examine his hand. My poor child. Upon seeing his fractured hand, she joined in the chorus of wails. Su Li, cradled in Yu Qinger's arms, wore a displeased expression. Her eyes filled with disdain for the Su family. Regardless of Su Yunting's status as the protagonist, how could those around him be so foolish? It was infuriating. Her disdain for ignorance surged. Her son had a broken hand, and what good was crying? Call for a car to the hospital. In that crucial moment, Su father remained reliable, calling a driver to take Su Yunting to the hospital, ensuring timely treatment for his injury. Why waste time crying when you could simply dial 120? Su father cast a cold glance at Madame Su, realizing that this was precisely why he could never develop feelings for her after all these years. With such foolishness surrounding him, he could never feel affection for her. Silence. It's all your fault. You are the harbinger of doom. Madame Su glared angrily at Su father, cursing him as the family's jinx. Su father dismissed her with a glance, then turned to Su Linlin, instructing her to take care of her mother and prevent her from behaving like a rabid dog, lest they all suffer the consequences. Even though he is no longer in the Su family, he still lives on. When will he finally ascend the walls, allowing us to consider it a case of out of sight, out of mind? After speaking, he retreated to his guest room, no longer emerging. As for Yu Qinger, she had long since taken Su Li away from the battlefield, fearing that her dearly Bao would learn the boorish behaviors of Su's matron by lingering too long with her. Upon returning upstairs, Su Yang furrowed his brow and inquired about the events that had transpired below. Nothing much, just that Su Yunting's hand got broken while he was striking my mother. As if he had hit a temple bell, Su Li chuckled, reveling in the misfortune. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her golden bell could now solidify under the sun. This scoundrel truly deserved his comeuppance. Your father just tried to hit me, and for some inexplicable reason, as he was about to land a blow, it felt as though he struck a temple bell, resulting in his hand being fractured. Yu Qinger calmly added from behind, ensuring that Su Yang did not inadvertently divulge their ability to hear Li Bao's thoughts. Su Yang frowned. He attempted to strike you? Su Yunting is increasingly unworthy of his noble lineage. It appeared that one should indeed associate more closely with peers of the same status. What had Su Yunting learned from Lininger? The term domestic violence, once associated with him, would render him a target of public scorn. Chapter 59, Mysterious Moreover. It would adversely impact the stock market of the Su family. Contemplating this, Su Yang retrieved his ingenious watch and sent a message to his younger brother, instructing him to access the surveillance cameras at the old Su residence. The headline CEO of Su Corporation engaged in domestic violence amidst market turmoil would surely go viral. However, Su Yang's actions were executed discreetly, unnoticed by Yu Qing. Unbeknownst to her, all 4 of her children were protecting her in their own ways. He certainly deserved his fate. After contacting Su's son, Su Yang let out a cold snort. Yu Qinger smiled subtly, silently agreeing with Su Yang's assessment. However, she simultaneously glanced at Su Li, who was contentedly drinking from her milk bottle. What a shock. The CEO of the Su Corporation has a penchant for domestic violence. The marital discord of the Su Corporation's CEO stems from domestic abuse. Shortly after Su Yunting was admitted to the hospital, news of his abuse towards Yu Qinger surged to the top of trending topics, thoroughly ruining his mood for recovery. When he received a call from his assistant, he nearly hurled his phone against the floor in frustration. The only reason he refrained was due to his right hand being fractured and his left hand restrained, with the phone being held to his ear by the family driver. Are you foolish? I'm already in the hospital. Why are you not publicizing my admission? Su Yunting shouted in exasperation within his hospital room. The doctor and nurse exchanged glances, and then the attractive nurse approached Su Yunting, speaking softly. Mr. Su, it is not advisable for you to be angry right now, as it is detrimental to your recovery. Please cooperate. Get lost, he retorted. As she turned away, the nurse rolled her eyes behind his back, amused. If he were not a golden goose, she would hardly bother with him. Did he truly think everyone sought to entice him? Oomph. The doctor, helpless, exchanged a glance with the nurse, silently urging her to endure for the sake of their department. The nurse contemplated the bonus and then turned back, adopting a gentle demeanor. Perhaps Su Yunting's focus was entirely on the online drama. The nurse's actions were akin to throwing flirtations at a blind man, landing squarely on the back of his head. He incessantly directed his assistant on what to do, only for the head of the PR department to put an end to his whims by hanging up the call. Su Yunting glared in anger. The driver innocently placed the phone beside Su Yunting's head and retreated towards the door. I will wait outside for you, Mr. Su. With that, he hastily exited, leaving Su Yunting in a state of pent-up frustration, unable to vent, especially as the doctor seized the opportunity to set his fractured bone without warning. For the next half hour, the corridors of the hospital echoed with Su Yunting's anguished cries. Eventually, the doctor and nurse emerged, and the nurse could not help but scoff at the doctor. That domestic abuser, how has he not succumbed to his own pain? Oomph. Thankfully, she had seen the trending news when she arrived with the doctor. The nurse, filled with righteous indignation, had communicated with the anesthetist beforehand, instructing them not to administer excessive anesthesia, allowing him to feel the full brunt of the pain. The more she thought about it, the prouder she felt. Meanwhile, Yu Qing'er remained unaware at the Su family residence that someone was aiding her in vengeance. She was seated on the sofa, observing as Su father and Su mother engaged in a fierce argument over flowers. Su Linlin, caught in the middle, tugged at each parent's arm, unsure how to separate them. Sister-in-law, why aren't you helping? Seeing the futility of her efforts, Su Linlin quickly shifted the blame, accusing Yu Qing'er of inaction. Having anticipated such a scenario, Yu Qing'er disdainfully rolled her eyes and, with a smile, replied, Mom and Dad are married. What couple holds grudges overnight? After a quarrel, they will reconcile by morning. If they expected her to intervene, they were sorely mistaken. Hearing her daughter fail to gain an advantage over Yu Qing'er, Su's mother was ready to lash out. You wretched girl, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you will not remember your surname. Then, Yu Qing'er watched in disbelief as her father turned aggressive, no longer yielding to Su's mother, and began to strike her. Should she intervene? If Su Yunting's father were to harm Su's mother, and she stood by without interference, would she be considered an accomplice? Dad, Su Linlin exclaimed, stepping between them to separate the two. It must be said that regardless of Su's father's faults, he had no intention of dragging the children into the marital conflict. Therefore, when Su Linlin positioned herself between them, Su's father ceased his aggression. He shot a warning glance at Su's mother. From now on, do not bring trouble to me, and do not seek strife with my daughter-in-law, or I shall divorce you. Su's mother's body trembled at his words. She gazed at him in disbelief, having anticipated his anger and hatred, but never expecting him to genuinely consider separation. At that moment, Su's mother understood fear. She remained silent, hiding behind her daughter with tears in her eyes, as if this would allow her to pretend she had not heard Su's father's declaration. Who are you truly the father of? Su's mother finally quieted down, prompting Su Linlin to protest. It was one thing for her father to neglect her brother and her, but now he was siding with that woman from the Yu family? Su's father scoffed. If I were not your father, I would never utter such words. If this continues, you will all be played to your demise by the Yu family without even realizing it. If Yu Qing'er seeks a divorce, at least I have my grandchildren, and the Yu family will not completely annihilate the Su family. Having lost the argument, Su's father had finally come to terms with reality. From now on, he simply needed to focus on living out his days. As for any illegitimate children, if they had the means, they could forge their own paths. If not, they would still enjoy a life of comfort. There was no need to provoke the Yu family unnecessarily. As long as the Su family persisted, and he remained alive, his illegitimate children would find their way, as their ties to the Su family would ensure they received some form of sustenance. As long as the Su family thrived, he would remain a master of the Su household. Otherwise, should the Yu family bring about the downfall of the Su family, he would be left with nothing. This was the very reason why Su's father was so protective of Yu Qing'er, seeking to ingratiate himself with her, ensuring she did not associate him with Su Yunting, as he and Su Yunting were not of the same ilk. After dealing with Su Yunting, he could not afford to be entangled with his troublesome daughter-in-law. Dad, Su Linlin stomped her foot in frustration. Fool! Do you not realize how your brother ended up in the hospital? With this thought, Su's father could not help but fixate his gaze on Yuqing. Others may not see it, but he recognized something unique about her. The sound that resembled a bell ringing could hardly be explained by scientific means. His daughter-in-law possessed an aura that was beyond their comprehension. Chapter 60. Is this how your domineering CEOs behave? Su Linlin bit her lip in frustration, waiting for her father, Su Fu, and exclaimed, I hate you. Su Fu retorted. Get lost. Love and hate can coexist. He cast a cold, disdainful glance at Su Foreign, his eyes filled with indifference, disgust, and disappointment at her failure to educate their children properly. Look at these two children. What have they become under her tutelage? What are you staring at? The resentful Su Foreign, upon receiving Su Fu's glare, became even more agitated, appearing as if she were ready to confront him head-on. After all, she was on the verge of divorce and could not allow him to triumph. Such a formidable daughter-in-law must not be offended. Deep down, Su Fu did not agree with their divorce. However, he was powerless to intervene in Yuqing's affairs. Su Yunting had acted too decisively, brazenly presenting evidence of infidelity, leaving him unable to support their marriage. All right, Dad. Yuqing understood what Su Fu meant and saw nothing wrong with it. At least it proved Su Fu was a scoundrel, yet he still knew how to prioritize interests. If only Su Yunting possessed a fraction of his father's adaptability, he would not have exposed so much evidence of his infidelity, causing such turmoil in Su's stock market. You are not allowed to leave. Su Foreign, unable to confront Su Fu, decided to trouble Yuqing instead. You must go to the hospital to take care of my son. Her son was injured by that vile woman, Yuqing, and she must go to the hospital to apologize and repent. Don't make me slap you. Su Fu said these words with a notably grim tone. This was the first time Yuqing had seen Su Fu so serious and imposing since entering the Su household. Previously, he was either in a defeated state or trying to placate her, always smiling. Unexpectedly, this seemingly weak Su Fu had such an authoritative side. The commotion downstairs caught the attention of Su Yang and Su Li. The already crawling, Su Li was slowly inching towards the edge of the bed. Su Yang, attending to Su Li, opened the door and positioned herself in front of Su Li to prevent her from falling. When will you grow up? Even just walking will be fine. Such exciting noise, and I can only hear it without seeing it. Su Li lamented, yearning for the unfolding drama. Su Yang, after a moment of silence, casually remarked, Thank goodness Mama didn't bring you downstairs. Otherwise, with Grandma's unreasonable nature, she might have come and hit you. The underlying message was clear. She better behave. Given Su Leo Tatai's shameless demeanor, going to witness the spectacle could easily lead to her getting hurt. Contemplating this, Su Yang cast another glance at her sister. Speaking of which, Su Yunting's injury is rather peculiar. Is it related to the gene Zhao my sister mentioned? At this thought, Su Yang found her sister to be a curious girl. When trouble arises, it seems others invariably suffer the consequences. Su Li, however, was oblivious to Su Yang's thoughts. All she knew was that she hadn't witnessed the scene of her parents fighting. How could she miss such an exhilarating spectacle? Why aren't you growing up faster? Su Li never anticipated that her adult soul would yearn so desperately to mature. The main issue was her inability to walk. It was too troublesome. As Yuqing ascended the stairs, she overheard her daughter's eager desire to grow up. A smile crept on her lips. What an impressive little one. Crawling at just 6 months old. She couldn't help but wonder from whom Su Li had inherited such talents, even exaggerating her praise with a thumbs up. Su Li thought to herself, if you can't genuinely compliment, then don't force it. Su Yang silently touched his nose, turning away to hide the twitching of his lips. Yuqing, in her bliss, was oblivious to her children's peculiar behavior. She felt elated. The two individuals she despised most had been punished. How could she not be happy? Thus, in her joy, she opened her phone and played a song titled Good Luck, turning the volume up to its maximum, ensuring Su Foreign would hear it. Sure enough, Su Foreign downstairs caught wind of it, and under Su Fu's intimidating gaze, she shoved Su Linlin towards the second floor to confront Yuqing. Just as Su Linlin stepped onto the staircase, Su Fu spoke up. If you dare go up, I will cancel the engagement with the He family. One could not deny the resemblance between Su Fu and Su Yunting. Both had a knack for hitting each other's sore spots when they were being unreasonable. Su Linlin was taken aback, not expecting her father to threaten her with her engagement. Dad, she exclaimed incredulously, feeling as if she were a snake caught by the throat, unable to move. Su gazed, atisulinin. I thought you were over 20 and capable of discerning right from wrong, yet you seem to have made no progress at all. His words were laced with meaning as he glanced at Su Foreign. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Su Fu, in that moment, failed to recognize that he himself was part of that flawed lineage. What does Yu Qing'er playing good luck have to do with this? She knows my brother is seriously injured. If she still plays such a song, it must be deliberate. Su Fu's expression remained unchanged as he quietly observed Su Linlin. She pursed her lips and approached Su Foreign, whispering, "Mom, I don't want to cancel the engagement with the He family." Su Foreign fell silent. Just when Su Linlin thought her mother would tremble with rage, she unleashed a surprise attack. In a flash, she hurled the vase in front of her towards Su Fu. After throwing it, she did not care whether it hit him or not, grabbing Su Linlin and fleeing to her room, leaving no opportunity for Su Fu to retaliate. Chen Shuyu, Su Fu roared. Su Linlin turned to her mother, whose face was filled with satisfaction, unable to comprehend. So, had her parents truly fallen out? The servants of the Su family stood around, trembling, afraid to approach. Only when Su Fu calmed down and instructed everyone to clean up did they dare to move, fearing his wrath would be directed at them. Upstairs, the sound of the vase shattering startled Su Li, who widened her eyes, trembling, her hands clasped together like an adorable little husky, staring intently at the door. Yu Qing'er found her reaction amusing. "Don't worry, Mama will comfort you. Nothing to fear." Just when Su Li thought Yu Qing'er would stop there, she heard a familiar chant. "Touch the fur, no fright. Touch the ears, just a fright." Did the children in those domineering novels get comforted like this when scared? Huh. It was Su Yang's first time hearing it, and he was intrigued, lifting his hand to pat Su Li's head. "Seeing you so scared, let me help you." "I thank you," Su Li replied, already displaying signs of her future sassy demeanor. After Yu Qing'er finished comforting Su Li, she stepped out to check on the situation downstairs. "Dad, are you all right?" "Oh, Dad is fine." After the interruption, Yu Qing'er remained upstairs with the two children. With Su Fu guarding downstairs, Su Foreign could not find a chance to ascend and take Su Yang away. It was only after Su Fu went to bed that Su Linlin stealthily made her way to the second floor, intending to enter Yu Qing'er's room and carry Su Yang away. However, upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of three heads crammed together. Most absurdly, both Yu Qing'er and Su Yang were using their phones and smartwatches as flashlights, holding them under their chins. Engaging in such antics in the middle of the night was nothing short of terrifying. Startled, Su Linlin instinctively wanted to scream, but fear rendered her voiceless. The scream lodged in her throat, and she fainted, rolling her eyes back. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground made Su Li tilt her head, her round little face filled with confusion, as if to say, "What is she doing here in the middle of the night?" In truth, all three of them knew why Su Linlin had come. The earlier antics were a deliberate prank by Yu Qing'er, who had guessed it was the Su family mother and daughter based on the sound of the door opening. Unexpectedly, Su Linlin fainted due to her timid disposition. However, Yu Qing'er showed no intention of neglecting her, calmly dialing 120 to summon help. Ignoring the fainted individual could lead to dire consequences. When the paramedics arrived, it startled Su's parents. What happened? What is going on at this hour? Su's father and mother rushed downstairs, clad in their nightwear, only to witness medical personnel carrying a stretcher down from the second floor, on which lay the unconscious Su Linlin. Linlin, upon recognizing her daughter, Su's mother hurried over, her loud voice catching the attention of the medical staff. As she approached, a paramedic politely inquired, "Are you a family member?" "I am her mother," Su's mother replied with a glare. The paramedic, who was not carrying the stretcher, nodded and gently took her arm, guiding her outside, stating, "In that case, we need you to accompany us." On the second floor, Su Li, cradled in Yu Qing'er's arms, fell silent for a moment. If it weren't for the inappropriate attire of the intruder, she would have thought the police had arrived. What happened to my daughter? After Su's mother was taken away, only Su's father, Yu Qing'er, and her daughters, along with the family servants, remained in the Su villa. Su's father looked up at the second floor, pointing towards the entrance. "What transpired?" "I don't know. My mother and I were watching cartoons when my aunt quietly snuck upstairs to open my mother's door." Su Yang feigned confusion and then fainted. His face was sincere, and he felt that what he said was not incorrect. The intruder indeed snuck upstairs with ill intent. They did not favor the several children born to Yu Qing'er, yet they showed particular affection for Su Yang, which was not genuine fondness, but rather a calculated affection. Curious. Su's father probed, "Do your aunt and grandmother dote on you?" "I suppose so. After all, my brother and younger brother have never been treated to offerings by my grandmother and aunt. I must be the most special one." Saying this, Su Yang puffed out his chest with pride. Su Li was astonished. This child is a born performer. Even if he does not pursue medicine in the future, he will not starve. His acting skills are commendable. Nonsense. Su's father, who held no affection for Su Yunting, was nonetheless concerned about his grandchildren. Whether it was due to generational affection or the influence of the Yu family, he valued the several grandsons immensely. For a child so small, feeding them offerings is akin to poisoning. Su's father was infuriated, clutching his chest, gesturing to Yu Qing'er, "Leave this matter to me. I shall see what else she intends to do. It will be better for the Su family to be handed over to his eldest grandson sooner rather than later. In this household, everyone is incompetent." Enraged, Su's father berated himself. "Is this acceptable?" Yu Qing'er ventured hesitantly. "I have the final say. Grandfather, may I visit my previous residence?" "Certainly." Without obstruction, the three of them descended the stairs towards the old house's backyard, where Su Yang had lived. Curious, Su's father followed them. The further they progressed, the more his temples throbbed, his head aching from Su's mother's fury. How could they let a child reside in the former Su family storage? What kind of affection is that? Were you living here before? Yu Qing'er asked Su Yang, her voice trembling as she instinctively tightened her grip on his wrist. She had never considered seeing where the children lived in the old house, realizing how foolish she had been to be so thoroughly deceived by the Su family. In contrast to the explosive emotions of the two parents, Su Yang remained remarkably composed, even kindly pointing out where he resided and what items were stored where. "What on earth kind of living conditions has that old man arranged for my second brother? There is only one door and no windows at all. This is not a place for a human to live. It resembles a coffin for a corpse." Su Li was infuriated. Perhaps from Yu Qing'er's and Su Yang's perspective, it appeared to be an ordinary storage room. However, from Su Li's viewpoint, she sensed the accumulated malevolent energy and dark aura within the warehouse. In the original text, Su Yunting acted prematurely against the Yu family. Had he delayed for a year, Su Yang would not have been sent to Africa, but rather perished here. Yu Qing'er was taken aback. She instinctively glanced at Su's father, her gaze probing, hoping he could hear Su Li's thoughts. However, no matter how she looked, she could discern no shift in his expression or eyes. It seemed that her daughter's voice could only be heard by the Yu family. Yu Qing'er sat in relief. She genuinely feared that the Su family would discover her daughter's unusual nature. If that were to happen, what would occur during the custody battle after her divorce? Her daughter belonged solely to her. Su Yunting, that scoundrel, was unworthy. Chapter 62. The medium Su's father could not hear Su Li's thoughts. He gazed at the storage room before him, his countenance darkening. Why doesn't she just come live here herself? Enraged, Su's father resolved to find some tasks for the Su family to occupy their time. He would not allow these fools to continually plot against his grandson. "Grandfather, please do not be angry." Su Yang approached Su's father, grasping his pant leg to calm his wrath. Su Li, standing nearby, exclaimed her admiration. It was no wonder people said that charm required talent. She believed that being a schemer also required a gift. Look at how her proud and sharp-tongued second brother transformed into a naive and innocent darling before their grandfather. The key point was that her benefactor grandfather actually believed his words. Su Li looked at Su Yang with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Although Su Yang noticed his sister's curious gaze, he was currently focused on administering a dose of bitter medicine to the Su family, seeking to create some trouble for Su Yunting and his mother, thus disregarding his sister's look. "Grandfather is not angry with you. He is upset with your grandmother." Su's father took a breath, addressing Su Yang, his tone filled with concern for his grandson. Yu Qing'er felt her anger dissipate as she listened to the exchange between Su's father and Su Yang. "It's all in the past. You need not be too upset." Yu Qing'er was more concerned about the implications of the coffin Su Li mentioned on her son and to what extent it might affect him. Su Li felt a twinge of sentimentality, pondering who could have anticipated that amidst this smooth-sailing protagonist, surrounded by characters fraught with misfortune, a hint of pity crept into Su Li's gaze as she observed Su Yang. Especially her second brother, his fate was exceedingly cruel. Her eldest brother and third brother bore no traces of dark energy or malevolent aura. while her unfortunate second brother was laden with both. Even if it was not yet severe, it still influenced his magnetic field and fortune. Moreover, this influence would gradually intensify. Thank goodness my second brother possesses strong luck. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Even with strong luck, he is fast becoming a harbinger of misfortune. How infuriating. Why are all the people in the Su family so despicable? Su Li fumed internally, drawing circles in her mind while cursing them. Unable to contain her worry, Yu Qing'er cast a concerned glance at Su Yang, realizing her fears were coming to fruition. Su Yang steadied his mind, maintaining his obedient demeanor. At present, his persona before his grandfather was that of a dutiful, pure, and considerate grandson. No one must see through his facade. How can I not be angry? Is this a suitable place for a person to live? Su's father raised his gaze to meet Yu Qing'er's. I recall you were in the process of acquiring Su's shares, correct? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er tightened her jaw, remaining silent. Su's father chuckled, waving his hand. No need to worry too much. I have some shares I can give to the children. He understood the reason behind Yu Qing'er's silence. He did not say he would give them to her, but rather to the children. Su's holdings under Su Yunting will reach no higher. This is as far as it goes. SF has recently shown little interest in the affairs of the S family. Yet he holds a profound impression of several of his grandsons. Even before he departed from the ancestral home, his grandsons exhibited distinct talents. He shook his head to dismiss any extraneous thoughts, affirming, "You are a good child, and the offspring you raise will surely be commendable. I trust you. The enemy of my enemy is my ally." Presently, SF and YQing'er share a common adversary, Synt'ing, naturally positioning him behind YQing'er. Furthermore, she has several of his family members by her side. The S family, now in YQing'er's hands, will ultimately rest in the hands of his kin, and he fears nothing. All that is required is to unseat Synt'ing. Thank you, Dad. YQing'er forced a smile, as her actions were driven by compulsion and retaliation. No need to be polite with me. YQing'er informed SF that she had not visited the old residence often and wished to explore. She then left SF behind to wander about. Although she claimed to be sightseeing, in truth, she was assisting SL in locating the hidden items. Regrettably, she found nothing in the various places she searched. The only rooms left unvisited were those of SL, NLN, and SFRN. Since neither was present, YQing'er took SL and boldly entered their bedroom. SLNLN's chamber, adorned in extravagant yet gaudy European princess style, failed to yield any discoveries. Turning from there, she proceeded to SFRN's room. The Chinese-style bedroom, with its deep red-brown hues, appeared antiquated and devoid of anything remarkable. Standing at the threshold, YQing'er furrowed her brow. Something is amiss. Why is there nothing my LP needs within the S ancestral home? How peculiar. The medium should be here. Why can I not sense it? Is it possible that Synt'ing's mother has placed something outside the medium to disrupt its magnetic field? SL frowned, exerting her spiritual energy to conduct a thorough search. No wonder it eluded detection. After an extensive search, SL finally pinpointed the medium's location. It was concealed beneath a small formation that disrupted the magnetic field, a detail one might easily overlook without careful examination. Thankfully, her diligent investigation led her to the discovery. SFRN is quite clever, concealing it beneath the floorboards. While others typically hide their secret chambers behind beds or wardrobes, she chose the space beneath the bed. YQing'er mused, no wonder SFRN resides on the first floor. It turns out there is a basement. I see so much gold inside. If I find it, does that mean it's mine? SL rubbed her hands in excitement. YQing'er remarked, I have encountered greedy individuals before, but never one so fixated on wealth at merely 6 months old. She envisioned her daughter's first birthday, anticipating that she would seize nothing but money, if not perhaps chicken legs. Contemplating the future, YQing'er felt her earlier frustrations dissipate. This was decorated when I married your grandmother. Initially, I wished for her to reside on the second floor, yet she insisted on the first. SF reflected, unaware of when he had approached YQing'er. Gazing nostalgically at the familiar bedroom, YQing'er blinked and cautiously inquired, why did my grandmother prefer the first floor? SF shook his head. I initially thought she was simply accustomed to it. But instead, she secretly excavated a hidden chamber on the first floor. He was incensed at the thought. I have never dug a hidden chamber, yet she dared to do so. How could she be so audacious? Chapter 63. Black Dog Blood. YQ fell silent for a moment, then awkwardly offered consolation. Perhaps your grandmother wished to surprise you? SF's gaze fell upon YQ, his expression heavy with skepticism. It was as if he was questioning whether she was speaking with sincerity. What kind of well-meaning person secretly digs a cellar behind her husband? Was she hiding a man or a stash of money? Clearing his throat, he suddenly became curious about the cellar's interior design. YQ endeavored to maintain a look of integrity and sincerity, even going so far as to hypnotize herself into believing she merely wished to see the cellar's decoration. However sincere her expression appeared, SF remained unconvinced. Yet, what did it matter? His curiosity was piqued. Thus, the pair summoned household servants to lift the bed and uncover the exposed floor tiles, digging them up. When the cellar emerged before them, everyone was dazzled by the gold and jewels within, particularly the altar placed in the center of the cellar. Upon the altar rested two small figures, entwined with red thread, adorned with yellow talismans, and inscribed with the birth dates of two individuals. One of those dates belonged to S.Y. YQ's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed forward. SL, sensing her mother's intent to tear down the talismans, exerted her spiritual strength, rendering YQ immobile. YQ gazed at her daughter in astonishment, realizing it was SL's doing. What is that? SF's expression changed, dropping to inspect the cellar with concern, his rationality intact as he refrained from touching the figures. Having never encountered such phenomena, he recognized the ominous nature of the items and, valuing his life, would not dare disturb them. I wonder if Black Dog Blood would be effective, SF muttered. SL raised an eyebrow, thinking, so the old man possesses some knowledge. He knows that Black Dog Blood can ward off evil. YQ's mind raced as she glanced at the nearby servant, contemplating instructing them to procure some. Just as the words were about to escape her lips, she reconsidered the difficulty in obtaining Black Dog Blood and decided it would be more prudent to contact her brother. Go, fetch Black Dog Blood at the quickest speed. Money is no object. Before YQ could reach out to her brother, SF had already taken charge. He was no fool. The corresponding birth date matched that of his grandson and was located in his wife's hidden cellar, ensuring a connection to SY. His countenance darkened with concern. I want a divorce. SF spat through clenched teeth. Previously, he had uttered such words to intimidate SFRN, but now he spoke with genuine intent. Those who threaten his family cannot remain. Dad, please remain calm. Once YQ regained her composure, she felt the weight on her body lift, allowing her to move. She cast a glance at SL, silently marveling at how she had almost mistaken her for a boulder. I cannot remain calm. Look, isn't this your son's birthday? SF's face flushed red with anger. Had he not maintained good health, he might have been driven to a heart attack by now. SYNT's mother was indeed malicious. Yet, what frightened SF most was her intent to harm SY, as it foreshadowed potential threats to his own life. He must eradicate this hazard, leaving her no opportunity to approach him. Yes, YQ's smile faltered. Etty Nose, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, tilted her head to gaze at YQ, asking, Mom, what is a birth date? YQ's smile grew increasingly strained. From SF's perspective, it appeared as if she were on the verge of tears. Do not worry. Dad will find someone to resolve this. SF reassured YQ. I have already sent someone to acquire Black Dog Blood. Once it arrives, we shall pour it over them. Those who dare to threaten the S family will experience the repercussions of their actions. Due to the absence of names on the birth dates, which were rather concealed, SF remained unaware of the identity of the other individual. Is Black Dog Blood truly effective? It wards off evil. It will be fine, SF declared with unwavering conviction, nearly leading YQ to believe he possessed some knowledge of the arcane. Black Dog Blood is effective, but it will also affect both figures. However, with me, SL, the master, influencing the outcome, only the wrongdoing individual will be affected. SL expressed pride in her abilities, with Su Li's heartfelt voice serving as a soothing balm. Yu Qinger exhibited a moment of relief. Thanks to your presence at home. I truly do not know how I would have managed otherwise. Su Fu reveled in Yu Qinger's praise, puffing out his chest with pride. understanding that you young ones have yet to encounter such matters. The two of them conversed in the cellar, while outside, the servants were awestruck and frightened by the opulence and eeriness emanating from within. They had only heard tales before, never imagining them to be true. He descended into the cellar, carrying a bucket of black dog blood. Splash it directly onto the effigies. Su Fu commanded the servants, unaware of the risks involved. The servants obediently drenched the two figurines in the black liquid. Amitabha, Amitabha, Suli continuously chanted, her pace quickening until it resembled the sacred sounds found within the great compassion mantra, resonating like the tolling of a bell. Those who heard her gradually found peace within their hearts. For Yu Qing'er, tranquility enveloped her, as if nothing in the world could disturb her serenity. The sound of sizzling akin to a heated iron stamp on human skin echoed through the cellar, thick smoke billowing from the two effigies, which ignited spontaneously. The servants were startled and hastily retreated from the flames. In that fleeting moment, the two figurines collided with a thud, shattering into fragments, ultimately reducing to black ash. The servants looked at Su Fu in bewilderment, who, in turn, stared back with wide, frightened eyes. Witnessing such unfathomable phenomena firsthand was indeed astonishing. Yang, called Su Yang, momentarily bewildered, her gaze vacant before she regained her composure. I'm fine, mother. Just moments ago, it seemed she had glimpsed her great-grandmother. Su Yang turned to Su Li and noticed the small mole on her forehead had deepened in color, her eyes shimmering with golden light. As Su Li felt Su Yang's gaze upon her, she met his eyes, causing a tremor in his soul, akin to witnessing something forbidden. Chapter 64. Settling Accounts. Aware of Su Yang's unsettled spirit, Su Li hurriedly used gentle, faintly golden-hued Sanskrit to soothe his soul. Then, employing a veil of illusion, she separated their gazes. Her eyes were not for mortal eyes to behold. To glance upon them lightly could lead to blindness, and to gaze upon them heavily could result in death. Once the peculiarity within Su Yang dissipated, he felt a sense of relief, as though he had narrowly escaped calamity. When he looked into his sister's eyes, it felt as if his very soul was being grasped and pulled. It was terrifying. What is wrong? Yu Qing'er, oblivious to the silent exchange between the siblings, noticed Su Yang's pale complexion and hurriedly expressed her concern. Could it be that the black dog blood truly had adverse effects? Su Yang shook his head. It is nothing. I merely witnessed something I should not have. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er scrutinized Su Yang for a while, finally exhaling slowly when she confirmed he was indeed unharmed. It appeared that the black dog blood was effective in dispelling evil, but the method was too drastic. Without the safeguarding presence of her precious Li Bao, her second son might have already been a lifeless corpse. Meanwhile, in the hospital, He Juanhong's vital signs were plummeting, the ECG machine emitting a frantic series of beeps. The urgency of the situation was palpable, prompting the nurse to rush into the ward. Pressing the call button for the doctor while arranging for the patient to be rushed into the emergency operating room. Quickly, contact the doctor. The patient's life signs are rapidly deteriorating. The hospital corridor was in disarray, and before the He family could fully comprehend the situation, He Junhang was whisked into the operating room. Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? How could my youngest son end up like this? He father fell silent for a moment, then retrieved his phone to call for help. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, panic began to mar his composed demeanor. When he had initially sought assistance, he had not mentioned the possibility of losing contact. Father, what is it? He family's eldest son noticed his father's distress and rushed to support him. His inquiry drew the attention of the other family members. Trembling, he father looked at his eldest son. I cannot reach the master. Father, do not panic. Please tell me his name and where he resides. I will seek someone to inquire, the eldest son reminded his father. He relayed all the information he knew to his son, urging him to act swiftly, otherwise his youngest son's life would be at stake. Sharing a glance with his younger brother, He family's eldest son turned and departed. While the He family was thrown into turmoil, the Su family momentarily returned to tranquility. How is it, Yang? Are you feeling unwell? After restoring the cellar to its original state, Su father decided to move into Su mother's room to safeguard against any theft of the items beneath her bed. Su Yang rubbed his aching temples, relieved but lacking in strength. How could there be strength? Having one's fortune drained to such an extent, nearly trading lives, it would be strange to feel energetic. That despicable villain. The fortune that was taken from my second brother will require a lengthy recuperation to restore. Otherwise, he should be far more astute now. His health would also be significantly better. Sudi fumed inanja. Suyang thought, I believe I am quite clever as it stands, though my constitution leaves much to be desired. Yu Qing'er, concerned, took Su Yang's hand. Su Father's words did not significantly alter Su Yang's mood. He simply offered a shy smile. Father, do not be too angry, Yu Qing'er interjected soothingly. She was uncertain if Su Father could handle Su Mother, but she was certain that the He family would soon take action against her. The severing of the figurine's ties indicated that Juanhong's condition was likely dire. In a place where Su Father was unaware, Yu Qing'er messaged Yu Zheng to keep an eye on the He family's movements. The engagement between Su Linlin and He Junheng would not allow her to remain ill. The clamor continued, and before long, Yu Qing'er heard Su Linlin's anguished scream. Her expression turned icy. Su Yang lay on the bed, motionless. From Su Li's perspective, he appeared deep in thought, perhaps contemplating some form of revenge. Su Li mused that her brothers, though still young, bore grudges fiercely. Even the seemingly gentle Su-san was quietly spreading rumors about his experience in the black school, even infiltrating the school's online discussions. Su Li derived a sense of pleasure from this. Perhaps she had observed for too long, as Su Yang found it difficult to ignore her gaze, eventually granting her a fleeting glance. Are you hungry? Su Yang, despite his usual haughty demeanor, was undeniably kind to Su Li, ensuring she was neither hungry nor cold. Su Li gnawed on her gums, smiling at Su Yang while pointing at her mouth. She was teething and longed to chew on something. Seeing this, Su Yang rose from his bed, rummaging through his backpack for a teething stick to offer her. Here, he said. Delicious, cheered Su Li, her mood brightening as she extended her chubby little hand, giving a thumbs up. Su Yang smilet, affectionately ruffling her hair until she sprawled out in a heap. Enraged, Su Li sprang up and accurately tossed the teething stick at his forehead. Su Li glared at him, raising the teething stick in her hand. Yu Qing'er understood Su Li's intent and, with a twinkle in her eye, planted a kiss on Su Li's cheek. Our Li Bao is truly obedient. I'm a big kid now. Why are you still kissing my face? Su Li exclaimed, her pride evident, though her cheeks flushed. The mirth in Yu Qing'er's eyes deepened, revealing that her precious Li Bao was indeed one who preferred gentle affection over sternness. Yu Qing'er, hand over Su Yang. Outside the locked door, Su Linlin pounded furiously, as if intent on demolishing it. The impending dissolution of He Juanhong's engagement left her in a state of panic. If you do not surrender Su Yang, I will have my brother throw your other two sons into the sea to feed the fish. Su Linlin cried out in fury. Yu Qing'er understood that she was being threatened, yet she found it distasteful. I have yet to settle the matter regarding Yang Yang with you. Chapter 65. Internal strife. Su Linlin would naturally never admit to the misdeeds she and her mother had committed. Her belief was that as long as she did not confess, Yu Qing'er would have no evidence to prove her involvement. Drag the young lady down for me. In the Su household, the authority of Su Father surpassed that of Su Mother and Su Linlin. He stood firm, requiring no action on his part, merely commanding the servants sufficed, as they knew well that the villa belonged to Su Father. Even though Su Mother resided there, the true master was Su Father, and they recognized only him as their lord. Let go of me. You all let go of me. Soon, Su Linlin's furious cries echoed at the door. Those who commit wrongful acts will meet their demise. Your retribution is approaching. Su Li, clutching a grinding stick, swayed her chubby little body in delight. Yu Qing'er pressed her fingers against her brow, suppressing the agitation rising within her. You dare to threaten my mother. Your actions will bring consequences upon you. Su Li retorted with sarcasm. Yu Qing'er relaxed her brow slightly and approached the door, saying, Your commotion is futile. The deeds you and your mother have engaged in will implicate your brother. Be wise. My mother and I share a mutual understanding. Yu Qing'er found pleasure in Su Li's thoughts. Whether they truly understood each other was unclear, but she could hear her daughter's inner musings. Looking at Su Yang beside her, he had been engrossed in tinkering with his little genius watch since Su Linlin's arrival, remaining entirely unaffected by her presence. Intrigued, Yu Qing'er leaned closer to him and saw he was searching for information on how to harm an ant without breaking the law. Will bad deeds lead to retribution? Do siblings share a mutual understanding? What is it? Yu Qing'er thought to herself. The search engine of her little prince is now online. Please check your messages. She recalled that her third son's name was indeed this. How remarkable! Her several wonderful sons were conspiring behind her back. It turned out that each child was protecting her in their own unique way. Yu Qing'er felt a mix of comfort and sorrow. A divorce cannot be delayed any longer. The sooner, the better. Once He Junhang encounters trouble, the He family will unleash their fury upon the Su family. She intends to seize the opportunity to strike at Su Yunting. The Su family has acted immorally first. She is merely returning the favor. Both Su Li and Su Yang were taken aback. They were also waiting, not expecting that today's events would impact Yu Qing'er so profoundly. Did she confront him directly? Now was indeed a tumultuous time for the Su family. Yu Qing'er filing for divorce was a calculated move to crush Su Yunting. Su Li instinctively exchanged glances with Su Yang, both seeing surprise reflected in each other's eyes. His hand was still bandaged, and his complexion appeared wan, lacking vigor. "Brother, you must take charge for me." Su Linlin, upon seeing Su Yunting, rushed forward, seizing his fractured hand and shaking it vigorously. Su Yunting winced in pain, gasping, "Let go." Su Linlin's eyes reddened at his outburst. Frightened, she released her grip, having intended to accuse her brother of not loving her anymore, only to see her hand still clinging to his. "I'm sorry, brother, I didn't notice. Are you blind?" Su Yunting, in agony, lost his composure, feeling as if his hand might break again. "Brother." Su Linlin cried out in panic, attempting to grasp Su Yunting again, but he deftly evaded her. Su Yunting shot her a cold glare, warning, "If you touch my hand again, I will have you thrown out of the Su family." Su Linlin was taken aback. When Su's mother arrived, she was met with the sight of her daughter once more injuring her son's hand. Her expression changed instantly as she approached Su Linlin, reproaching her. "Your brother has just come out of the hospital. Look at the foolishness you've caused. I was worried about my engagement with Junhang." Su Linlin could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears. "I want to marry Junhang. What wrong have I done?" She had done nothing wrong. Was it not her own foolishness that brought her to this point? Su Linlin buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. "I am anxious. I did not mean it." For a fleeting moment, Su's mother truly wished to disregard Su Linlin. How could she have given birth to such a foolish daughter? How could she not see the large bandage wrapped around her brother's hand? No, it was not that she did not see. Rather, she was indifferent. She was selfish, prioritizing her brother's hand over her own marriage prospects. Realizing this, Su's mother's gaze turned sharp. She loved her daughter, but compared to her capable son who managed the Su Corporation, her daughter was of lesser importance. "Linlin, you must understand that the only person we can rely on is your brother," she said, looking down at Su Linlin with a seriousness she had never shown before. Seeing this, an ominous premonition rose within Su Linlin. She had always known that her mother favored her brother over her, so she hurriedly grasped Su's mother's hand, pleading, "Mother, I am your daughter. Do you not love me the most? How could you abandon me?" Not far away, Su's father remarked. No need for him to intervene. They are already embroiled in internal strife. Chapter 66. The frenzied Su Linlin, the more he listened, the more Su's father felt justified in having moved out of the Su household. Otherwise, he would have been nearly infected with their foolishness. Those present had not anticipated that Su Linlin would so skillfully drive away her own support. Yu Qing'er had intended to descend and negotiate with Su Yunting. However, the moment Su Yunting entered, he was immediately ensnared by Su Linlin's chaos. It must be said that Yu Qing'er felt as though Su Linlin acted like an undercover agent she had sent. Before Yu Qing'er could make a move, Su Linlin had already driven him away. Her disheveled and obstinate demeanor did not stir even a ripple of sympathy within Yu Qing'er. Su Linlin's current predicament was solely a consequence of her own actions. Had she not harbored ill intentions, how could she find herself in such a dire situation? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Linlin, as the daughter of the Su family, your current state is utterly unbecoming. Yu Qing'er observed Su Linlin with the scrutiny of a queen inspecting her subjects, her gaze akin to that of a pest. "Rise and stand up." Su Li, listening from behind, mentally supplied, "Come on, stand up, quickly stand up." Consequently, she trembled slightly. The memories of the past began to assail her once more. Su Li wished to assert that she was not cold, but alas, she could not articulate her thoughts. In her anxiety, the words that escaped her lips turned into incoherent babbling. Su Linlin's expression was one of sheer ferocity. She understood that if Su Yang did not appear by He Junhang's bedside today, her engagement would inevitably falter. At that point, her brother would despise her. Her mother would disdain her, and everyone would look down upon her. The more she pondered, the more deranged her gaze became as she turned to Su Yang in the room, a wild joy blooming across her face. Yang. Su Yang had never encountered such a frenzied woman before. Startled by Su Linlin's manic gaze, he involuntarily took a small step back. It was a minor movement, yet Su Li by his side sensed it. Su Li furrowed her brow and crawled onto Su Yang, wrapped in her little blanket. Second brother, do not fear. I am here to protect you. Wicked witch, do not harm my brother. Su Li's theatrical words alleviated some of Su Yang's tension, warming his heart. His little sister, only 6 months old, was already telling jokes to comfort her anxious brother. How endearing. Yang. Upon seeing Su Yang, Su Linlin resembled an addict beholding her coveted substance, shoving Yu Qing'er aside and racing toward Su Yang. No one had anticipated that Su Linlin possessed such latent potential. Even Su's mother was taken aback by her daughter's madness. When had she ever witnessed such a frenzied version of Su Linlin? Linlin stood on the first floor, gripped by fear, attempting to awaken Su Linlin's reason. Yet Su Linlin, whose sole desire was to marry He Junhang, was already ensnared in a frenzied delusion. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. If she could offer Su Yang to the He family, they would accept her. Thus, she remained unresponsive to any call. Her thoughts were governed solely by her dwindling emotions. Do you wish to marry He Junhang? Just as she was about to rush towards Su Yang, casting Su Li aside, a gentle voice echoed in her mind, akin to Guanyin Bodhisattva, descending to fulfill her wish. Su Linlin paused in her steps. I want to marry Junhang. I love him. She staggered, scanning her surroundings in search of the voice's owner. I can help you, but I have a condition. The voice became increasingly ethereal, laced with temptation. However, devoid of reason, Su Linlin could scarcely distract herself with such thoughts. I agree. I agree to all your terms. Eliminate the girl before you. The voice suddenly turned sharp, transforming from a serene feminine tone to a menacing blend of male and female, harsh and piercing. Su Linlin turned her gaze towards Su Li, now imbued with malice. Kill her, and you shall wed He Junhang. The voice continued to tempt her. Step by step, Su Linlin approached Su Li, noticing her erratic demeanor. Su Yang quickly embraced Su Li and attempted to retreat, but he found himself unable to move his sister. Just as Su Linlin's hand was about to grasp Su Li's neck, Su Li raised her gaze, locking eyes with Su Linlin, and offered her a sweet smile. Silly, do you think that by controlling Su Linlin's mind, you can capture me? Su Li's smile was as sweet as it was lacking in decorum. Su Yang, what is happening? In his bewilderment, he suddenly perceived a faint golden silhouette emerging from his sister's form. More astonishingly, this golden figure matched his sister's height. Yet her outstretched right hand elongated dramatically, reminiscent of a character from an anime he had previously watched, reaching toward Su Linlin's head. Su Yang's pupils dilated, as if witnessing a fantastical tale unfold. Then he watched in awe as his sister extracted a round, grayish object from Su Linlin's mind. She crushed it on the spot. Su Yang thought to himself that he must still be dreaming. Otherwise, how could he witness a scene fit for a fantasy drama? Blinking, he looked again, and both Su Linlin and his sister seemed to have returned to normalcy. Su Yang exhaled subtly, realizing that he had merely been seeing things. After Su Li exorcised the entity from Su Linlin's mind, she swiftly absorbed it, converting it into the spiritual energy she required for her own dantian. However, Su Linlin's fixation was too profound, compounded by the overwhelming impact of Madame Su's earlier words. She felt as though she was on the brink of abandonment by her mother. Thus, even though Su Li extracted the entity from her mind, it proved futile. Her focus remained solely on Su Yang. Yang, will you come with Annie? In the future, Annie will marry into the He family and take care of you. All right? Su Yang, throwing his brow on this intense gaze, retreated vid Su Li. As he moved away, he did not forget to refuse. I will not go with you, and there will be no future for you and He Junhang. Yu Qing, why is your tongue so venomous at this moment? It is no different than provoking a mental patient. Meanwhile, Su Li remained composed, her small hands drawing gestures that Yu Qing'er could not comprehend. Fairy, return my brother. Chapter 67. She is not mad. In this dire situation, Su Li continued her role-playing, leaving Yu Qing'er momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. Su Linlin, unable to hear Su Li's thoughts, charged forward before Yu Qing'er could intervene. Bang! The sound of her collision was akin to a self-destructive impact, causing Yu Qing'er to wince momentarily. It sounded painfully intense. She turned to look at Su Linlin's parents on the first floor. Father, Mother, are you not going to intervene? While the two on the first floor could not see, Yu Qing'er on the second floor observed clearly. Su Linlin was now bloodied and battered. Blood was spilling onto her daughter and son's bodies. Just then he lost focus, forgetting that Yu Qing'er was his ally, consumed by his thoughts. Su Yang must not be taken to the He family. In the cellar, there existed Su Yang's destiny intertwined with another's. Su Linlin and his wife were both deeply concerned about the marriage with the He family, implying that as long as they held Su Yang, the He family would not back out. Moreover, the He family's third son had miraculously recovered 3 years ago, becoming a healthy individual, possessing both fortune and intelligence. Given Su Linlin's current madness, it would be difficult for Su father not to connect the two circumstances. Having lived together for so long, Su mother and Su father understood each other's temperaments and subtle expressions well. Noticing the shift in Su father's gaze, Su mother realized he had pieced it together. Are you truly willing to oppose the He family? Su mother trembled, approaching Su father, her eyes filled with hope. She wished for Su father to stand behind them, allowing them to take Su Yang away. Fool! Su father seized Su mother's hand, dragging her to her room and slamming the door shut. Just as Su mother thought he was about to listen to her explanation, Su father forcefully pinned her against the wall, coldly demanding, "Have you used some method to exchange Yang Yang's life for He Juanhong's?" Su mother, caught off guard by the forceful shove against the wall, felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, her eyes reddening with tears. "I did it all for the good of your Su family." Her words implicitly acknowledged that she had indeed sold Su Yang's destiny to the He family's third son in exchange for life. The mere thought of such a promising fate being bartered away by the He family ignited Su father's anger. He released his grip on her face and instead tightened his hold around her neck. If Su Yang's destiny had been preserved, he would have been the one to recover, blessed with both wisdom and fortune. If Su Yang had remained, would our Su family still fear not ascending to the ranks of the world's wealthiest? Will we need their He family to elevate us? The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he raised his hand to slap Su mother twice. "Wretched woman! Fool! After your death, do not even think of entering our Su family's ancestral grave. I must have accumulated 8 generations of bad luck to have ended up with such a fool. The eldest grandson is clever, and the second grandson is a genius. Yet they are both being ruined by the person before me." Su mother, stunned by the blows, took a long while before she screamed in retaliation. However, Su father was relentless. Su mother found herself unable to break free, his grip tightening until her face turned red, and she nearly lost consciousness before he finally tossed her aside. Left on the ground, Su mother gasped for air. "Su Jingshan, I bore you children and considered your Su family's interests, and this is how you treat me?" Su mother croaked, accusing Su father. She had given him a son and a daughter, contributing her efforts, so how could he treat her this way? It would have been better not to mention this. But once it was brought up, Su father became even angrier. How dare you say such a thing? She ought to reflect on what kind of children she had raised. After raising them to this point, how could she dare to claim credit? "I do not care. If you do not take Su Yang away today, prepare for the Su family to fall at the hands of the He family." Su mother glared at Su father, her eyes filled with deep hatred and murderous intent. She would never forget today, the day Su father nearly killed her. What saved her was not Su Jingshan's conscience, but the law. She would not be grateful for her life being spared. Instead, she would ensure he knew that keeping her alive would come at a painful cost. Do you think that merely one He family could bring down the Su family? Su Jingshan was not intimidated. A sly grin appeared on his face, one he had never revealed before Yu Qing. Madame Su finally comprehended that Su Jingshan was not ignorant, nor was he merely assessing the situation before collaborating with Yu Qing'er. His initial intention was to use Yu Qing'er as a stepping stone. "Just wait, cough, 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 you will not succeed." Madame Su cursed him venomously. Su Jingshan squatted before her, gently patting her swollen face, and murmured, "Even if Yu Qing'er wins, the Su family will ultimately belong to my grandson. Why should I be concerned? It will never fall into another surname's hands." Madame Su, infuriated, rolled her eyes and pointed a trembling finger at him, exclaiming, "You will not die a good death." With that, she fainted. Su Jingshan lowered his gaze at the unconscious Madame Su, a cold smile playing on his lips. It was as if they could meet a good end. Contemplating this, he walked to the bathroom, filled a cup with cold water, and splashed it onto Madame Su's face. Thus, she was awakened from her slumber by the cold water. In the room, Su Jingshan had yet to finish his conversation with Madame Su, while in the living room. Su Linlin, battered and bloodied, was already restrained by the servants. "Let me go. I'm not sick. I do not want to go to the mental hospital. Dad, Mom, brother, I'm not sick. You want to Mao Yun Hunt." Su Linlin continued her ruckus. Displeased by her incessant noise, Yu Qing'er exchanged glances with the nanny, who understood the cue and promptly removed the 2 socks from Su Yang's feet and the 2 socks from Su Li's feet, stuffing them into Su Linlin's mouth. "Are you not considering the psychological impact on the little baby at all? Robbing the little one's socks so openly is a tremendous harm to their tender heart." Su Li lamented in a babyish voice. Su Yang lowered his gaze at his bare feet, deeply empathizing with his sister's sentiments. She had taken away his favorite pair of socks. This was utterly outrageous. After the nanny forcefully stuffed socks into Su Linlin's mouth, Su Yang pondered whether this was truly appropriate. Shouldn't we be a bit kinder? He attempted to persuade the nanny. Unfortunately, by the time he spoke, the nanny had already rushed downstairs, completely disregarding his words as she stuffed the socks into Su Linlin's mouth. "Do not worry, our mother will buy you new ones." Su Yang intended to comfort Su Li, but refrained from being harsh, offering her some solace instead. Chapter 68. He Junhang has died, it's merely a pair of socks. Upon reflection, Su Yang felt somewhat regretful. Even if his sister's socks were lost, they should not have been utilized in such a manner. Su Linlin, muffled by the socks, continued to struggle and wail, desperately attempting to spit them out. Alas, the 2 pairs of socks tightly obstructed her mouth, and the only thing she could expel was saliva onto the socks. With her eyes bulging in fury, she glared at Yu Qing'er, who was expressionlessly observing her from above, incessantly whining. Without needing Yu Qing'er to guess, she was well aware that Su Linlin was hurling curses at her. Yu Qing'er raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the vitriol directed at her, simply choosing to watch her unravel in silence. As Su's father emerged, he found his daughter bound and discarded at the entrance. Ignoring his daughter, who resembled a rag on the floor, he turned his attention to Yu Qing'er upstairs, saying, "My daughter-in-law, I apologize for the fright. Please check if the children are unharmed." "Of course, Dad," Yu Qing'er replied without formality. She was unaware of the conflict between Su Jingshan and Madame Su, but she had caught wind of Madame Su's furious outburst from upstairs. Evidently, a physical altercation had ensued. "Su Jingshan, you will not die a good death." Madame Su's shrill voice echoed from within. Yu Qing'er lowered her gaze, catching a glimpse of Su Jingshan's sharp expression. It appeared that the seemingly affable father-in-law was not as innocuous as he appeared. As Yu Qing'er closed the door, she heard Madame Su's voice cursing Su Jingshan, vowing to bring him down with her. Yu Qing'er shook her head, reflecting on the absurdity of fighting at such an age. "Mom, did my grandparents get into a fight?" "This is going to be entertaining," Su Yang remarked, captivated by the unfolding drama between Su Jingshan and Madame Su. "You should not interfere in the matters of the elders." Yu Qing'er admonished him. "All right." With Su Jingshan restraining Madame Su and Su Linlin, Su Li, along with their mother and brother, enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. By the following morning, when Su Li awakened, the Su family residence had returned to tranquility. At the dining table, Su Li was seated at the children's table, listening to the adults conversing. "He Junhang has died," Su Jingshan stated calmly from the main seat, directing his gaze at Yu Qing'er. "Yu Qing'er, unfatsit," continued preparing supplementary food for Su Li, muttering, "Didn't they say he was recovering?" Su Jingshan cast a deep look at her before continuing, "It is unclear. They say it was urgent. He passed away within 3 hours of resuscitation. That is certain. My second brother's fate was to bless society with his virtue. Even a frail individual siphoning off a fragment of his destiny would pay a heavy price. Dying swiftly could be considered fortunate due to their poor health," she mused internally. Had they been healthier, the backlash would not have manifested so swiftly or fiercely. Su Li cheerfully opened her mouth, taking a bite of the supplementary food Yu Qing'er offered. She shook her head in delight, appearing to be in high spirits. Su Yang glanced at Su Li, instinctively wanting to search for something on his watch, but hesitated, considering the presence of outsiders. "Look out. The upper class has quite the show to unfold. The hospitals will surely be busy," he speculated. unaware of the repercussions of the old family's misdeeds, wishing to exchange lives with her second brother. Yu Qing'er paused in her feeding. She had not anticipated that her second son's fate could benefit so many. Even Su Yang was taken aback by the value of his own destiny. Su Li remained oblivious to their inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have proclaimed that the benefactor of society was not someone of ordinary caliber. An ordinary person's fate would not lead to He Junhang's demise. It was merely that Su Yang's destiny was too weighty. He could not bear even a fraction of it. Hence the backlash was both swift and severe. Su Li noticed that Yu Qing'er was momentarily distracted and reached out with her chubby little hand, attempting to grab the spoon from Yu Qing'er's hand, signaling her to feed her. What are you thinking? My dear daughter is starving. In light of her daughter's hunger, Su Li graciously forgave Yu Qing'er for her distraction, primarily because the supplementary food contained a hint of meat flavor, which was utterly delightful. Su Yang discreetly nudged his chicken leg closer to Su Li. Observing the harmonious scene among the mother and her two children, Su Jingshan's brows relaxed slightly. After attending to his daughter's breakfast, Yu Qing'er turned her attention to Su Jingshan, asking, "Where are Mom and Linlin? I have not seen them since early morning. I wonder where you have sent them." Upon mentioning Madame Su and Su Linlin, Su Jinggisale's countenance shifted unfavorably. They are in the storage room in the backyard. He was reluctant to discuss Madame Su, touching the bruise on his face with a flicker of malice in his eyes. Had he known, he would not have shown mercy. Yu Qing'er was not particularly interested in his injury. She merely wanted to ascertain whether Madame Su had been left out in the cold. Isn't it rather stifling there? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for Mom to stay? She feigned concern. Do not worry about her. Su Jingshan replied tersely, evidently still irked by Madame Su. Yu Qing'er nodded, choosing not to press further. After breakfast, she took the two children upstairs while Su Jingshan left to attend to business. With He Junhang's death, the He family would not dare to target the master. Thus, they would vent their fury upon the Su family, and he needed to visit some old acquaintances. Once Su Jingshan departed, Yu Qing'er asked Su Yang to keep an eye on Su Li while she made her way downstairs to the storage room in the backyard to see Madame Su. Mom. Su Li, noticing Yu Qing'er descending the stairs, grew anxious. She wanted to witness the unfolding drama. Why are you not taking me with you? Su Yang also wished to follow, but his sister was too heavy, and he was too small to carry her. I wish to go as well, but I cannot carry you. Su Yang gazed at Su Li with an air of disappointment, as though regarding a hindrance. Su Li exclaimed, "Is it not excessive to attack a young girl's physique in such a manner? She is merely 6 months old. She must possess some flesh to be adorable. Such an ignorant fellow." Enraged, Su Li delivered a sharp slap to Su Yang's leg, signaling her displeasure. "You can lose weight." With a scoff, she declared that if he continued to behave so ungraciously, he should not blame her. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Su Li resorted to spitting and tugging when she found herself at a disadvantage. In their youthful sparring, Su Yang's only weapon was verbal jabs, while Su Li resorted to both slapping and pulling. The discomfort was unmistakably evident. Chapter 69. Provocation of the He family. When verbal retorts failed, she resorted to physical means. The pain inflicted upon Su Yang made him gasp in indignation. Su Li, unable to articulate her thoughts, conveyed through her actions what it meant to be small-minded. "Are you foolish? If you do not push her away, at least keep your distance." Yu Qing'er lamented, troubled by the thought of her son's future achievements. As he did not appear particularly astute, "I fear she will fall." Su Yang defended himself, asserting that his concern for his sister was not an indication of foolishness. Yu Qing'er nodded, refraining from further discussion to avoid inciting her son's sharp tongue. "If you dare call me fat again, I shall strike you." Su Li raised her tiny fist, baring her teeth in a mock threat. Su Yang averted his gaze, deciding it unwise to engage with an infant. After the commotion, Yu Qing'er finally settled into a chair and called Yu Zheng. The response was swift. He Junheng had passed away. Yu Zheng's expression turned peculiar, as the He family sought to retaliate against the Su family, blaming Su Linlin and Madame Su for He Junheng's demise. Logically, the He family bore some culpability, yet they chose to direct their resentment towards the Su family. While he did not agree, he would not obstruct their actions. "Brother, I contacted you primarily to inquire about the intentions of the Yu family. He Junheng had taken Su Yang's life. It is improbable that Yu Qing'er would be pacified by his death. Yu Zheng gusped Yu Qing'er's message. The Yu family intended to sever ties with the Su family. And as for the He family, today, I will take the children to visit the He family. Before Yu Zheng could elaborate, Yu Qing'er gazed at him through the screen, preparing to engage in psychological warfare, hinting at a formidable card up her sleeve, one that surpassed the expertise summoned by the He family. Are you planning to confront the He family directly? Yu Zheng disapproved of her approach, fearing it would alert them. Yet, Yu Qing'er believed that even if she refrained from visiting, the He family would not spare the Yu family or Su Yang. They were not foolish. Surely they could deduce the connection between He Juanheng's death and the severing of Su Yang's fate. Do not advise me against it. I have one more matter to discuss. Please, brother, inquire about any wealthy individuals who were hospitalized last night in Jing City or nationwide. Her eyes flickering with curiosity, sensing the abruptness of Yu Qing'er's inquiry. Did her mother know someone in that realm, aware that her brother's fate was unique? How strange. How peculiar. Su Li mused, caught in a web of contemplation. Yu Zheng gestured for her to proceed with caution. When you visit the He family, remember to bring a few companions to avoid misfortune. Despite his disapproval, he did not impede Yu Qing'er. He would ensure her safety. Yu Qing'er estimiano abrictenet conzida appli. Thank you, brother. I am your brother, not a stranger. After hanging up, she changed the clothes of Su Li and Su Yang and took them to the car, waiting for the bodyguards dispatched by the Yu family. The He residence was a mere half-hour's drive from the Su family estate, so Yu Qing'er took her time before departing. Once the bodyguard arrived, she led the way to the He family for their visit. Within the He estate, Mrs. He repeatedly fainted, beating her husband's chest, demanding the return of her son. Juanheng was only 27. He was so young. Why did you not save him? Why? As Yu Qing'er approached the He family's door, she overheard Mrs. He's lamentations. Her expression hardened as she motioned for her companions to ring the doorbell. Upon connecting, the housekeeper recognized Yu Qing'er and turned to inform the eldest daughter-in-law, "Madam, it is the young mistress of the Su family." Upon hearing Yu Qing'er's identity, the eldest daughter-in-law of the He family glanced at her father-in-law, and both parents ceased their conversation instinctively. They surmised that Yu Qing'er had come because the He family was attempting to usurp a project from the Su family. "Please invite the young mistress of the Su family inside," the eldest daughter-in-law instructed, noting her in-law's sudden calmness. Despite the impending enmity between the Su and He families, the Yu family was not to be underestimated. Offending Yu Qing'er would not be a prudent decision, even if they had already unintentionally done so. Once invited in, Yu Qing'er's face bore a hint of mockery. "How lively it is here. What wind has blown you my way?" The eldest daughter-in-law of the He family approached Yu Qing'er with a smile, attempting to take her arm. Yu Qing'er sidestepped with a faint smile. "I was under the impression that this place was draped in mourning." Upon hearing this, the eldest daughter-in-law's expression shifted abruptly as she instinctively glanced at her mother-in-law, whereupon she recognized the hatred etched on her face. Mr. He, now understanding, realized that Yu Qing'er had not come to address business matters, but rather personal ones. The look on Yu Qing'er's face ignited a sense of foreboding within Mr. He. "Surely you have come to witness our family's disgrace?" Mrs. He, still enveloped in grief, could no longer contain herself, her tone sharp and filled with venomous disdain. Yu Qing'er remained unfazed, for such sentiments were not entirely misplaced. "Are you not aware of my purpose for visiting?" she inquired, gently ruffling Su Yang's hair. "My dear Yang has recently recovered. Naturally, we must pay a visit to your esteemed grandparents." Mrs. He was momentarily silenced, her anger stifled as realization dawned upon her. She instinctively grasped Mr. He's hand, seeking solace, her fear evident. "Greetings to Grandfather He and Grandmother He." Su Yang stepped forward, offering her greetings. Her innocent demeanor provoked Mrs. He, who rolled her eyes and fainted. How curious that you suddenly find yourself fearful now," Yu Qing'er remarked, feeling her efforts had gone unacknowledged. In her displeasure, she began to impede the He family's affairs. Engaging in a war of public opinion, she first disseminated the news of He Juanheng's demise online, purchasing trending topics, and employed online commentators to steer the conversation towards He Juanheng's sudden recovery from congenital heart disease 3 years prior, only to unexpectedly pass away. This line of thinking spiraled, igniting speculation regarding the He family's possible misdeeds. Due to the extraordinary financial acumen of Yu Qing'er, the news of the demise of the third young master of the He family garnered an exceptional amount of attention, trending across various platforms. The He family purchased the news, and Yu Qing'er followed suit. Ultimately, the He family had no choice but to reach out to Yu Qing'er. However, Yu Qing'er had no intention of meeting them again. Determined to confront the He family resolutely, the He family had intercepted a business deal with the Su family, prompting Yu Qing'er to create trouble for the He family, signaling to the comatose Su Yunting in the hospital that her feelings for him remained unresolved. Soon after, Yu Qing'er received a call from Su Yunting. "I knew you couldn't let go of me. If you realize your mistake, why not just apologize to Inger?" His smug tone elicited a reaction from Yu Qing'er akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, checking his phone. Is he out his mind? Yu Qing'er glanced at the unfamiliar phone number and decisively hung up. What a lunatic. Had he not changed his phone number, she wouldn't have even considered answering. In the hospital room, Su Yunting frowned, gripping his phone tightly, ready to throw it away. The nurse stationed outside his room swiftly snatched the phone from him. "Mr. Su, this is my phone. Do you think I can't afford to replace it?" Su Yunting, already in a foul mood, cast a sharp glare at her, as if her mere words could provoke his ire. The nurse smiled slightly, pointing out that even the president of the Su family had no right to recklessly destroy someone else's property. Did he think he could act like a domineering protagonist in a romance novel? He had the affliction of the leading man without the fortune that accompanied it. Thankfully, she had not trusted Su Yunting, otherwise her phone would have been rendered useless. The nurse's words contorted Su Yunting's face as he feigned anger, but she quickly raised her hand to stop him. "You'd best not move around too much. If your arm doesn't heal properly, don't say I didn't warn you." If he couldn't recover, that would be one thing, but what if it was claimed to be her fault? She was merely an ordinary worker with no means to compensate. The anger bubbling within Su Yunting was abruptly stifled by the nurse's intervention, leaving him in a state of frustration. Inhale, exhale, yes, just like that. He mustn't get angry, or he would have no one to rely on if he fell ill. Noticing his unusual pallor, the nurse hurried to help him calm down. She couldn't fathom what sin she had committed in her past life to end up as Su Yunting's nurse in this one. "Get out." "All right." After the nurse departed, Su Yunting furiously dialed Lin Inger's number. Coincidentally, Lin Inger's phone was also unreachable. Unable to locate her, Su Yunting contacted his assistant, instructing him to find Lin Inger, and then proceeded to reach out to business partners. With the Yu family causing trouble for the He family, the Su family would have an easier time, or at least Su Yunting believed so. Unbeknownst to him, the Yu family had already declared that they would not involve themselves in the feud between the He and Su families. Su Yunting's attempts to drag the Yu family into the fray were futile. Following the Yu family's proclamation, the businesses that had been intercepted were reluctant to collaborate with Su Yunting, leading to a chorus of unanswered calls. As he struggled to contact anyone, Su Yunting descended into madness within the confines of his hospital room. To make matters worse, the Su family was not only thwarted in their collaborations, but Yu Qing'er also chose this moment to file for divorce, adding insult to injury for the Su family's stock prices. On the day he received the court summons, Su Yunting was beside himself with rage, desperately calling Yu Qing'er. He wanted to confront her, questioning if he had not treated her well enough. Despite his ambiguous relationship with Lin Inger, had he not considered her position as Mrs. Su? What was she causing a fuss about? Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to reach her, Yu Qing'er refused to grant him even a moment to speak. He could contact countless individuals on her behalf, but as soon as he uttered a single word, the call would be abruptly terminated. She afforded him no opportunity whatsoever. It was then that Su Yunting truly believed Yu Qing'er was resolute in her desire for divorce. Contemplating her unwavering stance, he disregarded the pain in his arm and relentlessly sought her out, hoping she would agree to meet him. In the Yu household, Yu Zheng sat on the sofa, feeding apples to Su Li, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he ridiculed Yu Qin, attempting to gauge whether she might alter her stance on the divorce due to Su Yunting. Yu Qing'er cast him a sidelong glance, crossing her left leg over her right and gripping the remote control while watching television. "Why so sarcastic? Just speak plainly. Am I not being comforting? Are you comforting me? Or are you worried I won T divorce?" They had grown up together. Who didn't T know whom? She understood her second brother's temperament, just as he understood hers. Hearing this, Yu Zheng finally relaxed. Su Li, sitting on the sofa, listened to their banter while observing her uncle's hand with the apple, snatching it away. She reached for the apple again, only for him to withdraw it. "Sudi foroit herberoth," smacking Yu Zheng's wrist and causing the apple to tumble from his spoon. "Hey, Are you fishing or what? You keep teasing me. Su Li glared at him. Even if you're a handsome uncle, you can't speak ill of my mom. Yu Zheng could hardly contain his laughter. The little one was quite protective. Come here. Let your mother feed you. Yu Shi, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, entered the room and saw his mother and uncle competing to feed his sister apples. He approached Yu Qing'er, handing her his flip phone. A scammer contacted me, claiming to be my dad. Should we report it? Yu Qing'er responded with surprise. Quickly taking the phone, she checked the call log, revealing a string of local numbers. She surmised it was likely not a scammer, but indeed Su Yunting. Unable to reach her, he had resorted to contacting the children instead. Chapter 71. Constructing the ideal husband persona. Reflecting on this, Yu Qing'er scoffed. How shameless of him. Had he forgotten how he treated the children? This call, though appearing to come from an unfamiliar number, was well known to Su Shi, who held a neutral opinion of his biological father, coupled with some remarks from his sister regarding their father's future actions. Any remaining traces of paternal affection had long since evaporated. His message to his mother was an indirect way of informing her that someone had reached out to him, as the caller would likely attempt to contact Su Yang and Su San in the same manner. Such a good boy. Yu Qing'er blocked the number and returned the phone to Su Shi, informing him of her intent to divorce Su Yunting. Mom has decided to sue your father for infidelity during marriage. Such matters should ideally not be discussed with children. However, Su Yunting was unworthy of her concealing the truth, allowing the children to honor him in the future. Su Shi nodded. I know. The three of us are going with you. Remember to fight for custody. Su Li, sitting on the sofa, glanced between Su Shi and Yu Qing'er, pouting. It's unlikely that Su Jia will win custody. After all, Mom has evidence of when he wanted to donate my bone marrow at birth. Humph. Su Li pouted, her eyes filled with disdain for Su Yunting. Was there any difference between donating bone marrow from a newborn and murder? Yu Zheng's expression darkened. Yu Qing'er's eyes flashed with resentment towards Su Yunting. Meanwhile, Su Shi maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the conversation. However, those who knew him well would realize he had learned to master his emotions at a tender age. He stood still, pulling a candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. He thought to himself that once his mother was fully separated from Su Yunting, he would ensure that Su Yunting lost everything. I truly wish to say, dawn has arrived. May the Su family go bankrupt. Su Li's mood remained stable, her emotions unruffled after preserving her life. She even managed to joke about it. Yu Zheng, feeling sympathy, gently ruffled Su Li's little head, which drew a puzzled look from her. Little pair, your cousin is coming next month. Would you like to go to the airport with your uncle to pick him up? Yu Zheng attempted to shift the topic. Su Li's ausweitend. Was it the older cousin who was sold to Myanmar for organ harvesting? Or the second cousin who was sold to an African tribe to be a child bride, subjected to unspeakable horrors at such a young age? Su Li's inner thoughts, once revealed, carried heavy implications. Yu Zheng stood in shock. He sometimes felt helpless in the presence of his niece's extraordinary foresight. Yu Qing'er had considered the misfortunes of the Yu family, yet she had not anticipated the unique plight of each individual. Was this the so-called fate of villains? The author truly exerted great effort to please the readers. Yu Qing'er felt a pang of sorrow that made her hands tremble. Her eldest nephew was only 12, and her youngest nephew was 10. Su Yunting, was he still human? Su Shi was equally stunned. He had thought that he and his two younger brothers were unfortunate, only to discover that their two cousins were no better off. Su Li remained unaware of the astonishment within her relatives. She sat on the sofa, swaying her little body. However, why was she still alive? Her existence must mean that the events in the book would not transpire, right? After some contemplation, Su Li began to doubt. After all, Su Yunting was still the same character from the book. Perhaps he was currently plotting something disastrous, such as placing explosives in her mother's car, or causing her mother's vehicle to malfunction. Su Li's thoughts began to wander, believing that as a law-abiding citizen, Su Yunting's actions would inevitably involve criminality. Regardless of Su Yunting's intentions, she vowed to protect her mother and the Yu family from harm. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the court hearing for Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting's divorce. Dressed in a black suit, Yu Qing'er strode towards the courthouse with her 4 children, exuding an aura of authority, her expression stern, as if preparing for a fierce battle. Su Yunting, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, had arrived early to wait for Yu Qing'er at the courthouse entrance. Upon seeing her approach, he stepped forward, his gaze momentarily captivated by her beauty. He hadn't expected her to become so striking after their time apart. Chinger, why have you not contacted me recently? His tone was gentle, as if they were not there for a divorce hearing, but rather as a devoted husband allowing his wife to act out. Yu King expressiones, stared straight ahead, refusing to meet his gaze. Mr. Su, my lawyer has made everything abundantly clear to your lawyer. Please step aside. Su Yunting attempted to speak again, but was intercepted by Yu Wanner and Yu Zheng, who stood protectively at Yu Qinger's sides, wary of Su Yunting. Su Yunting's face contorted for a moment as he struggled to suppress his inner fury, striving to maintain the facade of a good husband. Very well, you may say whatever you wish. He did not believe that Yu Qinger possessed sufficient evidence of infidelity. His words caused the onlookers' expressions toward Yu Qinger to turn hostile. Undeterred, Yu Qinger held her head high and entered the courthouse, followed closely by Su Yunting, who turned to the crowd with an expression of resignation. Su Li, cradled in Yu Wanner's arms and seated in the audience, fixated her gaze ahead, her rosy lips moving continuously. Yu Wanner, holding Su Li, could even hear her murmuring. She assumed the infant was cursing, unaware that Su Li was reciting mantras in an ancient tongue, incomprehensible to Yu Qing. As Su Li's lips moved, invisible golden smoke wafted into the air, gradually drifting towards Su Yunting at the defendant's table. Truth come, truth come, truth from all directions come. If truth is not spoken, it shall be compelled to come. Truth come, truth from all directions come. If truth is not spoken, judgment shall come to your home. Su Li's thoughts echoed in the ears of the Yu family and the three Su brothers. The childish voice reciting the incantation nearly compelled the Su brothers to join in. Yu Zheng reached out to press down on her leg, but alas, it was futile. As the Yu siblings exchanged glances, the trial between Yu Qinger and Su Yunting commenced, with both lawyers presenting their cases. Given the capabilities of the Su family's attorney, they expected a respectable outcome, even if they did not secure a victory. However, the lawyer had not anticipated that their president would undermine him from behind by continuously revealing damaging information. I married you because of Inger, otherwise. Do you think someone like you, a sycophant, is worthy to enter the Su family? From the very start, Su Yunting's words were laced with bitterness, even admitting to his infidelity and that the child in Lin Inger's womb was his. His lawyer desperately signaled him to remain silent, but Su Yunting was resolute, refusing to be commanded. Su Yunting, even a tiger does not eat its young. You arranged for your daughter to donate bone marrow right after she was born. Is that not a death sentence? As long as I do not speak, who would know? Su Yunting's lips were sealed, yet he felt an urgent need to speak, unable to comprehend why his mouth betrayed him, revealing his secrets. The lawyers from both families engaged in a fierce exchange, while Su Li fervently continued her recitation in the audience. After the trial, not only was Yu Qinger exhausted, but so were Yu Wanner and Yu Zheng, albeit for different reasons. Yu Qinger was emotionally drained but victorious, while Yu Wanner and Yu Zheng were physically fatigued from the unexpected exertion. Upon exiting the courthouse, Su Yunting finally regained control of himself, his expression dark as he approached Yu Qinger, declaring, I will not divorce you. I will appeal. He was determined not to part ways with Yu Qing. Watching her leave, his gaze darkened with malice. Finally, his eyes fell upon Su Li in Yu Qinger's arms. Ever since her birth, the Su family had faced continuous misfortune. His initial decision had proven correct. Su Li, who had been attentively listening to Yu Qing, sensed the ominous aura emanating from Su Yunting and turned her head, coincidentally meeting his cold, piercing stare. Su Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed he still did not believe himself to be at fault, and his remedy involved targeting her in a sinister manner. It was likely that her older brother's kidnapping would soon be mirrored in her own experience. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Su Li had always been regarded as a prodigy, never having faced a low point, let alone the ordeal of abduction. Contemplating this, Su Li felt a sense of anticipation. She was curious to discover just how capable Su Yunting was in attempting to abduct her from the Yu family. Or perhaps, would she need to facilitate his efforts? Unbeknownst to Su Li, Su Yunting was in contact with friends, seeking reliable individuals to teach Yu Qinger a lesson. Simultaneously, he wanted to ensure Su Li's safety. If all went well on the day of Lin Inger's delivery, she would have already recovered. The thought of Lin Inger intensified Su Yunting's disdain for Su Li, even harboring a sense of animosity. I wonder what traps Su Yunting has prepared to ensnare me. Su Li was filled with anticipation. The Yu siblings, engaged in conversation. Paused momentarily. Before leaving, Yu Qing'er had anticipated that Su Yunting would seek trouble, but she had not expected him to target her daughter. Withdrew his mobile phone, instructing those beneath him to closely monitor Su Yunting and observe his forthcoming actions. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. However, Su Yunting, though not entirely destitute, found himself in a similarly precarious position. The shares of the Su family plummeted daily, shareholders hastily divesting, and the Su household was in disarray, compounded by internal strife. It was indeed remarkable that Su Yunting could maintain his composure under such circumstances. Both exchanged glances, silently agreeing on their course of action. Isn't kidnapping a tad too kitsch? Perhaps we should incorporate additional elements, suggested Su Li, playfully tapping her plump chin with her chubby finger. Regarded her in silence, astonished by the excitement of a child about to be abducted. After being whisked away by, Su Li began reaching out to contacts, ensuring Su Yunting would find himself with no escape routes. Following her own legal troubles, Su Li patiently awaited the appearance of the kidnappers. Yet, as weeks turned into a month, no kidnappers materialized. Instead, news of Su Yunting's misfortunes became increasingly frequent. Su Li mused, he is not faring well either. Initially, she had assumed that, as the male protagonist, Su Yunting would possess some resilience or the favor of fate. Regrettably, her expectations were in vain. In this literary realm, the abundance of spiritual energy was lacking compared to her own time, resulting in sluggish cultivation. Consequently, since her last foray into the reserve fruit phase, Su Li's progress had stagnated. She speculated that her recent inactivity in performing rituals or breaking formations may have contributed to this. Deep in thought, her brows knitted together. Recently, she had also been assisting Su Yang in addressing the residual effects of her life exchange. Fortunately, although Su Li had not advanced in her cultivation, she had become more articulate and had even sprouted a few additional teeth. Li Bao, look who has arrived. As Su Li sat on her bed, reflecting on her situation, she heard his voice at the door. Instinctively, she raised her gaze to find two unfamiliar boys standing there. Without needing to deduce, Su Li recognized them as her cousins from her uncle's families. Li Bao, this is my eldest cousin, and this is my second cousin, introduced Su Shi, who had entered alongside them, his demeanor composed. He intentionally prompted Su Li to refer to the two as her cousins. The world of elder brothers was already crowded. There was no need for cousins to join the fray. She had his own schemes. However, his plans went unnoticed as the two young men approached Su Li, introducing themselves. Li Bao, I'm the eldest brother. I'm the second brother. Su Li replied, your titles are quite similar to those of my own brothers. Nonetheless, considering their handsome appearances, she decided to forgive them. The presence of these two older boys made Su Li's surroundings feel even more congested. Fortunately, Su Shi and the others had other matters to attend to, allowing them to refrain from competing for attention in front of their little sister. Naturally, they held confidence in their roles as her biological brothers, believing no one could usurp their position. However, when they gathered in the living room that evening, they belatedly realized that there was no longer space for them beside Su Li. The three of them, Su Shi, Su Yang, and Su Sun, simultaneously recalled the lyrics of a song in their minds. Little cabbage, yellow in the field, dear sister, she has changed her heart. Unwilling to accept this, they resolved to direct their frustrations towards Su Yunting. Indeed, their recent endeavors had been to trouble him. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere at the family residence, a distraught Su Yunting could no longer contain himself as he stormed into the household. Despite the multitude of bodyguards, they were momentarily taken aback and failed to restrain the frenzied Su Yunting. Come out! Bursting into the villa, panting heavily, Su Yunting's eyes narrowed at the sight of his family encircling Su Li. You wretched scoundrel, you should have perished long ago. As he lunged forward, intent on harming Su Li, stood up and delivered a powerful kick to his knee. Has Su Zong had too much to drink? If you're facing difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Perhaps, considering our past ties, I might be inclined to assist you. S words were mere courtesy. He had witnessed how the Su family treated his sister and found it absurd to think he would help them. Brother, I cannot divorce. You must reason with her for me. At this moment, Su Yunting appeared deranged, uncertain if he was genuine or merely acting. Observing his demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern. Logically, Su family's parents were in decent mental health, yet both Su Yunting and his sister seemed quite unhinged. While Su Linling's instability was understandable given her low capacity to handle pressure, Su Yunting's behavior seemed more like a fade, likely intended to perform for her, demonstrating his unwillingness to part ways and declaring he would change his ways. As contemplated this, Su Yunting seemed to validate her thoughts, declaring his eternal devotion to her. Su Zong has had too much to drink. Someone, please escort him away. Had no interest in listening to his confessions. At 30 years old, did he truly believe his sister could be so easily deceived? At that moment, stood up. He could hardly believe his sister would be swayed by his empty promises. Without hesitation, she seized a cup of water and splashed it mercilessly across Su Yunting's face. Su Yunting, cease this charade. Dazed, Su Yunting seemed oblivious to the reality around him. You are. Wiping his face, he scrambled toward her, attempting to grasp her hand. However, evaded him without a second thought, distancing herself from him entirely. Why had he not expelled him? Compared to's decorum, was exceptionally unrefined. She instructed several bodyguards to restrain Su Yunting and eject him from the villa, ensuring the doorman would deny him entry in the future. Seeing his efforts thwarted, Su Yunting finally ceased his act. You vile woman, do you think that leaving me will lead anyone to desire you? In response, scoffed, how amusing. Your friends began pursuing me as soon as it became clear we were on the verge of divorce. Who truly is unwanted here? Initially, she had no intention of mentioning this matter, having never taken their advances to heart. However, provoked by Su Yunting's indignation, she spoke without thinking, revealing the truth. As Su Yunting boasted of his friends, he laughed heartily. My friends? They would fancy you? Everyone knows that the family's young lady is merely their lapdog. You must be dreaming. Why would I need a man's approval? Enraged, approached the restrained Su Yunting, lifting her foot to hook his chin, gazing down at him as if observing a pet she once kept. I am the daughter of the family, worth over 100 million, strikingly beautiful, and the most suitable lady for any esteemed gentleman. Who would overlook me? Had long ceased to be the girl who wholeheartedly clung to Su Yunting. Their current positions mirrored their stances. Su Yunting had come to grovel, and she found him beneath her contempt. Do not forget your own identity. I would never forget who I am. However, do you still remember who you are? Leaning slightly, as Su Yunting attempted to make a move, she swiftly grabbed a notebook beside her and struck him across the face. The resounding slap echoed through the villa, plunging it into an immediate silence. In the present moment, Yu Qing'er struck Su Yunting across the face, and it was only then that Yu Zheng truly felt the weight of the situation. His younger sister had indeed lost all feelings for Su Yunting. How absurd. I wonder if mother felt any pain in her hand while hitting that good-for-nothing Su. Why not let someone else do it? Su Li lay on the sofa, her wide eyes fixed on the interaction between Yu Qing'er and Su Yunting. Yu Qing'er's expression softened slightly as she finally unleashed that slap. Su Yunting, do you remember how wretched you were when you were with me? You were less than even your father's illegitimate child. It was I who gradually elevated you to the position of president of the Su Corporation. Yu Qing'er leaned closer to Su Yunting, enunciating each word with precision. Now, you are out of the game. Su Yunting blinked, clearly still reeling from the shock of being struck by Yu Qing'er. He had never anticipated such ruthlessness from her. Do you no longer love me? His voice trembled. The only response came from Yu Qing'er as she withdrew her foot, which had just lifted his chin, to wipe it against the ground. Chapter 74. Su Yunting certainly knows how to play. Su Li's expression morphed into one resembling the popular shocked cat meme circulating online. For a fleeting moment, she thought she was not in a tale of chasing after a lover, but rather in a story celebrating a strong female protagonist. However, the sight of Su Yunting kneeling in submission informed Su Li that this was indeed a narrative of pursuing a lover, albeit one where the script seemed to have shifted into her mother's hands. Moreover, the plot had escalated to the point of scattering ashes. Could it be that the author realized the male lead was too inept and decided to change the heroine? I love you, Yu Qing'er declared while polishing his shoe, stating the very words Su Yunting had eagerly awaited. Yet, immediately after, she tossed the cleaning cloth at his face and added with a smile, but I love the dead version of you even more. Could you please die? Yu Qing'er suppressed her smile and commanded those restraining Su Yunting to throw him out. I refuse to believe this. Qing'er, after being unceremoniously expelled from the Yu family villa, Su Yunting could not accept such humiliation, transforming his initial affection into scornful curses. Returning home, Yu Wanner fortuitously encountered Su Yunting venting his frustrations. The Su family's negative reputation was rampant. Yu Waner opened the car door and spoke to Su Yunting. Mr. Su, why not consider live streaming? You'd surely gain a substantial following. Upon Yu Waner's arrival, Su Yunting fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word against Yu Qing'er. Observing his cowardice, Yu Waner scoffed, "Get lost." Su Yunting remained still. Yu Waner glared at him. Su Yunting fled in disarray. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Waner sneered, "Coward." Upon entering the house, Yu Waner saw Yu Qing'er angrily practicing on a punching bag. She could not comprehend why Su Yunting was worth such ire. "No, you don't understand how disgusting he is." Yu Qing'er shook her head. Su Yunting was indeed peculiar. He feared her second sister more than her elder brothers. However, her second sister, being a former boxing champion with a reputation for ferocity, was indeed intimidating. Thus, every encounter with her second sister left him as frightened as a mouse before a cat. Yet, before her, he acted as if he were the mightiest of beings. You should have seen Su Yunting just now at the villa. Anyone who witnessed him would have felt a sense of misfortune, Yu Zheng remarked, his voice laden with disdain for Su Yunting's shamelessness. Yu Qing'er believed Yu Waner thought she was powerless against Su Yunting. Upon hearing Yu Zheng's comments, Yu Waner grew curious. The Su family is indeed quite odd. Feigning madness seems to be their forte. Suddenly, I worry that my 3 brothers and I might inherit that trait. Su Li felt a twinge of melancholy. Yu Waner's curiosity heightened, prompting her to access the surveillance footage of Su Yunting's entrance. Her expression mirrored that of an elderly commuter engrossed in their phone. How could so many people allow Su Yunting entry? If they cannot work, they should all just stop. How could her company employ such incompetent bodyguards? What can one do? Even the heavens must grant the male lead some semblance of dignity. No matter how foolish or inept, he is still the male lead written by the author, Su Li remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The Yu siblings pondered, do contemporary readers truly favor such male leads? Yu Zheng instinctively glanced at Yu Waner, as if to inquire what made her find such a character appealing. Yu Waner felt as though she had been struck in the knee. Out of all the people in their country, why did he think she was the one observing? Yu Waner felt a surge of indignation. Suddenly, Yu Qing'er contemplated a notion often discussed online, that in CEO narratives, the male lead possesses greater luck than the female lead. Could it be that she could truly bring about Su Yunting's demise? If not, then perhaps the first step would be to terminate their marriage. Yu Qing'er's confidence solidified as she turned to Yu Waner. Sister, starting tomorrow, you must accompany me to the Su Corporation every day. Why? To settle some debts. Yu Waner was perplexed. Su Li, however, understood Yu Qing'er's intentions, suspecting her mother was considering intimidation as a tactic. After all, Su Yunting was afraid of Yu Waner. In a bid to witness the unfolding drama, Su Li clung to Yu Qing'er, almost refusing to let go even when she went to the restroom. Yu Qing'er had no choice but to bring Su Li along. Once inside the Su Corporation, Su Li's spirits soared as she hummed a cheerful tune. Following closely behind Yu Qing'er, Yu Waner was filled with questions. So, how much do you owe Su Yunting? Why would you owe him money? Due to Yu Qing'er's recent notoriety, employees at Su Corporation were well aware that this prominent figure was embroiled in a divorce with the president while holding shares in the company. No one dared to impede her progress. With an unimpeded passage, Yu Qing'er quickly arrived at Su Yunting's office floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Su Yunting's assistant spotted Yu Qing'er and hurried over, eager to mend a relationship between the Su Corporation and her. Alas, Yu Qing'er had admired Su Yunting for so long that she was well acquainted with everyone around him. One could say that she would know what his assistant intended before he even approached. Thus, as he drew near, Yu Qing'er raised her hand to halt him. Without knocking, Yu Qing'er boldly pushed open the office door. Upon entry, Yu Waner was immediately stunned, swiftly retrieving her phone to record the moment. Wow, you all are quite daring. Inside the office, Lin Ying'er sat atop Su Yunting, her attire disheveled and her complexion flushed, as if engaged in some extreme activity when the door swung open. Yu Qing'er had not expected them to be so audacious. Why didn't you knock? Lin Ying'er exclaimed, chastising Yu Qing'er. Yu Qing'er heiset an irritable. Regarding Lin Ying'er with the disdain one would show towards cheap rubbish, as she struggled to adjust her clothing and unsuccessfully attempted to dismount from Su Yunting. Observing this, Yu Qing'er understood that they were indulging in some risque escapade in the office. Shall I remind you that Su Yunting and I are still legally married? Just yesterday, he came to the Yu family villa begging for my forgiveness and pleading against divorce. As Yu Qing-er spoke, Su Li, with her innate talent, let out a whistle. The sound of a baby less than 8 months old whistling was undeniably amusing. More onlookers gathered, witnessing the predicament of Lin Inger and Su Yunting. Suddenly, Su Yunting's breathing grew rapid, and his eyes rolled back. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh no, it seems Mr. Su is about to have a stroke." Chapter 75. Gaining fame in such a manner. Su Li, the male lead, is about to have a stroke? It remained uncertain whether Su Yunting would genuinely succumb to a sudden death, but she would not allow such a possibility to materialize. Allowing him to die now would be far too lenient. He must lose everything, suffering like an ant, clinging to life in this moment. As Yu Qing-er regained her composure, she promptly urged Lin Inger to administer artificial respiration to Su Yunting, warning that otherwise, her dream of becoming the president's wife would be shattered. Initially, Lin Inger harbored disdain for Su Yunting, yet her desire to assume the role of the president's spouse outweighed her reservations. Thus, she gritted her teeth and proceeded to perform the life-saving maneuver on him. Awakening to his predicament, Su Yunting felt a profound embarrassment. Yet he found himself physically entwined with Lin Inger, rendering any frustration futile. He was compelled to heed Yu Qing-er's directive to his assistant to call for emergency services and transport both him and Lin Inger to the hospital. Prior to the arrival of the ambulance, his typically sharp ears were plagued by the murmurs of the office staff, which filled him with annoyance. It was evident that beneath her seemingly innocent exterior lay a wild nature. Surely she was in her late pregnancy. How audacious to engage in such brazen acts within the office. It was clear what sort of character our president truly possessed. Some staff members whispered about how Lin Inger could not possibly compare to their wife, questioning if she would ever partake in such indiscretions within the workplace. Indeed, the audacity of it all left them baffled, especially as the risk of her impending labor loomed. The whispers grew louder, each comment darkening Su Yunting's expression. He erupted enough. His mortification only served to fuel the curiosity of his colleagues. What further aggravated him was the unmistakable lack of intention from Yu Qing-er and Yu Wanner to leave. They merely repositioned the baby stroller to shield Su Li from the scandalous scene. Su Li pondered how it seemed she had witnessed everything, yet had seen nothing at all. Yu Qing-er, you are truly ruthless. Su Yunting glared at her, accusing her of being heartless. Yu Qing-er retorted, yet it is you who strayed. You who entangled yourself with Lin Inger and engaged in such ignoble acts within the office. What relevance does this have to me? Have I not been good enough? I even proposed divorce to facilitate your affair. What more do you desire? Shall I sacrifice my entire family for you? It seems you are lost in a delusion. Yu Wanner, with less patience than her sister, had already shared their predicament on social media, and within mere moments, Su Yunting's reputation had spiraled further into disgrace. Why have you come to see me today? She inquired. To finalize our divorce, Yu Qing-er replied, her spirits lifting as she expressed gratitude for the circumstances that hastened their separation. Su Yunting seethed with anger, cursing the timing of Yu Qing-er's arrival, resenting Lin Inger for her attempts to seduce him at work, and lamenting the lack of support from his employees during this humiliating episode. Not even his assistant was spared from his ire for failing to extricate the Yu sisters from the scene. In his mind, every fault lay with others, with him bearing no responsibility whatsoever. I advise you to sign the divorce agreement and obtain a marriage certificate with my sister on another day, or I shall ensure your scandal gains international notoriety, Yu Wanner threatened. Su Yunting recognized her resolve, his gaze narrowing at Yu Qing-er as he muttered, you will regret this. With that, Yu Wanner kicked the glass door of the office, shattering it and capturing the attention of all employees in the Su Corporation. Say that again? She asked, hands on her hips, tilting her head at Su Yunting. He recoiled, startled, only for Lin Inger to let out a delicate cry, intensifying the odd expressions of those gathered. Yu Wanner mused, this man must be a masochist, reveling in her threats. Su Li shared the same sentiment, while Yu Qing-er, expressionless, struggled to suppress the urge to retch. As Lin Inger's voice broke the tension, Yu Qing-er rushed to the restroom, her stomach churning. Goodness, she is nauseated by her husband. Someone remarked, do not speak so. She will soon be his ex-wife. A situation like this makes it impossible for him to remain unscathed. The employees had grown increasingly disillusioned with Su Yunting, openly voicing their disdain rather than whispering behind his back. Faced with their judgmental gazes, Su Yunting wished to faint, but with Su Li present, he found himself more alert than ever. As the embarrassment mounted, the long-awaited ambulance finally arrived. The masked doctors, taken aback by the unusual scene, hurried to assist Su Yunting and Lin Inger, draping coats around them as they escorted them outside. You cannot separate us. Su Yunting cried desperately. Su Li, in the stroller, caught wind of the doctor's comments and burst into laughter, leaving the crowd puzzled as to whether she truly understood. Yvonne on Yu Kingat exchanged glances, their lips twitching in amusement, which soon erupted into laughter from crowd, as Su Yunting was whisked away by the ambulance. The news of his scandalous episode surged to the top of trending topics. Su Yunting's infidelity leads to hospitalization, the headlines read, capturing the attention of netizens who reacted in shock and amusement, commenting on the unprecedented nature of his notoriety. Once Su Yunting was settled into the ambulance, Yu Wanner recalled their original purpose for visiting the Su Corporation. So, why did you intend to demand compensation from Su Yunting? She asked. I planned to intimidate him into hastening the divorce, but it appears he has outdone himself in folly. In Chapter 76, a miraculous turn of events unfolded. Not only would he face divorce, but it seemed his position at Su Corporation was also in jeopardy. The prospect of the company falling into her hands brightened Yu Qinger's spirits, even making the sight of Su Yunting's office appear less tainted. Yu Wanner had never anticipated her sister would entertain such shameless thoughts. What do you intend to throw? She inquired. The Yu family was indeed affluent. Yet should Su Yunting choose to involve the authorities, it could complicate matters. A smile graced Yu Qinger's face as she replied, a teacup would suffice. It would be enough to terrify him. Be cautious. Do not offend someone who has harbored feelings for you for years. She may know you better than you know yourself. Yuvane avant. Your sister is truly cunning. Indeed, Yu Qing'e conceded. Following their early success, Yu Wanner decided to treat her sister and Su Li to a shopping spree. Despite Su Li's serene disposition, every woman possesses an inherent love for shopping, especially for toys. Upon arriving at the mall, Su Li eagerly pointed towards the toy store, insisting that her mother and Anne accompany her to purchase new toys. Yu Qing'e exchanged a helpless glance with Yuvane, contemplating the need to dedicate an entire floor for her daughter's toy collection. She truly adores dolls, Yu Wanner remarked, suggesting the idea of creating a toy floor. Confident in her ability to acquire whatever she desired, Su Li paid little heed to her mother and aunt's conversations, instead focusing on selecting dolls she did not yet possess. Family, who understands? She thought. Even a calm demeanor can harbor a collector's obsession. With an entire room filled with dolls, the mere thought brought her joy. Ultimately, the sisters' shopping excursion was consumed by their time in the toy store, as they happily engaged with Su Li, forgetting all about their original shopping plans. As long as the precious pair bow from their family is smiling happily, nothing else matters. The toy store clerk beams with delight, for in their eyes, Su Li is akin to their fortune deity. By the end of the day, the sales figures soar into the 6 or 7-digit range, leaving the salespeople unable to suppress their grins. In the Yu family villa, Yu Zheng sits in the living room, accompanying his 3 nephews, 1 niece, and his own son as they engage in a game of cards. Upon hearing the door open, Yu Zheng sarcastically remarks, "Oh, which esteemed guest has graced us with their presence?" Little do they know how exhausting it is for one person to watch over 5 children. It is far more tiring than any business negotiation. Thankfully, these children fear him, which is why they refrain from causing a ruckus. Had it been someone else, the household would have been in chaos long ago. Confronted with Yu Zheng's accusatory gaze, Yu Wanner is taken aback. With so many nannies at home, Yu personally caring for the children is truly commendable. Su Li perceives the underlying sarcasm between her and her second aunt. Admittedly, Yu Zheng is simply curious to know whether Su Yunting is indeed engaging in a romantic liaison with Lin Inger at the office, and how swiftly the news would spread. Throughout his many travels, he believed he had seen enough of the world. Little did he expect Su Yunting to find himself in such an unprecedented predicament today. He laments not being present to witness it firsthand. Yu Zheng's eyes light up, ready to agree, but then he seems to recall something and the glimmer in his eyes diminishes. He has a meeting with General Manager Chen tomorrow at Chen's company, leaving him no time. I have a meeting. From the 30-year-old man's voice, Su Li discerns a sense of grievance. Indeed, everyone has a curiosity for gossip. Even her second uncle, a domineering CEO, is no exception. I will provide you with a live broadcast of the events. Su Li hears her second aunt exclaim with delight. After discussing personal matters, Yuzheng allows the boys to play on their own, turning to the Yu sisters to discuss serious business. Young Su Li is left in a corner, eavesdropping on their business conversations. The Su family is currently facing significant turmoil, and it seems the He family is likely to target them next. So what? Are they afraid of them? They are merely awaiting divine retribution for their misdeeds. I heard they have recently consulted a master, preparing to perform rituals using Yang Yang's birth chart. Compared to the Yu sisters, Yu Zheng is much more informed. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er turns pale. She cannot comprehend how others can so brazenly conspire against another family's child. Noticing her sister's change in color, Yu Wan'er quickly takes hold of Yu Qing'er's hand. Little sister, we will find a way. What good will that do? The He family's misfortune is irreversible. Heaven sees all. The more they seek out masters, the quicker they will meet their demise. Su Li shakes her head dismissively at the He family's retaliation. If they take my second brother's birth chart, so be it. After all, it certainly won't be my second brother who suffers misfortune. Her childlike voice radiates joy, leaving Yu Qing'er momentarily speechless. The sorrow and anger she felt for her second son are suddenly stifled. Fine, perhaps she was too quick to anger. Yu Wan'er remained silent. Could it be that her sister's earlier reaction was merely a fleeting moment of frustration? Feeling any better? Yu Wan'er tentatively inquires. Truthfully, she can see that after hearing the little pair Bao's heartfelt words, her sister's expression has significantly improved, clearly comforted by the child's presence. Reflecting on this, Yu Wan'er feels a pang of melancholy. Despite her earnest attempts to console her sister, it seems that a single phrase from little pair Bao has had a greater impact. Truly a challenge. I will have someone keep an eye on the He family, and, at a crucial moment, I will ensure someone stirs up trouble. Yu Zheng reassures Yu Qing. Oh, I know about stirring up trouble. How infuriating that I cannot articulate my thoughts. How can I inform my second uncle to report their superstitions next time? The police have the backing of the state and the force of justice. It is impossible for the malevolent to contend with the police. Yu Zheng had not considered this angle. He discreetly glances at Su Li, mentally noting her insight. It is indeed the knowledgeable individuals who possess such ideas. Someone like him, an outsider, would only think to hire a few thugs to disrupt their rituals. Just look at how little pair Bao already knows how to annoy others. A child worthy of teaching. Unbeknownst to Su Li of her second uncle's thoughts, she would surely find them amusing. Hasn't this sort of scenario been depicted in dramas before? How could someone who frequently indulges in novels and television fail to grasp this? Yu Qing'er and Yu Wan'er exchange glances. Chapter 77. Su General Manager, who has just emerged from scandal, stands once more. Who could have imagined that the story could unfold in such a manner? Most importantly, no force can rival the authority of the police. Furthermore, a wave of negative sentiment against the He family can be stirred online, amplifying He Junhang's initial downfall. Yu Wan'er silently gives her daughter a thumbs up. Truly, it is her little pair Bao, typically indifferent to celebrity culture. Yu Qing'er cannot help but think that this is what fans in the entertainment industry refer to as mom fans. She muses that she is no different from a mom fan now. Simultaneously, she worries that her daughter is becoming too precocious, grasping the darkness of the world, which may lead to negative repercussions. Yu Qing'er wrestles with her conflicting emotions, her face betraying her unease, prompting Yu Wan'er and Yu Zheng to exchange concerned glances. What has happened to their younger sister? While Su Li continues to play with her dolls, she suddenly feels hungry. She looks up at Yu Wan'er, then pounces into her aunt's embrace, exclaiming, "Auntie, I'm hungry." As she speaks, she rubs her round little belly. The sight of a few-month-old infant speaking is undeniably adorable, especially her earnest attempts at communication, melting Yu Wan'er's heart. All right, Auntie will prepare some milk for our pair Bao. Eat. In her garbled speech, Su Li mistakenly refers to meat in a way that, combined with her babyish tone, causes Yu Wan'er to clutch her heart and cry out, "Ah! Our pair Bao is just too adorable. I want to steal her." As soon as the words leave her mouth, Yu Wan'er receives a death glare from her sister. "I was just joking. She is already part of our family. What I need to steal for?" Yu Wan'er thinks to herself, feeling utterly devoid of dignity. Her sister gives her a look, and she finds herself yielding. Who is truly the elder sister here? Yu Zheng breathes a sigh of relief as the topic shifts. He is also acutely aware that there is a prodigy in their midst. Had it not been for this prodigy, the Yu family would surely be in decline now. Yu Zheng gazes at Su Li with gratitude. The little one, now cradling her milk bottle, gulps down her milk. Growing weary from sitting while drinking, the chubby Suli awkwardly nudges her way towards the back of the sofa, her little bottom bobbing with each movement, softening the heart of anyone who lays eyes on her. Even Yu Zheng, a man of stature, is not immune to her charm. Hair bow. Let Annie help you. Yuaner observes Suli struggling to maneuver and reaches out to assist. However, as she extends her hand, it is swatted away by the tiny hand of Suli. Suli, I refuse to believe I cannot move back there by myself today. Suli huffs, pouting defiantly at the sofa. The Yu siblings share a glance, stifling their laughter. But will laughing upset pair bow? They exchange looks, suppressing their mirth as they avert their gazes, struggling to hold back their laughter. Yet, their shoulders shake uncontrollably, revealing their amusement to anyone who might watch. Consequently, Suli becomes even more frustrated. She is determined to grow up quickly. While they are all trying to contain their laughter, Yu Zheng's phone begins to vibrate. He picks it up and answers the call, only to hear his assistant's voice through the receiver. Boss, we have received news from the hospital. The Lin family has given birth to a stillborn child. The laughter abruptly fades among the group. Even Su Li, who had been sulking with the sofa, is drawn in by the gravity of the conversation. It's truly unfortunate that Lin Inger is not a good person. Otherwise, this child Su Li seldom expresses such solemn thoughts. Though it may sound endearing and amusing, the mood of the Yu siblings grew considerably heavier. After all, they were still innocent. It was likely that the matter concerning Heir Ji's fate was intertwined with Lin Inger's involvement. Otherwise, retribution would not have arrived so swiftly. Su Li's inner thoughts resonated, scattering the sympathy of the Yu family. The Yu siblings exclaimed, "What? She meddled in Yan's affairs as well? That's a relief. Even if the child is blameless, her numerous wrongdoings are her own retribution. One can only say the child is unfortunate." Suli shared this sentiment. Consequently, she handed the baby bottle to Yuaner and curled her chubby legs up. The extra weight made her posture particularly comical, her little hands clasped together in prayer. Her eyes closed. Observing her, the Yu siblings instinctively fell silent, refraining from further conversation. Although they were uncertain of her actions, they understood that she must be engaged in something significant. After a considerable time, Suli slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. This was her first time performing a rite for the spirit of an infant since birth. She hoped the child would be reborn into a fortunate life. The Yu siblings were taken aback. All right? Suli patted her little belly, feeling drowsiness wash over her. Before she could voice her fatigue, her eyes fluttered shut, and she slumped onto the sofa in slumber. The next day, Yu Zheng had already departed for a meeting at the Chun family, while Yu Qing'er and Yu Waner accompanied Su Li to the hospital to visit Su Yunting. Upon arriving at the hospital, the two inquired about Su Yunting's ward and made their way there. Su Li sat in the stroller, her large eyes surveying her surroundings. It had been 6 months since her last visit. After Yu Qing'er had taken her away from this hospital, she had kept her distance, believing it to be an institution funded by Su Yunting, where those loyal to him might pose a threat to her daughter. It was deemed unsafe. Thus, Suli had not returned since her birth. Suddenly returning to this familiar place, Suli could not contain her curiosity and began to look around. Almost every employee of the hospital seemed to bear a shroud of misfortune, their spirits noticeably low. Suli clicked her tongue. It was evident that when the Su family invested in this hospital, they must have consulted feng shui experts. Such a cleverly arranged energy flow was truly a curse. Yu Qing'er and Yu Waner exchanged instinctive glances, both perceiving shock in one another's eyes. Was this knowledge within their reach? Perhaps it was merely their shared paranoia, but they felt an unsettling chill upon entering the hospital. Especially after hearing Su Li's remarks, they were left with goosebumps. They could not help but ponder whether their fortunes would be siphoned away upon entering this establishment. Su Yunting was truly shameless. Why was he not consumed by misfortune? Bearing their resentment towards Su Yunting, they arrived at his ward, where they could hear him gently comforting Lin Inger, assuring her that everything would be all right, that they were still young and would have more children. Yu Waner was unfamiliar with Su Yunting, but Yu Qing'er, who was close to him, was acutely aware of the nuances in his tone. Though he appeared gentle while comforting Lin Inger, it was merely a performance suppressing his dissatisfaction with her. Yu Qing'er mused that this pair of wayward lovers had not progressed as quickly as the original text suggested in her absence. Yu Waner took out her phone, standing at the door, changing her short video account name to her full name, and titling her live stream, President Sue, who suffered a sudden stroke, rises again. Chapter 78. Woohoo's little mistress faces misfortune. Su Yunting had become a sensation online, eclipsing even high-traffic influencers. His rise to fame was marked by distinctiveness, and viewers were captivated by his story, making it nearly impossible not to recognize him. Thus, within mere minutes, Yuwaner's livestream attracted thousands of viewers. As the excitement grew, more and more people joined the room, eager to witness Su Yunting's dramatic resurgence after his sudden health scare. In such a lively atmosphere, how could anyone resist? Was that Yu Qing and the young lady from the Su family just glimpsed on camera? I want to see what other scandals may arise from Su Yunting. I do too. Unable to contain herself, Yuwaner shifted the camera to face the back and spoke directly, stating that she and her sister had come to offer their condolences regarding the incident involving President Su and his lover-esque child. She positioned herself at a distance from Su Yunting's ward. Inside, the conversation between Su Yunting and Lin Inger continued. Do you still remember the promise you made as a child to marry me? Lin Inger's voice floated out from the room. Following her words, a stillness enveloped the space. After a prolonged silence, Su Yunting finally responded, of course. Just hearing that from you makes every moment spent as a hidden lover worthwhile. Lin Inger's words prompted Yuwaner to mimic a gagging gesture, silently communicating to Yu Qing, how can she be so repulsive? It was not only her who thought so. The viewers in the live stream shared the same sentiment. Yu Qing had long witnessed Lin Inger's shamelessness and calmly pushed open the door to Su Yunting's ward. Miss you. Display the commanding presence befitting the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai. The barrage of comments erupted with excitement, fueling the drama. They hoped this scandal would only grow hotter. Yu Qing's gaze was cold, as if regarding something of little importance, landing on the sight of Lin Inger and Su Yunting in an embrace. When did you become a hidden lover? Aren't you now the most renowned and highest valued mistress on the internet? After all, netizens had suggested crowdfunding to throw rotten eggs at Lin Inger. No other wealthy man's mistress had enjoyed such treatment. Upon seeing Yu Qing, a flicker of pride crossed Lin Inger's eyes before she feigned panic, pushing Su Yunting away in a clumsy attempt to appear innocent, which left Yu Qing both amused and exasperated. You truly are insatiable. You gave birth only yesterday, and today you are so eager? Yu Qing's words sent the livestream's popularity soaring. What? Lin Inger gave birth? Just yesterday? Having just had a child. She was already entangled with Su Yunting as if they were on the verge of sharing a bed. Is Su Yunting's expression dockend, glitting at Yu Qing. You're about to divorce me, yet you still care who I sleep with? When I was divorcing you, I never cared either. Yu Qing's retort was unyielding. Su Yunting was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a lengthy pause, he unwillingly shouted, What do you want? Even if I'm with Inger, you are still the legitimate wife of the Su family. The audacity of his claims shocked the viewers, who marveled at how he could utter such words. If he loved to cheat so much, why not just get a divorce? He wanted all, stimulation without separation. How could he expect to have everything? Someone study how to slap someone through a screen. I want to become the slapping sister and bruise his face. I'm furious, absolutely furious. Families, who understands? My ex-husband was just as shameless. The relatability is infuriating. Even those without exes began to feel angered by Su Yunting's shamelessness. The viewers were incensed by Su Yunting's brazen remarks, fiercely condemning him and wishing to take Yu Qing's place to slap him. Yu Qing had long grown accustomed to Su Yunting's lack of shame. She looked down at him, stating, I am cherished by my family, and my siblings would never allow me to bear any grievances. Why should I endure yours? What man do I lack? Yu Qing delivered her words with boldness and conviction. He immediately sat up with excitement, reaching out to grasp Yu Qing's hand. Are you trying to put a green hat on me? Yu Qing retreated a step, asserting, I am not you. I possess morals. I have come to have you sign the divorce agreement. After speaking, she cast a glance at Lin Inger, her expression laced with sarcasm, as if to say, You are no better. After all this time, you still haven't secured his signature for our divorce. A flicker of resentment flashed in Lin Inger's eyes. What could Yu Qing possibly understand? As a daughter of the Yu family, she had everything from a young age. Whatever she desired was readily given to her. Meanwhile, Lin Inger, merely the daughter of a steward, had to serve cautiously before the young master. fearing that any misstep would jeopardize her father's position. How could someone who had it all dare to criticize her, who knew how to fight for what she wanted? If anything, it was Yu Qing'er's inability to discern people and manage her man that was to blame. The sight of Lin Ying'er stirred a sense of pity within Su Yunting. Yu Qing'er, how can you be so venomous? Enough chatter. Sign the papers. I will not divorce you. Then I suppose my sister will have to meet you once and give you a beating. You know my sister is a champion boxer. Yu Qing'er's words made the muscles in Su Yunting's face twitch uncontrollably, as if he were suppressing something. He understood well that if he divorced Yu Qing'er at this juncture, he would become a complete outcast in the Su family. Thus he needed to cling tightly to Yu Qing'er, refusing to let her go. Unfortunately, Yu Qing'er was resolute in her decision, leaving no opportunity for Su Yunting. Bai Yuegwang, listening nearby, thought he actually intends to play both sides. Is he not afraid of Bai Yuegwang's wrath? Su Li mused. Truly, as the male lead, his audacity is unmatched. Sitting in a stroller, she sipped from her bottle while casting a glance at Lin Ying'er. In that moment, she perceived the misfortune hovering above Lin Ying'er, raising her delicate brows and smiling with delight. Oh, the little mistress is in for a rough time. Chapter 79. Finally divorced, however. Su Li was also certain that Lin Ying'er was behind Su Yang's troubles. She pondered, is the female lead truly that formidable? While contemplating Lin Ying'er's capabilities, Yuana approached, holding up her phone. Come on, Mr. Su, greet the thousands of viewers. Your disgrace has already been broadcast. The latter part of Yuaner's statement was a trendy phrase she had picked up online. Su Yunting finally grasped why Yuaner had entered the room with her phone raised. It was because he had been live-streamed in his current state. For the first time, he revealed anger towards Yuaner. Are you out of your mind? Do you have a prescription? Yuana lazily replied, showing no signs of being offended by his outburst. Su Yunting felt suffocated, leaning back against the hospital bed, breathing heavily as if he were on the verge of an episode. Yuaner and Yu Qing'er stood there, silently observing his performance. After all, his antics had become a routine by now. I believe you need admission not to a hospital, but to a psychiatric facility. Yuana remarked, her eyes sparkling. She turned to Yu Qing'er, stating, you two are now legally married. Let us send him to the psychiatric hospital. When he wants to leave, only your signature will suffice. His parents' words will mean nothing. Yu Qing'er opposed her lips. Recognizing that her sister was merely trying to intimidate Su Yunting, she furrowed her brow, nodding. It may cost some money, but compared to his frequent infidelities, it is indeed a small price to pay. I will sign. Before Yu Qing'er could finish, Su Yunting interjected. As long as Yuaner had that intent, the Yu family would surely facilitate his admission to a psychiatric hospital. He could not accept being confined there, especially since leaving would require his spouse's signature. All right. He has yielded. I think what Yuaner said is quite right. I suddenly wish to shift the blame onto my useless husband. No, your husband is not as wicked as Su Yunting. Indeed, let him be. Ultimately, due to inappropriate content in her live stream, Yuaner was banned. Yet, she remained unfazed. For Su Yunting, fearful, had consented to sign the papers, and they would go to obtain the divorce certificate that afternoon. Objectives achieved. Thus, Su Li was taken to the hospital and, subsequently, to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon exiting, Yu Qing'er felt invigorated, her spirit uplifted. Perhaps her daughter's prowess in the metaphysical realm had led her to believe that Su Yunting was a ghostly burden. Once free of him, she felt remarkably rejuvenated. The sensation of freedom was truly delightful. Yu Qing'er lifted Su Li, planting a firm kiss on her cheek. Yuaner, feeling relieved, followed suit. After severing ties with Su Yunting, Yu Qing'er left the Civil Affairs Bureau with Su Li. Meanwhile, within the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yunting, in a fit of temper, dragged Lin Ying'er to register their marriage. The swift transition from divorce to remarriage garnered curious glances from the Bureau staff, but they refrained from commenting, as the newlywed wife had accompanied him. After the divorce, Yu Qing'er promptly posted the divorce certificate online, announcing the dissolution of her marriage to the former president of the Su family, instantly trending on social media, which consequently led to a plunge in Su family stocks. Following the divorce, Yu Qing'er no longer held back, acquiring over 40% of the shares, along with the shares sponsored by Su Jingshan, becoming the largest shareholder of the Su family. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yunting was taken aback. Just as he stepped out, the company had undergone a drastic change. Who has dismissed you? How dare they? Is the third miss you? How could she? She is now the largest shareholder of Su Corporation. In a fit of rage, Su Yunting failed to notice the hint of resentment and regret in his assistant's tone. Had he known he would face defeat, he should have aligned himself with Yu Qing'er rather than be ousted now. Even securing a single share would have been preferable for his pride. His non-compete agreement was for 2 years. 2 years was ample time for him to become estranged from this market. After the divorce, Yu Qing'er devoted herself entirely to her career. On the very day Yu Qing'er assumed the role of acting chairperson, General Manager Wang arrived with his daughter to express gratitude, stating that Su Li had helped him uncover the truth behind his wife's death. Concurrently, the police announced the cause of Wang Madam's death online. The long-ago case of the suicide of a wealthy lady turned out to be a homicide, shocking the netizens, who exclaimed, "Why are there so many scandals in your wealthy circles?" They felt as if they were unable to keep up with the unfolding drama. "Thank you, benefactor." General Manager Wang, with tears in his eyes, grasped Su Li's chubby little hand, weeping profusely. He had long suspected that the cause of his wife's death was suspicious. After so many years, the truth had finally emerged, restoring her honor. Su Li, unaware of his inner thoughts, simply noted that his tears were dripping onto her hand, which she found slightly displeasing. "Dad, what are you doing?" It was his daughter who could no longer bear it, pulling him away. General Manager Wang wiped his tears and apologized to Yu Qing'er, saying, "I am sorry, Director Yu. I lost my composure." Afterward, he declared his allegiance from today onward. "I am on your side, Director Yu." Su Li thought, the love-struck brain is truly hopeless. She felt that General Manager Wang's words implied, from today onward, "I am just a dog for Director Yu. Henceforth, if Director Yu commands me to go west, I shall not go east. If she orders me to bite a dog, I shall not bite a person." Yu Qing'er shook her head. "It's fine, as long as everything is clarified. Otherwise, the esteemed lady would not rest in peace." Hearing this, General Manager Wang's eyes reddened again. Had it not been for his daughter's intervention, he would have undoubtedly wept again. With General Manager Wang's presence, the celebration banquet gained 2 additional attendees, and Yu Qing'er arranged for the Wang father and daughter to sit with her. "Su family, you want a divorce?" After much difficulty, Madame Su, locked in a warehouse, was finally released, only to be informed by Su Jingshan of the impending divorce. She screamed in disbelief. "I have walked this path with you, and now you tell me you wish to divorce? What choice do I have? Look at how you have raised our 2 children. One is foolish, and the other is wicked." Su Hing-san, why reproaching Madame Su, has never reflected upon the issues stemming from his own parenting, nor does he possess the capacity for self-examination. He firmly believes he is blameless. As Madame Su confronts him, striking him with her fists, she cries out, "Su Jingshan, you are inhuman, you are inhuman." Irritated, he brushes her aside, looking down at the fallen Madame Su, and coldly remarks, "What does it matter if I am inhuman? Your son is a defeated man and will only be marginalized within the Su family. You ought to contemplate how you will survive moving forward. Oh, and you have also offended the He family." A malicious expression spreads across Su Jingshan's face as he anticipates their demise with morbid delight. He eagerly awaits that day. Chapter 80. The 3 wrong brothers. After Yu Qing'er's divorce from Su Yunting, Su Li's life momentarily returned to tranquility. Yet, just as she was relishing in her newfound peace, her brothers delivered the grim news that her mother's suitors had multiplied. Su Li, perplexed, noted that following her mother's divorce, the stars of fate had indeed aligned, bringing forth an abundance of admirers for her mother. However, the caliber of these suitors left much to be desired. Illegitimate children, unsavory men, and those devoid of substance. Such men were utterly unworthy of her mother. Thus, on the 15th day of Yu Qing'er's employment, her 3 sons escorted her to the office. Upon seeing her children, Yu Qing'er set down her documents and gazed in astonishment at the family chauffeur, questioning how they had arrived. 8-month-old Su Li had already begun to articulate simple phrases. She could effortlessly string together 2 or 3 words. Thus she was ready to express her desires. "Mama." Sitting in her stroller, Su Li beamed at Yu Qing'er, showcasing her 5 newly erupted teeth. Yu Qing'er, charmed by Su Li's adorableness, rose and lifted her from the stroller, playfully pinching her little nose. "Oh, my dear Su Li, you've grown 5 teeth and already miss your mama." Su Li's smile instantly faded. She covered her mouth with her chubby little hands, unwilling to let Yu Qing'er continue her teasing. Aware that her mother was poking fun, Su Li felt self-conscious about her imperfect smile and hastily concealed it. The brothers, witnessing their sister's cuteness, couldn't contain their laughter. Su Li turned and glared fiercely at her brothers, determined to be the first to report. Brother, Mama is going to remarry. Li Bao will have a real father. Yu Qing'er then shifted her gaze to her sons. Indeed, there had been an uptick in suitors. But surely matters had not escalated to the point of impending remarriage. How fearful were her sons of her finding a scoundrel? The boys exchanged glances, then broke into innocent smiles, revealing their 8 teeth. As long as they remained silent, their mother would be oblivious to their true feelings. Suonse stood told, gazing straight ahead. Were he not merely 5 years old, one might think he was here to bid her farewell before enlisting. His eyes reflected unwavering determination. Su Yang, on the other hand, lounged casually, appearing as if he wanted to convey that he was not the one responsible for his mother's potential remarriage. As for Su's son, his dreamy eyes wandered aimlessly around, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Observing the pitiful Su's son, Yu Qing'er sighed. You too? Can't you look after son? He hasn't been sleeping well at night. Hey, that is not my fault. He insists on staying up all night playing games. How is that my concern? Su Yang promptly deflected the blame. Su Shi, understanding the situation, remained silent. Sitting on the sofa, Su Li lifted her gaze to listen to Su Yang, then resumed playing with her toys. Well, you three, one is writing plans late into the night, another is seeking investments, and the last is coding all night. If none of you are earning money, then who will? The 3 brothers of the Su family thought it amusing that their sister had revealed their secret endeavors. They had initially intended to use her insights to discern who their mother's future husband might be, but their plans had backfired spectacularly. As the 3 brothers stood at attention, even the drowsy Su's son perked up, displaying an earnest demeanor. Yu Qing'er silently scrutinized her 3 sons, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Why do you feel the need to keep secrets from me? Are you trying to engage in business behind my back to support Su Yunting? However, given their strained relationship with Su Yunting, it was unlikely they would assist him. So why the secrecy? What could it be? The pressure from parental expectations, I suppose. After all, college students in relationships often have to hide under the covers to communicate with their partners. This remark swiftly redirected the focus of the 3 brothers. Yu Qing'er pondered who had introduced the notion of dating to her daughter. At just 8 months old, how could she possibly comprehend the concept of romance? Thus, Yu Qing'er narrowed her eyes, realizing she needed to investigate her family thoroughly. With the focus shifted, the 3 brothers of the Su family breathed a sigh of relief, as long as their mother did not inquire further. As for their little sister, they felt assured that any anger directed at her would inadvertently affect others, certainly not her. Just as they sought an excuse to exit Yu Qing'er's office, she smiled warmly at them. Come, my dear sons. Share the results of your entrepreneurial endeavors with your mother. The Su brothers realized they had indeed lingered too long. They had intended to change the subject. But upon meeting their mother's fierce gaze, they remembered that the tides of confrontation could swiftly turn. Mother, you are misdirecting your anger, complained the sensitive Su son, his eyes glistening as he accused Yu Qing'er of unfairness. Yet, Yu Qing'er remained unmoved. Oh, why would I direct my anger at you? Haven't you all been hiding little secrets from your mother? Su non taisen vos momentarily silenced. Su Yang boldly interjected. Isn't it your prerogative to grant us the freedom to conduct business? Why must you assess our results? I merely wish to befriend my sons, to understand their lives, and to connect with them as a mother. Am I in the wrong? Yu Qing'er implored, her heart in her hands. Seeing that this approach was futile, Su Shi spoke up. We primarily feel that our results are rather rudimentary and are too embarrassed to show them to you. We hope you will not be too harsh on us. After all, sons naturally distance themselves from their mothers as they grow, which is simply a part of life and personal growth. With this statement, Yu Qing'er found herself at a loss for words. She realized that if she insisted on wanting to see their work, Su Shi would use her own words against her in a moral bind. Yu Qing'er ground her teeth, acknowledging that her sons were indeed the future leaders of the Su family, worthy of praise. Thank you for the compliment, mother. Su Shi replied with a steady nod, accepting her praise. Yu Qing'er felt her temples throb with frustration, her head pounding. Do as you wish. Could it be that they are indeed involved with that group? Chapter 81. Call the police. Su Li reveled in the misfortune of others. Su Shi felt as though he had been struck in the knee. Just as he thought he had successfully buried the matter, his sister had lifted the veil. As expected, once Su Li's words floated away, Yu Qing eagerly sought out the group, locating the minigame, and promptly clicked to play. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of two familiar cartoon characters. Yu Qing raised her gaze, her eyes settling on her three sons, knowing without a doubt that the little character was drawn by her second son. The moment she looked up, Su Yang realized what she was thinking and quickly averted his gaze. "You all are simply marvelous," Yu Qing exclaimed, giving her sons a thumbs up and reassuring them. "Rest assured, I will take care of any copyright issues." In the realm of the game, the diminutive figures known as Qing Tuan are none other than Su Yunting, Lin Jingir, Madame Su, and Su Hinsan. Recently, a hidden character has emerged, Su Linlin. We have resolved this matter. Sushi adjusted his glasses, perched on his nose, and spoke calmly. "We have indeed obtained the necessary licenses. How could we be unprepared?" Su Yang languidly nodded in agreement with Su Shi's assertion. Initially, his cognitive endeavors also included He Junhang. However, upon Su Sen's revelation that He Junhang had departed from this world, he deemed it inauspicious to pursue that line and focused solely on Su Linlin instead. "You all make me feel utterly ineffectual," remarked Yu Qing, her tone tinged with frustration, yet her heart brimmed with pride. Her sons are truly remarkable. Su Li, sprawled across the sofa, grew weary of play and sought to lift his toy. Alas, fatigue overcame him after a prolonged period of wakefulness, and he succumbed to slumber on the couch. The sound of a toy clattering to the floor drew the attention of the others, who promptly directed their focus towards Su Li. They beheld him lying on his side, eyes closed, lost in dreams. Yu Qing, startled, hurried over to reposition Su Li and, while retrieving the toy, admonished her three sons to look after their sister. She then returned to her contract work. In the evening, Yu Qing, finally free from overtime duties, stepped out of the company on time. Upon exiting, she and her four children spotted Zhou Lai, who stood nearby, cradling a large bouquet of roses, leaning against his car. He struck a pose that exuded a self-satisfied charm. Sushi remarked, "Is he suffering from spinal issues? Such a young man with poor health. He's hardly suitable to be a stepfather to his mother." Su Yang squinted at Zhou Lai, fists clenched, ready for action. He turned to Su Shi and inquired about his progress in Muay Thai, questioning whether he dared to confront Zhou Lai. Su Sun, oblivious to the tension, boldly approached Zhou Lai, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhou, are you here to celebrate our birthdays? The flowers look splendid." "Thank you." He extended his small hand, eager to accept the roses. Zhou Lai hesitated, confused, as he recalled that none of the Su family boys had birthdays at this time. Seeking clarification, he looked to Yu Qing, but she offered him not even a glance, instead pushing Su Li's stroller toward the family vehicle. Zhou Lai attempted to follow, but Su San held him back, his earnest gaze making it impossible for Zhou Lai to pursue Yu Qing any further, leaving him to don a facade of indifference. "These are for you. May I assist you in bringing them to the car?" Zhou Lai asked. Su Sun smiled brightly and waved his hands. "No need." He then turned to the security guard stationed at the entrance of the Su building. "Guard uncle, quickly take Uncle Zhou's roses to the front desk for display. I want everyone to know about my friendship with Uncle Zhou." The guard complied without hesitation. Zhou Lai watched, puzzled, as the guard departed with the flowers. Having achieved his goal, Su Sun joyfully bid farewell to Zhou Lai, stating, "Thank you for the early birthday gift. I will certainly invite you to my birthday banquet." With that, he turned away, akin to a cad painting grandiose dreams. Su Yang and Su Shi also expressed their gratitude to Zhou Lai. It was only after the boys had left that Zhou Lai realized he had been outmaneuvered by Su Yunting's sons. He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. Coincidentally, the front desk staff had just finished their shift and had witnessed the entire scene. "Wow, Uncle Zhou is quite the charmer," one receptionist exclaimed, her tone filled with admiration for Zhou Lai. His icy demeanor softened slightly. However, the receptionist remained composed, noting that Yu Qing did not appreciate him and considered his presence intrusive. Zhou Lai's expression hardened once more. What a pity about that bouquet of roses. I really wanted them. How could they be snatched away by the young master? She lamented, feeling that Su Sun ought not to have taken the flowers. Zhou Lai concurred. "You must consider that he lost only a bouquet, while we at the front desk have gained something." "Oh, indeed," Zhou Lai responded, confused. "What do you mean?" In a fit of exasperation, he turned on his heel, flung open the car door, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding away. Not long after, as the Yu family vehicle departed, a resounding engine roar echoed behind them, followed by the sight of a car speeding past. Yu Qing'er instinctively glanced back and recognized the familiar vehicle. He and Su Yunting are indeed brothers. Their tempers are equally volatile and unstable. The three Su brothers had little interest in Zhou Lai's affairs, deeming his character lacking, and resolved to create some mischief for him. Isn't the speed limit in the city 40 to 60? Is there no traffic police to address his speeding? Soliquirid, Basalt. Yu Qing'er responded, no. We cannot allow Zhou Lai to appear before me again, lest my reputation be tarnished. Moreover, he could lead my children astray. The three brothers exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the unspoken agreement. Consequently, they coordinated to contact the traffic police, reporting the speeding incident along with the vehicle's license plate number. Not long after leaving the Su building, Zhou Lai suddenly heard sirens blaring behind him. Instinctively, he slowed his speed and glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting a police car and two motorcycles in pursuit. Driver of the vehicle with plate number 6666, please pull over. As Zhou Lai decelerated, the officers activated their megaphones, relaying the command directly to him. Chapter 82. What a coincidence. A frequent racer in the city, Zhou Lai had never before been pursued by the traffic police. Is this not a different jurisdiction? He pondered, hesitating to act recklessly, ultimately bringing his vehicle to a halt. Please provide your documentation. Soon, a knock resounded on his window, requesting identification and his driver's license. Subsequently, Zhou Lai was escorted to the police station. Shortly after his arrival at the station, news of Zhou Lai's predicament spread swiftly through the Zhou family and made its way online, precisely reaching Su Yunting. As he anxiously attempted to contact someone, he stumbled upon a sensational headline: Zhou family's young master speeds for love. Clicking the link, he found images of the Su building, Zhou Lai holding roses intended for Yu Qing'er, and a scene of him being taken away by the police. What does he mean by this? Just days after my divorce from Yu Qing'er, he is so eager to pursue her? Moreover, did he not frequently disparage Yu Qing'er in front of me? What is his intent? In the adjacent room, Lin Ying'er, who was in confinement, listened to the incessant sounds of cursing and scuffling from next door. Frowning slightly, she called out, Ting, I cannot sleep. Her delicate voice, which would normally prompt Su Yunting to rush over to comfort her, went unheard as he remained absorbed in thoughts of his brother's pursuit of Yu Qing'er, feeling betrayed and green with envy. Lin Ying'er's expression darkened. Since their marriage, Su Yunting had changed, no longer cherishing her as he once had. A flicker of resentment crossed her eyes, having finally entered the Su family. How could she resign herself to being neglected so swiftly? Thus, she slowly descended from her bed and approached the door. Ting, she called softly. Su Yunting, once resolute in his intent to rid himself of Su Li, now began to procrastinate. Lin Ying'er's appearance had a palpable impact, fearing she might emerge. Su Yunting sat in his room, incessantly scrolling through news about Zhou Lai, attempting to ascertain the current status of Zhou Lai's relationship with Yu Qing'er. However, the news had only just broken, and reporters and social media influencers were now keenly following the blossoming connection between Zhou Lai and the recently rising Yu family heiress, prepared to capture every moment. Alas, Zhou Lai was detained for 3 days due to speeding. The Zhou family was unable to extricate him, prompting reporters to shadow Yu Qing, speculating whether she would visit the Zhou residence or the detention center. However, Yu Qing'er maintained a routine of commuting between her workplace and home. Occasionally, her social outings were solely for business negotiations. Consequently, the news gradually morphed into a narrative of the Zhou family's young master harboring unrequited feelings for the Yu family's daughter. Yu Qing'er, upon glancing at the news alerts on her phone, found herself momentarily speechless. Should she address this? Her assistant stood before her, inquiring. Yu Qing'er shukiaid, opting to amplify the fervor surrounding her recently developed product at the peak of attention to enhance its visibility. Very well, boss, her assistant replied. The current entertainment journalists were audacious, unafraid to publish any sensational story. The trending topic of Zhou Lai's infatuation with her was orchestrated by her own directive, while other narratives portrayed her and Zhou Lai as protagonists in a scandalous romance. Having once stumbled into a pit of muck, she would not willingly plunge into it again. What exhausted Yu Qing'er the most was the relentless pressure from the He family, which made negotiations exceedingly difficult, even if she chose to engage directly. Furthermore, as merely Su Yunting's ex-wife, she faced discontent from the Su faction within the board, compounding the pressure upon her. Amid her agitation, she resolved to abandon her previous hesitations. Since they were so eager, let them be cast aside. Just as she contemplated putting her phone away, another alert notified her of multiple wealthy businessmen hospitalized with sudden illnesses, with doctors asserting their overall health was satisfactory. This news reminded Yu Qing'er of Su Yang. Was this a manifestation of the backlash from an academic dedicated to societal welfare? Even as an outsider, she recognized that those who ascend to wealth are inherently fortunate. The fact that her second son could cause such a downfall in a single night hinted at remarkable potential for the future. A sense of dread enveloped her. She was unaware that Su Yang differed significantly from Su Shi and Su San. His future patents would have profound implications for the nation, even intertwined with its destiny. Such fortune could hardly be compared to that of mere businessmen. Following the alert, the topic surged to the top of the trending charts, rapidly infiltrating the devices of every individual in the country. Such an extraordinary affliction. Could it be a divine contagion? Witnessing the situation spiral towards chaos, the Yu family's public relations team intervened, attempting to frame the incidents as mere coincidence. Yet, as coincidences piled up, the public remained skeptical. Ultimately, a highly respected Taoist priest emerged, attributing the occurrences to collective misdeeds. Naturally, on the very day he posted this, his account was bombarded with attacks. After all, there were countless wealthy individuals involved. Initially, the families of these tycoons aimed to deliver a lesson to the Taoist, but the Yu family intervened, restoring his account. Within the Yu family's Beijing branch, Yu Zheng sat comfortably in a chair, engaging in a video call with a certain executive, smiling amiably as he conversed. "Chen Shu, you flatter me. We do not advocate for superstitions. Should we not let the netizens voice their outrage?" His tone was sincere, as though he genuinely believed his words. Yet, those engaged in business are often cunning. Who does not grasp the implications of the Yu family's involvement? The executive, addressed as Chen Shu, furrowed his brow slightly, probing. Could it be that the virtuous nephew is aware of the underlying reasons? The simultaneous collapse of multiple individuals reminded Chun of the unusual nature of their illness. Those who ascend to such heights invariably hold certain beliefs, leading him to connect their concurrent hospitalizations to the Taoist assertions of wrongdoing. As for whether there were any guilty consciences involved, Chun thought, in pristine waters, no fish dwell. How many in the affluent circles are truly untainted? Chapter 83. Otherwise, shall mother take you to the wishing pool? Ah Zheng, I share a close relationship with your father. I have watched you grow. Are you truly going to keep secrets from your Uncle Qin? This contact with Yu Zheng was instigated by those families wishing to inquire why the Yu family had involved themselves. Yu Zheng ceased his pretense of ignorance, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he spoke slowly. Uncle Chun may wish to ask those afflicted what deeds they have committed that could incite such retribution. Chen's countenance darkened immediately. The repercussions of retribution were not merely unfortunate. They were profoundly malevolent. It just so happens that this matter involves my family. Yu Zheng's expression turned icy. Pray tell, why should I concern myself? Chun, taken aback by Yu Zheng's inquiry, fluctuated between pale and flushed. Evidently, the matter was indeed linked to the Yu family. Given the connection, Chun could not press further. He could only inquire if Yu Zheng could introduce them to a capable individual who might resolve this predicament. The victims are kin to that capable individual. Do you think they would assist? Chun lamented. It is dire, for one after another, they dare to offend such a person. He wished to argue that they had been deceived, but this was not a trivial sum. All were engaged in business. So how could they have been so easily duped? It only indicated their own avarice. Their greed was the root cause, and their current plight was the fruit. Unable to persuade further, Chen bid farewell to Yu Zheng and ended the video call. Shall we simply overlook them? Yu Zheng's assistant inquired. Based on his understanding of his boss, he knew that Yu Zheng was not one to exhibit such magnanimity. Yu Zheng was certainly not magnanimous. His statement served as a warning to the other party against underhanded tactics, while also testing whether Chun was indeed an adversary targeting the Yu family. It was evident that Chun did not regard the existence of a capable individual within the Yu family with trepidation. Let them dance for now. I await the moment someone can no longer contain themselves. Understood. After the assistant departed, Yu Zheng relayed the situation to his elder brother, urging him to quickly find someone to investigate whether the headquarters had also been subjected to sabotage. We have already consulted someone. There is no capable individual. The Yu family's elder brother stated gravely from the other end of the video call. Yu Zheng sighed. Otherwise, you hold your phone up while I feign a video call. And let us hear what Xiao Su Li has to say. Upon hearing this, the elder brother frowned. Li Bao is too young. Do not rely on her too often. I will seek someone else. Just then, Chun Xiushan contacted me. Their conversation veered towards the Yu family's business ventures. Su Li remained oblivious to the events transpiring around her, peacefully slumbering at home, seemingly immersed in a dream of conflict. In reality, someone was attempting to invade Su Li's dreams, casting misfortune upon her. Today, Su Li resolved to confront this intruder. As her body settled into tranquility, she captured the dream intruder within her grasp. Hovering in midair, she beheld the individual kneeling, bound at all limbs, and without inquiring whether he was sent by someone. She administered a series of blows with a small whip, nearly shattering his spirit. Amitabha, may I be merciful. Following her chastisement, Su Li uttered this phrase. The individual, now infuriated, writhed as he cursed. Where is your mercy? Look at what you have done to me. How can such a small child be so bloody and violent? She returned his aggression in kind. Her compassion was reserved for humans. Was he even human? Perhaps the intense impatience she had directed at him earlier compelled him to swallow his retorts. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Otherwise, he would face annihilation today. Do you not inquire who sent me? Will you tell me? Then why should I waste my breath asking? The intruder found himself at a loss for words against Su Li's retorts. Are the little ones today so formidable? No need for questions. A mere glance suffices to reveal their intentions. Could it be that in my past life, I was a celestial master? Upon this reflection, he began to feel dread. If this individual had indeed been a celestial master in a previous life, even without the inheritance of memories, her recent actions were sufficient to bring about his demise. Perceiving the fear in the other, Su Li floated gracefully before him, meeting his gaze directly. Depart to where you ought to go, she declared, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring through the air. As he ascended, a shimmering portal suddenly appeared, through which he flew straight, the grand door closing slowly behind him. Su Li could still hear his intermittent protests of not wanting to go to the underworld. She scoffed, pondering whether his desires truly dictated his fate. Once he was dispatched, Su Li gradually opened her eyes, exhaling a deep breath of frustration. How bothersome. The other had begun to disrupt her peace. Just as she was about to address the unseen puppeteer behind this chaos, she felt golden rays streaming in through the window, enveloping her being. Subsequently, she sensed a surge in her power. This increase persisted until it breached her anticipated threshold, propelling her into the first fruiting stage. Upon entering this new phase, Su Li found her body more agile, and she had grown slightly. At 8 months old, her physical attributes now resembled those of a 12-month-old. 2 new teeth had emerged almost instantaneously. Su Li mused, how should I explain this to my family? Mother, I recall my sister had only 6 teeth. Su-san gazed at Su Li in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a person could sprout 2 complete teeth in a single day. Su Li remained silent, innocently blinking her eyes. She believed that if she stayed mute, her family would merely engage in light conversation. Yu Qing'er glanced between Su Li and Su-san, clearing her throat. Son, you must be mistaken. Your sister has 8 teeth. Upon hearing this, she too was taken aback. Yet, considering her daughter's uniqueness, she suspected some extraordinary event must have occurred to cause the sudden growth of 2 teeth. Her gaze then fell upon Su Li, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Su Li maintained a serene expression, as if oblivious to their discourse, while counting sheep in her mind. Amused, Yu Qing'er smiled, raising the corners of her lips. Your birthdays are approaching. Do you have any wishes for your mother to fulfill? She shifted the topic. Children are easily distracted, and upon hearing that Yu Qing'er was willing to grant his birthday wishes, Su Sen's attention was immediately captured. I want a helicopter, the kind used by Uncle Bing in combat. Su non tai sen kistored animatedlu. Yu Qing'er replied, how about I take you to the wishing pool instead? Chapter 84. Hypocrisy. She is a human, not a turtle in a wishing pool. Upon hearing this, Su-san stuck out his tongue, realizing he had overstepped. With the conversation redirected, Su Li quietly sighed in relief. Had Yu Qing'er pressed further, Su Li would have been at a loss for words. Fortunately, Yu Qing'er was on her side. In retrospect, Su Li pondered if her stepmother might be aware of something more. As the interlude passed, Su Shi and Su Yang emerged from their room, their expressions serious as they held their phones, engaged in conversation. Their tones were taut and reluctant. "Who is it?" Yu Qing'er approached her 2 sons, about to speak when a distasteful face appeared on the phone screen. Realizing it was him, Yu Qing'er thought that had she known, she would have refrained from joining the fray. Upon seeing Yu Qing'er, Su Yunting's face lit up with joy. He instinctively began to call her name. But Yu Qing'er did not grant him the opportunity. Rolling her eyes, she turned to leave. "I just remembered I have a call to make. You continue, and I'll attend to my work." "Hey." Su Yunting attempted to call her back. Coincidentally, Lin Inger also emerged from her room at that moment. Noticing his troubled expression, she approached him with concern, instinctively touching his face. "Ting, are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine." Lin Inger, seeing his pallor, assumed he had encountered issues in business. As she turned, she spotted 2 familiar little heads on the phone screen. Her sympathetic expression froze. Is this the reason for his discontent? Once inside, Lin Inger revealed her true feelings. She harbored a dislike for the Su brothers. However, she deemed it unwise to express this sentiment too early. Pretending to be indifferent, she remarked, "Oh, it turns out the children are chatting with you." She thought she concealed her feelings well. But Su Shi and Su Yang were not as soft-spoken as Su Senator exchanging glances. They contemplated teasing Lin Inger. For reasons unknown, Su Yinting found Lin Inger rather tiresome. He was well aware of her petty nature and her tendency to stir up jealousy, even encouraging her to create scenes. He regarded her antics as a sign of her affection towards him, a playful nuance in their relationship. However, at that moment, Lin Inger's antics only annoyed him, as the novelty that once delighted him had long dissipated. "Oh, please take care of yourself," she said. In response, Su Yinting glanced at her and nodded all right. After bidding Lin Inger farewell, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, Su Shi and Su Yang remembered their siblings' notorious temper, and thus, they decided to confront him. "Are we just an afterthought? You don't love your younger siblings, so how could you possibly care for us?" They feigned indifference. Little did they know, they had underestimated Su Yunting's resilience. In an effort to bridge the gap with his younger siblings, he quickly denied, "I do love you, and I love you younger siblings." It would be a miracle if Su Shi and Su Yang believed him. They exchanged glances, resolved to play a trick on him. Since he was being so shameless, they might as well engage in the fun. "You remember to invite your younger siblings over for a visit, right?" Su Yinting added hastily. After speaking, he inwardly cursed his 2 sons for their precociousness. How could children under 6 be so difficult, just like their mother and their aunts? Su Yang was particularly sensitive to emotions. When he sensed the malice flickering in Su Yunting's eyes, he realized his father was suppressing immense dissatisfaction. Hence, he decided to stoke the flames further. "By the way, why haven't we seen Uncle Zhou around lately?" Su Yang inquired innocently. "Aren't you and Uncle Zhou the best of friends? Can you ask him when he will come to see us again?" Su Shi nodded in agreement, his lips moving slightly. Indeed, once Su Yang mentioned Zhou Lai, Su Yunting's composure shattered. He snapped, "Zhou Lai has done something wrong and has been arrested. You should keep your distance from him. He is not a good person." Su Yang tilted his head, "Why not? Uncle Zhou is always nice to me." Su Shi chimed in, "Yes, he tells us stories, buys us snacks, and lets us ride on his back and shoulders." In an effort to irritate Su Yunting, the two began to fabricate tales. "Do you think the police would arrest a good person?" Su Yunting, unwilling to hear his sons praise Zhou Lai, sought to tarnish his reputation. Although, in the eyes of Su brothers, Zhou Lai and Su Yunting were equally flawed. It was amusing to witness Su Yunting defame his own brother. Unbeknownst to Su Yunting, Su Yang had already recorded his disparaging remarks. Once Zhou Lai was released from custody, the bond between him and Su Yunting would undoubtedly reach its breaking point. As fate would have it, just before Su Yunting took the Su brothers and Su Li to the Su family estate, Zhou Lai emerged from detention. Having caught wind of Su Yunting's disparaging comments about him, Zhou Lai felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had pursued Su Li even while Su Yunting was still married to Yu Qing'er. Thus, it was natural for Su Yunting to scold him. However, he was not to be trifled with, and henceforth, their brotherhood would be severed. Neither party mentioned the other, each behaving like the most familiar of strangers, passing by without a sideways glance, as if they were not acquainted. Yet this scene did not last long. As the Su brothers and Su Li proceeded towards the villa inhabited by Su Yunting. This villa was one of the backup betrothal gifts that the Su family had initially prepared for Yu Qing'er. At that time, Yu Qing'er preferred another villa, which is now the residence of her and the children. As the four little ones stepped out of the car, Su Yunting rushed out of the villa, his face beaming with joy, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Su Yilevan, Su Ying, Su Sin, Su Li, Gam Hiv. Daddy misses you all so much. He endeavored to maintain the image of a good father, although the children did not require such efforts. In fact, Su Li found it somewhat distasteful. The reason she came along this time was primarily to explore Su Yunting's villa, to observe its layout and its relation to feng shui. Su Sen's actions caused Su Yunting's gaze to darken, as he struggled to suppress the urge to scold Su Sun, forcing a twisted smile. Sun, I am your father. You little monster. Su Li, in her babyish voice, pointed at Su Yang and exclaimed loudly. At only 8 months old, her babbling was not surprising. She began to babble nonsensically, at times calling Su Yunting a monster, and at other times a heartless wolf. Each time, her words struck a nerve. The most shocking was when Su Li called him an old tortoise. Su Yunting thought, this little brat should have been suffocated at birth. The more Su Li scolded, the more he felt an urge to eliminate her. Just as he cast a malicious glare at Su Li, she smiled, her fair and adorable baby face reflecting the same sinister expression he wore. Malice seemed to shine in her eyes, as if she wished to strangle him. Why does she, at just 8 months, possess such malevolent eyes? He pondered. This could not continue. What would become of her in the future? Unbeknownst to him, Su Li was merely mimicking his smile, unintentionally frightening him. Seeing Su Yanting hesitate to litsu senen Su Lienter, Su Yingin Su Ilevan Ixionaglitzes. Both feeling slighted. It seems you do not welcome us after all. Perhaps we should leave and not trouble you. No, Daddy misses you all too much. Which is why I keep forgetting what to say. Eventually, through Su Yunting's relentless coaxing and the brothers' insistence, Su Li finally entered the villa with her 3 brothers. Once inside, her eyes roamed the space without pause. This place is far more lavishly decorated than my mother's. She thought, it better contain something of value. Otherwise, just the fact that you transferred this villa to Lin Inger is enough for me to ruin you. Her tiny voice was filled with disdain for Su Yunting, as she felt cursed to share blood with him. From the layout and decoration, it was evident that the villa had been established for about 3 years, which explained the stability of its energy formations. Upon seeing this formation, Su Li's anger subsided, replaced by an eagerness to experiment. I wonder what would happen if I were to disrupt this formation. What would Lin Inger and Su Yunting do? Hearing his little sister's intentions, Su Yang quickly contacted the bodyguard at the entrance, maintaining communication. Shi remained vigilant for Lin Inger's appearance, while Su Sun trailed closely behind Su Li, appearing apprehensive. Just then, Lin Inger emerged from a room, casting a gentle glance at Su Yunting and a warm expression towards the children. However, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed her eyes, a reminder to Su Yunting that they had once had a child who was never fortunate enough to see the light of day. Wow, such a large cup of tea, the children exclaimed. Su Yunting, weary of her demeanor, regarded her coldly. Aren't you supposed to be resting? His assertiveness towards Lin Inger surprised the Su brothers, making them wonder if this newfound confidence was a result of marriage. Lin Inger cast a penetrating gaze at him, a flicker of malice evident in her eyes, unnoticed by Su Yunting but keenly observed by the siblings. The children, sensitive to danger, sensed the hostility in Lin Inger's stare, prompting the Su brothers to consider retreat. They felt secure together, yet they were acutely aware of Su Li's vulnerability at only 8 months old. What would they say to their mother if anything went awry? They subtly heightened their presence before Su Yunting, inciting a conflict between the 2 adults, and planned to escape with the bodyguard once the situation became chaotic. Quickly, we must flee before Lin Inger, this madwoman, decides to act. On the way home, Su Li had fallen asleep in the back seat. What if she were to do something reckless? The 3 brothers obediently listened to Yu Qing'er's scolding, nodding as if they agreed wholeheartedly, effectively silencing her. You truly make it hard for me to reproach you, Yu Qing'er huffed, allowing them a reprieve. As they drove back, Su Shi quietly remarked to Yu Qing'er that he was nearly certain there was something amiss with Su Yunting's villa, and that little sister had meddled with something within it. Yu Qing'er looked at Su Shi in surprise, sensing the weight of his words. Although Su Shi had not heard Su Li mention any specific formation, he was aware that it was indeed a formation present within Su Yunting's villa. Yu Qing'er a fool here pleo, here mu dagning. It appeared that the one acquainted with the master was not a member of the Su family, but rather Lin Inger. This was far more troublesome than having a Su family member familiar with such matters. Moreover, they were unaware of how many cards Lin Inger held or whether she had acted against others in the Yu family. The more she thought about it, the heavier her heart felt. Do not worry. It shall all pass, Su Shi reassured her, sensing her anxiety. His earnest little voice brought a measure of calm to Yu Qinger. She looked down at Su Shi, grateful for his comforting words. Upon returning to the villa, Su Li was placed in her little bed, while the others convened for a brief discussion in the living room. Su Yang sat cross-legged on the floor, listening to Su Shi and Yu Qinger as they shared their thoughts, his brow furrowed. I don't believe we need to take action. Yu Qinger regarded Su Yang quietly, encouraging him to express his views. A meeting requires active participation. Lin Inger is currently focused on Su Yunting and remains unaware that we are aware of the issues within their villa. The enemy is in plain sight while we remain in the shadows, so we should proceed cautiously. Yu Qinger nodded, agreeing with Su Yang's assessment. She looked at Su San and then Su Shi, asking for their opinions. Su Shi contemplated and decided to follow Su Yang's suggestion. As for Su San, engrossed in a game of whack-a-mole, he was completely oblivious to Yu Qinger's attempts to call him. Seeing that Su San had no response, Yu Qinger chose to abandon her efforts and let him continue playing. After entering Su Shi's room, Su Yang and Su San found him reviewing the surveillance footage of the Su family villa, specifically the one where Su Yunting and Lin Inger resided. He was analyzing what had transpired after the three brothers and Su Li had left. The footage revealed the Su brothers departing, after which Lin Inger appeared extremely frail, suffering from various ailments. Meanwhile, Su Yunting exhibited far more patience than he did in their presence. Does he still need to pretend to be kind to Lin Inger? Su San wondered aloud. In the entire city of Jing, who did not know that Lin Inger was the apple of Su Yunting's eye? Anyone who dared to provoke her would face his wrath. Su Shi shook his head, revealing not a performance but the authentic self within. As for his patience towards Lin Inger escalating after our departure, it was merely due to the absence of his previous excuses for impatience. Newly married, one would expect him to put forth a semblance of effort. It is truly astonishing that someone who had no love for patience, even towards their own mother, has reached such a stage today. If their mother were aware, she would likely ridicule Su Yunting for quite some time. Su Yang wished to voice a few words against him, but found himself at a loss for words after She had finished speaking. Reassuring him that there was no need for such heartfelt sentiment. After all, we merely found him displeasing. However, the two brothers were pleased to see their progress thus far. The three brothers continued to observe. Once the three departed, aside from Lin Inger's frail condition, there were no other changes. It was evident that Su Yunting was on the brink of a breakdown, needing only a tipping point to confront Lin Inger. Seeing no further developments, the Su brothers turned their attention elsewhere, such as news regarding Zhou Lai. After emerging from the detention center, Zhou Lai had not given up on Yu Qinger, persistently seeking ways to meet her, attempting to showcase his worth through these efforts. Unfortunately, having been friends with Su Yunting for too long, he remained oblivious to what Yu Qinger truly desired. Each time he attempted to gift her flowers or other items, he invariably struck at her sore spots. After several such missteps, he finally comprehended that the information he held about Yu Qinger was fabricated, merely her attempts to accommodate Su Yunting. Unable to fathom why such a scoundrel would have a wonderful girl waiting for him, while he failed to cherish her. Simultaneously, he was also envious of Su Yunting. After leaving the detention center, a brother sought to gather the group, expressing a desire to reconnect. However, Su Yunting refused to entertain the notion, citing Zhou Lai's presence as the cause. The brother, puzzled, inquired why. Su Yunting bluntly stated that anyone daring to pursue his wife would naturally be excluded from the brotherhood. The brother, confused, questioned whether they were not divorced, and everyone knew that Zhou Lai was pursuing Yu Qinger, who had no connection to his wife, Lin Inger. The brother's candor infuriated Su Yunting, prompting him to reject the gathering. The brother, frustrated by Su Yunting's erratic reasoning, vented to his friends. When Zhou Lai arrived at the bar that evening, he discovered that Su Yunting had unilaterally severed ties with him. He shrugged it off, believing that since he was divorced from Yu Qinger, she was free. Zhou Lai remained undeterred, refusing to abandon his pursuit of Yu Qinger due to Su Yunting's demands. On the contrary, his desire for her intensified. People possess a tendency for revenge. The more Su Yunting attempted to deter him, the more resolute he became. The brothers saw no issue with Zhou Lai's actions, considering that Yu Qing'er was a woman whom Su Yunting had previously disregarded and had no affection for. Having once cast her aside, they wondered what prompted such a display now. Ultimately, someone concluded that Zhou Lai's jealousy stemmed from possessiveness. Zhou Lai had encroached upon territory that was not his. After a moment of silence, laughter erupted, and the matter was lightly brushed aside. Furthermore, with Su Yunting having been ousted from the Su family, possessing only a fraction of shares, he could not assist them, prompting their reluctance to endure Su Yunting's displeasure any longer. This group was indeed quite pragmatic. Yu Qing'er's life returned to tranquility, with Zhou Lai's occasional appearances causing minimal disturbance. After all, his current pursuit was merely an effort to please, as he dared not provoke her. I believe I have made myself clear. I do not harbor feelings for you, nor could we ever be together, Yu Qing'er stated bluntly. In her eyes, both Zhou Lai and Su Yunting had subjected her to ridicule in the past. Now that he sought to pursue her, he ought to reflect on why she would agree to such a thing. Moreover, he should consider his own past actions and question his audacity to appear before her. Zhou Lai believed himself to be more astute than Su Yunting, at least regarding matters of inheritance and marriage, as he understood right from wrong. Otherwise, he would not be standing here today. Yu Qing'er frowned. Must I be so blunt? What? Do you remember how you once humiliated me? Have you forgotten, Mr. Zhou, the troubles you caused me? Yu Qing'er's tone was frigid, as if warning him that should he utter another word, she would not hesitate to confront the Zhou family. Zhou Lai's expression shifted, recalling his past actions, and he quickly apologized to Yu Qing'er. I am sorry for my previous misconceptions. I was blinded by Su Yunting, believing you to be a materialistic woman and not a good person. As he explained, Yu Qing'er regarded him silently, as if urging him to continue weaving his tale. He soon found himself at a loss for words. Can you not grant me a chance to pursue you and make amends? If apologies held any weight, why would we need the police? Yu Qing'er pushed past him and departed. After watching her leave, Zhou Lai sought solace in the bar, lamenting to his brothers about his foolishness. Curious about Zhou Lai's progress with Yu Qing'er, his brothers quickly deduced that he had failed in his pursuit and had been scolded. Reflecting on their past transgressions against Yu Qing'er, they recognized that her refusal to forgive was entirely reasonable. However, they lacked the courage to approach her for business. While Zhou Lai, considering this, his brothers concluded that Zhou Lai was no different from Su Yunting. Chapter 87, Resentment. Everyone is the same, and there is no need for mutual belittlement. After comforting Zhou Lai, the brothers set aside the matter between him and Yu Qing'er, recognizing her as a capable, career-driven woman. The outcome of Zhou Lai's pursuit was transparently clear, rendering further contemplation unnecessary. Yet, none anticipated Zhou Lai's obstinacy. The more Yu Qing'er rejected him, the more fervently he pursued her, ultimately leading her to resolve the issue at its source by confronting the Zhou family. If he could not control himself, she would find someone from his family to do so. Indeed, the Zhou family experienced 3 consecutive days of resource disruptions, prompting them to investigate the source of the interference. Once Zhou Lai ceased appearing before Yu Qing'er, the Zhou family's operations returned to normal, much to their relief. They warned Zhou Lai to maintain self-awareness. Should he bring trouble to the Zhou family, he would be expelled. The Zhou family would not suffer from his absence. They could manage without him. However, should he cause significant harm, they would not hesitate to cast him out. Faced with the choice between a life of luxury and Yu Qing'er, Zhou Lai chose the former and never appeared before her again. After resolving the Zhou Lai situation, Yu Qing'er set about addressing other matters. She even made it known within her circle that any suitor would face her wrath. Rumors of this reached Su Yunting, who mistakenly believed that Yu Qing'er was rejecting all suitors because she had not yet moved on from him, leading him to feel smug. Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, Lin Ying'er's voice echoed from upstairs, aiding, I feel unwell. Her mournful tone darkened Su Yunting's expression, replacing his previous delight with a cloud of gloom. The more he observed Lin Ying'er, the more irksome she became, prompting him to question himself. Why had he rejected someone as understanding and loving as Yu Qing'er, leading to infidelity and divorce? Had he not divorced, he would still be the esteemed president of the Su family, recognized by the public as a good man. Yet, all of this had been shattered by Lin Ying. Indeed, in his perspective, all his faults stemmed from Lin Ying'er, and he himself bore no blame whatsoever. However, despite his inner dissatisfaction and impatience, S.Y.N.T.ing ascended the stairs with a vexed demeanor to attend to L.N.Y.ing.R. Unbeknownst to her, did L.N.Y.ing.R. sense his discontent and irritation? She was acutely aware. Yet, she clung to him as her final support, unwilling to relinquish it easily. Upon S.Y.N.T.ing's arrival upstairs, she gently engaged in activities that he favored. At that moment, both had completely forgotten about L.N.Y.ing.R.'s illness, consumed instead by their indulgence. Events occurring within the S family villa were meticulously recorded on S.S.N.'s computer. Being young and unable to decipher the expressions exchanged between S.Y.N.T.ing and L.N.Y.ing.R., he merely regarded his so-called wife as lacking in intelligence. While S.Y.N.T.ing and L.N.Y.ing.R. reveled in their enjoyment, preparation for the S family's birthday banquet were underway. This marked the first celebration hosted by Y.Q.ing.R. following her divorce, and both she and her family placed great importance on it. However, due to the brothers' disinterest in the adult-chosen theme, Y.Q.ing.R. organized a daytime banquet centered around the theme of Ultraman for their peers and classmates. The evening was reserved for business partners and potential associates of the Y family. At the S family banquet, SL was adorned in a splendid golden princess gown and seated in the designated area for the Y family, where she was treated to various delicacies by YWNR. Yet, SL could only sample the flavors without indulging fully, which greatly distressed her. Each time she attempted to eat, YWNR would swiftly retract the food, repeating this cycle. Eventually, in her frustration, SL resolutely refused to open her mouth or allow YWNR to tease her with food. Observing the little one's genuine anger, YWNR hastily sought out suitable food for her, and only then did SL temporarily relent. When YQNR approached, she found YWNR attempting to soothe SL. What happened? The little one has been provoked and is ignoring me. There were no other expressions, only a fleeting moment of anger. YWNR remarked, why does such a tiny child hold a grudge so fiercely? Shouldn't she forget grievances after a nap, only to recall them with precision when old scores are settled? The banquet unfolded without a hitch, save for SL's distaste for the atmosphere. After sharing some treats with YWNR, SL requested to be taken upstairs, as the surroundings were suffocating, filled with individuals emanating a gray energy. To distance herself from such negativity was to escape from trouble. Regrettably, fate had other plans. The more SL sought to evade something, the more it seemed to approach her. Oh no, the young master of the HN family has suddenly fainted, someone exclaimed. Shortly after, the young master regained consciousness, prompting the shout to transform into a warning that he had encountered misfortune and to urgently seek a master. SL interjected, might we not be so alarmist? Before her words could settle, gasps filled the air as the young master of the HN family suddenly rolled his eyes, convulsed, and crawled ominously on the ground while howling. SL thought to herself, no wonder this unclean entity felt so triumphant among the guests at their banquet. It turned out to be a mere worker. The misfortune that befell the young master was a consequence of the excessive exploitation of employees by the HN family, resulting in resentment that had now ensnared him. Leaning against her aunt, she blinked twice, pondering what kind of compensation is provided for overwork-induced deaths. This thought tightened YWNR's jaw. From the moment that man spoke, she had surmised part of the truth. Overwork was commonplace, yet the treatment varied across companies. With the HN family notorious for their stinginess, akin to a miser, YWNR hesitated to speak directly, opting instead to cast discreet glances at the individual on the ground. After a while, someone shouted, I recall that the Y family's granddaughter is a fortunate star. Should we have her shake hands with the young master of the HN family? YWNR retorted, who spread such rumors? Her family had not marketed such a persona, and she had no idea who had deliberately circulated this notion. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, insisting that her little treasure knew nothing of such matters and that they should not indulge in superstitions. YWNR presented herself as a staunch materialist, utterly resistant to their beliefs. Given the dangers of the outside world, how could they allow their precious LBO to venture into peril? Furthermore, the mastermind behind the Y family tower remained unidentified. How could they risk alarming the enemy? We have all heard that the matriarch of the CHN family recovered from her fractured pelvis thanks to a handshake with your LBO, another voice chimed in. No, it was said that after shaking hands with her, the CHN matriarch's health rejuvenated by 10 years. What? Wasn't it the CHN matriarch who experienced a miraculous transformation? Venerpandert. SL, too, was unaware of possessing such remarkable abilities. Was the word of mouth not a tad exaggerated? At that moment, SL sensed the intensity of the gazes directed at her. In contrast, YWNR composed herself and cleared her throat, addressing the crowd. It seems there may have been a miscommunication. The CHN matriarch did not suffer a fracture or undergo rejuvenation. If there is any truth to the matter, it is likely due to her long-standing devotion to Buddhism, as sincerity brings about miracles. YWNR's explanation appeared more credible than the circulating rumors, garnering greater acceptance. However, the fate of the young master of the HN family remained uncertain, and silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances. Will the master arrive? The HN family inquired anxiously. The affluent district was generally distant from the city center. Even if they wished to come, it would require an hour or two, compounded by traffic lights and congestion. Yet, the young master of the HN family, writhing on the ground, clearly could not wait any longer. Silence. Est commanded. Her voice firm, as the young master of the HN family fell silent, halting in his peculiar crawling position. Observing his posture, SL mused that he would likely become an internet sensation by the next day. The young master of the HN family was in such a position that he could balance a bottle on his rear. Reflecting on this, SL's expression softened slightly as she admonished him. NPYO. He remained motionless, fully aware that any movement could cost him his very life. Yet, his internal grievance could no longer be contained upon seeing SL, and he wriggled closer to her. As YWNR, wary of the situation, attempted to retreat with SL in her arms, the young master of the HN family cried out, "Great one, you must help us poor souls. We wish to earn a living, but the HN family seeks our lives." SL had intended to maintain a low profile, but the young master of the HN family had inadvertently revealed her identity. Now, all eyes are fixed upon Su Li, filled with curiosity, inquiry, apprehension, astonishment, and delight. A myriad of expressions are present. The Han family is not human. They deserve their fate. The young master of the Han family continues to wail. Su Li gazes at him with a mixture of disdain and frustration, her delicate face reflecting a sentiment akin to "if only you could do better." Who is to blame for his plight? He should confront the chairman of the Han family, the one who exploits him. However, his thoughts of vengeance are indeed valid. The chairman is his beloved, and any misfortune befalling him would be tantamount to taking the chairman's life. Does he not desire his son? Does he not exploit innocent employees? When one commits wrongdoing, one must be prepared for dire consequences. The young master of the Han family, unable to crawl in the shadows, resorts to dragging himself across the floor. Throughout the banquet, he has become the center of attention. The Han family members' foreheads show signs of anger. Yet they are powerless against him, redirecting their focus to Su Li. Why haven't you removed him yet? Their attitude is harsh and commanding. The crowd thinks, is this how one behaves when seeking a favor? Su Li wonders, is the other party addressing her? However, Yuaner does not indulge the young master. She sneers contemptuously. The demeanor of old Han indicates that he is not overly concerned about his grandson's situation. Yuaner boldly confronts Chairman Han. Though this is not the Shanghai market, the Yu family is not to be trifled with. To speak to the young lady of the Yu family in such a manner implies a belief that the Yu family is easily bullied. Since old Han is so formidable, he should be capable of resolving this matter himself, right? No one anticipated that Yuaner would directly retort, boldly threatening to sever ties with the Han family. Nonetheless, the onlookers comprehend the gravity of the situation. Old Han's words are indeed quite unpalatable. Setting aside whether the young girl can handle it, as an elder, it is unbecoming to speak to a child of the younger generation in such a manner, particularly when she is merely a child of over 8 months. Consequently, all eyes in the room cast reproachful glances at old Han. He has lived a life of grandeur, commanding respect. Yet now the young lady of the Yu family dares to challenge him. Apologies, my father is elderly and perhaps a bit senile. I hope Miss Yu will take this to heart. Before old Han could continue, his eldest daughter interjected, cutting him off. It is not that she wishes to go against her father, but rather that the Han family is no longer as powerful as it once was. While the Yu family is flourishing, offending the Han family could jeopardize business in Shanghai, and perhaps even in Beijing. Furthermore, should the Han family choose to retaliate, the matters they have suppressed could resurface, causing significant trouble for them. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. The eldest daughter of the Han family exhibits far more eloquence than those who have merely aged without acquiring wisdom. Yu Wanner has no intention of indulging old Han. The more he dislikes her words, the more she is inclined to speak them. Old Han's face darkens at the pointed remarks aimed at him, and he raises a finger to rebuke Yu Wanner. He believes he is an elder, deserving of respect. Yet, Yu Wanner insists on opposing him, which infuriates the proud old Han, who feels disrespected and wishes to inform the Han couple of this affront. If Yu Wanner does not apologize, he will demand an apology from the Han couple. Old Han has grand plans. However, Yu Wanner does not afford him such opportunities. Old Han, there are certain thoughts you should entertain and others you should not. I believe the Han family would prefer not to face the same tumultuous fate as the Su family. Correct? Those present. Goodness, it almost sounds as if the downfall of the Su family is attributed to the Yu family. Yet, considering the current trajectory of the Su family, it is indeed plausible that the Yu family could be involved, especially since the current head is Yu Qing'er, the host of this banquet. When Yu Qing'er arrives, she overhears her sister threatening the Han family. She cunningly reiterates the Han family's misdeeds, particularly why the young master of the Han family is present before Su Li, recounting every detail of old Han's statements. Yu Qing'er, surely, our Yu family has not fallen to the point of needing our daughters to become fortune-tellers to sustain ourselves? She casts a disapproving glance at old Han. Su Li, on the other hand, seems unfazed, as though she is not the subject of discussion. How could the Han family engage in so much wrongdoing without facing imminent downfall? There is no need for a sudden death to intervene. Their demise is inevitable. Su Li, while enjoying her snack, offers a benevolent smile to the specter of sudden death. Her kindness emboldens the specter, who dares to stir slightly. However, still positioned in a manner akin to a child seated with a drink, Su Li dismisses him with a wave, indicating he should rest aside. Observing the specter's compliance, old Han grows irate. He listens to your daughter, so why does she not allow him to leave my son's body? What about my son's future reputation? Why should we heed your words? Whoever commits the sin should be responsible. Yu Wanner retorts sharply. Her family has foreseen the impending downfall of the Han family, which is likely already under scrutiny from the relevant authorities, with evidence mounting against them. Infuriated, Yu Wanner revels in the misfortune of the Han family. Her evident satisfaction finally provokes the ire of the Han ladies, who glare at Yu Wanner as if to say, "You should know when to stop while you're ahead." Though their father's assertions may be flawed, have they not benefited in some way? Why must this continue? Yu Wanner disregards their glares, lifting her chin defiantly. Meeting old Han's gaze with a challenge he finds intolerable. Old Han attempts to speak, but is interrupted by the eldest daughter of the Han family. She quietly advises her father, "If you want to ensure your son's safety, do not provoke the Yu family further. We can discuss this once the other masters arrive." Old Han glares at Yu Wanner, as if to say, "Just wait." Yu Wanner raises an eyebrow, indicating she is indeed waiting. Yu Qing'er has grown accustomed to her sister's antics. While her sister is nicknamed Mad Dog, she does not indiscriminately lash out. Regardless of how others speak, they will simply observe. The masters arrive late. By the time they do, the young master of the Han family has been sprawled on the floor for over 2 hours. His complexion a sickly pallor, as though he might faint at any moment. Witnessing this, the masters are alarmed and hasten to exorcise the young master. They employ talismans and perform rituals, transforming the Yu family's banquet into a scene of exorcism. Yu Wanner sliliu inks at Yu Qing'er, estimating that the police she reported will arrive in about half an hour. She hopes the officers will not disappoint her and apprehend these charlatans. Even if they are not frauds, performing rituals for such unscrupulous merchants as the Han family is akin to being an accomplice. You all are intolerable. The young master of the Han family, covered in talismans, swats away the people around him, angrily writhing on the ground, refusing to rise. If you lack the capability, do not extort money here. Exposing me would be quite unpleasant. Initially, the specter of sudden death felt sympathy for the charlatans, believing that deceiving the unscrupulous Han family was not an easy task, so he refrained from revealing their deceit. However, their incessant poking and prodding led to his frustration, prompting him to expose them. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. No one anticipated that the one to unmask these frauds would be the very subject of their trickery. The specter, seeing the sudden silence, chuckles maniacally, pressing his cheek to the ground and casting sidelong glances at those around him, laughing maniacally. The masters present are astounded to witness a ghost capable of speech, their hairs standing on end. Had they known the entity was so formidable, they would never have come. Now, not only have they been exposed for their incompetence, but they have also been revealed by a ghost. How will they navigate the aristocratic circle from here on out? Now, feeling embarrassed? Young Master Han was crawling on the ground, his head pressed against the floor. His disheveled and paranoid appearance elicited exasperated glances from Han Lao and his wife, who were on the verge of fainting. Observing this, the eldest daughter of the Han family felt compelled to approach Su Li and plead for her brother's salvation. As she uttered the request for Miss Su to intervene and rescue her brother, she bowed deeply in deference. However, Su Li had no desire to aid one devoid of virtue, especially someone on the brink of familial disgrace. With a deliberately slow speech, Su Li explained that young Master Han would not perish. In a fit of anger, she found herself becoming a mere pawn once more. A sense of schadenfreude washed over her. Su Li's gaze was utterly transparent. It was difficult for the unfortunate soul to miss her disdain. Curious, he sat up and locked eyes with her, yearning to inquire why she regarded him with such a look. After all, he had no shame to lose. Today, he intended to transform the son of his adversary into the most renowned, outstanding figure in high society. Yet, the eldest daughter of the Han family frowned. Even though the intent to harm her brother's life was absent, she could not allow him to endure further humiliation. The atmosphere grew tense as Su Li's soft voice, slightly unclear, prompted the eldest daughter of the Han family to strain to comprehend her words. The deceased bore resentment and sought to vent it through her brother's body. This left the eldest daughter feeling stifled and utterly helpless. Her brother's disgrace was now a stain on the entire Han family. Her statements received approval from Han Lao, who was furious, believing that the family's dignity had been tarnished by this wretched spirit. Su Li, with a hint of mockery, spoke to the eldest daughter of the Han family, who exhibited more rationality than Han Lao. She understood that to resolve this predicament, Su Li's assistance was essential, making it imperative not to offend the Yu family. If they antagonized Su Li, it would not only jeopardize her brother, but also implicate the Su family. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not afford to jest with the entire Han family's reputation. Unlike her father, she did not require her brother to inherit the family legacy. She merely needed to appear sufficiently concerned for him. "Father, what should we do?" The daughters of the Han family exchanged glances, sensing the coldness in their eldest sister's demeanor, and they echoed her sentiments. Should the Han family exploit their employees, leading to a tragic incident where one collapsed at work, the repercussions would be catastrophic. They could not permit such an event to unfold, even if it meant sacrificing their brother. To them, their father's favoritism towards their brother warranted only indifference, not affection. Thus, when their brother encountered trouble, their initial feelings were not panic or sorrow, but rather a sense of schadenfreude. "Look, this is the heir. He must bear the risks. At all costs, preserve your brother." Han Lao's emotions were entirely governed by his son, and as he watched his son roll on the ground, wailing incessantly, his eyes reddened with pain, he bellowed at his eldest daughter, "I commanded you to do everything possible to save your brother. Did you hear me?" The eldest daughter of the Han family turned pale at his outburst, yet in the presence of the Yu family, she could not permit outsiders to witness her humiliation and swallowed her indignation. "Yes, father." Everyone present understood the implications. In families where the father-daughter relationship was harmonious, daughters typically refer to their fathers as dad or papa. The use of father indicated a rift between her and this household. Consequently, everyone became increasingly curious about how the eldest daughter of the Han family intended to prioritize her brother as safety. "Miss Su, I am willing to transfer all my father's shares to you. Please save my brother." The eldest daughter of the Han family addressed Su Li coldly, offering her father's stocks without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Li shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. No, I have no interest." The Han family was on the brink of collapse. Who would want to grasp such a hot potato? Su Li's refusal left the eldest daughter of the Han family astonished. From the depths of Su Li's expressive eyes, she discerned a clear sense of disdain. Such overt contempt could only signify looming trouble for the Han family. After all, the current market valuation of the Han family was on par with the Yu family. If not for the impending crisis, Su Li would not have expressed such disdain. Nor would the Yu family have shown any signs of discontent. Yet, the Yu family remained conspicuously silent, showing no inclination to intervene. Just as the eldest daughter of the Han family was about to voice her thoughts, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from outside. What happened? Why are the police here? Who called the authorities? Why would they report this? A voice lamented, prompting chaos among the guests in the banquet hall as they began to deflect blame, claiming they had urgent matters to attend to. Unfortunately, the police had them cornered. Someone reported that there was feudal superstition going on here. Nobody move. Raise your hands. The police entered, flashing their badges. Who made the call? In response, Yuvania. Cradling Su Li slowly raised her hand, wearing a look of disdain. The young master of the Han family suddenly went into a fit. I don't know who insisted on summoning a master. My nephew's birthday party has become a complete mess. The crowd reacted with disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Upon reflection, they realized that Yu Wanner's reputation for being outrageous fit her character. As long as she didn't bite anyone, it was considered a good day. Thus, everyone present was escorted to the police station to give their statements. When Yu Qing'er arrived at the police station, she unexpectedly collided with a tall figure exiting. Instinctively, she apologized. Sorry. They both spoke in unison. Recognizing the familiar voice, they looked up in surprise. Yu Qing'er had not anticipated encountering him in the capital. Long time no see, Xiao Qing'er. The person she bumped into was none other than her childhood companion, who often found himself bested by fate. Yu Qing'er was taken aback and did not engage in their usual banter. Instead, she inquired, "When did you transfer here? I thought you were with the special police?" "Not long ago," he replied, his eyes flickering as he seemingly wished to avoid the topic. Having grown up together, they knew each other well. His evasiveness confirmed Yu Qing'er's suspicions that he was hiding something. "Luo Jin, are you concealing something from me?" Yu Qing'er narrowed her eyes, fixating on him as if she were not merely a witness at the police station, but rather a girlfriend catching her boyfriend in a lie. Su Li, nestled in Yu Wanner's embrace, perked up upon hearing her mother's voice. As the dialogue between Yu Qing'er and Luo Jin unfolded, her eyes widened in curiosity. Yu Wanner chuckled softly, teasing, "The 8-month-old little one knows how to watch the drama, doesn't she?" Unperturbed by the teasing, Su Li remained fixated on Yu Qing'er and Luo Jin. Perhaps Su Li's direct gaze caught the attention of Luo Jin, a seasoned officer. He turned to see a delicate face resting on Yu Wanner's shoulder, staring at him with wide eyes. He was stunned. "Your daughter? How adorable." Yu Qing'er smiled slightly, nodding in affirmation. "Isn't she cute? Have you done a paternity test? You wouldn't have mixed her up with someone else's child, would you?" Jealous of Su Yunting, yet unable to resist his playful banter, Luo Jin enjoyed teasing Yu Qing'er. Hearing his remarks, Su Li finally understood why such a childhood friend had not surpassed Su Yunting, the so-called gift from the heavens. Due to the large crowd, the personnel at the police station were insufficient, prompting officers from the criminal investigation and forensic departments to be called in to assist with the documentation. One by one, individuals entered the room, and soon it was the turn of Yu Wanner and Yu Qing'er. Coincidentally, the officer taking Yu Wanner's statement was Luo Jin. Since Su Li was still quite young and lacked supervision, Luo Jin volunteered to hold her while Yu Wanner provided her account. The soft and tiny bundle of joy nestled in Luo Jin's arms melted his heart completely. Why must such a delightful daughter belong to that despicable Su Yunting? Why could she not be his? Luo Jin's inner self raged with fury. If given the chance, he would transform into a monkey, swinging from vines with a banana in hand, and confront Su Yunting. Such a worthless individual should not be blessed with a daughter as adorable as her. Children possess a keen sense of good and evil, and thus Su Li discerned that the seemingly stern officer who appeared to dislike children actually had a fondness for her. Observing his feigned seriousness stirred her playful spirit. With a beaming smile, Su Li grinned at Luo Jin, and while he was still bewildered by her smile, she playfully struck him with her milk bottle. Yu Wanner, always the well-behaved child, wondered why Su Li was so mischievous today. Could it be that her mother's encounter with her childhood friend triggered a passive skill that she inherited? Being 2 years older than Yu Qing'er, Yu Wanner had once been quite the troublemaker herself, often causing a ruckus, and thus was not very familiar with Yu Qing'er and her obedient childhood companion. Consequently, she was unaware of Luo Jin's character. When Su Li struck Luo Jin's face, she intended to apologize to him. Suddenly, it dawned on Yu Wanner that she had forgotten how adept children were at bullying others. Whoever posed no threat to them became their target. With this thought, she regarded Luo Jin with a hint of teasing. So, this lad still had not given up? Perhaps Yuaner's gaze was too overt, causing Luo Jin, whose senses were already acute, to display a hint of discomfort. He awkwardly cleared his throat and quietly warned Su Li that if she continued to strike him, there would be no milk left for her. However, Su Li was not swayed by his threats. She cheerfully clung to his neck, wreaking havoc upon him, completely disregarding his warning. Luo Jin's colleagues were amused by Su Li's antics, casting playful glances at him. What happened to his previously stern demeanor? Why not scold her? Their laughter only deepened a frown on Luo Jin's lips as he rubbed his temples, casting a piercing glance at them as if to say, just wait for me. Unfortunately, the officers from the Criminal Investigation Department led rather mundane lives, gradually becoming peculiar through their case investigations. Thus, they adhered to a principle of enjoying each day as it came, continuing to jest at Luo Jin's expense. With so many people at the banquet, the documentation extended into the afternoon of the following day. Reluctantly, Luo Jin returned the sleeping Su Li to Yu Qing'er. May I visit her when I have the chance? Yu Qing'er replied, puzzled. Luo Jin scratched the back of his head, revealing a silly grin. I really like your daughter. Can I frequently visit her? Yu Qing'er glanced at her daughter's sleeping face and, in a moment of benevolence, nodded in agreement. Given your sincerity, I will reluctantly consent. Just don't complain about being out of breath. The two soon began to bicker again, successfully bringing a scowl to Luo Jin's face. How many times must I tell you not to call me dog egg? He exclaimed. Thus, the entire police station became aware of Luo Jin's nickname, Dog Egg. In the car, Yuaner observed the scenery outside, her expression serious as she spoke. After reporting this incident, we are now completely at odds with the Han family. To prevent the He family from intervening to rescue the Han family, I have contacted my elder sister to prepare a joint effort to suppress the Han family. Yu Qing'er had no objections to this. Such unscrupulous enterprises should indeed not continue to thrive in the industry. Do you have any evidence? She inquired. I do not, but little Su's son should have some. Yuaner, unbothered by the idea of exploiting child labor, used the capabilities of her three nephews without hesitation, especially after recognizing their individual talents. Naturally, they were more than willing to assist Yuaner, relishing the sense of validation that came from their abilities being acknowledged by an adult. Su's son is still young. Do not let him stay up late, or he won't grow tall. Rest assured, our family lacks the genes for short stature. He'll be just fine. In contrast to Yu Qing'er's maternal concerns, Yuaner was a complete optimist. Yu Qing'er did not argue with her, knowing that regardless of Su Sen's passion for hacking, he always listened to his mother and sister. Upon returning home, Yuaner sought out her third nephew, Senator Su's son, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a black hoodie, was seated in front of his computer, engrossed in tinkering with something. His appearance resembled that of an online hacker, albeit with a youthful charm that made him even more endearing. Sen. Yuaner's voice echoed into the room, causing Su's son to pause in his typing. He turned to face the doorway, peeking in with a smile akin to that of a suspicious ant luring children. Aunt, what is it? I need your assistance with something, she replied. Oh, what do you need? Without hesitation, Yuaner clearly articulated her requirements. Su-sen nodded and informed her 10 minutes. All right. Su-san was known for his punctuality. When he said 10 minutes, he truly meant it, and he had all the evidence Yuaner needed prepared right on time. With the materials in hand, Yuaner swiftly contacted her marketing account. In no time, news of the Han family's exploitation of employees, leading to their untimely deaths, became common knowledge across the internet. Users were intrigued by the plethora of stories emerging from the upper echelons of society. However, the overwhelming sentiment was one of solidarity among workers. Everyone worked tirelessly merely to survive, yet they were treated like beasts of burden, forced to toil ceaselessly for their employers. This revelation sparked outrage among workers online, akin to igniting a powder keg. Chapter 92. Who truly is the father? The discontent among the working class surged, and the Han family had struck a nerve, making it impossible for them to redeem themselves. With the support of the Yu family amplifying the situation, by the time the Han family realized the need to mitigate the backlash, the controversy had escalated beyond control. As soon as one topic began to fade, another would quickly emerge. In short, it was impossible for the Han family to sweep this under the rug. Due to the heightened attention and numerous reports, The relevant authorities established a special task force to investigate the Han family's exploitation of employees, which resulted in fatalities. Concurrently, other departments kept a close watch on the Han family, plunging the entire conglomerate into a maelstrom of negative public opinion. The Han family's products faced a downturn in sales, met with resistance from the online community. Even the He family, related to the Han family, found themselves entangled in the fallout. Yuvania, ever vigilant and monitoring the online discourse, seized the opportunity to cast some negative light on the He family. However, the He family, being astute, understood the importance of maintaining a clean image, and thus managed to avoid substantial backlash. This was not the outcome Yuana had hoped for. So she brought up the death of He Junheng once more. Was it the Yu family that orchestrated this? Mother He seethed from the sofa, her expression twisted in anger as she scanned the news online. One need not guess to know that it was that wretched Yuana behind all. Only someone as rabid as her would disregard social norms and act so recklessly. Father He sat beside her, silently puffing on his cigarette. The He family was well aware that the Yu family's ruthless attacks stemmed from the incident involving Su Yang. However, selfish individuals often exhibit double standards. They did not believe they had committed any wrongdoing. They had no intention of harming Su Yang's life. They merely wished for their son to enjoy good health, and nothing more. The Yu family, why can't they comprehend them? He father thought of this, his chest heaving with frustration. I will contact Yu Shangli. In a fit of anger, He father rose furiously to reach out to Yu father. The two sons of the He family wished to intervene, but realized their attempts would be futile. Only their younger brother could restrain their father. However, their younger brother was not present at the moment. Meanwhile, Yu father, sipping tea, was puzzled by the situation. He hadn't seen the news online, but Yu Zheng had informed him about the He family's actions, leading to a less than cordial tone when addressing He father. The urgency of He father's inquiry suggested that his children had done something intolerable, prompting the He family to react. Yu Shangli's demeanor irked He father, questioning what attitude he should adopt in response. My health has been deteriorating lately. Should I borrow your eldest son's fate to turn my fortune around? Yu Shangli asked indifferently. Named directly, He father felt as if he were a chicken with its neck grasped, rendered speechless. Yet, he believed he was in the right. Your grandson possesses such a promising fate. What is wrong with borrowing a bit from my son? Is that borrowing? Isn't that theft? Upon mentioning this matter, Yu Shangli slammed the table, shouting at He father, you still don't recognize your fault, do you? Just wait. I will ensure your entire family suffers. Your master will meet his end too. Just wait. Although Yu Shangli did not know such a formidable master, it did not hinder his ability to threaten others. He father, recalling the death of his youngest son, pursed his lips tightly and muttered angrily, Fine, I'm sorry. Is that enough? My son is dead. What more do you want? Even if we can see that your grandson has a commendable fate, does that absolve you of wrongdoing? Who knows how your grandson's fate came to be? He was not indulging in conspiracy theories, but merely discussing facts. Both families are wealthy merchants. Why should your family produce an exceptional scientist? He father would not admit that his jealousy towards the Su and Yu families stemmed from his son's poor health. My family's ancestral grave is formidable. What business is it of yours? Yu Shangli had a multitude of reasons ready for He father. You, envious fool, your son's health deteriorated because of your reckless youth. He father had many romantic entanglements in his youth, often engaging in multiple relationships. It was a miracle he had any children at all. Why the jealousy? This is retribution for your indiscretions. Yu Shangli relentlessly pointed out He father's faults, denying him the opportunity to retort. For every statement He father made, Yu Shangli had several counterarguments, leaving He father unable to interject. Ultimately, He father, who had intended to confront the Yu family, had to hang up the call in frustration. After the call ended, he tossed his phone away, resulting in a loud crash upstairs, signaling to the He brothers that their father had returned defeated. Frankly, they disagreed with him during the call. After all, the Yu father and son were notoriously sharp-tongued within their circle. Few could withstand their verbal exchanges. Their father, having lived so long, yet remaining oblivious to reality, was quite foolish. Indeed, the He brothers had long harbored disdain for their father, especially as he grew older and favored their younger brother, which only intensified their resentment. They exchanged glances, neither choosing to ascend the stairs to console their father. You too. Why aren't you going to check on your father? Seeing the two remain unmoving, their mother reproached them, disapproving of their lack of concern for their younger brother. Due to their mother-esque grief over losing a child, the brothers refrained from speaking harshly, merely glancing at their watches. Sorry, Mom. We have a meeting to attend, and there are matters within the He family that require resolution. We'll leave Father S situation to you. The cold expressions and calm tones of the two sons left their mother stunned. She and T anticipated their words to be so distant. After the He family contacted Yu Shangli, he instructed his assistant to check online news and then reached out to Yu Zheng. You're stirring up trouble in Jing City. Could you at least inform your father? His exclusion from the situation annoyed him greatly. In response, Yu Zheng said, I intentionally didn't tell you. Informing you would taint the circle in Hu City. What is the matter? Are you not part of the Hu circle? Yu Shangli snorted coldly. I don't care. You must let me participate, or else I'll be unjustly scolded by that old he. It's unacceptable for the blame to fall on me as their father while those little rascals create chaos in Jing City. Yu Shangli insisted vehemently on being involved. Yu Zheng remarked, I recall you're already 60 years old, not 16. Can you not be so childish? Who among us is truly the father? And where is your elder brother? Why isn't he looking after our father? Then you can compensate me for the emotional distress caused by the scolding. Yu Shangli insisted stubbornly. Chapter 93, What is actually going on? Yu Zheng glanced at Su Li, who had been sent to him. Then at his father causing a ruckus on the video call, blinking before handing his phone to Su Li. Li Bao, quickly look, who is it? Su Li unexpectedly took the phone and saw her grandfather causing a commotion. The two, an elder and a child, exchanged wide-eyed stares through the screen. Li Bao, Yu Shangli called out dryly, then shot a fierce glance at Yu Zheng in the corner of the video. You little brat, this is definitely intentional. Dad, do you think I should compensate you for your emotional distress? Yu Zheng teased, stifling laughter. Upon hearing this, Yu Shangli felt an urge to roll his eyes. However, since Su Li was watching, he refrained from making any inappropriate expressions and instead chastised Yu Zheng. Is our Li Bao yours to use for compensation? Su Li had overheard the entire conversation between her uncle and grandfather, when the He family called her grandfather and insulted him. Hearing her grandfather being defended by her granddaughter instantly revitalized Yu Shangli. He felt as though he could hear and see clearly again, ready to walk 2 miles barefoot. How precious is our Li Bao? Yu Shangli could hardly contain his desire to leap through the phone and shower her with affection. Observing his exuberant father, Yu Zheng remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Dad, perhaps you should consider how you appear. You're lacking in dignity due to your age. When your mother entered, she heard Yu Zheng reprimanding Yu Shangli for being undignified and shameless. She leaned in and saw that the person on the phone was Su Li. Immediately, she snatched the phone. Li Bao, it's your grandmother. Have you missed your grandmother? With the opportunity to speak to his granddaughter snatched away, Yu Shangli could only trail after her, exclaiming, Grandfather also misses Li Bao. Su Li laughed at her grandfather and grandmother, saying, I want to... No, I must fly to Jing City tonight to see my Li Bao. Yu mother decisively declared. What about me? You're busy handling work in Hu City. Yu Shangli? He too wished to visit Jing City to see his granddaughter. What was he to do? Reflecting on this, Yu Shangli recalled someone at home, and a broad smile graced his face. Isn't the eldest at home? I'll accompany you. I trust the eldest will manage just fine. At that moment, a certain CEO of Yu Corporation, engrossed in signing documents in his office, suddenly sneezed. Yu CEO, who is speaking of him? Yu Shangli and Yu mother wanted to go to Jing City, leaving only Yu Zheng feeling disgruntled. When Yu Qing arrived to pick up Su Li, Yu Zheng radiated resentment. She asked curiously, Second brother, what's wrong? Our parents are flying over. Yu Zheng replied calmly. Yu Qing blinked, realizing belatedly. Oh, you'll have a tough time ahead. Yu Zheng grinned. It's not tough. After all, Mom and Dad will be staying at your place. Smile. Why aren't you smiling? Are you naturally unsmiling? Yu Zheng took pleasure in his brother's predicament. Yu Qing shot him a glare, clutching Su Li as she walked away. She was not in the mood to converse with him. Carried Su Li downstairs. And it was then that Su Li realized that she was not alone. Accompanying her was the previously encountered, aloof gentleman, Luo Jin. Dressed in a windbreaker and leaning casually against the car, he resembled a model stepped out of a magazine, causing passing young girls to cover their mouths in quiet admiration, exclaiming how handsome he was. Some even contemplated approaching him for contact information. However, before they could advance, Luo Jin had already spotted the descending figures of Yu Qing and Su Li. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and made his way directly towards them. Causing the sparkle in the eyes of the nearby young girls to dim, their courage to approach dissipating. Indeed, handsome men are often paired with beautiful women. It was completely inconceivable that he had a daughter, yet they appear to be a perfect match, as whispered amongst the girls. Unbeknownst to Yu Qing'er, who had poor hearing, Luo Jin, with his acute sense, caught their murmurs, prompting Su Li to glance at him immediately. Luo Jin's ears flushed a deep red, yet he showed no inclination to dispute the implications, leading Su Li to muse. Ah, this is intriguing. I shall hold here. The over 8-month-old Su Li felt like a hefty bundle in her arms, and Yu Qing'er soon found it laborious to carry her. Thus, as Luo Jin approached, he promptly took Su Li into his own embrace. With Su Li in his arms, Luo Jin transformed. He gazed at her and couldn't help but pinch her little face, asking playfully why she wasn't speaking to him. Was she displeased with him? Su Li felt remarkably at ease in his presence. She could not articulate why, but there was a sense of familiarity and affection she did not experience around Su Yunting. Were it not for her unwavering belief in her mother's character, she might have thought that she and Luo Jin were truly father and daughter. Little one, you are quite the chatterbox. Luo Jin enjoyed his time with Su Li immensely. Yu Qing'er trailed behind them, momentarily lost in thought. If only Su Yunting could cherish their daughter as Luo Jin did, such a harmonious and loving scene would undoubtedly ensue. After getting into the car, the complex emotions swirling within Yu Qing'er rendered her speechless. In contrast, Su Li continued to playfully tease Luo Jin. How strange. Why is Mama so quiet? Could it be that Luo Jin is lost in sorrowful thoughts? The sudden intrusion of Su Li's childish voice halted Luo Jin's playful antics, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced around, struggling to comprehend. Had he misheard? It seems that Luo Jin holds a fondness for my mother. Upon turning to look, he found Yu Qing'er staring at him in astonishment. Consequently, Luo Jin's ears reddened further. Su Li observed both Luo Jin and Yu Qing'er, puzzled by his behavior. Just as she was contemplating this, she caught sight of a familiar figure outside. Leaning toward the car window, she exclaimed, "How peculiar! Why is Su Linlin here? Shouldn't she be living with her mother and Su Yunting?" Yu Qing'er, glancing outside, indeed spotted Su Linlin lurking beneath the Su Corporation building. Luo Jin, also attuned to Su Li's thoughts, instinctively looked as well. Soon, he realized that he seemed capable of hearing Su Li's inner voice, and he was not the only one. Yu Qing'er had clearly heard it too. Chapter 94. Are you childish? Luo Jin remained cautious. Even though he had heard Su Li's thoughts, he feigned ignorance. He noticed that the driver maintained a fixed gaze ahead, displaying no signs of having overheard. Thus, this matter required verification. Upon spotting the sneaky Su Linlin, Yu Qing'er mused to herself, how odd. What would she be doing there? She then took out her phone and called her assistant to keep an eye on Su Linlin. The assistant acted swiftly, and soon, an acquaintance of Yu Qing'er emerged to monitor Su Linlin. The latter stood there, seemingly oblivious to the watchful gaze upon her. Yu Qing'er thought, this is utterly absurd. However, Su Linlin's presence prepared Yu Qing'er mentally. It seemed the Su family was plotting something, though she remained uncertain of the instigator. As Su Li glanced at Yu Qing'er, then out the window, gradually closing her eyes. Alas, the affairs of adults should be resolved by them. What could a child like her possibly contribute? Is there a specific reason for this? They inquired whether you knew of any proficient fortune tellers. Yu Qing'er's expression turned momentarily strange. Noticing her discomfort, Luo Jin questioned her with curiosity. Aren't their connections broader than yours? How long have you been in the business world? Yu Qing'er contemplated this. They were not acquainted with such individuals, so where would she have made such connections? Then, she recalled the He family and surmised that they must have leaked information, claiming she knew an esteemed master. More likely, the He family had informed others that it was the Yu family seeking someone to unravel the mystery. Yu Qing'er secretly resented this, placing the blame squarely on the He family. Never mind. Even if they come, they will return empty-handed. I have no knowledge of any extraordinary master. I am searching for one myself. The Yu family had been targeted in recent years, and it was possible that her brother and sister-in-law's residence had fallen under some curse. Luo Jin sensed something amiss in Yu Qing'er's tone. However, having been disconnected from her for so long, he was only aware of rumors regarding her recent circumstances and could not truly grasp her inner turmoil. Do not overthink it. They are merely speaking. They will not press you too hard. He offered a rather dry consolation. In Luo Jin's embrace, Suli slowly opened her little eyes, her rosy lips slightly pouting. Both of you are quite forgetful. Perhaps it is time for a lesson. Regardless of their intentions, to test the Yu family. She would ensure they did not find the Yu family in a perilous situation. Mama, I want a hug. Suli esbrau tot sikud. Yu King smedet softly, taking Su Li from Luo Jin's arms and gently rubbing her little face. How about you play by yourself on the sofa, my dear? Su Li was placed on the sofa, while Yu Qing'er retreated to her study to handle business matters, indifferent to whether Luo Jin remained downstairs. Luo Jin touched his nose and sat beside Su Li. Is your mother quite busy? Had he not been able to hear her thoughts? He might have been deceived by her innocent demeanor. This child was remarkably astute, evidently inheriting traits from the Yu family. The foolish genes of the Su family could only drag down the brilliance of the Yu lineage. Luo Jin held a low opinion of Su Yunting, and each time he thought of him, he found himself disparaging him in his heart, particularly after learning of Su Yunting's infidelity. Su Li changed the topic, not wishing to converse with Luo Jin, but rather to play with him. Yu Qing'er treated Luo Jin as she would any ordinary childhood friend, refraining from intervening in their interactions. Similarly, Luo Jin's attempts to glean information about her mother from Su Li would be futile. Su Li's disinterest in conversation was evident, and Luo Jin did not press the matter. As the pair played together, when Yu Qing'er finished her call and descended the stairs, she found Su Li sprawled comfortably across Luo Jin's lap, peacefully asleep. Aunt Wang glanced at Luo Jin and then at Yu Qing'er, speaking with resignation. Mr. Luo is allowing the young lady to sleep. Yu Wan'er looked at Luo Jin in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Your daughter seems quite fond of me. Have you not noticed how she has been playing with me this entire time? Luo Jin declared proudly. He could not articulate why, but he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of Su Li being taken away. Only when Yu Qing'er appeared did he realize how perplexing his actions had been. Thus, he attempted to justify himself, suddenly realized that he was deliberately waiting for her to come downstairs to flaunt. She coldly scoffed, stating that if he had the ability, he should stay there tonight to lull the child to sleep and not leave. Unbeknownst to her, after she spoke, S. eyes immediately brightened. Shall we make a bet? He inquired. A bet on what? She retorted. If I manage to stay here for a night, you must reserve a room for me in your villa. Upon hearing this, looked at him with suspicion, her eyes conveying a silent question. Are you insane, or am I? They had been rivals since childhood, and now he suddenly wanted her to reserve a room for him in her villa. Was he trying to continue their playful antagonism? At nearly 30 years old, surely he was not that childish. A flicker of insecurity crossed eyes as he sought justification for his request, only to be caught red-handed by who scolded him for his childishness. His expression turned somber, filled with disappointment. Just as he was about to defend himself, coldly declared, Fine, let us bet. I want to see if you can endure a night with a nearly 30-kilogram child on your lap. Having achieved her goal, resembled an obedient puppy approved by its master, gazing at with sparkling eyes. His gaze was pure and bright, which elicited an unusual feeling within her. Turning awkwardly away, she disdainfully called out, Wang saw. Bring him a blanket. After which, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Downstairs, was sweetly coaxing the child to sleep. Meanwhile, was engaged in a conference with international management. The night, always busy, passed swiftly. By the time stretched and rose, the sun was gently ascending. Chapter 95, Seeking Benevolence and Attaining It. Thinking of the person downstairs, she quickly opened the study door and rushed to the second-floor staircase to look down, only to see asleep on the sofa. The cup she had asked Wang Sa to fetch for him lay on the carpet, positioned perfectly to prevent from tumbling off his lap while he slept. Yet, even in slumber, his hand remained clasped around. This subconscious act was a protective measure against her falling. A slight bitterness surfaced on's face, and for a fleeting moment, she contemplated how wonderful it would be if the child were. Regaining her composure, she scolded herself, thinking that the child was hers alone. Her family did not require a father, as she could provide a loving childhood single-handedly. With this thought, she adopted a stern expression and headed towards her room to freshen up. When descended again, had awakened. He yawned while adjusting his position, clearly having lost sensation in his legs after a night of discomfort. Scoffed, deeming it a self-inflicted punishment. She knew that the seemingly charming from last night was merely an illusion. His true nature was that of a troublesome brat. Their conversation eventually roused the sleeping, who slowly opened her eyes, stretching her small, chubby body adorably. Upon her awakening, the tension between and dissipated as both directed their affectionate gazes towards her. Their hearts melted by her innocence, felt a chill from their stares, shifting slightly and frowning. How strange! Why does my bed feel so hard? She pondered internally, eliciting a smirk of schadenfreude from, while struggled to maintain a neutral expression, concealing any signs of discomfort. As the adults remained silent, turned to look at them, the sight startled her. She had unknowingly slept On's lap the entire night. No wonder she felt so fatigued, having not slept well at all. With a serious expression, she sat up, contemplating whether to ask if his legs were all right. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that an 8-month-old child shouldn't possess such mature concerns. Thus, she awkwardly slid off his lap and cheerfully patted his legs instead. In that moment, felt as if countless ants were crawling over his legs, an unbearable sensation he wished never to experience again. "Where's my dear grandchild?" came a voice of parents from outside. Startled, S' expression shifted, and she rushed upstairs to avoid confronting her parents' impending barrage of questions. Consequently, when her parents entered, they found playing with the fidgeting. They exchanged a glance of mutual astonishment, for since their daughter had developed feelings for, she had looked down upon, leading to years of estrangement. They had not anticipated encountering him here today. Hesitantly, they began to probe when did arrive in, understanding that they were testing how long he had reconnected with, smiled at them. "I recently transferred to. A few days ago, I ran into at the police station, and that's how we reconnected. I heard she got divorced." As he mentioned her divorce, a smile crept onto his lips, betraying his delight. I never approved of that boy. If it weren't for his reluctance, I would have voiced my disapproval back then." Just as he was about to express his fondness for, he was silenced by a sharp elbow from. Observing his earnest demeanor, S' parents sighed, moved by his unwavering persistence. However, their feelings were ultimately inconsequential. It was their daughter's affection that mattered. Did not delve into the implications behind his parents' words. He was content with his own intentions. During the adult silent interlude, busy playing, suddenly pulled out a milk stick from her pocket and handed it to. He was taken aback, jokingly asking, "Do we share such a bond? Exchange it for a hug." She insisted. As she reached for it, her small hands were no match for his swift adult reflexes. He quickly unwrapped the milk stick and put it in his mouth, gleefully proclaiming, "What you give me is mine." "That's not fair," retorted angrily, then began to frantically pat numbed legs, causing a mixture of pride and pain to contort his expression, turning him into a wriggling caterpillar. As they played joyfully, descended the stairs, her expression neutral as she passed by her parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm heading to the office," she greeted, but her father interjected, trying to escape. "Are you? We already contacted your assistant before coming here. Your work was handled last night. You dare to run?" Added with a knowing smile, as if challenging her. With her shoulders slumped in defeat, resignedly approached the sofa and tossed her bag onto the coffee table, declaring, "I have urgent tasks to attend to." She attempted to argue. "Your father and I have done this before, just sit down." Her father retorted, adopting a commanding tone. Frustrated by her father's overbearing demeanor, made a face at him. Meanwhile, her mother picked up and remarked, "I heard his wife is hospitalized. Do you know about it?" Recently preoccupied with work, had not kept up with matters since her divorce. Hearing about illness surprised her little. After all, didn't she previously get diagnosed with some kidney disease? Chapter 96, The Brazen. Feeling delighted about its misfortune, continued to flaunt her little feet. Su Li's happiness brought joy to the entire family, especially the parents who could hear Su Li's thoughts. Upon learning that Lin Inger was genuinely ill, they silently applauded in delight. Illness is a good thing, they thought, as long as it kept her down. Even though this event had transpired 2 days prior, Luo Jin still found it difficult to adapt to his newfound supernatural abilities, which surpassed the limits of his understanding. As a police officer, he had always been a staunch materialist, firmly believing in science. However, the occurrences of the past few days not only exceeded his comprehension, but also shattered his worldview, reshaping it entirely. Luo Jin's gaze frequently darted towards Su Li, as if he were probing her thoughts or grappling with his own emotions. It seemed that Luo Jin harbored a fondness for our Li Bao. Yu Shangli observed Luo Jin's subtle movements and addressed him. When called out, a distracted Luo Jin instinctively stood up, puffed out his chest, and proclaimed with vigor, "Present." The Yu family members reacted with laughter. Yu Qing'er, in particular, burst into unabashed laughter, seemingly delighted to witness Luo Jin's blunder. Luo Jin stood there, flustered and embarrassed, his face turning crimson. For a moment, he wished he could vanish. At over 30 years of age, how could he endure such humiliation? Despite his thoughts, he had no intention of acting on them. Su Li raised her chubby hand, adorned with a small golden bracelet, and patted Luo Jin's leg, appearing to offer him comfort. Luo Jin felt slightly better. It was merely a social death, nothing of great consequence. Only the Yu family was privy to it. Su Li's thoughts caused Luo Jin's previously restored mood to plummet once more. Ultimately, it was Yu Shangli who took Luo Jin's hand and guided him to sit down, commenting on how Luo Jin still had a penchant for spacing out. Luo Jin awkwardly defended himself, claiming he was deep in thought about the case. Yet, the truth was evident to all present. Is Luo Jin not working today? Yu Mu inquired, curious, as it was customary for him to be at work. Luo Jin shook his head, explaining that today was his day off. Otherwise, he would not have come. The Yu family's villa was quite far from his workplace, and he could only visit during his leisure time. Upon hearing this, Yu Mu nodded in understanding, suggesting they go out for a meal. With Yu Mu's directive, the others dared not dissent. Thus, the 3 adults and 1 small child ventured to the most luxurious restaurant in the city center. Just as they settled in, a commotion erupted at the entrance. "Sir, you cannot enter. Step aside. Sir, without a reservation, you cannot enter the private room. Or, please tell me which room you intend to go to, and I will contact a member. Get out of my way." The familiar voice made Yu Qing'er frown, feeling as though the individual were a persistent ghost. Noticing Yu Qing'er's displeasure, Luo Jin furrowed his brow and turned towards the door. Rising, he opened the private room, demanding to know what the fuss was about. His authoritative voice, honed from years of service, carried significant weight. "Apologies, sir, but this gentleman has been insisting on entering your private room since the moment he arrived," the flustered waiter explained, sweating profusely. Patrons of their establishment were typically affluent, and he could not afford to offend anyone, so he could only offer polite entreaties. The individuals causing the disturbance were utterly unreasonable. The waiter's face showed signs of distress as he regarded the troublemaker with disdain. "How could you be here? Where is Yu Qing'er? Bring her out to see me." The loud individual was none other than Su Yunting, who had been negotiating business downstairs. Without the support of the Su family, Su Yunting faced constant setbacks in the business world, yet he remained undeterred, convinced he could make a comeback. He had not anticipated encountering Yu Qing, who was holding that little brat and laughing with Luo Jin, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This was utterly unacceptable. "Who are you to Yu Qing'er that she want to see you?" Luo Jin leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing him with a nonchalant disdain that pierced Su Yunting's composure. "She is my wife. Sir, please mind your language. Yu Qing'er has divorced you. You have no right to interfere with her personal freedom, and she will not see you." Luo Jin's gaze turned menacing as he regarded Su Yunting. Having been a special police officer, Luo Jin's imposing aura was far beyond what Su Yunting could contend with, especially when his eyes bore down with a predatory intensity, akin to an eagle fixating on its prey, evoking a sense of trepidation in the latter. In that moment, Su Yunting found himself very much at a disadvantage. "Who are you to speak for Yu Qing?" he retorted, gritting his teeth, struggling against the fear that gripped him. "Even if we are divorced, I am still the father of her child. Why shouldn't I see her?" Su Yunting resorted to his usual obstinacy, which elicited a tightening in Luo Jin's fists. He felt the urge to deliver a forceful blow to Su Yunting's head. However, due to the constraints of his position, he could only glare coldly at Su Yunting and address the waiter. "Is he a member of your establishment? If not, call security to remove him." With that, Luo Jin slammed the private room door shut, effectively severing any chance of Yu Qing'er encountering Su Yunting again. Luo Jin's expression was one of revulsion, as if merely gazing at Su Yunting for another second would be an affront to his sensibilities. Enraged, Su Yunting pounded on the door, shouting, "Yu Qing, open the door. I know you are in there. Inger's condition is critical. Hurry and take that little brat, Su Li, to get tested." Inside the private room, Yu Qing'er was taken aback. She had anticipated Su Yunting would be shameless, but she had not anticipated his audacity to such an extent. Furious, she flung open the door and, in the instant Su Yunting was stunned, delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Su Yunting, you truly disgust me. Enough of this nonsense. Take my daughter, and what does it matter with your ex-wife? Who are you to let my daughter be a donor for your current wife? Having witnessed such shamelessness, the onlookers began to gather, whispering and pointing at Su Yunting, who appeared utterly deranged. A father would not allow harm to come to his child. How could he expect his daughter to be a donor for his present wife? Was it he who was insane, or did he believe his ex-wife was foolish? Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Yunting straightened his back and defiantly addressed Yu Qing'e. If it were not for Ing, do you think I would have fathered a daughter with you? Chapter 97. No good deed at his words. Yu Qing'e's eyes reddened with fury. She had envisioned numerous reasons for his refusal to share a bed with her, but she had never imagined he was so steadfast in preserving Lin Ying'er's virtue. Very well, Yu Qing'e replied with a smile that gradually morphed into a cold, murderous intent. It seemed she had been too lenient, allowing him the energy to prance about. Su Junting, I will make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. With that, Yu Qing'e turned to slam the door. Su Junting instinctively stepped forward, but he was unprepared for Yu Qing'e's feigned retreat. The door was merely a ruse. Her kick was genuine. She delivered a sharp kick between his legs, causing Su Yunting's howl to echo throughout the restaurant. Even those tucked away in the corners of private rooms could hear his anguished cries. The men instinctively crossed their legs, gasping in shock. Better to offend a rogue than to provoke a woman. That kick was truly ruthless. He had it coming. What use was there in keeping that lower half intact if he could not control it? The surrounding spectators exchanged snide remarks, relishing the spectacle. Due to the tumultuous events surrounding their divorce, it is widely known that Su Yunting's infidelity led to the dissolution of their marriage rather than a mere incompatibility of feelings. Consequently, the disdain directed towards him from the women present was palpable. As he lay on the ground for an extended period without a single soul showing empathy to call for assistance. Ultimately, it was he who, despite his pain, managed to dial for help. As he lay there, he looked up at Yu Qing'e, who regarded him with an air of superiority and with gritted teeth uttered, Yu Qing'e, I will make your life a living hell. She merely awaited his next move. Yu Qing'e contemptuously curled her lips and replied, Oh, I am so terrified. With that, she turned and closed the door to the private room. The three adults seated, alongside Su Li, all gazed at Yu Qing'e, causing her cheeks to flush. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Mama. Awesome. Su Li proudly raised her chubby little pinky, showering Yu Qing'e with praise. This is how one should deal with a scoundrel. Forget about taking a step back to let the world unfold. Retreating only leads to further frustration. So the best course of action is to shatter this world with a single punch. The arrival of Su Yunting did not dampen the spirits of the group for long. For Su Li's adorableness was such that even the bleakest of atmospheres could be transformed into joy. Meanwhile, fresh news quietly climbed the trending charts online. The daughter of the Yu family meets a mysterious man. Yu family heiress on a blind date. Yu family may be engaged to a mysterious conglomerate, and is good fortune approaching for the Yu family heiress? The sensational nature of Yu Qing'e's divorce had catapulted her popularity online, making her a target for paparazzi despite her lack of celebrity status. When the paparazzi caught wind of her dining with Luo Jin and her parents, their eyes glimmered with excitement, believing they had stumbled upon a major scoop. Upon exiting the restaurant with her family, her work group erupted with messages, as did the family group chat. Is good fortune approaching for the Yu family heiress? Shu, which Yu heiress are we talking about? Tiangu Zhengzheng, who? Which Yu heiress? Lianzhou, Chen Yishuan. My wife is not experiencing any good fortune, nor is my second sister. The youngest just got divorced. Shu, you need to step back, facepalm. Chen Yishuan, I take my leave. I was dining with my parents and Luo Jin. The paparazzi are always on the hunt for rumors. What good fortune is approaching? Who is she getting close to? Luo Jin remained silent, engrossed in his phone, as Yu Shangli curiously leaned closer, noticing that he was liking comments praising him and Yu Qing'e as a perfect match. Yu Shangli remarked, TSK, hopeless romantic. Yumu observed Luo Jin, then Yu Qing'e. Raising an eyebrow as a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes, she suddenly found herself looking forward to the future. In contrast, Su Li was comfortably seated in her safety seat, drinking from a bottle and dozing off. As the car started, her eyes gradually closed, though her mouth continued to suckle. Was she not able to sleep well last night? Igarakumu wondered. At this, Luo Jin's face momentarily displayed guilt. How could he explain that he had made a bet with Yu Qing'e, resulting in Su Li sleeping on his lap all night? Not only was Luo Jin feeling guilty, but so was Yu Qing'er. She had been too impulsive yesterday and had fallen for Luo Jin's provocations, allowing her daughter to sleep on his lap. Whether it was Su Li on Luo Jin's lap or Yu Qing'er, if word got out, she was certain to face criticism. Thus, both guilty parties opted for silence. Shaking their heads in unison, nothing happened. They exchanged glances, glaring at each other before once again speaking in unison. Last night, Li Bao slept soundly. Why are you mimicking me? Oh, Li Bao slept exceptionally well. Yu Mu elongated her tone, observing the two of them in perfect harmony. I have never seen you two so in sync before. So are you not planning to tell the truth? As Yu Mu's voice deepened, Yu Shangli cleverly leaned back, closing his eyes in feigned slumber, wanting to distance himself from the impending chaos. Luo Jin and Yu Qing'er exchanged glances, and Yu Qing'er, choosing to play the blame game, quickly pointed at Luo Jin, declaring it was him. Luo Jin resignedly replied, "Fine, it was me." His acceptance only served to frustrate Yu Mu further. She glared at Yu Qing'er and scoffed, "You better come clean. Otherwise, don't blame your mother for exposing your 30-year-old self to the entire internet." Given the multitude of embarrassing childhood stories that could resurface, Yu Qing'er found herself under her mother's pressure to confess everything that transpired between them the previous day. Upon hearing the full account, Yu Mu gradually smiled. You two are quite the pair. At that moment, both Luo Jin and Yu Qing'er felt a surge of alarm, preparing to kneel in apology. But then Yu Mu continued, "Since it's like this, let Luo Jin sleep on your lap tonight. What do you say?" The suggestion turned their faces a deep shade of crimson. Luo Jin fared slightly better, but Yu Qing'er was incensed, gritting her teeth and saying, "Mom, men and women should maintain proper boundaries. What are you doing?" "Just joking," Yu Mu retorted, noting Yu Qing'er's reluctance. "Considering you didn't tease sleep well last night, I will forgive you this time. But should there be a next time, there won't be a next time." With that, Yu Qing'er shot a fierce glare at Luo Jin, fully aware that every encounter with him seemed to lead to trouble. Chapter 98. The aggrieved grandfather harboring resentment towards Luo Jin, Yu Qing'er resolutely drew a line between them, refusing any form of communication, much like her teenage self who would ignore anyone when upset. Luo Jin, however, was unbothered. He had grown accustomed to such behavior over the years. Yu Qing'er's parents were not concerned with the matters of the younger generation. Their visit this time was primarily to see Su Li. Yet, Su Li found herself in a state of melancholy. She struggled with how to inform her grandparents that they had been cursed. How disheartening. Why haven't I grown up yet? If I were older, I could tell my grandmother that someone has cast a dark cloud upon them, bringing misfortune and loss. Yu Mu, holding Su Li, inuited. Have you heard of the White Tiger Curse or the Azure Dragon Curse? But what is this dark cloud curse? Where does the problem lie? After learning that the company in Jing City faced difficulties, she and her husband had adopted extreme caution, yet unforeseen issues still arose. Seated next to Yu Mu, Yu Shangli had not anticipated that despite their vigilance, they would still be affected. He contemplated whether to take Su Li to Hu City to check on his elder son and daughter. What frustrated Yu Shangli further was the realization that in such a vast country, he could not find a single capable person to assist them. Was it due to his insufficient connections in the realm of metaphysics? How infuriating! He would have his eldest son mobilize the entire family to seek out a master to dispel the ill fortune plaguing the Yu family. How distressing it is. Must the narrative force the Yu family down the same old path? Su Li, clutching her milk bottle, was too disheartened to continue drinking. In Jing City, Su Li could not see the Yu family in Hu City due to the great distance. Her arms were too short to reach them. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, leading her to incessantly shake her milk bottle. When Yu Qing'er descended the stairs, she spotted her daughter in distress. "What's wrong?" she inquired, directing her gaze towards Su Li but truly aiming it at Yu Shangli and her mother, as if to question, "How are you two watching over the child?" Igarakumu, feeling exasperated, rolled her eyes at Yu Qing'er and said, "I was about to ask you. The child is nearly 9 months old. Why are you still giving her milk? Is this sufficient to satisfy Li Bao?" At her words, Su Li paused her shaking of the milk bottle, her eyes sparkling as she looked towards her grandmother. "What?" Yu Mu exclaimed, "Your granddaughter is not yet 9 months old and can already speak?" Sensing the implication in Yu Mu's expression, Yu Qing'er couldn't help but laugh, explaining that Su Li wanted to eat meat. Afterward, she turned to Su Li and admonished, "Little Li Bao, do not think that just because your grandparents dote on you, you can have meat. You are still too young for that. Your mother can only prepare a bit of meat porridge for you. Suli eagerly responded, Porik. Meat porridge is fine. It is certainly preferable to wean off completely rather than relying solely on milk. Suli, in her joyful demeanor, handed the milk bottle to Yuqing, urging her to hurry. In a resigned manner, Yuqing took the bottle to prepare porridge for Suli. As the months progressed, Suli was able to accomplish more tasks. For instance, she could now pull herself up using the sofa, gazing further into the distance. Each time she stood, Suli felt as though her legs were not her own but borrowed, weak and unsteady, requiring her to sit down and rest after a brief moment. Ah, my granddaughter can stand now? Yu Shangli exclaimed with surprise. Yu Mu cast a disapproving glance at him, finding his lack of awareness amusing, yet she felt immense joy at how swiftly the child was growing. The so-called affection between generations is perhaps encapsulated in this very sentiment. Regardless of what Suli did, both Yu Mu and Yu Shangli found her utterly adorable and brilliant. However, their affection for their own grandchildren was not as pronounced. For example, the several boys in the family did not receive the same level of indulgence. Although they were treated better than her own children, none could compare to the affection bestowed upon Suli. When Suli finally began to eat her porridge, Su's son, who had not attended school for quite some time, emerged from upstairs, his eyes still clouded with sleep. Grandparents, when did you arrive? He asked, bewildered. Yesterday. How long have you been awake? Igdakumu frowned, casting a questioning look at Yuqing, concerned about the child staying up late at such a young age. Yuqing, raised her hands in surrender. I did my best to ensure he went to bed early. I even moved him to my room to facilitate this. However, her busy work schedule meant that only Su Li kept him company, resulting in Su's son not pulling all-nighters but still not going to bed early enough. Upon hearing this, Yu Mu turned her gaze to Su's senator. That glance instantly invigorated him, and he raised his hand in promise. I will definitely go to bed early and rise early from now on, so that I won't worry my grandparents. From today onward, you will sleep with your grandmother. Having raised 5 children, Yu Mu was not easily deceived. Even with his promise, she remained steadfast in her demand that Su's son share her bed. Su's son looked towards Yuqing for help, but she feigned ignorance. He then turned to Su Li with a pitiful expression, as if pleading, Help me, third brother. Save me. With a sigh, Su Li declared, Sleep? He is only 5 years old. How can he stay up late? Haven't you seen that I don't stay up late? With his plea unsuccessful, Su's son was thus assigned to Yu Mu's room. Yu Shangli looked at Su's son with a sly grin. Enjoy it while it lasts. Your grandmother usually doesn't like sharing a bed with me. Is your grandfather envious? Does he want this fortune? He doesn't need it. Yu Shangli nodded solemnly. Of course. He must be envious. Yu Mu let out a scoff. Are you envious or relieved? The relationship between Yu Shangli and Yu Mu appeared somewhat strained. Su Li observed Yu Mu and Yu Shangli, sensing a hint of sarcasm in Yu Mu's demeanor. However, upon noticing that Yu Shangli had nearly made a blunder, Su Li felt his predicament was well-deserved. Unexpectedly, the grandparents, who had been in love for decades, found themselves on the brink of a misunderstanding. As Su Li dined on porridge, Yuqing, who had been unaware of why her parents' relationship had deteriorated, paused in her feeding, casting a surprised glance at Yu Shangli. In the past, she had not understood, but now, it seemed that the misunderstanding had been averted just in time. Upon hearing the entire story, Yuqing remarked, Oh, I must have misheard. She realized that her sensitivity to the word infidelity had caused her to overlook the word misunderstanding, which nearly led to her father being wronged. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yu Shangli finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that no secret can remain hidden from your daughter. Yu Mu lamented. What can I do? Your granddaughter is a prodigy. Yuqing responded proudly, unable to contain her pride in being Su Li's mother. Yu Mu scoffed again. Given that you've recently divorced, I want to tease you. Are you truly planning to keep Su's son at home? Not forever. Once Su Li is a bit older, I will allow her to interact with others. The nursery for the affluent differs greatly from that of ordinary families. The teachers there typically provide one-on-one instruction. Eventually, she could arrange for Su's son and Su Li to share a teacher, easing Su Sen's reluctance with his sister nearby. By the way, has Su Yinting's father come to see you? Yu Mu speculated that he would not simply let matters lie. Although he appeared docile, she sensed the cunning nature beneath his surface. Yuqing, having had little interaction with Su's father, was taken aback. He certainly seems reluctant to accept things. But does he still have a chance for redemption? That depends on who he collaborates with. Yu Mu remarked, her expression darkening. Yu King Ezite, realizing that perhaps she had underestimated the complexities of human nature. After discussing their matters, the mother and daughter exited the room and headed to the space where Su's son typically spent his time. Upon entering, they found Su Li carefully balancing herself against the bed, cautiously making her way forward, followed closely by Su's son, who was attentive to her every move. When Su Li wobbled, he rushed to steady her. "Don't touch me." Su Li pushed Su Sin skendave. When he refrained from assisting her, she felt stable, but his support made her feel as though she might fall at any moment. "I was just worried you might fall," Su-san explained helplessly. "Look at the carpet." Su Li pointed at the floor, her face scrunched in disdain. "Silly. With all this carpet around, even if I fall, it won't hurt much. Why be so cautious? Besides, who has fallen while learning to walk? Don't be so delicate, you'll become spoiled." Su-san chose not to argue with Su Li. After all, she was learning to walk, and he would follow her lead without caring about anyone else's presence. "Hey, why is there a little kid? Where are the adults?" Upon seeing a child on the other end of the line, the caller assumed the grown-ups had stepped out and promptly hung up. "Today is truly ill-fated," Su's son muttered, relieved that the caller was perceptive enough to avoid a blunder. However, the two parents at the door, along with Su's son, were startled. Su Li mimsed. "No wonder some children don't cry when they fall, but will do so if an adult is watching. Thankfully, I'm not one of those children." With a sense of pride, she brushed aside the hands reaching out to assist her, summoning all her strength to rise from the ground, proudly lifting her little head. "A princess doesn't cry." She then continued her practice of walking, determined to maintain her own dignity without being overly coddled. Yumu patted Yu Qing's hand, fully understanding her daughter's psychology. As people age, they tend to be more protective of their children, especially considering Su Li's situation, which differed from her brother's. Yu Qing felt an even deeper affection for her, akin to that of a precious jewel. "Go to work. Wasn't it mentioned that the collaboration in the Southwest region has commenced? The Su family has not participated in this collaboration. I'm still establishing myself within the Su family and cannot undertake such a significant project just yet. I need to root out the internal traitors before addressing other matters." In matters of business, Yumu did not inquire further, for it was a matter belonging to her child. Her constant interference might hinder rather than facilitate growth. Upon hearing this, Yumu deftly shifted the topic. "Regarding Su Yunting, after encountering him last night, I sought information about his recent circumstances, which appear to be rather bleak." When discussing Su Yunting, Yu Qing'er spoke with a calm demeanor, as if referring to a stranger rather than her former husband. Yumu observed her intently for a while, and upon noticing that she was not genuinely distressed, she felt relieved. "I am glad to see you handle the situation with such composure. I feared you might be trapped in past sorrows. Mother, healing from pain requires time. I have not fully emerged from it. However, what binds me is not my feelings for Su Yunting, but the wounds that have yet to heal. Pain and emotion are not synonymous." She no longer harbored love for Su Yunting. After years of affection, letting go was indeed a momentary act. Yet the wounds still throbbed. Bao Suli turned her head to look at Yu Qing'er, extending her little hands in a gesture of invitation for a hug. "Poor mama." Yu Qing's smiled softly, raising her brows at Yumu. "But I am grateful to him for giving me several children." Just as Yu Qing'er conversed with Yumu, her phone rang with an urgent tone. Frowning, she answered the call. "Is this Su Shi's mother?" The unfamiliar female voice, coupled with the familiar number, tightened Yu Qing'er's heart. "I am. Who are you?" Her tone instinctively became unfriendly as she recalled the incident of Su Shi's abduction. "Su Shi's mother. I am his homeroom teacher. Su Shi fell at school and is now being rushed to the hospital." Yu Qing'er handed Bao Suli to Yumu and hurriedly grabbed her handbag, rushing out of the house and instructing the driver to take her to the hospital where the Yu family had invested. Bao Suli glanced at Sununtaisen. Her eyes filled with surprise. "I thought twins had a telepathic connection and were sensitive to each other's pains," she mused silently. Susun, on the other hand, noted that he had indeed felt something was amiss with his hand earlier, attributing it to his prolonged computer use, never suspecting that something had happened to his brother. It was his sister who had reminded him. As she prepared for sleep, Yumu did not press further. She placed Bao Suli in her crib, softly humming a lullaby that lulled the child into slumber. Meanwhile, Yu Qing'er, anxious and impatient, awaited the traffic lights while incessantly checking her phone. Despite the driver's excellent skills and familiarity with the city, it took over 2 hours to reach the hospital. Once inside, Yu Qing'er dashed into Su Shi's ward with utmost urgency. Upon seeing her son unconscious, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. But a passing nurse quickly grasped her arm to steady her. The nurse's presence helped Yu Qing'er regain some composure as she trembled and inquired, "Nurse, what has happened to my son? Why is he lying there motionless?" Observing the family's distress, the nurse promptly reviewed the case notes she had recorded and gently responded. He fell down the stairs and sustained a head injury. Fortunately, there is no threat to his life, but he will need to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. Yu Qing'er breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude before slowly stepping into Su Shi's room. Inside the ward, Su Shi lay with his eyes closed on the hospital bed, and she cautiously took a seat beside him. "I just want to know who the child is that had a conflict with Su Shi." Yu Qing'er remained aloof in response to the teacher's apologies. Her sole desire was to identify the child involved. The school Su Shi attended was the most prestigious private institution in Jing City, populated by students from affluent and influential families. Anyone daring to engage in physical altercations with Su Shi surely possessed a formidable background. It was likely that the school would attempt to mitigate the situation, seeking a peaceful resolution. Yet, Yu Qing'er knew better. Was there a child who had fallen down the stairs? The teacher remained silent, prompting Yu Qing'er to press further. After a long pause, the teacher finally admitted, "Su Shi's mother. The child in question is from the chief family. His father is a board member of our school, and a conflict arose because he and a group of others were bullying Su Shi." This was something the young teacher found perplexing. How could children from wealthy families band together to bully another from a similarly powerful family? Was it because the chief family's influence extended to Hu City? The teacher frowned as she spoke, acknowledging the child's spoiled behavior. Before her arrival, the head of the department had threatened her career, insisting she keep this matter confidential. How absurd! Was the chief family truly formidable, while the Yu family was so easily intimidated? Would they not investigate on their own? The school's attempts to cover up the incident seemed driven by a lack of fear regarding the Yu family. The young teacher's cooperation surprised Yu Qing'er. She had anticipated a certain attitude from the school and had not held high hopes for the teacher's response, until the truth was revealed. Schools in Jing City might not be entirely arbitrary, but they did not operate under the chief family's dominion. There are plenty of choices in Hu City, Yu Qing'er asserted with a commanding presence, reminiscent of a queen. The young teacher silently thought to herself, how incredibly cool. This was her duty. She could not condone bullying by privileged students. Among her students, Su Shi was the brightest and most academically gifted. She believed he could even skip grades. He was a genius. She could not bear to see such talent squandered. As for the head of the department and the board members, they could go to hell. The teacher's words pleased Yu Qing'er, and she smiled. Leave the rest to me. If the head of the department inquires, tell him you acted according to his instructions. Understood. After dismissing the young teacher, Yu Qing'er contacted her assistant, instructing her to bring the company's most skilled IT personnel to Su Shi's school to review the surveillance footage, even enlisting the police to assist. Her demands were straightforward. If the chief family treated others like dirt, she would strip them of their humanity. Su Shi had been asleep in the hospital for 3 hours when he slowly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was his mother's weary face. He moved his hand, wishing to gesture for her to rest on the adjacent bed, only to discover that his throat was too dry to produce sound. He pressed the call button by his bedside to summon a doctor for a checkup. Dizzy and a bit nauseous, in front of his mother, Su Shi did not feign bravery, but instead spoke the truth. It's all right. Mama is calling the doctor now. He will check on you shortly, Yu Qing'er reassured him, gently stroking his forehead. Noticing he did not have a fever, she felt a sense of relief. Observing his mother's worried expression, Su Shi hesitated before quietly asking, "Aren't you going to ask me why I had a conflict with someone? Mama understands your character. You are not one to stir trouble. Someone must have provoked you." Yu Qing'er's trust made Su Shi, who had been calm until that moment, feel a sudden surge of emotion. The grievances he had kept bottled up welled forth in the face of his mother's belief in him. His eyes reddened, and he bit his lip, remaining silent. Seeing her son in distress, Yu Qing'er's gaze sharpened slightly as she gently patted Su Shi's head, assuring him, "Do not worry. Mama will ensure they pay for this." Su Shi's voice trembled with emotion. Just as Yu Qing'er was about to speak again, the doctor entered the room with staff in tow. Upon entering, Yu Qing'er quickly stood to give the doctor space. Doctor, my son says he feels dizzy and nauseous. Can you check for any other after effects? The doctor nodded, assuring her he would conduct a thorough examination. After a series of tests that took an additional 2 to 3 hours, it was confirmed that Sushi had no other issues, allowing Yu Qing'er to finally breathe easy. By evening, the school finally sent representatives. They arrived at Sushi's hospital room, carrying a fruit basket. As soon as they entered, they exclaimed loudly, "You must be Sushi's mother. Greetings. I am Sushi's principal, and this is our vice principal." She merely turned her head, tapping her leg and coldly gazing at the individuals before her, as if to convey, "Shouldn't it be you who apologizes?" Upon witnessing her demeanor, the principal quickly glanced at the leader who accompanied him, seeking guidance from his expression. The vice principal, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward to offer an apology to Yu Qing'er, stating, "Our school has neglected its responsibilities, resulting in this incident involving your son. All the blame lies with us. I simply wish to know whose child it is." Yu Qing'er interrupted, her tone impatient. "Do not indulge in empty words. Just tell me whose child it is." Even though the young teacher had already informed her, she sought to discern the school's true attitude. The vice principal hesitated, awkwardly responding, "The children were merely playing, not realizing the consequences." "Whose child?" Yu Qing'er insisted, her voice growing more intense, her expression frigid. The vice principal wiped the sweat from his brow, internally cursing the principal for delegating such a troublesome task to him. He forced a laugh. "Are you expecting that child to apologize to Sushi? We will arrange that, along with a school-wide notice and a letter of reflection." "Did I ask you to speculate on my thoughts?" Yu Qing'er thought it quite amusing how easily the other party succumbed to her demeanor, instilling fear in them. The principal, realizing her true intention was not to confront the child, but rather to address the parents, hastily signaled to the vice principal, who turned away to contact the child's guardians. Noticing the principal's actions, Yu Qing'er smirked. "So, you intend to reach out to the child's parents? How delightful." With a radiant smile, she informed them that from now on, any matters concerning that family would be directed to the Yu household. The principal, alarmed, waved his hands, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I'm not." At that moment, admitting to contacting the child's parents would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if they stood behind the other party, they dared not provoke the woman before them, especially knowing that even someone of Su Yunting's caliber could be brought down by her. Just as the principal was about to speak further, the monitoring equipment for Su Shi's vital signs began to emit urgent beeping sounds. Initially, the school presumed it was merely superficial injuries, but now, Su Shi's vital signs were abnormal, and blood began to flow from his nose and ears, instilling fear among the school leaders. They collectively realized that this matter was far from resolved. Consequently, they hurriedly excused themselves from Yu Qing'er and left the hospital to seek out the principal. Meanwhile, Su Shi was wheeled into the operating room. For the time being, it was sufficient. However, blood would still need to be arranged for unforeseen circumstances. Luo Jin, dispatched by Yu Mother to escort Yu Qing'er, arrived just in time to overhear a discussion between the doctor and nurses regarding the need for type O negative blood. He stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve. "Nurse, I am type O negative. Draw for me." The nurse glanced at Luo Jin, then at Yu Qing'er, frowning as she said, "Family members cannot donate blood." "I am not family." Luo Jin attempted to protest, but Yu Qing'er held him back. Her complexion was pale, even shocked and disbelieving. Trembling, she murmured, "Let the doctor find blood elsewhere." Luo Jin, puzzled, complied. "All right. What is it?" Noticing her unusual expression, he furrowed his brows in concern. Yu Qing'er, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, revealed a look of distress that was almost more tragic than tears. "It's nothing. Just wait for me here." Sushi has not yet emerged. Luo Jin observed Yu Qing'er and sat beside her, asking, "Is Su Yunting also type O negative?" He could not recall if that was the case. The moment he mentioned it, Yu Qing'er's face turned even paler. Although she was aware that all the children in the family had type O negative blood, she had never considered the implications regarding parentage. If Su Yunting's blood type was not O negative, and hers was not either, how could two individuals of ordinary blood types produce a child with type O negative? Without any elders in the family with that blood type, it was impossible for such a child to exist. So whose child was it? That day at the hotel, she had been intoxicated and had no recollection of the events. Suddenly, Yu Qing'er sensed something amiss. After marrying Su Yunting, the only two instances of intimacy had left her with no memories, which was highly unusual. Recognizing her distress, Luo Jin refrained from speaking further. Only when She was wheeled out of the operating room did Yu Qing'er's spirits lift slightly. While she did not know whose child it was, she was certain the child was hers, and that was what mattered. The presence or absence of a biological father was irrelevant. Yu Qing'e shook his head. Aren't you supposed to work tomorrow? How can I allow you to care for me? His profession was perilous, and she could not be selfish. I'm fine. Luo Jin reassured her. Your safety is more important. Yu Qing'er, gazing at Shi in the hospital room, firmly stated, you bear the responsibility for the safety of the people of Jing City, so you must take care of your health. Listening to her words, Luo Jin felt warmth enveloping his heart. He cautiously stole a glance at Yu Qing'er, and seeing her not looking at him, he gathered the courage to meet her gaze. His ears flushed crimson as he proposed. Then I will sleep in the hospital room with you. It's all right. I've slept in all sorts of places while on the job, and hospital floors provide a particularly good environment. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er turned to him, gazing intently, and remarked, Are you hiding something from me? She was mentally exhausted and did not wish to engage in riddles. No, he replied, not receiving further inquiry from Yu Qing'er. He remained silent, sensing her lack of energy to argue. All she desired was for the child to be well. Luo Jin, unsure of what had displeased her, dared not speak further and simply kept her company in silence. Observing that he did not leave, Yu Qing'er allowed him to stay. She felt emotionally drained. It was only when the doctor exited the room that Yu Qing'er approached him, asking, Doctor, what is wrong with my son? Why did he suddenly begin to bleed? Is there some underlying complication? At present, the cause is yet to be determined, and further detailed examinations are required. Upon hearing Yu Qing'er's inquiry, the doctor frowned, recalling Shi's examination report, and his expression darkened. Their hospital boasted the finest medical technology and exceptional doctors. How could they possibly be unable to identify the issue? The doctor's words, spoken without intention, struck a chord with Yu Qing'er. Remembering Su Yang's previous condition, she hesitated. The thought that Shi had not yet escaped danger made her heart tremble, compelling her to avoid taking risks. Turning to Luo Jin, her voice trembled. What is it? Yu Qing'er had intended to ask Luo Jin to fetch Su Li. It's nothing, she reassured him, dialing her mother's video call. The call connected swiftly, revealing Yu mother's concerned face. How is it? Is there anything wrong with Shi? As soon as the video call began, Yu mother eagerly inquired about her grandson's condition. Everyone was tense, filled with worry. Even Su Li, who usually slept soundly, was now perched beside Yu mother, awaiting Yu Qing'er's call. Wakong. Su Li's speech was slow, yet her words were clear. Seeing her daughter's concern for her son, Yu Qing'er let out a deep sigh, shaking her head. I cannot see your brother right now. He is in an intensive care unit and needs to be observed further before determining if he can be discharged. Upon hearing this, Su Li's little brows furrowed. She patted Yu mother's arm, saying, Grandma, I want to go to the hospital. Without hesitation, Yu mother agreed. Her granddaughter was a prodigy, imbued with good fortune. At this moment, they were heading to the hospital, undoubtedly for a compelling reason. Without a second thought, Wym nodded. All right, I'll help you get dressed. And we shall proceed to the hospital. In the midst of her words, Wym decisively ended the video call. Qing'er stared at the now black screen of her phone, momentarily lost in thought, silent for a long while. She was unsure of what had crossed her mind, generating some concerns that remained unspoken. The purpose of the video call seemed to be a plea for assistance in bringing the child over. Qing'er did not deny it. Even if she did, she would not confess to Lu Jin. She refrained from speaking, and Lu Jin did not press her. After all, he understood her apprehensions, and forcing her to articulate them would only add to her burden. Lu Jin wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he retrieved the hot milk he had purchased downstairs from his coat and handed it to Qing'er, stating, I know you cannot eat, but you must drink something. Otherwise, you might collapse before SX even emerges. You are his mother. You cannot afford to falter. His words prompted Qing'er, who intended to refuse, to raise her gaze. Meeting Lu Jin's concerned eyes, she glanced down at the milk in his hand and slowly accepted it. Thank you. We have grown up together like two peas in a pod. Your words make it feel distant. Qing'er looked up, involuntarily noticing the calloused hands of Lu Jin, hesitantly asking, Isn't your profession quite arduous? She had not meant to utter this statement. She had intended to express her concern about the many wounds he must have endured, for she had seen a gruesome scar peeking from his sleeve. Yet, for reasons unknown, the words transformed into this inquiry. Hearing her, Liu Jie-in glanced at his hands and shrugged with a nonchalant smile. Some tasks must be undertaken by someone, don't they? If I do not take them on, others will. Wasn't your childhood dream to become a scientist? Why suddenly pursue the police academy? This question had lingered in her mind since the college entrance examination, but had remained unvoiced until now. Do you not remember? Liu Jie-in gazed at the profile of Ying-er, cautiously probing. His words made her frown. She searched her memory for any catalyst that could have prompted his change of aspirations. Just then, two small children passed by. What do you want to be when you grow up? A girl with pigtails asked the frail boy beside her, who remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. I want to be a doctor. That's wonderful. I want to be a police officer. Why? I want to chase away all the bad people who bully you, so you won't have to keep getting sick and hospitalized. The innocent words of the girl struck Ying-er like a heavy hammer, awakening long-buried memories from over a decade ago. Back then, she had been just as innocent and vivacious, fully intent on becoming a formidable police officer to uphold justice. Her gaze inevitably fell upon Liu Jie-in. So, my impulsive decision to change my application during the entrance exams was primarily the reason for your anger and subsequent silence? She had almost enrolled in the police academy, but ultimately followed Ying-ting's lead and applied to his institution instead. The smile on Liu Jie-in's face faded. Matters of youth should be left to fade with time, for nothing truly mattered anymore. Ying-er nodded. Lowering her gaze to tear opened the milk's packaging. The milk was warm, a tangible expression of his heartfelt intention, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Liu Jie-in, I'm truly sorry. Liu Jie-in turned his head, puzzled by her sudden apology. In truth, Ying-er herself was unsure of why she had uttered those words. She simply felt an inexplicable urge to apologize to Liu Jie-in. Apologize for what? You are the fearless YBW-ing of HSH. Yes, I am YBW-ing. Ying-er slowly curved her lips into a smile, attempting to laugh, yet the smile eluded her. Burdened by the weight of her experiences and her son still in critical care, her smile appeared more sorrowful than tears. Liu Jie-in wished to comfort her by pulling her into an embrace, but hesitated, fearing to intrude upon her space. Ultimately, he settled for placing his hand gently upon her head, reassuring her that everything would eventually be all right. When YM arrived, pushing SL, she found Liu Jie-in and Ying-er seated silently on a bench in the corridor. YM hurried over to them. How is it? What did the doctors say? YM knew her daughter well. From the earlier video, it was apparent that her daughter's expression was shattered. It must be that SX's condition was dire. Otherwise, her daughter would not have worn such a face. Mom, SX just bled from all 7 orifices. It was all blood. Chapter 103. Setbacks upon seeing her mother. Ying-er could no longer maintain her composure and broke down in tears. YM's expression darkened at her words, and she gratefully turned to Liu Jie-in. Thank you, Liu Jie-in. If it weren't for you, I truly cannot imagine what might have transpired. YM regretted not having come along earlier. However, who had pushed SX down from the upper floor? Such severity warranted retribution. If the perpetrator did not perish, they must at the very least suffer consequences. Poor big brother. Just when we thought the ordeal of the kidnapping was behind us, who would have thought the subsequent events would be so tumultuous? SL sat in her stroller, trying to catch a glimpse of SX, but her efforts were in vain. From SL's perspective, she could see nothing at all. Having often heard SL's inner thoughts, Liu Jie-in had learned to maintain an expression devoid of any fluctuation. Yet, he could not help but glance at SL, his gaze subtly shifting. The mention of a prior kidnapping? What did that mean? Had SX been kidnapped before, but to no avail? YM sat beside Ying-er, embracing her shoulders and softly comforting her. Meanwhile, Liu Jie-in approached SL, pulling her stroller closer to him. SL turned her head, locking eyes with Liu Jie-in, and in that moment, a peculiar feeling washed over her. What did the look in his eyes signify? Confusion notwithstanding, SL had come with the intention of checking on SX's condition. Now that SX was in critical care, she could see no specifics. So she could only venture into a dream to find out. Consequently, the child who had adamantly refused to sleep at home fell into a deep slumber upon reaching Liu Jie-in. Liu Jie-in was taken aback. Isn't it odd that children can fall asleep so easily? As he curiously observed whether SL was truly asleep, her consciousness had already drifted into the intensive care unit. Upon entering the ICU, SL sensed a heavy, ominous energy coalescing in the air. She slowly floated towards SX, only to find him enveloped by this dark energy. SL gasped in disbelief. Why was it that despite her vigilance, there were still those who dared to lay hands on her brothers? Anger surged within her. Did these people intend to bring misfortune upon the Y family? What wrongs had SX and the others committed to endure such harrowing trials of life and death? Infuriated, SL exuded a fierce aura, causing the once menacing dark energy around her to retreat as if it were mice fleeing from a cat. Though SL cherished her spiritual energy, today, in her rage, she unleashed her full force upon the dark energy. If you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant you that wish, SL shouted, and a colossal swastika emerged from the small red mole on her forehead, establishing itself within the ICU. A golden light began to radiate at lightning speed, enveloping the surrounding dark energy, ultimately purifying it. In the midst of this purification, SL also targeted the source of the dark energy, ensuring that those who manipulated it would experience tenfold backlash. In a foreign estate, a certain individual, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly felt a tremendous force descending from the sky. He had intended to evade it, but alas, the speed was too swift. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. A colossal symbol descended from the heavens, crashing down upon his head. Instantly, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs felt as though they were rupturing. The commotion within his room was quite loud. His disciples attempted to break through the door, yet he had locked it to safeguard against any treacherous intentions from those who might seek to harm him while he was recuperating. Thus, even in his injured state, no one could enter his sanctuary. Master, how are you? Master, share the code with us so we may rescue you. Outside, the clamor of his disciples persisted. Get lost. Even in severe pain, he had no intention of permitting them entry. He cast a cold, ruthless gaze towards the east, snorting disdainfully. I underestimated you. Just wait. Due to her shattering of the malevolent energy within Su Shi, she had depleted much of her spiritual energy, leaving her utterly exhausted and asleep for a full 24 hours. Luo Jin was once deeply concerned for her well-being. Had it not been for Yu Qing'er's intervention, he might have summoned a doctor. Others were unaware, but Yu Qing, having spent considerable time with Su Li, understood the toll it took on her. The incessant troubles from the Yu family required her to mediate constantly, thus exhausting her. How could such a small child be so fatigued? Luo Jin pondered, sensing that the Yu family harbored numerous secrets, which Yu Qing'er seemed disinclined to share. He also contemplated Su Li's uniqueness and surmised that she might possess additional mysteries, such as the trauma related to Su Shi's past abduction. If Yu Qing'er would not speak, he would investigate. Surely, he would uncover some clues. She lay beside Su Shi, observing his enlarged visage. Once she confirmed that the malevolent energy had dissipated, she exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Guogua, did you wake me? Suwon sen nadif. Why has Xiao Li Bao slept for so long? Hearing this, Su Li's small eyes fluttered as she contemplated how to craft an excuse. How should I explain that when you were pushed down the stairs, the villains seized the opportunity to cast malevolent energy upon you? I then dispelled it, resulting in my prolonged slumber. Su Li felt conflicted. She occasionally succumbed to sudden bouts of sleep, and it seemed her mother had grown accustomed to it, while her brothers were still adjusting. Should she call for her mother to come in? In her dilemma, Su Li remained oblivious to Luo Jin's arrival, who would overhear her words. His gaze flickered with astonishment. He perceived that he understood each word Su Li uttered, yet when woven together, their meaning eluded him. What malevolent energy? What dispelling? What did it all mean? Yu Mu, seated beside the hospital bed, discreetly regarded Yu Qing, who merely closed her eyes as if in tacit agreement. Yu Mu recognized her granddaughter's remarkable abilities, but was astonished by their extent. Was this truly a mere 8-month-old child? She glanced at Luo Jin, who was gazing out the window, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, outsiders could not hear her granddaughter's thoughts. Otherwise, they would likely abduct her for experimentation. To divert her thoughts, Yu Mu promptly shifted the topic, inquiring if Yu Qing'er knew which family child was responsible. She insisted that the other child's parents must be informed of the consequences of their actions. Upon hearing Yu Mu's question, Yu Qing'er's expression darkened. It was the Qi family from Jing City. Yu Qing'er was perplexed. Normally, the Yu family and the Qi family maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why would they target her family? She turned to her mother. Mother, the Qi family's child targeting Su, she must be sudden. Why? Sushi had been at that school for quite some time. It was the first time she had heard of any conflict. Moreover, the school's demeanor suggested a cover-up. She could not help but suspect that a coalition in Jing City sought to expel the Yu family. Was the affluent circle in Jing City truly so foolish? The Qi family had some connections to Su Yunting's maternal lineage, a fact that was generally unknown. It dawned on Yu Qing'er that the Qi family was avenging Su Yunting's mother. However, she had never heard Su Yunting speak of his grandparents, as if his mother were an orphan. If her maternal family was so formidable, why had they not relied on their influence from the outset? Igreku Muskoft, humph. His mother is merely a branch family member, not a legitimate relative. The Qi family's actions stem from the embarrassment brought upon them by Su Yunting's mother, hence their desire to teach you a lesson. Nevertheless, despite the Qi family's strength, the Yu family felt no trepidation. Did Su Yunting's mother even possess a maternal lineage? If his maternal family was so powerful, even as a branch, their standing in the Su family should be significant. Unless Su Yunting's mother had alienated herself from her family, causing them to deem her unworthy and sever ties. Otherwise, given Su Yunting's father's nature, he would not so brazenly reside with a mistress. I will have your father contact the Qi family. If they persist in their obstinacy, they shall not blame us for being uncivilized. There was never any animosity between us. My daughter's actions against Su Yunting were merely a response to his bullying. Why does the Qi family meddle? Perhaps I should personally reach out, Yu Mu stated, taking her phone and stepping into the corridor to contact the Qi family. Upon receiving her call, the Qi family recognized that the Yu family was now aware of the situation. Elder brother, I don't understand. Su Yunting and his mother deserve their fate. Why are you involving yourselves? The second master of the Qi family paced before the sofa, his face clouded with frustration. Was the Yu family so easily trifled with? Had they forgotten the status of Mrs. Qi's husband? Why were they all so confused? Now, they had stirred up such a significant issue. He glanced at his elder brother, awaiting an explanation. The silent elder of the Qi family frowned, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Why the urgency? How can there not be urgency? The Qi family aims to penetrate the southwest region, requiring the Chun family's endorsement. However, the Yu family's daughter has won the favor of Elder Chun. Your actions are nothing short of self-sabotage. Truly, are you all mad? Elder Qi glared at his younger brother. What is the hurry? If the Yu family calls, we can simply deny it. His approach was intended to save face for the opposing family. Who could have anticipated that such a monumental incident would arise? Deny it? The second master of the Qi family raised his voice. If they don't rage against you, do you treat them as fools? My sources inform me that she was in the hospital, bleeding from 7 orifices, and underwent surgery for 4 to 5 hours to save him. You think we can simply gloss over it? The second master's gaze towards his elder brother grew frigid. If you have become so muddled, perhaps it is time to step aside for the younger generation. The Qi family must remain united. If the elder brother could no longer guide them to greatness, then let the stage be handed over to the youth. Elder Qi was taken aback. He had only intended to do a favor for another, yet his brother suggested he step down. What do you mean? The literal interpretation, as well as the implication of the board of directors, was clear. The second master of the Qi family was resolute. Should this matter be mishandled, the board would force the elder to relinquish his position and fade into the background. Elder Qi, infuriated into silence, ultimately lit another cigarette. Yu Mu's call went unanswered. In the end, it was Yu Zheng who contacted the Qi family's eldest son. Qi family, remember to steer clear of me in the future. He had meticulously prepared his apology, only to be met with a harsh retort from the other party. Just as he hung up the phone, his assistant called in with alarming news. This is bad, Qi Zheng. The projects we had secured in the southwest region are being denied by the Chun family. What? A message from the Shanghai branch revealed that all the new projects initiated by our company had been intercepted midway. At this moment, the Qi family finally comprehended that this was not a trivial matter that could be resolved with childish squabbles. The Yu family was serious about this. Consequently, the elder of the Qi family faced accountability from the board, which demanded his resignation. Given that the young master of the Qi family inherited his father's foolishness, The board decided to appoint an exceptionally talented female heir from the younger generation as the new chairperson. Upon seeing her, the Chi family's young master was infuriated. What are you doing here? How he had expelled her years ago was now being turned against him. Witnessing her icy demeanor and commanding presence, the elder of the Chi family trembled with rage. Can't you see her? Why aren't you speaking? In her eyes, did he even exist as her father? I recall that we have no relationship. When you cast me out, did you not state that I would no longer be your daughter? So, what identity do you claim to have here today? As the daughter of the Chi family, I bear the surname Chi, my grandfather's Chi, not your Chi. Chapter 105. Psychological Shadows. The elder of the Chi family was so enraged that he nearly slammed the table. But before he could act, his brother anticipated his movement and firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, Lin Lang will lead the Chi family far. Do not act foolishly at this moment. While the Chi family was in turmoil, Su Li and Su Shi were peacefully sleeping in the hospital room. Yu Qing with a stern expression, sat in a chair managing company affairs. After all, only by establishing a firm foothold in the company could she ensure that others in the family would not underestimate her or harm her children. He believed that many individuals in Beijing were somewhat intellectually challenged. Perhaps it was because they were mere supporting characters in a book, leading them to act without thought, like marionettes with their strings cut. Yu Qing agreed with her brother-esque concerns. She nodded, indicating her concurrence with Yu Zhang's views. Then what significance does his arduous journey to Beijing hold? Yu Qing shook her head. Transportation is quite advanced now. I will travel between Shanghai and Beijing frequently. I will also be on business trips regularly in the future, so it matters not where the children receive their education. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhang felt a sense of relief. Most of the business in Beijing was handled by Chen Yixuan. Unable to see his little niece any longer, he felt a deep longing. The only way to bring his niece and nephew closer was through this method. However, thinking about it, his little Li Bao was only 8 months old. Attending school in Shanghai would not happen for at least 3 to 4 years. He sighed, knowing he would have to fly to Beijing more often in the future. When Su Li awoke, the adults had already prepared her brother's educational arrangements, preparing to leave Beijing for Shanghai. How am I to live in a home without third brother? Su Li lamented. Seeing her frown, Yu Qing understood her reluctance to part with her brothers. She gently patted Su Li's head. There are benefits to your 3 brothers leaving Beijing. Distance from this sorrowful place may help alleviate third brother's psychological struggles. After all, Beijing was where he could encounter former classmates, unlike Shanghai. Hearing this, Su Li slowly nodded. Though reluctant, separation was unavoidable. This was not ancient times. Even then, there were schools to impart knowledge. She had to adapt. Noticing Su Li's calm demeanor, Yu Qing felt relieved and kissed her cheek. Your eldest brother will recover, and the new semester begins next month. Upon hearing Yu Qing's words, Su Li felt a surge of excitement. By that time, she would be 1 year old and might even be able to fly to Shanghai. The foolishness in Beijing was rampant. Only in a novel could such antics unfold beneath the emperor's nose. With the tension alleviated, Su Shi was soon notified of his discharge. After a series of procedures, Chen Yixuan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. I have caught a mole in the company. His words drew everyone's attention, eagerly anticipating what he would say next. Chen Yixuan, feeling a sense of relief, pat his chest. Fortunately, I have gathered evidence against him. Otherwise, I would have been the one to suffer. As he spoke, Chen Yixuan could not help but glance at Su Li. Had he not overheard his little niece's words, it would have likely been him facing the authorities yesterday. Which department? When Yu Shangli inquired, he already had a suspicion in his heart. The department that could cause such trepidation for his son-in-law could only be the finance department. And the individual capable of discreetly setting traps for his son-in-law must be of the financial director's caliber. Yu Shangli's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even after Su Yunting divorced his daughter, he remained so relentless in his pursuit to ruin the Yu family. What grudge did the Yu family hold against him? The financial director, Chen Yixuan, said, his voice tinged with somberness. He was currently in an affair with Lin Su Yunting's wife. Fortunately, I discovered this early, otherwise. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Yu Qing felt a wave of pity for her brother-in-law's future fate, letting out a slight sigh. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, for bringing you so much trouble. Not only was he framed and imprisoned, but she could only imagine how desperate and longing he must have felt for her sister. This is not your fault. It merely reflects the other party's ambitions. Chen Yixuan did not believe Yu Qing or had done anything wrong. He knew her character. She was a remarkably good person. Their separation was entirely the fault of Su Yunting, who had failed to cherish what he had, mistaking a stone for a gem. Sooner or later, he would come to regret it. As they reflected on this, they exchanged a knowing glance and decided it was time to take action. Even in the absence of friction, witnessing their son-in-law's distress warranted their concern as his wives. Yu Shangli then asked, "Have you been in touch with Xu Er?" When it came to his wife, Chen Yixuan's face broke into an uncharacteristic foolish grin. "No, I wouldn't involve her in such disgraceful matters." Seeing his foolish demeanor, even Yu Mu, as a mother-in-law, felt embarrassed. Such a significant issue, and you must have her by your side. Why bring that up now? What exactly is this psychological shadow of his? Aren't we all straightforward men? Experiencing such events leaves a psychological impact on anyone. In any case, as long as he is fine, once he is inside, keep him there. Don't let him out, Yu Shangli commanded. Of course, after losing her right-hand man, Lin felt that something unfortunate might befall Chen Yixuan after failing to reach the finance director. Chapter 106. Qi Linlong's meeting Lin dared not contact him again, hastily reaching out to others nearby to assist in handling his phone and erasing her contact information. She could not expose the relationship she had with him. No matter how wealthy he was, he could not compare to Su Yunting. Although Su Yunting was no longer the helm of the Su family, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. Who knows when he might make a comeback? She could not afford to lose big while trying to gain small. She scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. What is wrong? She struggled to hide her unease, her gaze flitting about, her tone lacking conviction and fidgeting nervously. Su Yunting understood her, just as she understood him. At that moment, he immediately sensed that she was concealing something from him. Having experienced a tumultuous change within his family, Su Yunting learned to conceal his emotions. He refrained from directly inquiring and instead feigned ignorance of her unease, casually discarding his suit jacket aside. "It's fine, you're not well. Try not to dwell on too many things." I will," Lin replied, moving closer to Su Yunting, wrapping her arms around his waist, softly expressing, "Yunting, I love you so much." A fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Su Yunting's eyes before he nodded. I love you too." Though they nestled together, their hearts resided in disparate realms. Lin felt a flutter of anxiety, while Su Yunting's brow was furrowed, lost in thought. At the Yu residence, upon realizing that she bore no psychological burdens, Yu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to confront the Qi family. However, before she could engage, the Qi family announced across the internet that their leader had changed. Upon hearing this news, Yu Qing felt a lump rise in her throat, choking her with frustration. "Mr. Yu, Director Qi requests your presence for a golf match at the West City course tomorrow at 3 o'clock. The assistant informed Yu Qing. The Director Qi referred to as the current head of the Qi family, Qi Linling. Yu Qing furrowed her brow at the mention of her. She had heard whispers about Qi Linling when she married Su Yunting. The entire capital was abuzz with the scandal of the Qi family's eldest daughter clashing with their patriarch. Su Yunting had even expressed disdain towards Qi Linling, remarking on her excessive ambition and the notion that she deserved her downfall. Now, Qi Linling, having faced defeat, had reclaimed power and stood at a lofty position once more. "Cancel all my appointments for tomorrow afternoon. I shall accept the invitation," she declared resolutely. Yu Qing sought to ascertain the current head of the Qi family's stance. After all, the Qi family was not a mere trifling entity. She could overlook the innocent within the Qi family, but for those who were not, she would not extend any favors. After hanging up, she opened her notebook to research Qi Linling. Yu Zheng paused mid-step, inquiring, "What is it? How much do you know about Qi Linling?" Upon hearing his younger sister's inquiry about Qi Linling, Yu Zheng's expression became slightly peculiar. Although he was of a similar age to Qi Linling and had some knowledge about her, he was not a local and thus only knew hearsay. "Though I may not have first-hand knowledge, perhaps your brother-in-law is more informed," he suggested, winking at Yu Qing, hinting she could inquire with Chen Yixuan. Yu Qing heiset an irritable. Meanwhile, Chen Yixuan, sitting on the sofa and playing with Su Li, sprang up like an agitated monkey upon being mentioned. "Yu Zheng, are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at his brother-in-law. Yu Qing scrutinized Chen Yixuan, then glanced at Yu Zheng, just as a news article about Qi Linling popped up on her screen. The first headline was sensational gossip about the former partners of the newly appointed chairman of the Chi family, accompanied by a photo of her brother-in-law. She examined the image, then looked back at Chen Yixuan, pondering whether her sister was aware of this. Moreover, her sister's romantic history was quite colorful, with some affairs lasting only 3 days. If this were to be revealed, the backlash would be severe. It wouldn't be fair to label her as unfaithful or fickle. She truly was busy, often unreachable in her whirlwind of activity. Few men could accept such a woman, with her brother-in-law being a rare exception, unwavering in his affection for her sister. Sure, certainly would not feel jealous. She hardly regarded the matter with concern. If she had, she wouldn't have married him years ago. Yu Zheng strolled over to Chen Yixuan, placing his hand on his shoulder with a mischievous grin. He had intentionally brought it up to tease Chen Yixuan. Well, what are good brothers for if not for a bit of jest? He jested. Get out, Chen Yixuan shouted, pointing towards the door. As Yu Shuer entered with her suitcase, she overheard her husband cursing her second brother to leave. She fixed her gaze on Yu Zheng, asking, have you been bullying my Chen Yixuan again? Having spent years in the world, Yu Shuer spoke with a confrontational edge. Considering her younger sister's fierce nature, Yu Zheng chose to avoid conflict, adamantly denying. I did no such thing. He is simply overly sensitive, harboring hidden guilt. You speak nonsense, Chen Yixuan retorted, stepping in front of Yu Shuer and pleading. He is framing me. It was clearly Qing'er who asked him about Qi Linlang, and he insisted Qing'er come to me. Oh, it's fine, you can ask me too. Yu Shuer responded nonchalantly, unaffected by any potential connection between Qi Linlang and Chen Yixuan. In fact, she remained remarkably composed. Yu Qing'er turned to Yu Shuer and asked, Sister, you must be aware of Qi Linlang's ascension to chairman of the Qi family, correct? Yu Shuer nodded, acknowledging the rampant discussion online. It would be hard to remain oblivious. And what about the Qi family's actions against Su Shi? Do you know about that? Mother informed me over the phone. My intention in coming here was to meet the Qi family, she replied. The Yu family had a common trait. They were fiercely protective of their own. After years of oppression from the Su family, Yu Qing'er had finally found her voice, only to have the Qi family stir the waters. However, Yu Shuer had encountered Qi Linlang before. Has she arranged a meeting with you? Yu Shuer speculated that Qi Linlang's first course of action would be to discuss compensation with Yu Qing'er. Yu Qing'er was taken aback, Sister. Are you that familiar with Qi Linlang? Yu Shuer did not deny it. She glanced at Chen Yixuan, who appeared stiff, and replied with a soft smile, Yes. Our relationship is quite amicable. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, Chen Yixuan clung to Yu Shuer's arm, afraid she might disregard him due to matters concerning Qi Linlang. Yu Qing'er observed her sister's husband, who, in her presence, lacked any masculine aura, and thought perhaps strong women indeed prefer such gentle partners. She did not fully comprehend it, but respected it nonetheless. Yu Zheng scoffed, chastising Chen Yixuan for his lack of ambition, which earned him an icy glare from his younger sister. Others may call him a fool, but have they ever criticized you, sister? He retorted, Oh, they dare not. Your younger sister's madness is overt. Your elder sister's, however, is lethal. Who would dare provoke her? The consequences would be far more severe than anticipated. She has a way of subtly eliminating her adversaries without leaving a trace, an utterly terrifying presence neither he nor his elder brother would dare to provoke. I shall accompany you to meet her tomorrow. Coincidentally, she owes me a meal, Suli chimed in from the sofa, listening to the adults converse. Shifting her gaze from one to another until it settled on the couple of Yu Shuer and Chen Yixuan. Aunt's misfortunes have turned. Not only has she avoided arrest, but she also won to be subjected to any man's whims. And furthermore, she may soon bear twins. Su Li's inner thoughts resonated in the ears of everyone present at the Yu residence, particularly startling Chen Yixuan, who nearly leapt from his seat. What did I just hear? Twins? Is my wife planning to have babies? His eyes gleamed with surprise as he turned towards Yu Shuer. Then, feeling a pang of concern, averted his gaze. No, that has too much pain. Let her remain as she is. Yu Shuer raised an eyebrow, taken aback. She had not expected her fleeting thought to be so easily perceived by the little one in front of her. Now, it seemed the entire family was aware of her intentions to bear children with Chen Yixuan. In truth, as she suspected, Yu Zheng was quite the blabbermouth before long. All the absent members of the Yu family had been notified via phone. The family's formidable woman had decided to embark on the journey of motherhood, leading to Yu Zheng receiving 2 playful punches from Yu Shuer. Who truly is the elder brother between us? Should anyone dare to bully my husband again, it shall not merely be a matter of 2 blows. Would he not refrain from such behavior in her absence? Yu Zheng, who, pray tell, is truly the elder brother? With the unwavering support of his wife, Chun Yishuan resembles a favored consort rising from the cold palace, proud and haughty, sauntering about before Yu Zheng, much to his annoyance. The following day, at 3 in the afternoon, Yu Qing'er, cradling Su Li, entered the golf course in the western part of the city alongside Yu Shu'er. Clad in a pastel pink shirt, white shorts, and a matching white hat with ice sleeves, Qi Linlang was swinging her club on the course. Upon noticing the 2 sisters from the Yu family approaching, she promptly ceased her actions. Shu'er, it has been quite some time, she remarked, extending her hand towards Yu Qing'er. Hello, Yu Zhong, I am Qi Linlang. Su Li sat in her stroller, curiously observing her surroundings, her large eyes sparkling, drawing the attention of passers-by. As the adults engaged in pleasantries, Su Li continued to survey her surroundings. The atmosphere of this golf course felt amiss, its ownership unknown. Su Li remained silent, listening intently as Qi Linlang apologized to Yu Qing'er. I apologize, my family has been inconsiderate, causing much trouble for the Yu family. I shall ensure that a satisfactory apology is delivered to you, and I hope you can show leniency towards the innocent members of the Qi family. Qi Linlang approached with the intention of discussing compensation matters with Yu Qing'er. Everything is negotiable. She had no desire to be adversarial with the Yu family. A mutual downfall would benefit neither party. Yu Qing'er harbored similar sentiments, yet the previous leader of the Qi family had been exceedingly rude, leading her to believe that the Yu family feared them. Yu Shu'er unscrewed a bottle of water and took a sip. My sister hopes that your family handles its own affairs. If it cannot be resolved satisfactorily, she shall take over. Upon hearing this, Qi Linlang grasped the underlying message in Yu Shu'er's words. Yu Qing'er sought to assess the sincerity of the Qi family and aimed to establish her authority within the Qi family, serving as a warning to those who might act recklessly. In due course, Qi Linlang could collaborate with Yu Qing'er, compelling the thoughtless members of the Qi family to behave. Yu Qing'er raised her gaze and spoke plainly. I wish for my friends to be free from concerns. The implication of the word friends took Qi Linlang by surprise. She had not anticipated an alliance with Yu Qing'er. Then allow me to toast to you with water in place of wine, Yu Zhong. In the realm of business, there are no everlasting friends nor eternal foes. In truth, Yu Qing'er was aware that the Qi family's actions merely served as a catalyst. The true orchestrator behind the scenes remained unidentified. Her grievances with the Qi family were simply an outlet for her frustrations. Qi Linlong's current husband is not one to remain docile. He is likely to bring her trouble in the future. I wonder if she is a love-struck fool. Su Li pondered. Should Qi Linlang align herself with her mother, it would mean her mother's ally in the business world. If an ally encounters difficulties, it would not bode well for her mother. Yet, from Qi Linlang's countenance, she discerned that her future held 2 possible outcomes. This was the first time she had observed such a fluctuating future on a person's face. Could it be a reflection of her own indecisiveness? Su Li tentatively resolved to be steadfast. Indeed, the favorable outcomes trend within Qi Linlong's visage began to assert itself. Su Li was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon. As Yu Qing'er and Yu Shu'er exchanged glances while drinking water, Yu Shu'er signaled her sister to remain silent for the moment. Oh, is Qi Linlong's husband such a libertine? Is he entangled with men as well? No wonder such a clever Qi Linlang has been deceived. It turns out his infidelities are with other men. Su Li's words astonished Yu Qing'er, causing her to choke on her water.